The young man was the only failure in Shuguang City who had failed to open a beast space at the Beast Taming Academy, barely surviving by practicing spirit pet medicine. Yet in broad daylight, under everyone's watchful eyes, he was slapped in the face on the street and nearly died from the humiliation. Sufan's mind was in chaos, with only curses echoing in his ears, his cheeks burning, and cold sweat dripping down. As he opened his eyes, the room was filled with beast cages, cultivation chambers, and operating tables, with the complex smell of animals lingering in the air, and his head buzzing memories flooded back like a tide, revealing the tragic life of the original owner. 3 years ago, cultists triggered a spirit beast rampage that killed both his parents. He fell into complete despair, failed to open a beast space at the Beast Taming Academy, and was expelled. To survive, he spent 2.5 years studying spirit pet medicine before finally obtaining his junior spirit pet physician certificate. 2 months ago, using his parents' remaining inheritance, he opened this extraordinary spirit pet medical clinic. At 19, he was both the owner and chief physician. Though the shop was in an excellent location, his monthly salary of 3,500 still required him to cover rent and utilities, making him less than respectable even as a debtor. In the age of beast taming, beast tamers held the highest status, and every industry relied on spirit pets, with ordinary people also raising spirit pets to assist in daily life. Sufan's medical clinic should have had a constant stream of customers, but a new spirit pet medical clinic had opened across the street, with an owner who was a 1-star beast tamer. The competitor constantly suppressed him, hiring troublemakers, spreading malicious rumors, causing his monthly income to plummet. The original owner was too cowardly to fight back, even breathing with humility. At this moment, Sufan could clearly see the man before him, Hu Liang, with his fierce, fleshy face. A month ago, Hu Liang had brought his injured Kuan chicken for treatment, and this morning he came knocking, cursing non-stop until the original owner fainted from anger. Sufan knew perfectly well that Hu Liang's appearance was no coincidence. He must have been sent by the shop owner across the street. His expression instantly turned cold and hard as he directly questioned, "Did you just hit me?" Hu Liang raised his voice, spittle flying, his finger almost touching Sufan's nose. "Quack doctor, so what if I hit you? You ruined my Kuan. Refund all the medical fees, 100,000 credit points, not a penny less. Otherwise, I'll report you to the Spirit Pet Protection Association and sue you to death." The crowd gradually gathered around, and Hu Liang held up his Kuan chicken, shouting to the crowd for judgment. The Kuan chicken's silver-gray comb drooped, its feathers were disheveled, the stripe pattern on its back had disappeared, its eyes were lifeless, and passers-by whispered among themselves, "This young man looks kind, doesn't seem like a scammer. He has a junior physician certificate and looks handsome, but who knows the truth? Maybe he got dumped by a rich woman and came out to scam people." Seeing this, Hu Liang was extremely pleased and pressed forward step by step, reaching out to push Sufan. A cold light flashed in Sufan's eyes, anger surging in his heart, because the other party was going too far. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a mechanical divine system notification sounded in his mind. Mechanical god system has been bound. Sufan's heart raced wildly, the cold light in his eyes subsided, and a system mission appeared. All living beings suffer in their mortal flesh, but physicians have benevolent hearts. Please lead all beings to join the glorious evolution. Mechanical ascension. 3 choices appeared. Choice 1. Uphold medical ethics. Argue reasonably. Demand the other party provide evidence, and seek legal channels. Reward: 1 giant Kuan chicken. Choice 2. Settle the matter peacefully. Pay money to avoid disaster. Pay 50,000 credit points. Reward: 1-time item, fart of frustration. Choice 3. If someone slaps me once, I must destroy his entire lineage. Kill Hu Liang's Kuan chicken instantly. Reward: Eye of Analysis, Spirit Beast Mechanization Technology, Open Beast Taming Space. Sufan's gaze swept across the options. His expression instantly became clear, and his heart was without hesitation. Choice 3. The system immediately responded, and Sufan's lips curved into a cold smile. He turned to face Hu Liang, his tone relaxed but hiding sharpness. "So you little punk hit me, and are trying to extort me?" Hu Liang felt uneasy but stubbornly persisted. "You little brat, pay up quickly." Before he could finish speaking, a crisp crack echoed through the street. Hu Liang's expression suddenly changed, his body went limp, severe pain struck him, and he bent over like a shrimp, clutching his groin, wailing continuously. "Ah, my chicken, my Kuan, you broke my..." Hu Liang rolled around in pain, his pants soaked, and homesickness suddenly surged in his heart. At the same time, power boiled within Sufan's body, and data streams rushed through his mind like a flood. A beast-taming space slowly formed, precise as a mechanical fortress, with pale golden light rings spreading from his feet. His aura suddenly changed, making people dare not look directly at him. The watching crowd was stunned into silence. "Beast? Beast tamer?" Exclamations arose. Hu Liang felt that oppressive force, his voice stuck in his throat, his face pale, fear spreading throughout his body. He realized he had been deceived by Boss Lee, thinking his opponent was a soft-hearted veterinarian, but he turned out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. The crowd's gazes were complex, with discussions everywhere. This physician is actually a one-star beast tamer. Good thing I didn't speak carelessly. Extorting a beast tamer. Asking for humiliation. Sufan's gaze was ice-cold as he stepped on Hu Liang's chest, stopping his struggles. Hu Liang trembled all over, in heart-wrenching pain, pleading continuously. Sufan's pent-up frustration was completely swept away. Suddenly, a large amount of unfamiliar knowledge flooded in like a torrent, and an information screen appeared. Spirit beast mechanization technology. Replace flesh and blood bodies with metal materials. Reconstruct the physical defects of spirit pets. Connect beast crystal cores as energy sources, and modify mechanical limbs for them. Mechanical body parts are divided into levels 110, with each level having 3 types: basic, advanced, and omnipotent, corresponding to different improvements in spirit pet attributes, advancement, amplification, and additional new skills. Seeing such heaven-defying abilities, Sufan's heart stirred. If he could modify beast tamers themselves, wouldn't that be heaven-defying? But the system coldly warned, human body structure is fundamentally different from spirit beasts. Current technology is prohibited for any form of human modification. Warning: human modification technology has not detected open conditions yet. 2 consecutive cold system notifications instantly extinguished the countless fantasies swirling in his mind. But immediately after, another line of text that appeared on the light screen made his eyes brighten. Eye of analysis. Can see through a target's attributes and ailments at a glance, with effects that ignore level and race. Sufan immediately turned his gaze to Hu Liang at his feet, silently chanting, "Analyze," in his mind. The next second, dense information flooded his consciousness. Target: Hu Liang. Age: 34. Race: human male. Level: none. Constitution: 65. Spirit pet: Kuan chicken domesticated. Vitality: 50,170. Beast taming space: 0 cubic meters. Body: weak flesh. Ailment: lower body spongy tissue torn, testicles ruptured and leaking, deemed beyond treatment value. The information was as clear as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Sufan's heart raced wildly. Ignoring any level and race meant he could see through everyone and every spirit pet's true nature. With the eye of analysis, combined with spirit beast mechanical modification, a perfect match. Injuries, potential, attributes all revealed with a single glance. Mechanical implants could repair defects, amplify advantages, and even cause combat power to skyrocket. He clenched his fists in excitement. The strength of spirit pets often depended on 3 factors: constitution, energy, and skills. Injured or disabled spirit pets suffered from weakened constitution and chaotic beast crystal energy, drastically reducing their combat effectiveness. If someone told these owners that replacing damaged parts with mechanical limbs could not only achieve complete recovery, but also surpass their peers, they would surely flock to him, begging for his services. This craft was practically a path to overwhelming wealth. From today forward, he would rely on his hands and the system to achieve his dreams, becoming a true craftsman. "Spare me, spare me." Hu Liang continued wailing at his feet. Sufan kicked him aside with one foot, not even bothering to spare him a glance. Such small fry weren't worth his attention. He only wanted to return and study techniques to make big money. With the system, he no longer had to fear the shop owner next door. Memories of the original owner's past flashed through his mind. Twice he had taken the Beast Taming Academy entrance exam, only to fail because his beast taming space remained stuck at 0 cubic meters. The threshold for becoming a 1-star beast tamer: Constitution 90 points, beast taming space 10 cubic meters. During high school, his constitution had already met the standard, only the space requirement remained. However, now he had a cheat system. None of that mattered anymore. In his previous life, he had seen through it all. Ordinary academies were just stepping stones, and often crumbled with a single knock. This lifetime was different. Had the system. Just as he was immersed in visions of his future blueprint, the harsh sound of a car horn suddenly intruded. A pink SUV screeched to a halt right at the shop entrance. "Doctor, doctor, please save my cloud crane." The car door swung open, and a young girl jumped out. Wearing a pink t-shirt and denim shorts, her 2 long, pale legs were particularly eye-catching. She rushed into the extraordinary spirit pet medical shop, carrying a blood-covered cloud crane on her back. The crane's head was covered in congealed blood, but most shocking of all, its long beak had been forcibly snapped off, with only half remaining attached to the wound. Sufan stepped forward immediately. "I'm the spirit pet doctor here." Business had actually delivered itself to his door. A broken beak? Mechanical modification was practically tailor-made for this. The cloud crane's broken beak? Spirit pet mechanization. This was absolutely right up his alley. Target: cloud crane spirit pet class avian type feathered crane species. A level potential: wind and thunder hidden attributes. Mid 3-star level. Species value 310. Innate battle skill, wind wall. Acquired battle skill, thunderous peck. Physical condition, weak flesh syndrome. Complete beak fracture, multiple penetrating wounds throughout the body, with burns and residual fire toxin. Sufan scanned the attribute panel, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes. This cloud crane actually carried thunder crane bloodline. Its species value was only 5 points lower than a regular early 4-star cloud crane, 315 points, yet it had already mastered dual attributes, showing remarkable potential. Looking up at the spirit bird in the iron cage, its wings were charred black, feathers curled and singed, beak twisted at a grotesque angle, blood dripping from the wing tips with a burnt smell. Sufan frowned as he assessed the situation. The injuries are too severe. Surgery is necessary. I'll do my best to save its life, but I can't guarantee success. This was his first time attempting such high-difficulty spirit pet mechanical modification. Though the complete knowledge was imprinted in his mind, he dared not make bold claims. Before he finished speaking, an ill-timed sneer came from the doorway. A young man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses strode into the clinic, his gaze sweeping over Sufan with contempt as if brushing away dust. Then he smiled at the girl in pink, his voice gentle yet dripping with superiority. Little man, how could you trust your precious cloud crane to this kind of shabby shop? One phone call from me and a private helicopter will arrive immediately to take you to the best spirit pet medical center in the city. Top-tier equipment. Chief physicians, take your pick. Sun Man's brow furrowed deeply, clearly disgusted by this show-off concern. Yunhe, can you stop stalking me? No matter how rich you are, I'll never like you. Besides, little cloud's breathing is weak right now, it can't handle a long journey. Yunhe's face stiffened momentarily before he quickly put back on his gentle gentleman's mask, pointing at Sufan mockingly. This kid is so young, probably just a beginner spirit pet physician at best. This shabby shop with its crude equipment definitely can't treat such severe injuries. Sufan snorted softly. Who are you looking down on? Once the surgery succeeds, let's see how you take back those words. I've got cheats specialized in curing all kinds of arrogance. Just as he was sneering inwardly, a cold electronic voice suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding, choice triggered. Your abilities have been questioned, potentially affecting your reputation and future business. How will you handle this? Choice 1. Back down and let the other party arrange a helicopter to take away the beauty and spirit pet. Reward, toy airplane model 1. Choice 2. Argue your case, explain your treatment plan. Replace the cloud crane's beak with metal and restore it to normal. Reward, Constitution 25. Choice 3. Slap them in the face with results, perfectly heal the cloud crane and grant it a brand new skill. Reward, Starry Dragon Battle Skill Star Treading, Step 100 Intensity. Looking at the 3 options, Sufan's mouth twitched slightly. A toy airplane model? 25 Constitution points? Not bad at all. This could significantly boost a beast tamer's combat power and enhance their ability to control the intensity of battle techniques shared from their spirit pets. But this is a Starry Dragon's battle technique. Once someone becomes a beast tamer, they can share one innate battle technique from their contracted spirit pet. The higher their physical constitution, the stronger the shared technique becomes. Starry dragons are said to inhabit only the stellar realm and possess the bloodline of a 10-star dragon-type sacred beast. Throughout the entire beast taming era, only that supreme expert from 300 years ago ever contracted a starry dragon. Even if he could only obtain one of the starry dragon's techniques now, it would be enough to make Sufan's heart race wildly. He hadn't found a truly suitable spirit pet yet, so if he wanted to boost his combat power, battle techniques were the fastest route. What was there to hesitate about? I choose option 3. Sufan made his decision decisively. Yunhe's earlier comment, he can't do it, stuck in Sufan's mind like a thorn. However, having lived 2 lifetimes, how could such a scene intimidate him? Whether he could do it or not wasn't determined by words alone. He composed himself, his gaze calmly sweeping past Yunhe before turning to Sun Man, who was holding the cloud crane nearby. A slight smile played at the corner of his mouth as he spoke in a low but confident tone. What if I can not only heal this cloud crane, but also help it awaken an innate battle technique? Sufan's calm composure contrasted sharply with Yunhe's agitation, making the onlookers suddenly feel that Yunhe looked like a jumping clown. Xiaoman, are you listening to his nonsense? Awakening a new battle technique. Has he lost his mind? Spirit pets are born with only one innate battle technique, and have to wait until they break through to 4-star level before they might awaken a second one. Yunhe pressed aggressively. You'd better think this through. If this shabby place delays little Cloud's treatment. The cloud crane's breathing grew weaker in her arms, and Sun Man's eyes reddened as she made her decision without further hesitation. All right, I trust you. Time was running short, and the cloud crane's injuries were severe. There wasn't enough time to get to a professional spirit pet medical center, so she could only place her hopes in this newly opened spirit pet clinic. For Sufan, this was his first customer since opening, and more importantly, the key to establishing his reputation. Suddenly, a sharp voice came from the doorway. Don't trust him. Hu Liang crawled on the ground, crying out, "He's just a... Go to hell." Sufan kicked out. A dull thud accompanied several teeth flying out as Hu Liang's entire body bounced twice on his head before collapsing to the ground. Yunhe was about to speak again, but was frightened into silence by that kick. This doctor was too ruthless, striking without any warning. Sun Man was also stunned. This wasn't some kind of shady clinic, was it? Sufan waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Saving your spirit pet is what matters. Hurry inside for treatment. His eyes looked like he was examining a delicacy about to be served, filled with eager anticipation. Sun Man looked around at the surrounding crowd, her hesitation growing stronger. Just then, Sufan said casually, "This cloud crane was injured by a 3-star peak fire sparrow, wasn't it?" Sun Man's head snapped up in amazement. "You can tell. I'm a spirit pet physician. Diagnosis is my specialty." Sufan smiled slightly. Fire sparrows live year-round in volcanic lava zones and are fire attribute creatures with fire poison in their bodies. A cloud crane's beak serves as both a feeding tool and a weapon, but now it's broken off at the root and the body is being corroded by fire poison. Once the fire poison spreads throughout its entire body, even a sacred essence elixir won't be able to save it. At this point, Sufan stopped talking. He left the remaining space for the female beast tamer before him to digest. Being able to spot a spirit pet's hidden injuries with just a glance was a skill that even intermediate spirit pet doctors at the city's medical center might not possess. Even more outrageous was his ability to accurately identify that the attacker was a 3-star peak fire sparrow. Sun Man's mind raced with various speculations. Could Sufan be the direct disciple of some top master? But he was so young. Thinking of this, her expectations for Sufan instantly soared, and she spoke solemnly. "Please, you must heal my cloud crane. This way." Sufan nodded slightly. His first business deal was finally settled. However, the corridor leading to the operating room was packed solid with onlookers. Sun Man's expression remained impassive as she lifted her foot and tapped it down. Instantly, 3 rings of red, blue, and gold lights spread from beneath her feet, with tremendous waves surging outward. The crowd gasped in shock and scattered to both sides like a receding tide. "Holy crap, 3 colored star rings. That's a 3-star beast tamer. We rarely see 2-star ones normally, and today a 3-star appears? And she's a beauty. Could she be some wealthy family's daughter?" The noisy chatter followed them all the way to the entrance of the medical shop's operating room. Inside the medical shop's operating room, whimper, whimper. The cloud crane lay on the operating table, its feathers withered and breathing weak. Sun Man clenched her fists tightly, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "Dr. Su, may I ask what are your chances of success?" 100%. Sufan glanced calmly at Sun Man, Yunhe, and the cloud crane on the table. "It's just that my methods, can you accept them?" Sun Man asked urgently. "What methods?" "Reconstructing its body, replacing damaged flesh with mechanical metal, and modifying its head." Sufan's tone remained calm. As his words fell, Sun Man's pretty face suddenly froze. Her beautiful eyes widened, shock practically written across her forehead. "Dr. Su, are you sure you're not joking?" "Rest assured." Sufan offered only 2 words, yet they carried an inexplicably calming power. "The surgery requires absolute focus. Please wait outside, both of you." Sun Man took a deep breath, her gaze becoming resolute. "Then we'll trouble you, Dr. Su." Yunhe, who had been thoroughly intimidated by Sufan's kick, didn't dare say much and obediently followed Sun Man out of the operating room. As the door closed, Sun Man paced outside, filled with worry, able only to place all her hopes on this young doctor. Meanwhile, inside the operating room, Sufan pressed the switch, and the surgical lights illuminated, their soft white glow dispelling the dimness and falling upon the cloud crane's dull feathers. The vital signs monitor, internal examination machine, and blood pressure device were lined up in a row, standard equipment he had invested heavily in when opening the shop. Private spirit pet medical shops couldn't even get business licenses without such instruments. Since opening, Sufan had only handled minor ailments. Seriously ill spirit pets were usually sent directly to the major hospitals in the base city center. This cloud crane surgery was completely an unexpected windfall. He picked up a syringe and spoke softly to the cloud crane. "Little one, I'm going to give you anesthesia, don't resist." High-level spirit pets often had natural resistance to medications, so emotions had to be soothed first before the drugs could take effect properly. Clearly, this wasn't the cloud crane's first time in an operating room, as it was extremely familiar with the procedure and responded with a low chirp. Whimper. 5 minutes later, the cloud crane fell asleep, even snoring a little. Sufan was deeply impressed. As expected of a 3-star spirit pet, sleeping so soundly despite such severe injuries. On this continent where beast taming reigned supreme, both beast tamers and spirit pets had their strength clearly divided into 10-star levels. 1 star marked the entry level, 9 stars represented the peak of mortal grade, and 10 stars achieved sainthood, transcending all things. Anyone who officially entered the ranks of 1-star beast tamers even if they performed poorly, could easily secure an annual salary of over 500,000 in any industry. Three-star beast tamers were regarded as truly respectable figures, effortlessly earning millions per year. Correspondingly, the costs of purchasing and advancing three-star spirit pets were beyond ordinary people's imagination. Sufan recalled a joke he'd seen while scrolling through TikTok in his previous life. A Mercedes E-Class is the ceiling for ordinary people. In today's world, three-star spirit pets were that insurmountable barrier. For Sun Man to possess a mid-stage three-star cloud crane at such a young age, her background was undoubtedly either wealthy or noble. If he could perform this treatment beautifully, would he ever worry about lacking business in the future? The social circles of influential people were filled with even more powerful figures, and today's cloud crane would serve as the most direct advertisement. Thinking about facing high-tier spirit pets in the future, Sufan couldn't help but feel delighted. However, imagination aside, surgical materials remained the most pressing challenge at hand. The vast knowledge of spirit beast mechanical modification technology flashed rapidly through his mind didn't lack the skills, as the system had directly crammed perfect-level proficiency into his brain. But materials determined the upper limits of modification. What a pity, the best I have right now is just this piece of titanium steel. Sufan searched through the entire warehouse and only found a palm-sized metal blank. Despite its small size, it weighed over 10 kilograms and was worth nearly 100,000, yet it only ranked as upper grade in metal classification, still inadequate for a mid-stage three-star cloud crane. Fortunately, titanium steel's greatest advantage was its hardness. Life was precious, save first, worry later. If better materials became available in the future, he could upgrade the cloud crane. The mechanical limbs were like building blocks, allowing for higher-tier components to be swapped anytime. After making his decision, he first assembled various auxiliary equipment according to the system's instructions: stabilizing brackets, energy temperature control chambers, vascular suturing devices, everything arranged in perfect order. Confirming the procedure was correct, Sufan activated the processing station and fed the titanium steel along with several auxiliary materials into it. Amid the roaring sounds, the equipment precisely cut and milled, each spark reflecting in his focused eyes. The moment he officially began the operation, his hands were as steady as mechanical arms. When removing the cloud crane's severely damaged beak and head connection tissues, tiny droplets of blood slid down along the feathers. During the process of repairing the meridians, he unexpectedly discovered two crystal cores hidden in the cloud crane's head, one large, one small. The large one was cyan white, emanating a gentle aura, while the smaller one contained deep purple lightning, representing the cloud crane's hidden thunder attribute. Following the system's plan, he crafted an energy conductor from redstone alloy, connecting it to the metal beak that would be replaced, then implanted the reshaped titanium steel framework. Sufan meticulously connected each nerve and blood vessel, striving to achieve seamless integration between cold metal and warm flesh, ensuring the modified cloud crane would not only recover its functions, but potentially reach even greater heights in the future. Surgical scalpels, laser cutters, micro-welding devices, various precision instruments rarely seen in daily life moved flexibly in Sufan's hands. He was completely focused, fine beads of sweat involuntarily forming on his forehead. This was Sufan's first time performing such surgery, so he was exceptionally cautious. The incision progressed at a pace that could only be described as crawling. Time ticked by minute, from 9 in the morning until well past 7 in the evening, when darkness had Felina full 10 hours without a single minute of rest. Outside the operating room, the corridor lights cast a harsh white glow. Sun Man was nearly driven mad by the torment, her snow-white, elegantly curved long legs pacing back and forth across the tile floor in a rhythmic pattern. More than once she wanted to rush into the operating room, but she forced herself to hold back. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Two figures rounded the corner: a young man wearing rimless glasses with large patches of dried blood on his shirt, and a girl in a Lolita uniform with her hair in a high ponytail, safety shorts visible beneath her short skirt along with her well-proportioned, fair legs. The young man spoke first. "Captain, how is your Yunhe doing?" "Still in surgery, it's been a full 7 hours now." Sun Man's brow was deeply furrowed. Hearing this, Lu Yu adjusted his glasses, his frown deepening. The Lolita girl beside him pouted. "Is this little clinic really reliable? I could have my brother contact the senior spirit pet physicians at Tiandu Medical Center. They're in the main city district, but I don't know if they could make it in time." She shook her skirt, as if trying to dispel her anxiety through movement. Though her legs weren't as long and mature as Sun Man's, they showed more youthful vitality. Lu Yu shook his head. They definitely wouldn't make it in time. Besides, if you contact your brother behind the team's back and the Tao family or your grandfather finds out about our unauthorized mission, Wind Squad can prepare to be disbanded. Xiaoya puffed out her cheeks. "Why should they? I've bled for humanity and sweated for the war court. What right does he have to disband us?" "Because he's an elder of the war court," Lu Yu replied flatly. "Oh, I have nothing to say except, those 6 points above. Xiaoya huffed, having no choice but to accept defeat. Sun Man waved her hand to interrupt them. Enough, stop arguing. We'll discuss this later. How did things go on your end? What's the condition of that flame sparrow? Lu Yu sighed. After being severely injured, it hid in a volcanic cave. We managed to lure it out twice, but it still escaped. Xiaoya clenched her fists angrily. That thing is incredibly tough. I hit it with 10 punches, and it didn't even flinch. Sun Man was alarmed to hear this. Xiaoya's sky-breaking fist wasn't something a spirit beast of the same rank could withstand, especially one that was already injured. Lu Yu smiled bitterly. We took a huge loss this time to get the 3-star beast crystal core, and Captain, your spirit pet is so severely injured. The higher-ups will definitely hold us accountable, unless your Yunhe can. Click. Under the shadowless lamp, the operating room door was finally pushed open. Sufan removed his mask, looking completely drained, yet still maintaining his composed demeanor. The modification treatment was very successful. Go wait in the rest room, it will wake up soon. Sun Man's heart, which had been suspended for 10 hours, finally settled as she let out a long breath. However, Lu Yu and Xiaoya exchanged puzzled glances when they were notified. It was only mentioned as treatment, not modification. Yunhe had been so severely injured, its beak completely severed at the root. How could it be resolved with just modification treatment? What exactly had been modified? The two looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion, sensing that something strange was about to unfold. After the others left, only Sun Man remained. She carefully peered into the operating room and saw that Yunhe had awakened. The crane suddenly opened its eyes and reflexively spread its beak. Crack screech, the sharp sound of metal grinding echoed piercingly through the silent operating room. Then it shook its head lightly and stood upright on the operating table. The brand new metallic beak gleamed coldly like a blade drawn from its sheath. Screech. The high-pitched crane cry vibrated through their eardrums as a surge of tremendous power erupted from within its body. Yunhe's wings spread wide with a thunderous whoosh, its metallic beak snapping open and shut as purple lightning crackled around it. Thin electric serpents coiled around the beak's tip, radiating a heart-stopping aura of danger. Target: Yunhe. Spirit beast class, flying bird type, feathered crane species. Potential: a rank. Attributes: wind, thunder. Hidden level: mid 3-star. Species value: 330. Innate combat skills: wind wall, flash lightning. Acquired combat skills: thunderous peck. Body: preliminary mechanization. Living component: level 2, advanced mechanical beak. Condition: hungry. Ding. Mechanical points 10. Sufan was quite puzzled by the sudden appearance of mechanical points. After waiting a moment without any explanation from the system, he looked at Yunhe's complete analysis and felt satisfied nonetheless. He walked to the operating table and pulled out a specially made feed pellet. Little guy, how does this level 2 advanced mechanical beak feel? Cool. Yunhe seemed to understand and excitedly flapped its wings as lightning arcs shot outward from its beak tip. Sun Man was already stunned, speechless. The lively crane before her was like a completely different bird from the one that had been on death's door. The gleaming silver light of its metallic beak and the dancing purple electric arcs proclaimed the miracle and power of this transformation. Yunhe could also clearly sense the astonishing energy hidden within its beak. Its originally weak body had been ravaged by fire poison, but now it was not only completely healed, but had gained new power from that metallic beak. She couldn't help but move closer for a better look, asking hesitantly, Dr. Su, what's happening here? Why does little Yun's beak keep sparking? It's not short-circuiting, is it? Sufan finished cleaning up the surgical instruments, his tone calm, yet confident. This crane is a variant species with a thunder crystal core in its body. I used spirit beast mechanization technology to replace the broken beak with a metallic mechanical structure and created deep connections with its nervous system and crystal core. What you're seeing is a level 2 advanced mechanical beak. Level 2 advanced. Sun Man was still confused. Sufan held up 2 fingers to explain. Mechanical limbs are graded just like beast tamers equipment. The higher the level, the stronger the power and durability. The main material I used for Yunhe this time was crate titanium steel. The material itself is ordinary, but my surgery was precise enough to achieve level 2 quality. During the operation, I discovered Yunhe's thunder crystal core, so I used special techniques to channel the core's energy directly into the mechanical beak, which also granted it a new combat skill, flash lightning. A new combat skill, flash lightning. Sun Man gasped softly. For any spirit pet, gaining an additional ranged lightning attack meant a qualitative change in combat power. Yunhe could not only still use wind wall to block attacks, but could now unleash lightning strikes against enemies from the air. Sufan smiled and said, whether it's real or not, Captain Sun will know once you take Yunhe back and test it out. The power of mechanical transformation for spirit beasts lies in its ability to not only repair physical defects, but also to acquire new skills and enhance existing ones. The mechanical body parts come in 3 models. 1. The basic model allows for a choice between attribute enhancement and skill amplification. 2. The advanced model permits the selection of 2 options. 3. The all-purpose model encompasses all 4 enhancements. With each upgrade in part quality, at least 1 new ability is guaranteed. Dr. Su, the cost of this surgery is... Sun Man instinctively swallowed hard at the thought of the incredible effects of the mechanical beak. Could such a thing be cheap? Sufan's eyes lit up. Finally, they were getting to the point. He raised his hand and said earnestly, Captain Sun, discussing money feels a bit distant. Yunhe is my first spirit beast to undergo transformation treatment. The success of the surgery relies entirely on our mutual trust. For the sake of this friendship, a symbolic 2 million will suffice. 2 million? Sunman's heart skipped a beat. That was her entire salary for a year without eating or drinking. The materials would cost at most 100,000, but the technology was priceless. More importantly, Sufan not only saved Xiaoyun but also enhanced its attributes and granted it new skills. It hurt to spend that much, but she was determined to go through with it. Sufan pulled out his phone, the screen displaying a payment QR code. Sunman scanned it silently. Ding. Xing Tong Bao received 2 million credit points. As the door to the lounge swung open, 3 teammates stared wide-eyed. Wow, Captain. Xiaoyun, it's Beak. The Lolita-dressed Xiaoya rushed to Yunhe, hands behind her back, her eyes shining like searchlights. Yunhe shook its head, the metallic beak clinking softly with a clear metallic sound. Lu Yu finally understood what the transformation treatment was very successful meant. He swallowed hard and stammered. See, Captain, Yunhe's injury is completely healed? Sunman nodded and turned to Yunhe, gently asking. Dr. Su said the treatment was very successful. Xiaoyun, how do you feel? Reconstructing flesh and replacing metal limbs. Just hearing the description was enough to make one shudder. Yet this seemingly ordinary boy had truly accomplished it. Yunhe raised its head and let out a clear crane call, the dark alloy beak glinting coldly in the light, opening and closing with a crisp sound, yet moving smoothly. Seeing Yunhe in such great condition, the others felt nothing but admiration and gratitude for Sufan. Sunman solemnly clasped her hands together and said, Dr. Su, your kindness is beyond words. If there's anything in the future, just come directly to the Battle Court's Wind Division to find us. So you all are Beastmasters from the Battle Court. Great. Now we're acquainted. Feel free to come by often, Sufan replied with a smile. The Battle Court, Daxia's most authoritative Beastmaster institution, has protected the homeland for over 200 years, issued sacred laws, and trained spirit beasts. Almost all outstanding Beastmasters in the country take pride in being part of the Battle Court. There are 17 cities in Daxia, each with a branch. The headquarters is in Tiandu, and the tallest, most magnificent silver-gray castle in the center of Shiguang City is where the branch is located. The original owner often gazed up at that iconic building from afar on the way to school, and now stood shoulder to shoulder with true Beastmasters. Haha, Dr. Su is joking. We still have tasks to attend to, so I'll take our leave. The group clasped their hands in farewell. Come often. They couldn't treat the Battle Court like a restaurant, but for the subsequent maintenance and updates of the mechanical beak, they would indeed have to seek out Sufan. Sunman cupped her hands in farewell, and the group left the extraordinary Spirit Pet Medical Clinic. Street lamps flickered to life as the evening glow filtered through the glass windows into the shop. Sufan stood behind the counter, his fingertips drumming rhythmically on the cash register, his heart blooming with joy. 2 million in revenue for just one day. This was real money, crystal clear in his account, definitely enough to purchase another batch of higher-grade metal materials. Thinking about the small goal he could achieve so effortlessly, even his breathing became heated. I've really struck it rich. Sufan couldn't suppress the smile spreading across his face. Ding. Congratulations on completing your first mechanical modification mechanical beak. Success on your initial attempt demonstrates the potential of a mechanical god. Please continue your efforts. As the system's voice faded, a new light screen appeared. System selection complete. Beginning to share Starry Sky Dragon Combat Technique Star Treading Steps. Technique transmission in progress. 10, 50, 90, 100. Transmission successful. Sufan instinctively held his breath. Combat Technique. Star Treading Steps. 1. Each successful attack grants 5 dodge rate, stackable up to 10 times. 2. When facing a fatal attack, consumes half of maximum health to trigger stellar power, instantly teleporting behind the enemy. Next attack deals additional damage equal to 300 of consumed health. 3. Can only be triggered once per day. 4. Note. Completing fusion with Spirit Pet Starry Sky Dragon removes all restrictions. A life-saving divine technique. Sufan's pupils contracted sharply, wild joy spreading across his face. Vast starlight scenes flooded his mind as he seemed to traverse through cosmic dust and between stars, with stellar mysteries pouring into his consciousness. Blood boiling with excitement, he clenched his fists though taming the Starry Sky Dragon remained distant. With star treading steps alone, he could easily stand out among peers of the same realm. Ding. Issuing staged mission. Help more mortal spirit pets achieve mechanical ascension. Objective. Successfully complete mechanical modifications for 10 injured or disabled spirit pets. Progress. 110. Rewards. Dragon Steel X1, Spirit Beast Exoskeleton Mech Technology. System, slow down. Bro, you're too fast. I'm scared. Sufan smiled wryly, hands covering his forehead, unable to hide the excitement gleaming in his eyes. 10,000 Spirits Forest, Lava Volcano Region. The air reeked of pungent sulfur, heat waves rising, distorted light cutting across skin like blade edges. Sun Man drew in the scorching air deeply, her chest rising and falling, her two pale long legs particularly striking against the boiling heat waves. Her gentle features were now taut, revealing the resilience beneath her delicate exterior. Nearby, the lava pool churned, viscous magma bubbling and gurgling, firelight painting the cave walls crimson. She turned her head toward the spirited cloud crane beside her. Its gleaming black mechanical beak radiated cold light, and frost-like vengeance flashed in her eyes. This was the very beak reborn through Sufan's modification, the same one that Beast had cruelly severed. Lu Yu adjusted his glasses, the lenses catching the magma's glow and reflecting streams of cold data. Captain, based on energy fluctuations and data from our last encounter, that beast is in the volcanic cave ahead. It's severely injured and must rely on internal energy sources for healing. Can't possibly leave anytime soon. Good. Then we'll force it out. Sunman's voice was low, her killing intent wrapped in the heat waves. The revenge for my beloved pet's broken beak must be paid in blood today. What beast tamers value most is clarity of purpose. All grudges must be settled. Lu Yu stood at attention, responding solemnly. Understood, Captain. Lu Yu's voice was calm and steady as he gently adjusted his glasses. In the next moment, a tricolored star ring materialized beneath his feet. As the luminous circle began to rotate, a brilliant summoning array suddenly took shape in the darkness of night. By the stars I swear, by bloodline I call beast taming space, activate. As his oath echoed through the air, space itself tore open, unleashing a torrent of violent energy. A massive crimson wind bear, standing 3 meters tall, stepped forth from the magical formation. Its thunderous roar shook the earth as crimson wind currents swirled around its imposing form. Lu Yu gripped his spear tightly and leaped gracefully onto the giant bear's shoulder. Crouching with bent knees to gather momentum, he shouted, "Combat technique Crimson Wind Explosion." Roar. The crimson wind bear's massive body trembled violently as the blood-red wind spirals suddenly intensified, quickly forming a visible crimson tornado. Who could have imagined that this seemingly clumsy giant bear was actually a rare enhancement-type spirit companion? The tornado's wind force was continuously channeled into Lu Yu's spear. The weapon's tip flashed with starlight before blazing as bright as the sun itself. Crimson vortexes churned around Lu Yu's body as veins bulged on his arms, his power reaching its absolute limit. Boom. The spear transformed into a blazing red beam that screamed through the air toward the distant cave. Rumble. The rock face exploded, sending stone and debris flying as flames and smoke billowed skyward, followed by the collapse of the entire rocky mountain. Screech. A piercing shriek tore through the night sky as a massive creature wrapped in crimson magma burst from the rublight. Was the 3-star peak-level fierce beast flame sparrow that had severely wounded Yunhe and nearly killed him. You beast. Last time you injured my Yunhe, but this time won't be so easy. Sunman snorted coldly as she unsheathed her sword and leaped into the air. Yunhe spread his wings and soared upward, his silver-white mechanical feathers gleaming as he steadily supported her. The flame sparrow shrieked repeatedly, launching a barrage of scorching fireballs. Sunman swept her sword as Yunhe beat his wings powerfully, creating 2 transparent yet resilient wind barriers that suddenly expanded before them. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs exploded, their flames blocked by the wind shields. Using the barriers as cover, Yunhe's form shifted unpredictably, weaving through the rain of fire. In just a few swift movements, he had closed in on the flame sparrow's throat. Xiao Yun now. Flash. Yunhe's mechanical beak crackled with electric light as a purple lightning bolt struck the flame sparrow's scalene feather-covered body. Sparks exploded as the creature's wings convulsed and its movements became rigid. This was no longer a battle, it was a one-sided crushing. Yunhe dove downward, his metal beak precisely striking the flame sparrow's neck and hurling it to the shore. His massive talons immediately clamped down on the creature's fiery wings, completely immobilizing it. Yunhe raised his head as lightning surged from his beak. Crack. Sizzle. Thunder and brute force erupted simultaneously. The flame sparrow's head shattered instantly, scattering charred feathers, flesh, and electric arcs. The entire process took less than 10 minutes, and a 3-star peak-level fierce beast had fallen. Xiao Yun is amazing. Xiao Yu jumped up excitedly, her blood pumping with adrenaline. Lu Yu remained immersed in shock. The captain's Yunhe, after Dr. Su's mechanical modifications, has improved far beyond our expectations. He took a deep breath. Moreover, our unauthorized action tonight has caused such a commotion that we probably can't hide it from the higher-ups. Xiao Ye's eyes sparkled as something suddenly occurred to her, her breathing quickening. That's right. There are so many spirit companions in the War Court Rehabilitation Center who were disabled in battle. If Dr. Su can truly restore them, or even make them stronger. She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood. A completely new era of beast taming might be quietly beginning. All because of that young spirit companion doctor and this modified Yunhe. That night, in a luxurious KTV private room, blinding neon lights slashed through the air like sharp blades, while deafening drum beats turned the entire room into a bubbling cauldron of oil. A fat man boss Lee was sunk deep into the leather sofa, a thick gold chain around his neck clanking with each movement of his body, casting ambiguous reflections. His greasy face wore a smug smile, flaunting his nouveau riche arrogance without restraint. His left arm wrapped around a heavily made-up woman in a slip dress, while his right hand pulled close another lady in red. The three of them huddled together shoulder to shoulder. Raising his hand to gulp down alcohol, Boss Lee hummed popular songs with his off-key voice, producing notes so flat they made even the drum beats slip. The two women immediately played along, batting their seductive eyes and cooing sweetly. Hee hee, Boss Lee, you're so naughty. That's right. You haven't been here for days. We've missed you terribly. Boss Lee was delighted by their flattery, his belly jiggling as he laughed. Just then, a sharp phone ringtone suddenly tore through the chaotic melody like a blade slicing through oil. Boss Lee glanced at the screen impatiently, his brow instantly furrowing into a knot, but he still swiped to answer. Hello? What is it? Didn't I tell you I'm busy? Boss, this is Hu Liang. I've been beaten by that kid named Sufan and sent to the hospital. The weak voice on the phone instantly sobered Boss Lee, and he sprang up from the sofa. What did you say? You useless piece of trash. I sent you to wreck his shop, and you got yourself beaten into the hospital? Hu Liang stammered in defense. Boss, that Sufan is a one-star beast tamer. I was no match for him at all. One-star beast tamer? I don't care what the hell he is. Get lost right now. Don't expect a single penny from me. With those words, Boss Lee slammed the phone shut. The music in the room seemed to have its power cut, leaving only the aftershocks of drum beats trembling in the air. The two heavily made-up women fell silent as mice, shrinking into the corner without daring to speak. Boss Lee narrowed his eyes, his fat quivering with rage. Sufan, just some punk kid, dares to open a shop on my turf and sends my man to the hospital? He shoved aside the woman next to him, who screamed and tumbled onto the carpet, spilling wine everywhere. Boss Lee panted heavily and pulled out another black phone to dial. A bow. Find out everything about that kid. The lighting cast mottled shadows across the creases of his face as he gritted his teeth. I don't just want his shop closed, I want him gone from this world entirely. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the curtain gaps, cutting the bedroom floor into several bright strips of light. Sufan sat up yawning, raised his arms in a stretch, his joints crackling. Taking a deep breath, he sank his consciousness into his mind. System, display personal attributes. The panel immediately appeared. Host, Sufan. Level, 1-star beginning beast tamer. Mechanical points, 10. Skills, share, star stepping 100. Constitution, 125. Vitality, 249,249. Spirit pet, none. Beast space, 500 cubic meters. Body weak flesh. Condition, normal. The interface was clean and cold, displaying all data at a glance. What exactly are these mechanical points for? Sufan wondered. The cold mechanical voice immediately responded. The amount of mechanical points obtained is related to the degree of mechanical modifications the host undergoes. I'm asking what they're used for. Warning. Conditions not met for access. No information available. Sufan rubbed his forehead, cursing silently. This damn system guards against its host like guarding against a thief. But when his gaze fell on the absurd 500 cubic meters value for beast space, he couldn't help but smile. Besides the strength improvement, the 2 million in his account was his real trump card. As he walked toward the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face, he calculated in his mind. Money should be spent wisely. First visit the black market and boost his strength. That's the way to go. Advanced metals are essential, and spirit beast mechanical modification technology is the foundation of my future livelihood. Sufan rapidly calculated his next resource plan in his mind, his fingertip still resting on his phone screen. Suddenly, the phone vibrated violently, and a pop-up notification flashed into view. Shocking. Another wild beast attack reported in the city. Citizens are urged to keep their spirit pets under control. The cold headline pierced his nerves like a fine needle. Indeed, as a spirit pet healer, he didn't even own a single spirit pet himself. In the past, he was too poor to even feed himself, let alone afford a money-devouring beast. But now, with the system, his circumstances had completely changed. Spirit pets in this world could both fight and defend. They were companions in combat forces. Sufan quickly washed up and changed into a low-key gray casual outfit, fully armed with a mask and sunglasses, standard gear for the black market. That place was a den of mixed characters, where any unnecessary exposure could bring fatal consequences. The system's first task was to treat 10 disabled spirit pets. Once his skills were revealed, those with ulterior motives would surely swarm in. He had to acquire some means of self-protection first. 30 minutes later, the taxi came to a steady stop under an abandoned overpass on the outskirts of the black market. As soon as the car door opened, his keen perception as a one-star beast master caught a trace of surveillance that had been following him since he got in the car. Sufan sneered inwardly without thinking. He knew it was probably someone sent by that bossly. Since the other party wouldn't give up, he couldn't be bothered with courtesy either. In a place like the black market, people disappeared without a trace every day, and deaths were commonplace. He adjusted his breathing, wearing a black mask, and squeezed into the dark alley at the black market entrance with a composed expression. In the shadows, a tall, thin man nicknamed a bow licked his cracked lips and quietly followed, completely unaware that he had already been exposed. Inside the black market, stalls were scattered about, topped with oilcloth and swaying gas lamps, with various harsh hawking voices. Spirit beast eggs at 30 off. Nether erosion poison sacks, genuine quality. Among the crowd were fugitives wanted by the war court, and the air was mixed with the smell of potions and blood. Sufan scanned his surroundings and quickly locked onto a stall selling spirit pets. He had originally planned to get an eagle-type spirit pet first, but eagle resources had long been monopolized by noble families and were worth their weight in gold on the market. The stall owner was a middle-aged man in a blue robe with stubble on his face, his aura lingering at the peak of 1 star. Behind him stood a faded wooden board with the 4 characters, Beast King's Home, written crookedly, boasting as if selling a broken bowl as a golden basin. "Hey there, young man. What would you like to buy?" the middle-aged man said with a local accent, grinning with wrinkles all over his face. "Black blade tiger, do you have any?" Sufan got straight to the point. "Of course I do. I have everything here." The stall owner beamed and led him to a row of cages. In the third compartment of the iron cage, a black blade tiger lay in the corner, its aura extremely weak. The middle-aged man held up 5 fingers. 1 star intermediate level, final price, 3,050,000. Sufan silently activated his analysis. Target, black blade tiger. Spirit beast class, beast type, blade tiger clan. Potential, grade. Level, 1 star intermediate. Racial value, 135. Attributes, dark, light concealment. Innate combat skill, body concealment. Ailments, hidden wing fracture in posterior spine, internal energy disorder, and imbalance. Good potential, but problems galore. Boss, how about removing the 0 and giving me a 50 discount? Sufan looked up. Remove the 0? 50 off. The middle-aged man's eyes nearly popped out. 1.5 million? No way, this is the offspring of a 5-star spirit beast king. Sufan shook his head and calmly held up 3 fingers. 3. You're wiping out everything. The stall owner jumped up. Young man, you must be joking. You're the one who started joking. Sufan's tone was calm. That thin blood scar on the back's bonito, you think I can't see it? The stall owner's expression stiffened, and he laughed dryly. Hee hee, handsome guy, that's just acne. I helped squeeze it a couple days ago. 2 million, how about it? 10,000. 800,000. Really can't go any lower. You're just a 1-star beast master, you absolutely can't buy this kind of quality outside. After several rounds of verbal sparring, the two finally shook hands. Deal closed at 300,000. Contract light flashed, and the black blade tiger was taken into Sufan's beast space. Tigers with wings once healed, its value would increase at least tenfold. He continued strolling between the stalls, keeping an eye out for high-quality metal materials. Meanwhile, a bow in the shadows had clearly witnessed the entire price negotiation. Coming from the slums, he craved powerful spirit pets and money more than anyone. The kid had casually pulled out 300,000 to buy a crippled tiger without batting, and I definitely had plenty of money left. Flames of greed danced in a bow's pupils. Kill this kid, and the money and spirit pet would all be his. Sufan weaved through the black market, his brow furrowed in concentration. Raucous vendor calls echoed from all directions, yet he absorbed everything like a sponge, carefully examining the wares at each stall. In just half an hour, he had visited dozens of vendors, but what the stall owners touted as premium goods looked like crude scraps to his trained eye, not even worthy of grade classification. Is there really not a single decent piece of grade metal here? His frustration began to mount. He forced himself to take a deep breath and made a decision. Stock up on beast taming cultivation resources first, then return to try his luck again. No sooner said than done. About half an hour later, he had purchased an intimidating amount of resources, storing them in his spatial bracelet while spending 1 million in cash. From the shadows, a bow had been tailing him the entire time, his eyes now completely bloodshot with greed. Damn it, This kid's a walking treasure vault. All that money will be mine soon. He clenched his fists, barely restraining himself from striking immediately. Just then, Sufan suddenly stopped. His attention was caught by a tiny shop tucked into a street corner, where a weathered wooden sign hung crookedly by the entrance, crudely inscribed with the words, "Barter only." Interesting. A slight smile played at his lips as he stepped across the threshold. Inside, the lighting was dim, with mining lamps swaying unsteadily. Welding fumes mixed with the metallic scent of rust filled the air, along with the rank animal odor of spirit BS, a combination that made one's head throb. Near a military cot in the back, a shrewd-looking man in his 60s puffed on his pipe, his cloudy eyes gleaming with the unmistakable cunning of a seasoned merchant. On the cot lay a fire-eyed hawk, its feathers dull and lifeless, its gaze unfocused. When Sufan entered, the old man didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, rasping out in a hoarse voice. "Look around yourself. If you see something you want, trade something of equal value for it. I need grade metal." Sufan cut straight to the point. This was essential material for performing mechanical enhancement surgery on high-level spirit pets. Only then did the old man look up, saying flatly, "I have some. But what are you offering in exchange?" "A secret." Sufan smiled slightly, but his gaze remained fixed on the fire-eyed hawk. The old man's brow furrowed, wondering if this was some troublemaker. He was about to wave him away dismissively. Sufan spoke softly, yet his tone was as cold as a surgeon's scalpel. "Your fire-eyed hawk has a hidden eye condition. Without proper treatment, it will never advance to 4-star rank, and within 3 years, it will go completely blind." The old man's hand holding the pipe suddenly froze, ash scattering to the floor. That fire-eyed hawk was his companion of decades and his only emotional anchor. The eye condition was so well concealed that even veterinarians couldn't detect it, and he had never breathed a word about it to anyone. Sufan continued as if oblivious to his shock, raising the stakes. "You'd be better off putting it out of its misery soon. Otherwise, the toxins will gradually invade its brain nerves, and it will eventually go mad, turn on you, and die violently." The old man's expression shifted from shock to horror, his voice tight with tension. "What? What exactly are you trying to say?" "I can cure it." Sufan's tone remained steady yet confident. "I'm even confident I can help it break through to 4-star rank." He looked directly at the old man. "Is this secret worth enough to trade for your grade metal?" The old man's heart pounded, but decades of experience in the underworld kept his final thread of caution intact. "Why should I believe you? People who can diagnose fire-eye disease are rarer than phoenix feathers, let alone actually cure it." Sufan chuckled softly and analyzed the situation with surgical precision. "Your spirit pet has been poisoned by toxic gas from a mid-stage 4-star demonic weasel. The toxin has already spread through the optic nerves and is now approaching the brain's core. Once the poison fully erupts, your companion will turn savage, attacking anyone without recognition." The old man's expression shifted like a painter's palette knocked over, surprise, awe, and anxiety flickering across his face. This young man had not only diagnosed the injury's origin, current state, and progression with perfect accuracy, but had even identified the demonic weasel from an adventure years ago, a detail so buried that even he had nearly forgotten it. He had visited every major spirit pet medical center, yet even the most renowned experts were helpless. After a brief but intense internal struggle, the old man gritted his teeth like a gambler placing a heavy bet. "Fine. I'll give you 2 grade metals plus 7 grade ones. Now, can you tell me how to cure it? If you can truly heal my old companion, I'll reward you handsomely." Grade metals were precious, but not more precious than his spirit pet's life. Sufan felt secretly delighted but maintained his composed exterior. Instead of acting immediately, he handed over a black business card with gold lettering. "Bring it to this address this afternoon." The old man took the card and froze it. Read, "Divine Veterinarian, cures all ailments." He immediately felt the absurd sensation of being scammed. He had expected the young man to produce some miraculous elixir or perform secret techniques, but instead received only an address, no different from street advertisements. However, his promised metals were like water already spilled, so he could only keep his thoughts of treating a dead horse as if it were alive to himself and prepare for another gamble that afternoon. With the transaction complete, Sufan contentedly pocketed the 9 metal materials and left the shop. Rather than taking the bustling main street, he chose a secluded alley. At the end of the dark, narrow passage stood a weathered high wall blocking the way. Only then did he stop, turn back toward the alley entrance, and let his cold voice echo, "Come out. Aren't you tired of following me for so long?" A low, suspicious voice emerged from the shadows. "Kid, you actually noticed me?" A dark figure stepped forward, each footfall like a hammer striking the heart. In the dim light, a scar snaking along his cheek resembled a living centipede, grotesque and twisted. A bow, a mid-stage 1-star beast tamer. Boss Lee's carefully cultivated top enforcer, who had handled most of the dirty work in recent years, his hands stained with blood. Sufan remained composed, his tone as casual as if asking for directions. "Boss Lee sent you?" Bao grinned menacingly, revealing a mouthful of yellowed, rotten teeth. Dead men don't get to ask questions. He continued advancing, his heavy footsteps beating a rhythmic drumbeat in the silent alley. Sufan's pupils contracted slightly as his analytical eye activated instantly. Target, a Bao. Level, Midstage 1-star Beast Tamer. Constitution, 165. Skills, Shared Crushing Stomp 60. Health, 275,280. Beast Space, 10 cubic meters. Spirit Pet, Demon Eye Rabbit. Condition, Old severe injury to left spine, nerve and bone adhesion. This is his weakness. Treatment requires extreme caution, otherwise could prove fatal. Very well, I'll be careful. Sufan thought to himself with a hint of mockery. With 165 constitution points, he was approaching the threshold of late 1-star level. Of course he needed to be cautious, but he wasn't afraid to fight. A Bao crossed his arms, his gaze contemptuous like a cat eyeing a mouse. Kid, from the looks of you, you've only been a beast tamer for a few days, right? I can kill you without even needing my spirit pet. I'll give you a chance run. Let me see how fast you can go. Before his words finished, he charged forward explosively. His toes kicked off the ground, shattering stones as he moved with the speed of a hunting cheetah. His punches tore through the air with piercing whistles, each strike targeting Sufan's vital points. Sufan's figure left afterimages as he moved through the fierce barrage of punches. Each dodge was perilously close. His clothes were shredded to ribbons, and the sharp winds left needle-like burning pain across his skin. A Bao's assault intensified relentlessly, his fists and feet falling like a torrential downpour, barely giving Sufan room to breathe. Faced with this overwhelming assault, Sufan could only rely on his analytical eye to barely predict attacks and dodge desperately. Yet the closer he came to death, the more eerily fluid his movements became. His initial stiffness faded away, and each sidestep became as precise as a carefully calculated mechanical arm, causing seemingly unavoidable attacks to graze past his skin at the last possible moment. A chill ran through a Bao's heart. This kid was rapidly improving mid-battle. The clumsy prey had transformed into an elusive phantom in the blink of an eye. This type of target that couldn't be quickly eliminated was exactly what professional killers despised most. I can't drag this out any longer. A Bao's killing intent surged. He roared in a low voice, 10,000-pound kick. Energy exploded from within his body, gathering in his right leg. His muscles swelled instantly, stretching his pants tight. His entire right leg became a black whip-like shadow, carrying tremendous force as it tore through the air, kicking straight towards Sufan's waist. This strike was blindingly fast and devastatingly powerful. Bao was completely confident he could kick Sufan in half on the spot. The shadow of death instantly enveloped Sufan. That kick sealed off all escape routes. There was nowhere to run. At this critical moment, Sufan actually charged forward to meet it. A Bao's pupils contracted sharply. Had this kid gone insane? No, Sufan wasn't seeking death, but rather gambling with his body for a 1 in 10 chance of survival, a chance for an instant counterattack. A mysterious force instantly surged into Sufan's body. In the next second, starlight burst from around him, his figure seeming to tear through space as he vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, the air behind a Bao trembled slightly, and Sufan had already appeared silently behind him. What? How is this possible? A Bao spun around sharply, the shock in his eyes almost tangible. Sufan wasted no words and threw his punch immediately. Against a seasoned killer, he had only one path: target the weakness and strike to kill. Clenching his right fist, he channeled all his chi and blood, forcibly pushing it to a terrifying 300 additional damage boost, aiming directly at the old injury on a Bao's left spine. Bang! A muffled explosion rang out as a Bao's entire body bent like a broken iron rod, curling into a shrimp-like shape. His face turned deathly pale instantly, cold sweat streaming down continuously. You, how did you know my weakness? Sufan's lips curved into a cold arc. Dead men don't get to ask questions. A Bao's expression turned vicious. This old injury was known to no one except Bosley. Bosley had sent him to kill Sufan. Could this be a scheme to eliminate him? Thinking of his own arrogant behavior over the years, a Bao's heart gradually collapsed, filled with suspicion, unwillingness, and finally pure terror. Goodbye. Sufan's voice fell coldly as his hand struck like lightning, precisely hitting the throat. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as a Bao's eyes widened, his windpipe shattered, and blood flooded his airway. Within just a few heartbeats, he lost all signs of life. With his chi and blood severely depleted, Sufan staggered, unprecedented weakness flooding through his limbs. He stared at the corpse on the ground, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. That Lee bastard had provoked him repeatedly, and now even sent an assassin. It was time to settle the score. Under the pale moonlight, the scent of blood quietly spread. He dragged a Bao's body and casually stuffed it into a roadside trash bin before disappearing into the shadows of the black market alley. At 2:30 p.m., the sunlight blazed intensely. The Zhanting building gleamed like a giant mirror in the dazzling light. Sun Man stood in the elevator as it reached the 23rd floor. As the doors opened, her fair, slender legs came into view. Cool air rushed out, mixing with the familiar background symphony of keyboards and hushed conversations. "Hello, Captain Sun." Several clerical staff hurried forward to greet her. She smiled slightly, her steps never pausing as she swept past with a fresh, clean scent. The staff exchanged glances, surprise evident in their eyes. "Oh, Captain Sun's here." At a desk by the window, Zhou Xian was touching up her lipstick while watching a drama. Her low-cut, fitted white blouse revealed delicate collarbones and full curves, while her black pencil skirt outlined her graceful figure. She casually dangled her black stiletto heel, completely absorbed in the cliched idol drama on her screen. Seeing Sun Man enter, she greeted her offhandedly. "Captain Sunday." On the inner side, Lu Yu pushed up his glasses and looked up to report. "Captain Sun, Xiaoyu took the day off." Sun Man said speechlessly. When does she ever not take leave? She used up all her sick days last month, and now she started on annual leave this month, Lu Yu added quietly, his tone matter-of-fact. After all, Xiaoyu was still a high school student, and homework and leave requests always went hand in hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xian nearby delivered the final blow. "Captain, are you complaining that the higher-ups assigned Xiaoyu to your team?" The veins on Sun Man's forehead twitched. After a few seconds of silence, she turned and headed straight for the office, her face dark with frustration. The leather chair sank slightly under her weight as she took a deep breath, opened her computer, created a new document, and began typing. Yesterday, this subordinate received intelligence regarding the important target, venomous wasp. To avoid alerting the enemy, I organized a team for an overnight capture operation. The mission proceeded smoothly initially, but we unexpectedly encountered a 3-star peaked spiritual beast of fire finch in the designated area, forcing us to abort the mission. During combat, this subordinate's tactical errors resulted in my spiritual companion Cloud, Crane's beak, being severed. Fortunately, no team members were injured. On our return to Dawn City, this subordinate encountered a young spiritual pet physician named Sufan. He used mechanical metal modification techniques to install a mechanical beak for Cloud Crane, improving its attributes by at least 20 and granting it an innate combat skill. This technique holds enormous potential for the war court and the city's entire spiritual pet system. This subordinate failed to complete the mission and allowed her spiritual companion to be injured, and willingly accepts punishment from Director General Qing. Sun Man repeatedly checked every word and phrase, revising the wording until she was satisfied it was flawless. She then printed it and stamped it with the bright red captain's seal. "Someone come here." "Captain Sunday." A clerical staff member entered. "Deliver this report to Director General Qin Fong." Meanwhile, in a spiritual pet medical clinic tucked away in a remote corner of Dawn City, Sufan sat cross-legged on a gray fabric sofa in the break room. Sunlight streaming through the window illuminated the metal materials scattered on the floor, making them gleam brightly. 2 pieces of grade cloud crystal steel, 10 pieces of grade alloy, 14 pieces of grade metal, plus 4 body-strengthening pills. This was the day's entire haul. Sufan examined the 2 pieces of cloud crystal steel from every angle, cloud patterns flowing, color deep and steady. Beautiful, perfect. He couldn't afford a grade metals. Even if he could obtain higher-grade materials, his current constitution of 125 points couldn't handle high-level spiritual beast surgery. With his present stamina, he could barely complete 1 second-tier spiritual beast mechanical modification. To attempt 3rd-tier surgery, his constitution would need to reach at least 150 points. Fortunately, that Black Blade Tiger variant from the black market had appeared just in time, perfect to become his first planned spiritual pet. Once the mechanical wings made from cloud crystal steel were ready, the Black Blade Tiger would be capable of both offense and defense, and could even carry him in flight. Setting aside these thoughts for now, Sufan tossed a body-strengthening pill into his mouth. The medicinal power spread instantly, his blood boiling through his meridians as he controlled his breathing and steadily circulated his cultivation technique. 3 hours later, the setting sun stretched the clinic window frame into long shadows. Sufan slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. Constitution at 127 points, only increased by 2 points. Too slow. He rubbed his stiff neck, calculating his next steps. Besides physical breakthroughs, he needed to focus on awakening skills and cultivating mental power. Checking his watch, it was nearly 6 o'clock. That old man from the black market probably wouldn't show up today, but the task quota of 10 spiritual pet patients still hung over him. Footsteps suddenly echoed from the front hall. Sufan quickly put on his white coat and pushed through the door. At the entrance stood a gray-clothed old man with half a cigarette between his fingers and a stumbling large bird at his feet. The old man exhaled a wisp of blue-white smoke, his raspy voice carrying a hint of amusement. "Little physician Sue, I hope you don't mind me addressing you this way." Extraordinary Spirit Pet Medical Clinic. The evening sun's afterglow streamed through the glass windows, casting a gentle golden hue along the edges of Sufan's pristine, white medical coat. Hai Lao's hunched figure stood at the doorway, his cloudy eyes fixed intently on Sufan. Dr. Su, are you saying that my flame eagle's eyes need to be completely removed? Sufan nodded gently, his tone steady. Yes. I plan to replace them with a pair of mechanical prosthetic eyes and perform partial modifications to the internal head structure. As long as you trust me, I'm completely confident I can restore its health. Its abilities may even surpass what they were before. Hai Lao fell silent for a moment, then raised his hand and tapped his pipe with a tap-tap to knock out the black ash before uttering a single word. All right. When does the surgery begin? We can start right now, Sufan replied without hesitation. The two hurried to the operating room. Hai Lao gently soothed the flame eagle, helping it lie flat on the operating table. Sufan drew out the anesthetic, inserting the fine needle into a blood vessel between the feathers and slowly pushing the medication. The flame eagle let out a muffled cry, its eyelids growing heavy as its breathing shifted from rapid to steady, finally drifting into sleep. Please wait outside, Sufan nodded, indicating the door. The lock clicked shut, and the surgical lights blazed bright as daylight. Sufan first used an alloy scalpel to cut through the head's skin and muscle, causing thread-like droplets of blood to trickle down. His gaze sharpened. The toxin had already spread to portions of the skull, with gray-black patches scattered throughout, more severe than anticipated. Performing mechanical modifications to the entire skull would elevate the difficulty to level 3, beyond what his current mental capacity could complete in one session. He immediately adjusted his approach. 1. Extract a piece of grade C metal Rhine steel, which possessed natural energy-conducting properties and lightweight characteristics, suitable as a framework for avian orbital bones. 2. Use grade C titanium 1 alloy supplemented with various grade D metals to rapidly forge the prosthetic eye bodies. 3. Implant information crystals, interface with the optic nerves, and finally calibrate the data flow. This mechanical prosthetic eye system, beyond basic vision, also incorporated Rhine steel's energy-conducting properties, providing night vision and long-range reconnaissance capabilities. Since Sufan had performed similar surgeries before and didn't need to install additional energy conductors, he completed the entire implantation, suturing, and neural adjustment in just 4 hours. With the wound suturing complete, Sufan exhaled deeply and removed his protective visor. Almost simultaneously, the door was pushed open. Hai Lao couldn't contain his anxiety and stepped into the operating room. Under the surgical lights, the flame eagle's formerly cloudy eyes had been replaced with 2 prosthetics gleaming with metallic coldness, their faintly glowing energy rings slowly rotating. Hai Lao stood frozen in place, reaching out in disbelief with trembling hands to stroke the flame eagle's crest. Sensing its master's presence, the flame eagle gently shook its head, the prosthetic eye apertures suddenly contracting as it emitted a low rumble. Screech, screech, coo. When it fully awakened, red light flashed suddenly in the center of its pupils, and a scanning beam swept across the entire operating room. Sufan was caught off guard, startled by the red light. This exceeds expectations. Target, Flame Eagle. Spirit Beast Class Avian System Order, Eagle Family. Potential, Grade B. Attribute, Fire. Level, 4-star Early Stage. Species Value, 360. Innate Combat Skills, Flame Pursuit, Night Vision. Acquired Combat Skills, Explosive Talon Strike. Body, Preliminary Mechanized Life, Form Level 2, Advanced Mechanical Prosthetic Eyes. Condition, Normal. Ding. Mechanical points 15. In the dim operating room, those prosthetic eyes glowed with a dark red luminescence, like molten lava seeping into metal fissures. The gray-brown eyelids reflected a muted black titanium gleam, each blink accompanied by subtle mechanical clicking sounds. The flame eagle turned its neck, focusing its gaze on the old man's face. For the first time in years, it could see its master with such clarity. Old friend, are you well? Hai Lao asked with a choked voice. Sufan stepped forward with a smile and said, Hai Lao, the surgery was a complete success. The toxins in Fire-Eyed Vulture's body have been completely eliminated, and the mechanical prosthetic eye is made primarily of Rhine steel, not only restoring its vision, but also granting night vision and long-range reconnaissance abilities, plus immunity to fire, water, and toxins. Sufan paused briefly before adding, furthermore, this modification has unlocked its potential. It's now a 4-star early-stage spirit beast with significantly enhanced physical attributes. The setting sun streamed through the glass window, casting golden red light across Hai Lao's weathered face. Upon hearing these words, he could no longer hold back his emotions. 30 years of shared battles flooded his memory, defending against beast tides in the northern snowfields, fighting to the death against powerful enemies in Blazing Canyon. After that fatal ambush left Fire-Eyed Vulture completely blind, his own cultivation level plummeted, forcing him to retire from the war court. Hai Lao clenched his fists until they creaked. When those incompetent doctors declared the case hopeless, He had sworn never to give up. He never imagined that in his lifetime, his old companion would not only recover, but become even stronger. With trembling voice, he embraced Fire-Eyed Vulture's head. In the next instant, a tremendous burst of starlight exploded from within him, filling the room with four-colored radiance as the very air trembled. Haha, this old man has broken through to 4-star. Four-colored star rings spread beneath his feet as he raised his fist and laughed skyward. In the past, both he and Fire-Eyed Vulture were at 3-star peak, but lacked the breakthrough opportunity and were held back by his spirit beast's disability. A 4-star beastmaster in the war court held the rank of war commander general, while even top-tier 3-star masters like Sun Man were merely captains. In his excitement, Hai Lao suddenly grasped Sufan's hand, bowing deeply in gratitude with eyes full of appreciation. Little Su, such great kindness needs no words of thanks. I see you've only recently become a 1-star beast master. Allow me to serve as your guardian for 2 years to repay this enormous debt. Sufan quickly helped him up, secretly overjoyed but saying, "How could I accept such a thing? Hai Lao, why don't we just waive the surgery fee?" Inwardly he was shouting, "A 4-star beast master as a free bodyguard, what incredible luck." Suddenly his phone rang. Sufan answered, and a rough, angry roar came through the speaker. "Sufan, where the hell did you take my man?" He immediately recognized Li Boss's voice. It wasn't surprising that the man had gotten his number. Speaking calmly, he replied, "Li Boss, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Li Boss bellowed, "Stop playing dumb. A bow has disappeared. You dare say it has nothing to do with you?" Sufan sneered, "You can eat carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly. Slandering me without evidence, be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation." The sound of shattering glass came from the other end as Li Boss growled through gritted teeth, "Kid, believe it or not, I can make sure you don't see tomorrow's sunrise." "Oh." Sufan casually hung up, thinking mockingly, "Fat pig, you should be grateful I haven't come after you yet, and you still dare threaten me?" At that moment, a cold electronic voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! You fat bastard, I should be the one settling scores with you, and you dare threaten me?" Sufan cursed under his breath as his barely suppressed rage instantly ignited. At that very moment, a cold, mechanical electronic voice exploded in his mind without warning. "Ding! Choice mission triggered. You've been running your medical shop peacefully, but a competitor has threatened your personal safety. How will you choose? Option 1. Compromise and retreat. Actively seek reconciliation to resolve the conflict. Reward, 3 million credit points. Option 2. Face the challenge head-in and defeat Boss Li. Reward, spirit pet level increased by 1 star. Option 3. Strike first. Take action tonight and eliminate Boss Li. Reward, Earthgrade Beast Mastery Technique Instant Summoning. As the electronic voice faded, a gleam flashed in Sufan's eyes. He had already planned to strike first, and now the system's offer of Earthgrade Beast Mastery Technique Instant Summoning made his heart race. This was a treasure that even master-level beast tamers dreamed of possessing, capable of making spirit pets appear instantly at one's side, serving as a game-changing trump card in life-or-death battles. During his last encounter with a bow at the black market, his opponent's overconfidence and failure to summon his main battle spirit pet in time had allowed Sufan to escape by sheer luck. If he faced a similar situation again, instant summoning would be the key to victory. With this thought, a cold smile curved his lips as he turned toward the house, where Hai Lao was leisurely puffing away. "Hai Lao, I'll need to trouble you for a favor tonight." "Oh." Hai Lao slowly extinguished his pipe, squinting as he asked, "What is it?" "Help me eliminate someone." Sufan narrowed his eyes, his voice carrying an icy edge. "Boss Li from Nova Spirit Pet Medical Shop, a latest stage 1-star beast tamer. Time is tithe needs to disappear tonight. Can you locate his position?" Hai Lao snorted disdainfully, wisps of smoke curling from his nostrils. His hunched back straightened instantly as his aura burst forth like a blade. "You underestimate me too much. After all these years in the underground black market, tracking down a 1-star beast tamer? Child's play." Hearing this assurance, Sufan felt a weight lift from his chest. The system mission was within reach of perfect completion. "Then I'll leave it to you, Hai Lao." He bowed respectfully. While his current strength could barely handle Boss Li, eliminating the man quietly in Dawn City carried extremely high risks. But Hai Lao possessed the 4-star spirit pet, Fire-Eyed Hawk, making it effortless to take a life under cover of darkness. The ember of the pipe flickered once, and Hai Lao vanished like a ghost, leaving only a wisp of pale smoke slowly dissipating in the air. Sufan drew a sharp breath, marveling at the unfathomable depths of a 4th-level powerhouse. Meanwhile, in a luxurious private room at the Grand Lisboa Club, Boss Li straightened his clothes and heaved his corpulent body up from the soft sofa. Pushing through the door, his round face was covered in sweat, his small eyes gleaming with malice. "Little bastard, dare to oppose me? Tonight you'll see what I'm capable of." Night Wind rushed into the corridor as he dismissed his bodyguards and hurried alone down a shadowy path away from the club. Under the dim streetlights, his obese silhouette stretched intermittently. Suddenly, a figure silently blocked his path. Boss Lee's heart jumped as he roared irritably. "Who are you? You scared the hell out of me." Looking up, he saw a gaunt old man standing with hands clasped behind his back, gray robes fluttering in the wind, his gaze cold and sharp as nails. High above, a fire-eyed hawk with a wingspan of several meters circled, its metallic prosthetic eye flashing red as it continuously adjusted angles to lock onto its target, the buzzing of electrical currents piercing the night air. Hearing the commotion, Boss Lee suddenly looked up to see the large birds circling overhead. His face instantly turned deathly pale, and his legs began trembling uncontrollably. This oppressive aura was beyond his comprehension. Far more ferocious than typical 3-star spirit beasts, it even approached the peak of 3-star level. Fatty Lee stared at Hai Lao in disbelief, his voice trembling. Who? Who exactly are you? Someone here to deal with you. Hai Lao exhaled smoke, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. No, sir, we have no grudges. Why would you want to kill me? Fatty Lee dragged his bulky frame backward step by step, tumbling into the landscaping with his fat jiggling in a heap. This old man was commissioned. Hai Lao's response remained calm. Fatty Lee's pupils contracted sharply, cold sweat dripping from his temples as an absurd thought crashed into his mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could that kid possibly hire a 4-star beast master like you? His round eyes nearly burst as he roared hoarsely. Noisy. The moment Hai Lao's hoarse voice fell, a pitch-black figure suddenly swept through the night sky. The fire-eyed eagle flapped its wings, creating a sharp whistling sound as its talons aimed directly for Fatty Lee's forehead. In a flash, before Fatty Lee could even scream, he collapsed in a pool of blood, his massive body convulsing twice before falling silent. Hai Lao's figure immediately vanished, leaving no trace behind. The night was deep, insects chirping softly. At the end of a secluded path, 2 figures pressed close together stumbled forward. The man in front was broad-shouldered, embracing a heavily made-up woman wearing rabbit ears. "Third brother, we snuck out like this. Will we really be okay?" The woman's voice was sultry. "Relax, we've come so far, no one comes to this area." The man chuckled lewdly, his gaze lustful. "I've been pent up these past few days. Tonight we must have some fun." "Ah!" The woman suddenly screamed. The man frowned. "What are you screaming about? We haven't even started yet." The woman's finger trembled as she pointed toward the fat corpse in the grass ahead. "Look." The man followed her gaze and froze on the spot. That night, he lost all interest in debauchery and hurried back to the club. Passing through the dim corridor, he panted heavily, each step filled with unease. Reaching the door at the very end, he took a deep breath and knocked gently. "Come in." A seductively enchanting female voice came from within. The man carefully pushed open the door. Heavy perfume mixed with alcohol, blended with the scent of indulgence. Under red and purple lights, on a massive round bed, a mixed-race beauty reclined against soft pillows. Sheer fabric barely covered the essentials, her alluring curves tantalizingly visible. Her emerald pupils were deep, flashing with dangerous light. For men by the bedside served her with bowed heads. Competing to curry favor among them was even a 1-star beast master, now wagging his tail like a begging dog, utterly without dignity. Club leader." The burly man swallowed and spoke awkwardly. He knew it was unwise to intrude while the club leader was enjoying herself, but a spirit beast killing near the club had to be reported. "What matter disturbs me?" The mixed-race beauty's voice was lazy yet numbingly sweet. The man wiped his sweat. "Club leader, there's been an incident. A member died nearby." "Oh." The beauty raised an eyebrow, even setting aside the male companion beside her. "What was the deceased status?" The deceased was Li Da, owner of a spirit beast medical shop, a latest-stage 1-star beast master. Judging from the wounds, he was killed instantly by a bird-type spirit beast. A 2-star spirit beast couldn't do TS, it had to be at least latest-stage 3-star. 3-star. The mixed-race beauty smiled mysteriously. "Interesting. Who has he offended recently?" She slowly sat up straight, completely unconcerned about her nearly exposed skin, her slender fingertips gliding across her collarbone as a strange green light flickered in her eyes. We haven't determined that yet." "Find out." "Yes." The burly man nodded repeatedly and quickly retreated from the room, breathing a long sigh of relief. Inside the Spirit Pet Medical Clinic, Sufan sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion in the lounge, eyes slightly closed, carefully regulating his mental energy while waiting for news from Elder Hai. Suddenly, a cold mechanical notification sound invaded his mind without warning. Ding. System selection complete. Congratulations, host has successfully acquired Earth Deer Beast Mastery Technique. Instant summoning. Description. Instant summoning requires no incantation and can instantly open the beast space, summoning 1 spirit pet to the beast master's side. Restrictions. Only 1 spirit pet can be summoned at a time. The same spirit pet requires a 1-hour cooldown period before it can be summoned again. Su Fan's eyes snapped open as he sprang up from the cushion, pure joy written across his face. Earth Tier Beast Mastery Technique. Transmitting. 1050. 90 100. With the final notification, his mind felt flooded as if by a torrent, with massive amounts of information rushing in at lightning speed. The essence of instant summoning, hand seals, and precautions all became imprinted in his memory. He could clearly feel the mental fluctuations surging within his body, and his connection to the beast space had never been clearer. He clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with intensity. This is an Earth Tier Beast Mastery Technique. Finally, I have a trump card. His mind raced through scenarios. If two parties faced off, he would only need to point a finger to instantly pull his main battle spirit pet to his side, catching his opponent completely off guard. However, when he looked down and practiced the simple, almost comically easy beast soul hand seal, he couldn't help but suspect the system was messing with him. Was it really this simple? Still, having something was better than having nothing. I need to collect cloud crystal steel as soon as possible to craft a level 3 all-purpose mechanical wing set for the little guy, he calculated silently. Combined with instant summoning, let's see who dares to mess with me among peers of the same rank. Before his pleasant fantasies could fully unfold, his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. Elder Hai was calling. Sufan swiped the screen. Elder Hai? A low, raspy but amused voice came through. Su boy, it's done. Though he had expected this outcome, he still couldn't hide his excitement. Thank you for the trouble. Let me warn you first, the new Lisboa Club is property of the Black Dragon Association. Elder Hai paused. That guy surnamed Lee is a member there, so if they investigate, it might trace back to you. Black Dragon Association? Sufan frowned, having never heard of it. Elder Hai explained, one of the top 10 Beast Master associations in Dawn City. The president is a woman who's a latest-stage 4-star Beast Master. Everyone in the underground circles calls her the Poison Scorpion Queen. Latest-stage 4-star. Sufan unconsciously tapped his fingers on the table, a tough opponent. Elder Hai added casually, don't worry too much. With this old man around, they won't dare easily tear apart relations with another high-level Beastmaster. Sufan smiled gratefully. Thank you. After the call ended, his smile quickly faded. The more he understood about the dangerous waters outside, the more he realized how urgently he needed to improve his strength. He sat back down on the cushion and clarified his upcoming goals. First, advance himself to mid-level 2-star Beastmaster as soon as possible. Second, continue collecting grade material cloud crystal steel to complete his spirit pet's mechanization. This would be his greatest source of confidence. Third, complete the system mission to obtain the spirit beast exoskeleton mech technology, though equipment of that level would require more high-grade metals. And with his 1-star Beastmaster physique, he might not be able to craft it successfully in one attempt. Sigh, but the mission still needs 8 more targets, and who knows when Sun Menu will have any news. Sufan was feeling quite troubled. The spirit beast enhancement technology hadn't gained much recognition yet, so he could only rely on Sun Man to draw attention from the War Court. Logically speaking, the beast limb enhancement technique should have caused quite a stir within the War Court, but Sun Menu had been silent for so long that he was beginning to wonder if he'd been played. In the heart of Shugwang City, the War Court Tower rose like a steel fortress piercing the clouds, its shadow stretching across several city blocks. Commander-in-Chief Fong pushed open the door and entered an exquisitely appointed office. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, clouds rolled past as golden sunlight streamed in, casting a cold gleam over the ebony furniture within. By the window, a young man in a pristine white suit was delicately sipping tea. His movements turning his wrist, setting down the cup flowed seamlessly as the tea poured like silk ribbon into the vessel. His grace so refined, he seemed like an ancient nobleman stepping through time itself. This was Qin Yuliang, only 22 years old, yet already the War Court's commander stationed in Shugwang City. A 6-star peak Beastmaster, recognized as the War Court's foremost prodigy, internally known as the Little Beast King. Within the War Court hierarchy, 4-star and 5-star practitioners were considered advanced Beast Masters, while 6-star and 7-star belonged to the Master class, and he was the youngest 6-star master in history. The young commander's features were stern, his eyes deep and penetrating. Fong looked at his imposing superior with a mixture of respect and envy. Second young master, I have matters to report, he said, stepping forward quickly. Qin Yuliang set down his teacup, his voice flat. During work hours, use official titles. Fong immediately corrected himself. Yes, Commander Qin. The War Court's beast warrior ranks were divided into Captain, Commander-in-Chief, and Supreme Commander. In this Shugwang City branch, a 6-star beast master was second only to the elders. What is it? Speak. Qin Yuliang raised his hand, his slender fingers tapping lightly on the desk. Fong straightened his posture. We've located Poison Bee's whereabouts and obtained evidence of his trafficking operations with the Black Dragon Association. The abducted women are currently being held at the new Lisboa Club under the Black Dragon Association's name, where they're being forced into prostitution, fraud, and human pet spirit beast performances. Our action teams are in position and ready to execute the arrest at any time. Qin Yuliang's expression remained unchanged as he poured his expensive tea into the waste basin, giving his orders in a calm tone. The Flame and Thunder squads are still on external missions. Wait for their return, then all three squads move together to ensure absolute success. The Black Dragon Association's president is a latest-stage 4-star Beastmaster, correct? You and Old Bai will lead the operation, dead or alive doesn't matter. Understood. Qin Fong acknowledged the order. Having dealt with the first matter, Qin Yuliang changed topics. Sunman's previous report, have you investigated it thoroughly? What's the background on that spirit beast healer named Sufan? Qin Fong immediately responded. The situation matches Sunman's report exactly. His beast limb enhancement technology can boost spirit pet's overall attributes by 20 and has a chance of awakening new combat techniques. Sunman used her enhanced cloud crane to easily kill a peak 3-star spirit beast, which is also verified. Regarding the punishment for unauthorized action, Sunman will have 3 months' salary and 1 month's cultivation resources deducted, while the other members of her wind squad will lose 1 month's salary. As for that 3-star beast core, according to war court regulations, it belongs to her personally and wasn't required to be surrendered. Qin Yuliang merely gave a soft acknowledgement. In the early morning, Sufan rode his beloved electric scooter through the bustling streets, weaving between the crowds. The motor hummed softly as the tires rolled over shallow puddles on the pavement, while golden rays of sunlight streaked past the handlebars and danced on the ground. Pedestrians streamed endlessly around him, and the sizzling sounds from breakfast stall walks mingled with the delicate fragrance of osmanthus flowers, instantly awakening the majestic city of Shiguang with vibrant energy. After about 10 minutes, the little scooter came to a steady stop in front of Su's Spirit Pet Medical Clinic. Sufan pulled out his keys to unlock the door and rolled up the metal shutter, immediately greeted by the faint smell of disinfectant from inside. He took off his jacket and changed into a clean white coat, using the glass door as a mirror to adjust his collar while giving himself a self-assessment. Looking sharp, got that cool male doctor vibe from those idol dramas. I'm such a handsome devil. With that, he arranged his stethoscope, syringes, and other instruments in convenient positions, officially beginning a new day. What he hadn't expected was that ever since Boss Lee's new Star Spirit Pet Medical Clinic closed down, his own shop had been experiencing unprecedented customer traffic. He had barely hung the door chime back up when the first customer burst in, a middle-aged man with red eyes and a runny nose, cradling a dying 2-headed dog in his arms. Doctor, my 2-headed dog was bitten by a venomous snake while we were walking in the park. Please save my Sony, can't live without him. Wah. Sufan glanced at the puncture wounds on the dog's leg and swiftly drew out a specialized antidote. 1 injection will do it. 3,000 yuan, and I guarantee your son. Ahem, your spirit pet will be bouncing around good as new. The man paid by mobile scan on the spot, and after the injection, the dog quickly regained its energy, wagging both tails as it hopped around. The second customer was a young man wearing a beast tamer's uniform with a badge clearly marked 1 star on his chest. Doctor, please take a look at this Haji monkey. I've been training it for over a year, but it's still stuck at the early 1-star stage with no signs of advancement. I'm going crazy. Sufan first asked the customer to wait outside, then turned to whisper to the Haji monkey. Little guy, you've just reached maturity and I understand that aspect has just developed. But exercising your unicorn arm isn't what you should be doing right now. Too much will damage your foundation. The Haji monkey could understand human speech and simply nodded with closed eyes. Sufan wrote out a prescription and handed it to the owner. Medicine to nourish the foundation's even 1,500. Also, tell it to find a private place when it practices arm exercises in the future. The third customer was dressed provocatively, her outfit barely qualifying as clothing, and stormed in aggressively with a plump spirit sight frog squatting beside her. Dr. Cutie, my spirit pet has been getting nosebleeds lately. It doesn't have some terminal illness, does it? The girl immediately put on a tearful expression before finishing her sentence. Sufan stared at the frog, then glanced at her outfit. It's still young, try to keep it in your pocket. The girl looked down to check her neckline. This is still small. I'm not even showing. I'm talking about your spirit pet. Sufan coughed and turned to get medicine. Cooling pills 2,000. The 4th, 5th. Soon the medical files were stacked into a small mountain. Throughout the entire morning, the door chime barely stopped ringing. The customers' problems were diverse, but mostly minor ailments. Sufan reflected. No major surgeries involving missing limbs, but even mosquitoes are still meat. The numbers on his payment app told him in just one morning he'd earned over 40,000 yuan. Spirit Pet Medical Care was indeed incredibly profitable. At noon, he closed the last medical record book and let out a long sigh, his stomach growling loudly. Time to treat myself to something good. He decided not to open in the afternoon, planning instead to practice instant summoning and communicate more with his Black Blade Tiger. Since returning from the black market last time, he hadn't interacted with this main battle spirit pet yet. While the beast taming space could help spirit pets grow faster, Regular summoning for training and bonding was equally important. Sufan finished tidying up the consultation room and was about to pull down the shutter when three figures suddenly appeared at the entrance. Leading them was a black-stockinged mature woman with cold, striking makeup, followed by a composed middle-aged man and a cute girl with twin pigtails. Sufan looked closer and recognized them as Sun Man from the war court, along with team members Xiaoya and Lu Yu. Lu Yu was tall and lean, dressed in fitted athletic wear with glasses that gave him a scholarly appearance. Yet the muscle definition beneath his clothing was clearly visible, and his every movement carried the crisp precision characteristic of military personnel. Beside him, Xiaoya maintained her usual lowly style, a white shirt paired with a JK pleated skirt, knee-high socks tied with pink ribbons, her youthful energy instantly brightening the atmosphere. Sun Man had chosen the most eye-catching outfit, a form-fitting red mini dress that perfectly outlined her shaped curves, her long pale legs practically blinding in the sunlight. Sufan thought to himself, what gorgeous legs. If Yunhe were willing to take her for a flight, it would probably drop half the city's jaws. Hello there, Dr. Su. Sun Man spoke first with a radiant smile. Haven't seen you in a few days, Captain Sun. You're even more beautiful, Sufan replied playfully. Of course. Sun Man's smile grew even brighter as her lips curved upward. During their pleasantries, Sufan had already guessed that the war court's stance on the beast enhancement surgery had likely been decided. Sun Man got straight to the point. Dr. Su, where are you headed? I was busy until noon and haven't had lunch yet. Would you like to join me, Captain Sun? Sufan glanced at his watch. Sun Man's eyes lit up. Here was her opportunity. We're hungry too, my treat. Tao Xiaoya immediately raised her hand. Let's go to Star Glory Grand Hotel. Their spirit food is absolutely delicious. As soon as she finished speaking, Sun Man's face stiffened whenever this girl opened her mouth. Her wallet was doomed. Star Glory Grand Hotel belonged to Shiguang City's wealthiest resident, something Sufan had heard about before. 20 minutes later, Lu Yu's SUV pulled up smoothly at the hotel entrance. The magnificent lobby greeted them with energy crystal chandeliers 2 stories high, refracting every beam of light into rainbows, while the thick red carpet underfoot felt like walking on clouds. The walls, pillars, and decorative pieces were all embedded with high-grade spirit pet scales, feathers, or bones, creating an effortlessly luxurious atmosphere. This was Sufan's first time here, and only one thought filled his mind: this place is seriously loaded. Do you have a reservation? Asked a young waitress with a professional smile. No, Sun Man replied coolly. I'm sorry, we only serve guests with reservations. Before she could finish, Sun Man handed over her Beastmaster certificate. The waitress glanced at it and her expression changed instantly, bowing respectfully. My lord, please wait a moment. Soon after, a well-dressed middle-aged man appeared quickly, the front desk manager. With a face full of smiles. Distinguished guests, please follow me. A premium private room has been prepared. Inside the private room, Sufan settled into a spacious chair made from high-grade spirit beast hide, the texture smooth and delicate against his palms. Spirit crystal lamps were embedded in the 4 walls, casting soft light. The tableware was made of fine porcelain that stabilized beast-taming power, preventing energy disruption with long-term use. Even more outrageous was that the complimentary tea served was brewed from crayed spirit plants, with remarkable effects on mental recovery. Sufan sighed inwardly. So this is the daily life of a 3-star Beastmaster? Simple, unpretentious, even somewhat mundane. Sun Man waved grandly. Dr. Su, order whatever you'd like, it's my treat today. I'm not familiar with the spirit food here. Let Sister Xiaoya handle it. I'm not picky, Sufan smiled as he pushed the menu toward Tao Xiaoya. Let me. Xiaoya's eyes gleamed as she grabbed the menu. This whole page. One of everything from this series. Skip this one, but everything else. Sun Man. There goes my monthly Beastmaster allowance. Soon, delicious dishes arrived one after another. The flame ox steak had intricate energy patterns locked on its surface, juices bursting forth when cut. The jade spirit mushroom soup was crystal clear with a subtle medicinal fragrance. The spirit fruit platter was translucent, like displayed jewels. Aromas filled the air as Xiaoya and Lu Yu began eating heartily. Dr. Su, don't be shy, eat. Sun Man maintained an elegant smile while serving Sufan a piece of energy-infused beast meat, though she was nearly grinding her molars. Thank you, Captain Sunday. Sufan didn't say much more, diving into his meal with an appetite no more refined than Lu Yu's. Sun Man rubbed her forehead. Just how long have these two been going without proper meals? The 4 chatted while eating, the atmosphere gradually warming. Amid the clinking of glasses and chopsticks, Sufan set down his utensils and looked calmly at Sun Man. Captain Sun, you didn't come here specifically just to treat me to a meal, did you? Sun Man's smile faded as she lowered her voice to reveal the true purpose of her visit. We formally invite you to join the war court. Join the war court. Sufan was momentarily stunned, having expected continued cooperation talks rather than a direct official invitation. Yes, The higher-ups have discussed and approved it for two reasons. Sun Man set down her chopsticks with a serious expression. First, as the vanguard against spirit beasts, the war court has countless spirit pets, with even more casualties. Nearly half of all injuries and disabilities result from missions. These spirit pets carry all the emotions and dedication of their beast masters, and they're the foundation of humanity's defense against spirit beasts and protection of our cities. Dr. Su, only your technology can give them new life. Sufan nodded. I understand. However, even without joining the war court, I could still help with treatments. That shouldn't be the main reason, should it, Captain Sun? Sun Man chuckled softly. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. She leaned forward against the desk, lowering her voice, but with an unmistakable air of formality. After discussion, the higher-ups are deeply concerned that your spirit beast mechanical enhancement technology could cause unpredictable harm to society if misused. As soon as she finished speaking, Sufan immediately understood. If he performed enhancements on a serious criminal's spirit companion, dramatically increasing its power, it would pose a potential threat to both society and the war tribunal. He frowned slightly. So you're saying my spirit pet clinic can only serve war tribunal certified beast tamers and their companions from now on? That would seriously hurt his earnings. Nobody was going to stop him from making money. Sun Man waved her hand dismissively, her tone resolute. Absolutely not. The war tribunal won't interfere with any of your treatment choices. We just need to conduct background checks on the beast tamers. It's simply about operating under the war tribunal's name. We won't meddle in your business operations instead. We'll use the tribunal's credibility to legitimize your practice. Sufan pondered. Official endorsement would eliminate many headaches, and joint assessments only for high-risk procedures seemed reasonable. Seeing his apparent interest, Sun Man continued with her pitch, smiling with particular confidence. This strategy came directly from that young beast king to Director General Chun. If you agree to cooperate, the War Tribunal will grant you honorary captain-level treatment. She held up 5 fingers, counting off the benefits. 1. Base stipend, 200,000 credit points monthly. 2. Additional allowance, rare materials worth 150,000. 3. Compensation package, 15-month salary system, year-end bonuses, special incentives. 4. Duty exemption, you're not part of combat units. No frontline rotations or mandatory attendance, just 6 hours of clinic duty daily. 5. Revenue ownership. All income from the Spirit Pet Clinic belongs to you personally. The War Tribunal takes no cut. 6. Space support. A 500 square meter commercial space in the center of Shugwang City, directly transferred to you, equipped with top-notch medical facilities. 7. Identity protection. You will be designated as a specially appointed member of the War Tribunal, with your information and files encrypted to the highest level. No organization or individual has the right to investigate or enforce unless they are at the level of branch commander or above. Each term was pronounced with conviction. Hearing 500 square meters, Sufan's eyes visibly lit up, and when he heard no overtime, no business trips, he could almost see his ultimate dream of a working life within reach. Most importantly, the highest level of identity protection, it was practically an open lifeline, and no one would dare to act against him unless the situation escalated to the level of a branch commander. He mentally praised. What a Director General Chun, just giving away 500 square meters and offering top-tier privileges. This is not just a superior, but clearly a god of wealth. Sufan wasn't someone who could be easily bought with a few words, but he understood the importance of seizing opportunities. To realize his dream of allowing all spirit pets to ascend mechanically, he couldn't afford to miss any potential support. So, he composed himself, a smile breaking forth as he solemnly extended his right hand. Captain Sun, I am willing to join. That's fantastic. The War Tribunal welcomes you. Sun Man was overjoyed and gripped Sufan's hand tightly. Winning over Sufan meant securing priority access to spirit pet mechanical surgery. This was the task Director Chun had repeatedly emphasized. If she could pull this off, she might even get her previous disciplinary action overturned. At this thought, Sun Man beamed with excitement and immediately pulled out a contract, pen, and ink pad from her bag. Fill in your information here, sign and stamp your fingerprint, and the process should be complete in about 3 days. All right. Sufan complied without hesitation. Watching the contract sealed with his fingerprint, Sun Man closed the documents with satisfaction. She and Li Yu's group bid Sufan farewell with high spirits, their steps practically bouncing with excitement. Before long, Sufan returned to his spirit pet medical clinic. He first hung up the temporarily closed sign at the entrance, then entered the break room, preparing to try instant summoning for the first time to release the Black Blade Tiger. A pale golden star ring materialized beneath his feet, and just as he was about to chant the incantation to open the beast taming space, a black shadow whooshed down in front of him. Geez, you scared me. Whoa, the Black Blade Tiger seemed to understand its master's startled cry, letting out a deep, excited roar and nuzzling Sufan's leg with its head. Sufan bent down to stroke its glossy black fur, his fingers running along its spine. When he reached the area near the tail base, he suddenly stopped. The bone alignment was abnormal congenital spinal deformity. While the black blade tiger was currently energetic, this hidden problem was like a ticking time bomb. If left uncorrected, its strength would max out at late 1-star level, and it might even suffer irreversible damage from nerve compression. He glanced at his account. Only about 600,000 credit points remained. He hadn't even bought the grade medal yet, nowhere near enough. To give the black blade tiger a perfect metallic mechanical spine, plus mechanical wings capable of supporting flight, would roughly require 6 pieces of grade cloud crystal steel and over 20 pieces of grade auxiliary materials, at least 4 million credit points. At this thought, Sufan cursed his luck. Damn, I should have charged Hai Lao for the surgery. The black blade tiger sensed his frustration and gently nudged his palm with its large head, whimpering softly. Sufan snapped back to attention, patted its head, and made up his mind. The spine couldn't wait. He'd use 1 piece of grade metal plus several grade metals to stabilize the structure and ensure future growth. Better wings could come later. Little Black, we need to do a small surgery. It might be a bit uncomfortable, but it'll be over quickly. The black blade tiger shook its head and made a purring sound, nuzzling his palm with its nose, full of trust. The operating room was brilliantly lit, with rows of instrument indicator lights blinking softly. Don't be afraid, just sleep and it'll be over. Sufan whispered soothingly as he injected the anesthetic into the vein. A woo! The black blade tiger instinctively trembled slightly, then quickly settled into steady breathing as it fell into deep anesthesia. Sufan immediately began pre-surgical preparations. Scalpel, bone saw, high-frequency electrocautery, and suction device arranged in order. Next, he used a medical hair clipper to carefully clear the fur from the area corresponding to the spine, revealing the blue-gray skin beneath. He took a deep breath and lightly touched the tip of the blade to the predetermined incision point. The skin parted, blood droplets emerged, then were immediately drawn away by the automatic suction device. The blade advanced layer by layer, muscles carefully separated. Soon, the deformed section of the black blade tiger's spine was clearly exposed in Sufan's field of vision. In the operating room, Sufan stood before the surgical table, his gaze intensely focused. Under his steady, robotic-like control, the scanner probe glided slowly along the exposed spinal column of the black blade tiger. Parameters flickered across the holographic display as his mind rapidly calculated the modification procedures. He fed the last 2 remaining grade metals into the fabrication chamber. The cloud crystal steel was stretched and bent under the alternating roar of high temperatures and magnetic fields, ultimately shaped into several core vertebral frames gleaming with silver-blue luster. Subsequently, several grade metals transformed into precisely matched auxiliary components, fitting seamlessly into the framework. In Sufan's mind, the procedures for spinal replacement, from the spirit beast mechanical modification techniques, flashed frame by frame. Removal, implantation, fixation, calibration, not a single step could be missed. He picked up the first biological vertebra, separating the hair-thin nerves and blood vessels one by one with metal forceps. Then, aligning the first metal vertebra with the gap, he slowly pressed it in. Click, a perfect fit. Fine beads of sweat slid down to Sufan's eyelashes. With no time to wipe them away, he immediately began the second vertebra. Time stretched endlessly under the surgical lights. The low hum of instruments and heavy breathing seemed to freeze the very air. The third, fourth. When he reached the 11th vertebra, his movements noticeably slowed, his vision darkening intermittently, his mind feeling stuffed with cotton. Damn, I'm barely holding on. The wall clock pointed to the 6th hour, and the black blade tiger's anesthesia was approaching its limit. He had to be fast. Sufan gritted his teeth, suppressing the dizziness, steadying his trembling fingers weakened by hours of precise operation around the scalpel tip. Once more. The 12th vertebra installed. The 13th vertebra installed. As the final metal thoracic vertebra locked into place, Sufan exhaled sharply but dared not stop. He rapidly connected the modified metal spine to the light attribute beast crystal core within the black blade tiger's body. Deep blue energy lines surged through the new skeletal structure like electric arcs. Next, he embedded an energy conductor and wing mounting base at the 7th vertebra, preparing interfaces for future external power components. Suturing began. The muscle layer, dermis, and epidermis were quickly yet precisely aligned, gathered, and sealed. With the final stitch completed, he cut the suture thread, his entire body drained of strength. As expected, performing mechanical modifications of this magnitude is too demanding for my current physical condition. Bang! His body crashed heavily to the floor, his vision went black, and his consciousness plunged completely into the abyss. On the top floor of the Grand Lisboa Club, luxurious crystal chandeliers cast an ambiguous glow, illuminating the priceless decor with flowing radiance, while the air carried a faint scent of roses. A burly man in black stood guard outside the ornate door, raising his hand to knock gently. "Come in." A languid female voice drifted through the door. As the door opened, a wave of misty vapor rushed out. In the spacious bathtub, a voluptuous mixed-race beauty reclined, water droplets sliding down her collarbone. Her exquisite features bore an exotic, sculptural quality, with a pair of soul-stirring eyes half closed, lips curved in a smile, her entire being radiating fatal allure. "President, we found something. That man surnamed Lee hasn't made any enemies recently, except for one young man. He's our most likely suspect." The burly man in black kept his head down, hands pressed against his thighs, speaking in an extremely low voice, afraid of angering the woman before him. "Tell me more." Sima Yua leaned lazily against the pool's edge, one finger trailing across the water's surface. The azure ripples reflected on her cold, beautiful face. "His name is Sufan, 19 years old." The man in black reported according to his intelligence. He was forced to drop out during entrance exams because he couldn't awaken his beast-taming space. Now he runs a spirit pet clinic on Qingyang Street. Both parents are dead, no backing, and he's just a junior spirit pet healer. Worth noting is that he treated a spirit pet for Sunman, captain of the Wind Squad at the Warcourt branch. That day, Sunman's Cloud Crane was severely injured, but when she left the shop, she was smiling. While speaking cautiously, he quickly stole a glance at Sima Yua's expression. The severely injured Cloud Crane was completely healed, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, her fingertip pausing almost imperceptibly. "Exactly," the man in black bowed as he answered. "Being able to summon a 3-star beast tamer is likely related to his medical skills." Sima Yua smiled faintly. "Go bring him to me. The life or death of a 1-star member doesn't matter, but the Black Dragon Association's reputation cannot be tarnished. I'll go personally right away." He accepted the order solemnly. "No." She shook her head, wet hair sliding down her arm. "There have been many troublemakers lately. You stay and keep watch." "Didn't Poisonbee return?" "Send him to handle this." "Yes." The man in black retreated, his footsteps extremely light, yet he still didn't dare look back. The night was deep and windless. Even the dogs had stopped barking. Sufan's forehead felt wet, and warned the black blade tiger was licking him with its rough tongue, as if checking whether he was all right. The cold floor chilled him to the bone. He was too drowsy to open his eyes, but vaguely remembered suddenly fainting earlier. Just as he was about to roll over and continue sleeping, a faint crack came from the living room, like splintering wood. All drowsiness instantly evaporated. He sat up with a start, storing the alert black blade tiger in his beast taming space to avoid alerting the intruder. The curtains were half drawn, moonlight cutting into the room like a silver blade. He pressed against the shadows behind the bathroom door, holding his breath. At the window, a short figure climbed, inrat-like features, narrow eyes, pointed mouth, every movement radiating coldness. Black Dragon Association? Sufan's mind tensed as he immediately activated his analysis eye. Target, Fong. Age, 34. Race, human male. Skill, share 100 sting 70. Level, late 2-star beast tamer. Constitution, 265. Spirit pet, venomous stinger bee. Health, 465,480. Beast taming space, 30 cubic meters. Body, multiple unhealed blade wounds, unable to exert full strength. A peak 2-star guy? Sufan's heart sank, but then he noticed the man was injured. This was his chance. He quietly spread his feet, gathering the force of star-treading steps deep in his muscles. The next second, he deliberately threw himself to the ground and began doing push-ups. 1, 2, 3. His breathing was rapid and exaggerated, even making the bathroom door tremble slightly. Fong approached following the sound. Seeing a young man frantically doing push-ups in the bathroom in the middle of the night, his face showed complete disdain. Scared stupid? Or brain damaged? He sneered inwardly, but didn't stop moving. However, he couldn't be bothered to investigate further. His target was right in front of him. A cold glint flashed in Poisonbee's eyes as his objective became crystal clear: would subdue this kid with a single strike and drag him back to complete his mission. He had absolute confidence in his abilities. Even without his spirit beast's assistance, this one claw strike would be enough to instantly rob his target of any resistance. Whoosh! The air was torn apart as Poisonbee's figure suddenly blurred into a pitch-black shadow. Accompanied by a sharp, piercing shriek, his 5 fingers formed claws, striking directly at Sufan's vital point behind his heart. In that instant, bone-chilling killing intent materialized, piercing Sufan like ice spikes. In the night sky, a lone star suddenly blazed bright, then instantly extinguished. In the gap between that starlight's flash and fade, Sufan's body erupted with scattered starlight, and he vanished into thin air. What? Poisonbee's strike hit nothing but empty space. His vision wavered as an ominous premonition rang alarm bells in his mind. The next moment, a thunderous roar exploded, a fist force as solid as steel burst forth from his side and rear. The violent palm power, wrapped in howling winds, compressed the very night until it seemed to wrinkle. Sufan's aura suddenly surged wildly as starlight and fierce winds intertwined, whipping up a whirlwind that made poison bees' clothes snap and sting painfully. Triple blood chi power. The brief thought flashed through his mind as poison bees' pupils contracted sharply, but it was already too late to react. Thud. The fist force struck home. Bang. Poison bee's entire body flew backward, crashing heavily into the wall. Bricks and stones crumbled as dust and debris scattered everywhere. His chest shook violently, and fresh blood streamed from the corner of his mouth. This, impossible. You're only 1 star, how could you possibly have such power? Poison Bee leaned against the wall, staring fixedly at the young man, unable to believe he had been severely injured by a single blow. Sufan didn't respond, as the side effects of the star-treading step were already surging forth. Searing pain like tongues of flame rapidly spread from his limbs, every muscle feeling as though it was being torn apart and burned. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his clothes. Seeing Sufan's body trembling slightly from the intense pain, Poison Bee wiped the blood from his mouth, struggled to stand upright, and sneered in a low voice. It seems using that combat technique comes at quite a price. You shouldn't be able to use it a second time. Cough, cough, cough. Venomous Bee clutched his collapsed chest, coughing violently as blood sprayed from his mouth with each hack. Bright red droplets bloomed across his dark gray combat suit like glaring little flowers. You little bastard, you. Well done. He glared viciously at Sufan in the distance, his voice hoarse. As a mighty 2-star peak beastmaster, to be so severely wounded by a rookie who had just entered 1 star. If not for his constitution far exceeding others of his rank, that last strike would have already claimed his life. Pain spread from his chest to every limb and bone, like hammers pounding against his skeleton, completely twisting his features. Venomous Bee regretted it. Too arrogant had assumed that with his 2-star peak strength, crushing a newly advanced 1-star would be as easy as waving his hand. So he had been too lazy to summon his beast immediately. The result was a complete disaster. At this moment, Sufan 10 meters away was completely exhausted, leaning against the wall and breathing heavily, sweat soaking through his clothes, yet he said nothing in response. Today, you will surely die. Venomous Bee gritted his teeth, forcing his severely injured body to raise his hand. Buzz. 2 intersecting star rings of different colors appeared beneath his feet, slowly rotating. Then a brilliant summoning array took shape in the center of the rings, light blazing forth. Venomous Bee chanted in a low voice. By the stars now? Black Blade Tiger. Instant summon. Almost simultaneously, Sufan's mind stirred. Thump. A pitch-black portal silently opened, and a dark shadow suddenly shot out. No lengthy incantations, no dazzling arrays, simple, direct, brutal. Black Blade Tiger. Roar. The deafening tiger's roar filled the entire space, like thunder. Venomous Bee was concentrating fully on activating his array, his powerful companion about to descend, when suddenly in the middle of his incantation, he felt killing intent rushing from the side. What is that? His pupils contracted sharply. The Black Blade Tiger was in perfect sync with Sufan's mind, requiring no commands. It became a streak of black lightning, violent power concentrated in its front claws. Boom. Overwhelming force slammed brutally into Venomous Bee's chest. Puff. Venomous Bee flew toward the laboratory wall like a broken kite, crashed heavily into the metal panels, bounced off with a bang, blood gushing out and staining the floor red. On the other side, Sufan was equally miserable. The star-stepping technique's backlash struck, excruciating pain like dense needle pricks tearing along his meridians through every inch of muscle and bone. Veins bulged on his forehead, cold sweat instantly soaking through, as he clenched his teeth tightly, producing the harsh sound of grinding. This star-stepping technique really can't be used lightly. If you can't kill the enemy in 1 strike, there's not even a chance to escape. He warned himself silently. Enduring the pain, Sufan grabbed thick alloy chains from the corner and bound the unconscious Venomous Bee thoroughly, wrapping him up like a dumpling, then sat down heavily to regulate his breathing. Time passed bit by bit. After about an hour, his breathing stabilized and his complexion mostly recovered. Sufan stood up, walked to Venomous Bee, looked down at this 2-star peak beastmaster, grabbed the chains, and with a clank, began dragging him along the ground. Boy, where are you taking me? Venomous Bee forced himself to speak, demanding warily. Sufan didn't bother responding, dragging him through the long corridor into that room with Snow White lighting the operating room. Click. The surgical lights blazed on, blindingly bright. Sufan put on sterile gloves and drew a gleaming surgical scalpel from the tray. You, what do you want to do to me? Venomous Bee saw the room full of precision instruments, his face instantly turning deathly pale, a chill running straight up his spine to the crown of his head. Sufan revealed an innocent smile. Nothing much. I just want to invite you to make a small contribution to the great cause of medical science. His voice was soft, yet it struck Venom Bee's heart like a sledgehammer. No, wait. We can talk. Venom Bee struggled frantically, his voice trembling. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you everything. Don't hurt me. He had thought this was just an ordinary kidnapping, never expecting to provoke such a ruthless character. Who the hell had that damn Chun brought upon them? Who sent you? Sufan narrowed his eyes. The president of the Black Dragon Association. She wants to meet you. Venom B answered hastily. Meet me? Sufan raised an eyebrow. Yes. The Black Dragon Association has no intention of harming you. They just told me to bring you back. I really mean no harm. Let me go, and I'll tell them I never saw you. Sufan sneered coldly. No intention of harming me, yet they send a peak 2-star beast tamer to break into my home at night? Before he finished speaking, a cold flash appeared in his hand as the blade swept across Venom B's groin with a clean cut like paper. Ah! The excruciating pain dragged Venom B into darkness as he fainted on the spot. When he regained consciousness, Venom B felt a strange, throbbing pain in his lower body, his heart filled with dread. What did you do to me? Congratulations, you now have a chance to become the star attraction at your establishment. Sufan's smile was warm yet chilling. Just kidding, I only stuffed something inside your little brother. He squinted as he explained. Now you feel a dull ache whenever you exert force, don't you? Don't worry, as long as you don't strain yourself, it won't explode. Venom B's pupils contracted sharply as his whole body trembled like a leaf. You're a demon. Seeing his opponent completely subdued, Sufan breathed a sigh of relief and casually sat down in a chair, contemplating his next move. Dump him in the river? Or throw him in a dumpster? He murmured, shaking his head. The Black Dragon Association already has their eyes on me. Whether this guy lives or dies doesn't matter. I need to solve this problem at its root. Fighting the Black Dragon Association alone would be hopeless. Only one option remained: call for backup. He first sent a message to Hai Lao, then called Sun Man, briefly explaining the Black Dragon Association situation. Shugwang City, Core Villa District. Soft light cascaded from the azure crystal chandelier as Qin Yuliang lay lazily on his large bed in a bathrobe, while a young maid skillfully massaged his shoulders and neck. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. The War Court High-Level Management Group lit up with a notification. The group had 10 members. Qin Yuliang himself, 7 other commanders and deputy commanders from first-tier city War Court branches, and 2 elders stationed in Tiandu City. The 2 elders held the highest authority, followed by 4 chief commanders who managed the Intelligence Division, Supervisory Court, Military Department, and Enforcement Hall respectively. Qin Yuliang headed the Supervisory Court, specifically responsible for overseeing organizations and beast tamers at all levels. The Military Department differed most from the other 3 divisions. It had 5 times their personnel, with an average strength of 2-star beast tamers, while the other departments averaged 3 stars. The Military Department focused on external warfare and defending against spirit beasts. At this moment, a bolded message that tagged him stood out prominently in the group. Military Department Commander Jiang Ming fired the first shot. Qin Yuliang, I heard you directly recruited that Sufan into the Supervisory Court. Without even lifting an eyelid, Qin Yuliang replied with 5 words. Who told you that? Jiang Ming immediately exploded. Stop playing dumb. Don't you know how significant the Yunhe mechanical modification case is? Such a crucial figure. And you privately brought him into the Supervisory Court without consultation or approval from the higher-ups. Qin Yuliang, this is overstepping your authority. The Intelligence Division Commander also chimed in. Commander Qin, directly assigning someone like Sufan to the Supervisory Court is indeed inappropriate. Qin Yuliang leisurely typed a single word. Oh. While the group buzzed with activity, the 2 elders remained silent throughout. Their silence itself was tacit approval. At that moment, a mute maid hurried into the room, communicating fluently in sign language. Qin Yuliang glanced at her, his voice falling flatly. Tell him to wait for me in the reception hall. In the villa's reception room, Qin Fong sat restlessly. The moment he saw Qin Yuliang enter, he immediately stood up. Qin Yuliang unhurriedly picked up his teacup, took a light sip, then raised his eyes to signal. Qin Fong lowered his voice and spilled all the latest intelligence. Second young master, Sun Man sent word that Poison Bee has surfaced and went to Sufan's spirit pet medical clinic. Sufan subdued him an hour ago. Sima Yua from the Black Dragon Association also seems to have set her sights on Sufan. Qin Feng added, his brow furrowed with concern. Qin Yuliang's eyes flashed coldly. When can Chi Wei arrive? He'll be here any moment. Good, we're moving up the timeline. Qin Yuliang set down his teacup, his tone crisp. Head straight to the Grand Lisboa. Also, notify Sufan to pretend he's been taken hostage by Poison Bee and go to the Grand Lisboa Club to cooperate with our operation. He's only 1 star, and a non-combatant at that. Isn't this too risky? Qin Feng hesitated. With Chi Wei there, even 2 Sima Yuas couldn't stir up trouble. Qin Yuliang glanced at him, his tone brooking no argument. Yes. Qin Feng straightened and agreed. Just as he was about to leave, Qin Yuliang suddenly remembered something. How did the military learn about Sufan? Qin Feng's expression stiffened. This morning I accidentally told Chi Wei. Get out. Qin Yuliang's face remained calm, yet sent chills down one's spine. Fong felt as if he'd received a royal pardon and quickly retreated from the reception room. Inside the Spirit Pet Medical Clinic, Sufan sat cross-legged, having finished his breathing exercises. His constitution had just broken through to 150 points, officially entering the mid-stage 1-star beast tamer level. The feedback from Black Blade Tiger's mechanical enhancement had brought him substantial gains. He pulled out his phone to see Sun Man's text message, asking him to cooperate with the operation and go to the Grand Lisboa Club. Sufan replied, "Captain Sun, can you guarantee my safety?" Sun Man responded with 2 words, "Guaranteed." This trouble needs to be resolved quickly. Sufan muttered to himself and sent a message to Hai Lao. After discussing, Hai Lao decided to secretly stand guard and immediately provide rescue if the situation got out of control. After handling communications, Sufan looked up at Poison Bee, his tone ice cold. "Take me to see the Black Dragon Association's president. Remember, only I can cure that painful condition of yours." "Understood, understood." Poison Bee nodded repeatedly, as obedient as a pecking chicken. An hour later, on the top floor of the Grand Lisboa Club, Sufan was escorted by Black Dragon Association's 4th to Sima Yiwa's private suite. The room's lighting was seductive, the waterbed gently undulating. Sima Yiwa reclined against the headboard, wearing only a gossamer-thin silk nightgown with an open neckline that revealed expanses of snow-white skin. Her slender waist could be encircled by one's hands, and her long legs emerged from the silk, with curves so perfect they were breathtaking. "Temptress," Sufan muttered under his breath, his gaze instinctively auto-targeting almost a natural, innate skill of males. Sima Yiwa held a wine glass, her crimson fingertips caressing the rim as she smiled languidly. "Hello, Dr. Su. I'm the president of the Black Dragon Association, Sima Yiwa." Sufan remained expressionless. "President Sima seeks me out to avenge Boss Lee?" Sima Yiwa chuckled softly, swirling the crimson wine in her glass. "Of course not. A mere 1-star member isn't worth my personal attention." Sufan's heart sank. She was indeed targeting him. As a prestigious 4-star senior beast tamer, the only thing about him that could interest her was his spirit beast mechanical modification technology. Yet he maintained his bewildered expression. "Then what does President Sima want with me?" The mixed-race beauty leaned forward slightly, her voice sultry and bone-deep seductive. "I've heard that Dr. Su has miraculous hands that severed limbs can regenerate under your care." She slowly straightened up, her smooth shoulders and curves playing hide-and-seek in the lamplight, unable to conceal the greed in her eyes. "I'm quite interested myself. Could Dr. Su perhaps teach me?" "President Sima, it's getting late. You should wash up and go to sleep," Sufan said, looking directly at her. "What do you mean? That I can have anything I want in my dreams?" Sima Yiwa burst into a series of coquettish laughs, her chest heaving as she trembled like a flower in the wind. Sufan silently complained to himself. "This seductress looks provocative and acts even more satyring to completely devour my exclusive technology right off the bat. Fortunately, Old Hai is right outside, so I'm not panicking." Clap, clap. Sima Yiwa clapped her hands. The door was pushed open as a black-clothed, burly man stepped inside. Long Si's nearly 2-meter frame almost completely filled the doorway. Sufan narrowed his eyes. Another late 2-star. Today his star-stepping technique had already been triggered. Using it again would require waiting until dawn. His right hand remained hidden in his pocket, fingertip hovering over the emergency button to contact Old Hai. "Force? No, no, no." Sima Yiwa shook her head with a charming laugh. "How could I do anything crude to such a genius? Don't be so quick to refuse, Dr. Su. The new Lisboa Club has many special services. I'll give you one night to consider, then tell me your answer." She cast a seductive glance at Long Si. "Take Dr. Su to experience our highest-tier service. Pick something special, top-grade merchandise." "Yes, President." Long Si responded respectfully, then turned to Sufan with a toothy grin, making a pleased gesture. Sufan followed Long Si to a themed room. Warm pink light spilled from wall lamps while a faint rose fragrance floated in the air. The walls were covered with various toys, their metallic reflections making him blink in surprise. Creaked door opened again. A tall, slender girl stepped lightly inside, sporting a pair of fluffy white ears atop her head. Her pure white dress trailed along the floor, its swaying hem revealing long, graceful legs, while a delicate tail gently brushed against the fabric. That exquisite face was more flawless than any A-list actress. Sufan silently gasped. A humanoid spirit pet? They actually keep such special merchandise in a club. The girl approached with a mix of fear and allure, carefully sitting beside Sufan, her delicate frame trembling slightly. "Master, please be gentle, won't you?" Sufan's scalp tingled as he reached into his pocket, blindly sending a text. "I am very safe right now. I'll woo, please, be tender." The girl's dress hem swept across the floor like a startled butterfly, graceful yet panicked. In those moist eyes, fear and shyness intertwined. Sufan quietly activated his analytical eye. An information panel appeared. Target: Pearl White Cat Girl. Spirit Beast Class, Humanoid Type Cat Girl Clan. Level: Early 1 star. Potential, crate. Attributes, none. Racial value, 100. Innate combat skill, flexibility. Acquired combat skills, none. Physical state, frail. Condition, multiple internal injuries. Despite appearing healthy on the surface, this cat girl who looked 17 or 18 was covered in internal injuries, many inflicted within recent days. If the abuse continued, she wouldn't survive another 6 months. The Black Dragon Association, ranked among the top 10 beast tamer organizations, clearly engaged in more than just flesh trade. Do you have a name? Sufan asked. Master, just call me Xiao Bai, the cat-eared girl replied in a voice barely above a whisper, keeping her head lowered. Were you captured by them? Sufan asked again. Xiao Bai lowered her eyes, her ears trembling slightly. Her entire body shivered as if touched by a cold wind, yet she remained silent. Sufan's peripheral vision swept slowly across the room. Hidden pinhole cameras lurked among the potted plants in the corner, faint red lights glowed from the ventilation ducts beneath the chandelier, and even the table legs were fitted with listening devices. He immediately understood. The Black Dragon Association's confidence ran unfathomably deep. Without overwhelming power and influence, they would never dare conduct such shady business so openly. He didn't press further, carefully weighing whether to have Hai Lao come in immediately and extract him from this dangerous situation. Just then, ding, the system choice panel suddenly appeared. For safety's sake, have Hai Lao take you away immediately. Reward, a grade metal frost crystal iron. Help the cat girl heal her hidden injuries and save her from her tragic fate. Reward, 1-star peak, beast master level. Cause chaos at the new Lisboa club and declare, I'm taking her with me today, let's see who dares stop me. Reward, Earth tier beast mastery technique, spirit beast possession. Sufan paused. A grade frost crystal iron was worth millions, and Earth tier beast mastery techniques were incredibly rare. However, what he needed most urgently wasn't materials or skills. Due to the strain of performing 3 consecutive mechanical enhancement surgeries, his slow physical improvement and stagnant cultivation were his most pressing concerns. As for storming the club, while he could instantly summon his mechanically enhanced 1-star peak Blackblade Tiger for a surprise attack, the risks far outweighed the benefits. After a moment's consideration, he declared silently, System, I choose option 2. Whoosh. Violent energy flooded through his limbs like a raging torrent. The previously faint stream of spiritual power instantly transformed into a roaring river. Holy crap. Too intense. System bro, be gentle. Sufan cursed under his breath through gritted teeth. Within seconds, his constitution skyrocketed to 199 points. The after effects from using the star-stepping technique and the energy he'd expended during Blackblade Tiger's 3rd-tier enhancement were completely restored. His strength also surged by 50 points, more than doubling his overall combat power. With the energy still coursing through him, he looked up at the cat-eared girl before him, a smile playing at his lips. As a spirit pet physician, he had decided to save this pitiful cat girl. Sufan suddenly stood up, staring meaningfully at Xiao Bai as he grabbed a clean piece of cloth and gently covered her eyes. Lie down on the bed. Don't move. A wicked smile flickered across his lips. Xiao Bai nervously followed his instructions, lying face down on the bed, her voice trembling. What? What are you going to do? Give you a massage, loosen up your muscles and joints. Sufan cracked his knuckles. So you won't be stiff later. I prefer challenging positions. Hearing this, Xiao Bai's delicate body shrank back. She never expected this seemingly proper young man to say something so suggestive. The next moment, warm, strong hands landed on her shoulders and back. Sufan's knuckles pressed deep, bringing waves of tearing pain. Xiao Bai couldn't help but let out suppressed whimpers, her face pale, unable to tell if she was pleading or despairing. To her, this felt nothing like a massage and everything like torture. Relax, I'm a spirit pet physician. I won't hurt you. Ha ha ha, Sufan's voice echoed like a demon's whisper in the cat girl's ears. However, after a while, Xiao Bai surprisingly felt the soreness in her body diminish significantly. At first, it had been excruciating, as if every muscle in her body was about to tear apart, but now she actually felt a healing sensation. The areas where she had been brutally beaten before now felt much more relaxed and comfortable. What she didn't know was that Sufan was using this method to help clear her acupoints and treat the blocked meridians. Each time the eye of analysis identified a hidden injury, he would use the spiritual pet medical knowledge in his mind to find the corresponding massage points, helping her improve blood circulation and alleviate her injuries. Sufan was becoming increasingly excited, even somewhat perversely thrilled. He who would have thought the eye of analysis could be used this way, he discovered another profitable venture. Brilliant. Under Sufan's massage technique, Xiao Bai's injuries gradually healed, and sweet, comfortable moans couldn't help but escape from Xiao Mo's red lips. Aha! In the stairwell outside the clubroom, Long Si leaned against the wall wearing headphones, listening to the sounds from the surveillance device. His eyes widened like copper bells. Holy crap! This guy looks so proper on the surface, but he's into such kinky stuff. That cat girl is a virgin. I hope he doesn't break her. Night fell, the moonlight dimmed, and stars scattered sparsely across the sky. The brilliant neon sign of the new Lisboa club shone particularly bright. Fong stood in the shadows across the street, with over a dozen beast masters already positioned around the club. The wind, flame, and thunder squads from the war court branch were ready for action. You all wait outside first. Move immediately if anything happens, Fong said in a low voice. Sunman, come with me. You'll disguise yourself as the one surnamed Chun. Yes, Chief Chin. Sunman wore a black leather outfit and black stockings today. She released her star ring, chanted an incantation, and a giant chameleon-like spiritual pet appeared above her head. The next moment, Sunman's appearance began to change, even her body shape transformed. Fong did the same, his physique gradually shifting into that of a portly middle-aged man. Sunman became tall and thin, wearing narrow sunglasses. This was the war court's specially trained spiritual pet, the shape-shifting chameleon. Simply having it perch on a beastmaster's head allowed them to transform into other people's appearances, which was extremely useful. It could not only change facial features, but also alter height and build. The two people they were impersonating happened to be high-level VIPs of the new Lisboa club. These two individuals had already been apprehended by the war court. The pair then entered the main hall of the new Lisboa club, where purple crystal chandeliers flickered overhead. The club manager immediately approached them with an obsequious smile upon seeing them. Mr. Chun, Mr. Wong, it's been quite a while since you've visited. You didn't make a reservation today. Fong, disguised as Mr. Wong, immediately frowned with displeasure. What? I spend tens of millions here every year, and I can't come without a reservation. The manager quickly apologized, pretending to slap himself. Oh, look at my foul mouth. Of course you can. You two are premium VIPs. You can come whenever you want. All right. Is there any entertainment tonight? Fong said in a deep voice. The manager lowered his voice with a broad smile. You've come at the perfect time. There's a show tonight. It's about to start. Take us there, Sunman said in a low voice. The manager led the way through several dimly lit corridors. Finally, they walked through a small door. With a whoosh, cacophonous music, cheering, and even screams hit them in the face. Two attendants at the entrance bowed respectfully. Welcome to the real new Lisboa club. Seeing the scene before them, both Fong and Sunman's faces stiffened simultaneously. Relax, relax, don't resist me. In the room, Sufan gently massaged Xiaobai's temples with both hands, his tone commanding. Xiaobai couldn't help but tremble, but she still tried to relax and avoid any resistance. What appeared to be an intimate display between the two was actually a form of resonant communication between a beast tamer and their spirit companion. This method was an introductory course in spirit companion medicine, only capable of exchanging basic information. Through this, Sufan learned about the truly dark side of the Black Dragon Association. For instance, tonight there would be a special performance show, exclusively for high-ranking VIP members of the Black Dragon Association. Under the pink, suggestive lighting in the room, Sufan suddenly pushed Xiao Mo away and threw a glass cup to the floor. Useless. No energy left after just half an hour. What a waste of my time. Sufan erupted suddenly. Although they had communicated about this beforehand, the sudden sound of shattering glass still startled Xiaobai. I'm sorry. Xiaobai's face turned pale with fright as she curled up on the bed, trembling and whimpering apologies. Long Si, who was keeping watch, immediately came over upon hearing the commotion and knocked on the door. Dr. Su, what happened? Sufan got up, put on his clothes, and angrily opened the door, complaining. This thing is useless. Such poor stamina. Don't you have anything more exciting and fun? Well, Long Si scratched his head. Sufan sneered coldly. What? Is my skill not worth anything? Are you not treating me as one of your own? Then you can play by yourselves. Sufan turned to leave. Wait. Long Si immediately stopped him, saying, I need to consult with the president. Sufan waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up then. This is really disappointing. Long Si left with a dark expression. Just a rookie who had barely reached 1-star level, yet he dared speak to him this way. If it weren't for the president wanting to win him over, he would have slapped him dead long ago. Soon, Long Si returned and looked at Sufan. Dr. Su, the president has instructed me to accompany you to see some new entertainment. You accompany me? More like surveillance, right? Sufan grumbled. You can accompany nothing. I don't need a man's company. Let this girl follow and serve me, and you can do whatever. Very well. What a petty person drunk on power. Long Si was seething with anger, then turned to lead the way. Following through several winding, dimly lit corridors, Sufan passed through restricted areas and arrived at a private underground show venue. Seeing the scene inside, his heart immediately began pounding wildly. The strange screams of women, the roars of spirit companions, and the cheers of many men formed a stark contrast. Xiaobai, who was also visiting this place for the first time, saw everything and had her first standing on end, her legs trembling so much she nearly fell. Sufan wanted to preserve some evidence, but unfortunately, Long Si had a rat-headed parrot perched on his shoulder. This spirit companion's rat head could rotate 359 degrees, constantly monitoring him. He couldn't make any inappropriate moves. Just then, Sufan's gaze swept over two figures, and his analysis, I scanned a fat man. Target, Sun Man, age, 21. Race, human female. Skills, shared fusion transformation 50. Level, 3-star latest stage beast tamer. Constitution, 365. Spirit companions, cloud crane, shape-shifting magic lizard. Vitality, 570570. Beast space, 100 cubic meters. Body weak flesh. Condition, elevated blood pressure and chest tightness caused by emotional stress. Captain Sunman, using a spirit pet to disguise and transform herself? This thought flashed through Sufan's mind. On the surface, he remained calm, but inwardly he felt reassured people from the war court had arrived, which gave him confidence in his safety. Looking around, he put on an expression of pure delight and pulled Xiao Bai along, shouting, "There don't seem to be any empty seats here. Oh wait, there's one over there. Come on, let's go sit there. Wait, that's a VIP exclusive section." Long Si's face instantly darkened. But before he could finish speaking, Sufan had already wrapped his arm around Xiao Bai's slender waist and swaggered up the steps. The booth was dimly lit, with red leather sofas permeated by the smell of alcohol. Sufan took his seat and grabbed a crystal decanter, casually pouring himself a cocktail with the confident air of someone who owned the place. Across from him, Sunman and Qin Fong watched in bewilderment. What the hell was going on? They'd asked this kid to pretend to be held hostage, and now he was actually enjoying himself? Sunman cleared her throat twice and downed a glass of water, trying to ease the awkwardness. Qin Fong had reviewed Sufan's file and naturally recognized him, but he still played his part, sternly reprimanding. "Hey, kid, what do you think you're doing?" Long Si quickly smiled apologetically. "Mr. Wong, it's his first time here. He doesn't know the rules. Please forgive him, please." Forget it, forget it. The show's starting." Sunman smoothed things over, directing her gaze toward the central stage. The red curtain slowly drew back. Over a dozen humanoid spirit pets with animal characteristics and girlish appearances were brought out, some missing limbs, others wearing bizarre contraptions, all locked in iron cages and covered in wounds. The audience immediately erupted, with whistles and jeers filling the air. The cage doors opened, and the spirit pets were forced to perform various unthinkable acts. Suddenly, a pink-furred bunny girl remained motionless, and a staff member grabbed a whip and rushed to the front of the stage. Crack, crack, crack. The whipping grew more vicious, leaving the pink bunny girl barely alive. Each of her screams only drove the spectators wilder. "Bastards, sons of bitches." Sunman cursed through gritted teeth, her nails nearly digging into her palms as she prepared to rush the stage. Qin Fong held her back, signaling that the time wasn't right. But Sunman couldn't contain herself any longer and lifted a glass of ice water to her lips. The ice water sprayed out, hitting Long Si square in the face. Everyone froze. In the next instant, a black shadow flashed by, covering several meters in a single step, charging straight for the stage. Sufan and the white tiger simultaneously lunged at the staff member who was beating the bunny girl. The restrained pink bunny girl was covered in bloody marks, her eyes closed as she cowered. Suddenly, the pain stopped. She struggled to open her tear-filled eyes and saw a young man standing with his back to her. "What the F? Who doesn't?" The staff member was about to get up when he found himself face-to-face with a gaping maw. His heart nearly stopped. "Tiger Lord, have you eaten yet?" The only response he got was crunch. The tiger wasn't one for words, preferring to let his teeth do the talking. The entire venue fell dead silent. Long Si wiped the ice water from his face, veins bulging on his forehead. "Kid, you're really asking for death. Take him down." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 one-star beast tamers leaped onto the stage. Pale golden magic circles flashed, and 3 hunting hounds roared as they charged towards Sufan. Sufan stepped on starlight, spreading his arms wide. The first hunting hound had barely gotten close when he kicked it flying, then grabbed the other 2 by their necks with his left and right hands, using their momentum to slam them into the ground. A woo-a-woo. In less than a minute, all 3 mid-stage 1-star hunting hounds had been beaten back by his bare hands. The 3 beast tamers turned pale, looking around nervously, no longer daring to advance. The surrounding guests exclaimed in unison, "Holy shit, whose subordinate is this? So fierce." The entire venue fell into dead silence. Whose subordinate was this, so fierce that 3 one-star intermediate spirit pets couldn't even last a few rounds against him? The crowd was in an uproar, yet no one dared to speak. Sufan's bold act of barging into the Black Dragon Association alone to cause trouble was even more shocking than tearing apart those 3 spirit pets. This place had never been somewhere a 1-star beast tamer could run wild. On the sidelines, Long Si's face was twisted with rage, fury almost bursting from his eyes. This kid is this strong? Damn it. Why didn't that bastard poison bee cripple him before bringing him here? He gritted his teeth, wishing he could kill Sufan immediately. Xiao Bai's beautiful eyes widened as she instinctively covered her lips. Initially, she had taken Sufan for a hypocritical client. Later, when he helped heal someone, she thought he was a kind person, but now, she never expected that this seemingly gentle young beast tamer would dare to boldly strike within the Black Dragon Association's territory. Sufan, you're seeking death. Long Si's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tight, radiant light exploding beneath his feet. The overwhelming pressure of a peak 2-star beast tamer crushed down on the entire venue. By the stars as my oath, by bloodline as my guide, beast space, activate. A blazing white formation appeared, intense energy sweeping through the air like blades cutting across faces. Roar hell. Accompanied by an ear-piercing shriek, a four-legged crawling giant beast the size of a heavy truck-a-mole dragon lizard burst forth from the light formation, its gaping maw aimed directly at Sufan. Meanwhile, figures kept tumbling in through corridors and windows. More than 10 2-star and over 31-star Black Dragon Association beast tamers surged like a tide, nearly 50 people surrounding the stage in an instant. Sun Man's gaze sharpened as she called out in a low voice. Director Chun, what do we do? Take action. Qin Feng's voice was cold and deep. The two figures flickered, shedding their disguises and summoning their main battle spirit pets with lightning-fast incantations. Long Si was controlling the mole dragon lizard to pounce at Sufan when he suddenly felt two irresistible pressures bearing down from above. Sun Man descended through the air riding a cloud crane, her sharp sword instantly pressed against Long Si's forehead. If you want to die, keep moving. The ice-cold blade touched his skin, sweat trickling down Long Si's temples as his entire body went rigid. On the other side, Qin Feng's hands flew through hand seals, two streams of light shooting forth domain mantis, Lido mantis. Red and green radiance lit up the air, exploding with speed almost too fast for the naked eye to catch, directly attacking the mole dragon lizard. The giant lizard roared, its front claws sweeping away debris as it prepared to climb onto the stage. Swoosh. Its massive body suddenly soared into the air, only to be sliced into 7 or 8 pieces by the red and green afterimages mid-flight. Dark green blood mixed with chunks of flesh splattered down with crackling sounds, the stench hitting everyone's faces as the entire venue was struck with terror. Outside the new Lisboa club, the wind, flame, and thunder battle court squads sprang into action the moment they received the signal. The director has given the signal, move out. Black-clad battle court enforcers swarmed into the club from all directions, following the commotion straight to the top floor. Crash battle court enforcement. Nobody move, get down on the ground. The 3 squads descended like tigers from the mountain, each member a 3-star beast tamer whose strength completely overwhelmed all Black Dragon members present. Never mind the top 10 forces in Shugwang City, even the #1 Beast Tamer Association was nothing more than chickens and dogs before the regular army. Fierce winds, thunder, and seas of fire swept simultaneously as dozens of 3-star spirit pets unleashed 10 minutes of devastating bombardment. After wind blades sliced, flames burned, and thunder roared, nearly 100 Black Dragon Association members were pressed firmly to the floor, not daring to make even a sound. Looking at the chaos covering the ground, Sufan nodded to himself. So the battle court had been planning this all along, keeping watch on the Black Dragon Association. No wonder Captain Sun had appeared here tonight. What truly ruthless methods. Nearby, Xiaobai darted like a startled kitten, quickly scurrying to Sufan's side. Her soft cat ears trembled violently before she finally felt somewhat at ease. At the center of the stage, Fong stepped onto the platform, his gaze sweeping across the crowd like a blade as he commanded in a stern voice. Listen up, everyone. The Black Dragon Association is suspected of organized crimes, including spirit beast abuse and forced prostitution. The war court has solid evidence. Starting tonight, the new Lisboa Club is sealed off, and all Black Dragon Association members are to be arrested. Everyone else must remain still, or you'll be charged as accomplices. The entire venue fell into deathly silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. From the shadowy corridor, an alluring figure emerged gracefully. Her black form-fitting leather outfit accentuated her curvaceous silhouette, emerald eyes gleaming with an otherworldly intensity, and waist-length hair swaying gently. She smiled slightly, her voice lazy and seductive. Director Chun, such impressive authority. Fong turned his head and smiled back. President Sima, as captivating as ever. Though the two clearly knew each other, their words carried hidden daggers. Sima Yiwa snorted coldly. Sucking up to the Chun family and becoming a lapdog for the war courtier become increasingly heartless. It's my duty. Fong shook his head with a sigh. Sima Yiwa, you've already made a grave mistake. Why continue this futile resistance? I'm not the one who's wrong. Yiwa's laughter stopped abruptly, her expression sharp as a blade. What's wrong is this world where the strong prey upon the weak. Whoosh. She suddenly kicked off the ground, creating a deep crater beneath her feet, her form shooting toward Fong like an arrow released from its bow, her killing intent almost tangible. Fong instantly gathered four-colored star power in his palms, striking out with a palm blade. Boom. Sound waves surged and dust clouds rolled. A bloody shadow tore through the air, lunging at Feng's facey-up blood-winged fox bat. "Director, watch out!" Cries of alarm rang out from the crowd. The blood-winged fox bat's wings stirred up a bloody wind, its fangs gleaming coldly under the lights. Feng's pupils contracted, but he showed no panic. "Duo Mei. Li Duo." Before his words finished, blue and red figures flashed into view simultaneously. Clang. Duo Mei's mantis blade clashed with the foxbat's claws, sparks flying everywhere. Li Duo seized the opening and unleashed a battle technique air slash. An invisible blade cut toward the foxbat's flank. Roar. The blood-winged foxbat shrieked in pain and retreated dozens of meters. Yiwa's hands danced through the air, summoning another bloodthirsty fox. With a sharp cry, it coordinated with the blood-winged foxbat for another assault. Tear them apart. In the center of the hall, four spirit pets tangled in fierce combat. Blue light, red shadows, and bloody gleams intertwined, each collision unleashing violent air currents that shattered tables and chairs into splinters. Onlookers fled in terror. A clash of four-star spirit pets was terrifyingly destructive. Both Fong and Sima Yua were latest-stage four-star beast tamers, making it difficult to determine a victor. Just as the battle reached its climax, a black shadow suddenly struck from the side. Squelch. The muffled sound of a bone blade piercing flesh made everyone's skin crawl. Feng's body stiffened, and he turned back with difficulty, his eyes filled with disbelief. Ugh. Wu Yan. The sneak attacker was none other than Wu Yan, captain of the War Court's flame squad. The four-colored starlight around Fong scattered instantly, like a punctured balloon. "Director." War Court members cried out in shock, but it was too late. With Feng's mental link damaged, Duo Mei and Li Duo in midair suddenly became sluggish, their energy rapidly weakening. "Now's the time." Yua's eyes blazed with cold light. "Blood prison bind." Shadow slash. The bloodthirsty fox released several streams of bloody energy, binding Duo Mei and Li Duo tightly. The blood-winged foxbat's wings stirred up a bloody wind as invisible blade lights slashed down wildly. Their hard shells cracked inch by inch as both spirit pets cried out and crashed to the ground. Sima Yua flashed forward and punched Fong in the chest, sending him flying several meters. "Director." Every War Court member was horrified. Lu Yu reacted swiftly, unleashing his combat technique Crimson Wind Blast. A spear shot toward Wu Yan. The spear tore through the air like burning crimson flames. Wu Yan instinctively retreated as the spearhead grazed past his chest, sparking against his armor. In that split second when Wu Yan was forced to divide his attention, Sun Yu seized the opening and flashed to Feng's side like lightning, supporting the swaying commander. "Commander Fong, are you alright?" Feng's face was ashen, blood trickling down through the gaps in his armor. He tried to gather starlight again to seal his wounds, but could only shake his head weakly before sitting cross-legged on the spot to forcibly regulate his breathing. Not far away, Tao Xiaoya was furious, shouting angrily. "Wu Yan, you bastard! Acting all righteous normally, yet you dare betray the War Court." Wu Yan's lips curled into a mocking smile as he casually patted the numbed spot on his chest where he'd been struck. Little girl, we're all beast commanders here, don't put on airs. I don't have the backing of your Tao family. Getting this far is already my limit. Why are you all acting so high and mighty? President Sima pays well, so I follow her. Making money isn't shameful. Shameless scoundrel." Tao Xiaoya's eyes widened with rage, fury almost shooting from her pupils. "Commander Fong treated you like a brother, yet you sold out your brother for money. You deserve a beating." Lu Yu adjusted his glasses, anger surfacing on his calm face. "He's a peak 3-star beastmaster. Let's attack together and summon our spirit pets." "Right," Tao Xiaoya responded, her true chi surging explosively throughout her body. Wu Yan sneered. "Just you lot? If you want to take me down, train for a few more decades." President Sima had already promised he could escape unscathed and would even receive an opportunity to break through to 4 stars. Thinking of the mysterious cult behind Sima Yua, his heart burned even hotter, and he even entertained the mad notion of killing a few more colleagues to demonstrate his loyalty. "Take this," Tao Xiaoya roared, unleashing her combat technique sky-breaking fist. Her fist carried tearing airwaves as it struck directly at Wu Yan's face. Simultaneously, Lu Yu summoned his spirit pet, the Crimson Peak Bear. The massive bear, radiating rolling heat waves, pounced from the left flank. However, Wu Yan, as captain of the Flame Squad and the strongest fighter below 4 stars, merely sidestepped and blocked with one hand, stopping their combined attack with a single arm. "That's it." His voice dripped with contempt. "Come again." Tao Xiaoya was so angry her face contorted, teeth clenched tight as she prepared another punch. Meanwhile, due to Wu Yan's betrayal, the situation had completely spiraled out of control. The remaining members of the Wind and Thunder squads couldn't possibly contain over 100 fierce criminals from the Black Dragon Association. Shouts and clashing weapons filled the air as chaos returned. Nobody move! Nobody move! The War Court squad members shouted desperately, but to little effect. From within the crowd, Sima Yua's seductive figure slithered out like a serpent's tongue. Her steps were light, yet each one seemed to press upon everyone's hearts. Her emerald pupils flickered with dangerous light as her red lips curved upward, slowly approaching the wounded Fong. Commander Fong, she laughed softly, her voice carrying a lingering tone. It seems the War Court has fallen today. Fong struggled to lift his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained steely. Sima Yua, don't get cocky. The Black Dragon Association is finished. Sima Yua brushed her curled bangs aside, revealing an elegant, yet cold smile. Oh, is that so? Once I kill you all and leave Dawn City overnight, what can the War Court do to me? As long as I'm alive, do you really think the Black Dragon Association will disappear? Fong fell silent, his expression growing even grimmer. Sima Yua turned to survey the battlefield, her gaze finally locking onto Sufan with meaningful intent as she licked the corner of her lips. Dr. Su, I kindly invited you as a guest tonight, but you seem to lack manners. Since that's the case, why don't you join the War Court people in death? You witch, stop being so arrogant. From the far end of the crowd, Sun Man shouted angrily. She rode upon a cloud crane, sword in her right hand, charging out like a descending deity. The metallic beak of the cloud crane beneath Sun Man's feet began to shimmer with lightning, preparing to lock onto its target. Whoosh! The air was suddenly torn apart as a thick purple bolt of lightning, as wide as a barrel, thundered towards Sima Yua. The electric glow reflected in her eyes, and Sima Yua first showed a hint of surprise, then nimbly retreated half a step, barely dodging this violent strike. Bang! The purple lightning pierced into the stone floor, blasting out a crater half a person's depth, with debris and scorched earth scattered by electric arcs. Through the swirling dust, Sima Yua narrowed her beautiful eyes and murmured softly. The cloud crane actually has lightning attribute combat skills? You're clearly Sun Man from the Wind team. I see now. Before her words finished, greed was already rolling in the mixed blood beauty's eyes. She licked her red lips, her gaze fixed on Sufan. I've decided not to kill you anymore. After I deal with them, I'll elope with you. Demoness, how dare you disturb my Tao heart? Sufan's scalp tightened as he cursed under his breath. Completely ignored, Sun Man's anger flared. Lightning wrapped around her long sword as she suddenly stepped forward. She and the cloud crane, one person and one crane, one sword and one beak, with lightning dancing between sword edge and golden beak, their dual sword technique flowing like clouds and water, each strike carrying devastating momentum. However, Sima Yua was after all a latest-stage 4-star beastmaster. The gap in physique and perception was like a chasm. While effortlessly deflecting the sword strikes, she smiled and sighed. Oh, how amazing! Sufan, I must have you. You must be mine. Her manner was so relaxed it bordered on provocation. Sufan felt a chill down his spine. This woman clearly wanted to drain him dry. He commanded in a low voice, "Hai Lao, attack." The next moment, a hunched figure suddenly stepped out from the shadows. While the night sky was pierced by a sharp screech, a large bird with blood-red eyes dove down. It was Hai Lao and his spirit pet, the fire-eyed vulture, whom Sufan had positioned in advance. The fire-eyed vulture was already renowned for its agility, and with that second-tier perfect quality mechanical prosthetic eye, its targeting ability increased dramatically. The crimson prosthetic eye gleamed coldly, making Sima Yua's heart skip a beat. She retreated 5 or 6 steps and hastily summoned her blood-winged fox bat to circle around her. Whoosh! Scorching airwaves descended from above. The fire-eyed vulture's combat skill, Flame Pursuit, struck instantly, red flames clinging like bone-deep poison, igniting directly on the blood-winged fox bat. No matter how it twisted and flapped its wings, the flames persistently followed. Taking advantage of the bat's pained screeching and rolling, the fire-eyed vulture's talons struck swiftly from the flank, aiming directly for Sima Yua's head. Sufan watched the battle circle intently, feeling slightly relieved. With Hai Lao cooperating with Captain Sun, 2 against 1, their chances of victory had greatly increased. Shadows intertwined, lightning and flames wove together. The thunderous roar was deafening, and the entire hall seemed like the center of a storm. But he ultimately underestimated the foundation of a latest-stage 4-star beastmaster. The storm-like assault from Hai Lao and Sun Man was completely neutralized by Sima Yua's evasive movements. Her movement technique was mysterious, her perception extremely sharp, and she became more composed as the battle continued. Swoosh! Sima Yua suddenly flashed behind Sun Man, her voice cold and deep. Do you think that with just one spirit pet comparable to 4-star level, you can contend with a true 4-star beastmaster? Boom! Her slender whip-like legs swept out horizontally, directly kicking the approaching cloud crane and sending it flying backward. She flickered like a ghost, dodging the fire-eyed eagle's flame pursuit, while simultaneously clamping down on Hai Lao's arms with pincer-like precision. Her eyes were filled with disdain. And you, old man, you're quite fast, but relying on individual martial prowess alone lacks true killing power. Age really does catch up with you. Boom. She violently shook her arms, sending Hai Lao flying like a broken kite toward the fire-eyed eagle. Both man and bird were hurled dozens of meters through the air, crashing into rocks and raising clouds of dust. Sufan's pupils contracted. Holy crap, that's insane. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he decisively activated his cheat, shouting in a low voice. Analysis I activate. Pale blue characters flashed into view. Target, Sima Yiwa. Age, 35. Race, human. Gender, female. Level, late 4-star beast tamer. Constitution, 485. Spirit pets, bloodthirsty fox, blood-winged fox bat. Vitality, 740,770. Beast space, 170 cubic meters. Body, human beast fusion form. Condition, gained extraordinary abilities by fusing with shadow demon bat flesh and beast core. Due to fusion defects, experiences severe heat episodes daily. Lower abdomen is her vital weakness. Careless contact could be fatal. Sufan's head buzzed. Human beast fusion form? She's a real demon woman. He immediately shouted. Sun Man Hai Lao. Her weakness is in her lower abdomen. Sima Yiwa's previously nonchalant expression instantly stiffened, her emerald eyes flashing with deadly cold light as they locked onto Sufan. Hai Lao and Sun Man understood immediately. They exchanged glances and moved like lightning. The cloud crane technique circled through the air, seeking angles to strike directly at her weakness. In the distance, the fire-eyed eagle's eyes glowed red as it launched wave after wave of flame pursuit attacks at Sima Yiwa. In an instant, she was suppressed from 3 sides, forced into passive defense. With her vital point exposed, even the strongest fighter was like walking naked among blades. Even a child could fell an adult if they hit the right spot. Everyone understood this truth. Damn it. Sima Yiwa's fury blazed as her seductive gaze transformed into violent ferocity. You all must die. Boom. A violent aura exploded from within her body, her presence instantly approaching the peak of 4-star level. Accompanied by the shadow demon bat's sinister demonic wind, her black bodysuit was torn to shreds, revealing large expanses of snow-white skin gleaming in the fierce wind. Shadow demon god transformation. Hai Lao exclaimed in a low voice, his pupils contracting sharply. That's a life-burning ultimate technique exclusive to spirit beasts from the northwestern demon realm. How can she, a mere human, perform it? Ultimate technique, secret arts exclusive to spirit beasts that couldn't be shared with beast tamers, and no beast tamer would dare risk their life to perform them. They could instantly unleash potential and dramatically increase combat power, but their side effects were equally terrifying. They would only be used in life-or-death situations. The shadow demon god transformation could turn a shadow demon bat into a bloodthirsty demon god, massively boosting its combat power. The northwestern demon realm? Sufan searched through the original host's memories. That place was home to the beast god cult, a group of lunatics who had completely abandoned reason. They worshipped demonic beast deities and followed the creed of beast transformation, forcing beast tamers to merge flesh and blood with their spirit beasts to extract the purest power. Those who cultivated to the extreme became indistinguishable from beasts, with grotesque faces and savage temperaments, leaving only monstrous shells behind. 3 years ago, the spirit beast rampage that swept across major cities was instigated by a cultist from the northwestern demon realm. The beast-taming world called these practitioners who had fallen into the abyss of madness, demon men. In battles of equal rank, demon men usually held the advantage, yet they couldn't escape a fatal flaw: the wild nature of spirit beasts would backfire, gradually making their temperaments cruel and twisted. Considering these pros and cons, Sufan's brow furrowed instantly. This was serious trouble. Sima Yiwa, you've actually abandoned the bottom line of being human. Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. Boom. Star power boiled within Sima Yiwa's body. Her skin took on an eerie blood-red hue. Her eyes completely transformed into dark red beast pupils, and violent madness burst forth from her body. Sufan recognized at a glance she had merged with a 5-star spirit beast, Phantom Demon Bat. This beast's innate combat technique, Phantom Demon God Transformation, could turn its host into a bloodthirsty demon god, instantly pushing their combat power to the peak of a 4-star human beast tamer. Hai Lao, please hold on. Sufan prayed silently, knowing there would be no way out if they fell into this madwoman's hands. Die? Die. Sima Yiwa shrieked like a blood shadow, her claw strikes dense as a rainstorm, tearing the air with explosive thuds. Bang, bang, bang. Hai Lao barely managed to block, yet was still forced back several steps by the force. The gap between early 4-star and peak 4-star was instantly magnified to an unbridgeable chasm. If not for his experienced footwork, he would have already become wreckage. On the other side, sweat dripped down Sun Man's neck as Cloud Crane repeatedly struck with lightning, yet couldn't touch that blood shadow. The metallic beak clashed with blood claws, producing ear-piercing friction sounds accompanied by flying sparks. Too weak. Let's see how much longer you can last. Sima Yue sneered, her form flashing to appear above Cloud Crane, 5 fingers transforming into claws aimed at vital points. What a beautiful Cloud Crane. What a sharp beak, watch me break it. At the critical moment. Snap. A crisp finger snap cut through the battle. The next moment, Sun Man and Cloud Crane vanished into thin air, reappearing 10 meters away. The surrounding air seemed instantly drained, leaving visible distorted ripples. Spatial combat technique? Sima Yue whirled around, nearly grinding her teeth to dust. Chiwei, a young man in blue-green fitted clothing, stepped down from midair, invisible air currents forming stairs beneath his feet. He casually wiped blood traces from his dagger, his expression lazy, yet his gaze ice-cold. Killed a 4-star spirit beast causing trouble at the border on the way here, got a bit delayed. His tone was casual, yet carried an undeniable sharpness. With a handsome face wearing a devil-may-care smile, he looked down from above. Well, President Sima, planning to test your blade on my war court's people? Vice Commander Qi, Tao Xiaoya shouted while fighting Wu Yan. Wu Yan is a traitor. He ambushed and severely injured Commander Qin. Qi Wei raised an eyebrow and looked down at Qin Fong lying on the ground. Oh, old Qin. When we were recruiting back then, this guy surnamed Wu had no real skills, just knew how to kiss ass, but you insisted on bringing him in. Qin Fong felt a tightness in his chest, his face alternating between pale and flushed, so he could only close his eyes and play deaf and dumb. Qi Wei chuckled softly and casually snapped his finger snap. The air twisted into a vortex, and Wu Yin froze in place as the surrounding space visibly collapsed and compressed around him. Tearing pain instantly crawled across his entire body, but he could no longer move, left only with wails before being crushed. Vice Commander Qi, I was wrong. I lost my head for a moment. Please give me a chance to redeem myself. Wu Yan's features contorted as his voice turned hoarse. You think you deserve it? Qi Wei raised his finger again. Snap. Another crisp sound. The space suddenly contracted like invisible iron walls closing toward the center. Ah, spare me. Vice calm. The screaming stopped abruptly as Wu Yan was compressed into a twisted mass of flesh and blood that fell to the ground. Having finished this, Qi Wei turned around and smiled at Sima Yue, president of the Black Dragon Association. President Sima, will you surrender willingly, or do I need to drag you back myself? A cold, vicious glint flashed in Sima Yue's eyes as she roared angrily. Qi Wei, I'm also at 4-star peak now and think I'm afraid of you. Before her words finished, she leaned forward slightly, her entire body transforming into rolling black-red blood mist as she shrieked and charged forward. Qi Wei's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his right palm, a faint white light spinning in his palm. Combat technique formless. An invisible barrier instantly formed. Boom. Sima Yue's fist smashed against the barrier, creating a deafening explosion, but it was like a fist sinking into a swamp, unable to advance even half an inch. Qi Wei's palm pressed down slightly, and massive spatial force undulated into a transparent giant hand. Boom. The giant hand slammed down, and the clear, piercing sound of Sima Yue's ribs shattering filled the air. Poof. She plummeted like a cannonball from high above, smashing a crater 20 centimeters deep into the marble floor. Escape. Blood spilled from Sima Yue's mouth, her eyes bloodshot. In the next moment, a pair of enormous bat wings, black as ink, tore through her back with a wingspan of 3 meters, and surging demonic energy carried her flying rapidly toward the exit. Oh, a demonic cultist too. Qi Wei raised an eyebrow, his 10 fingers dancing as he formed seals. Beast control technique 4 spirits entrapment array. Rumble. For blue-green strange spirit beasts materialized out of thin air, and the venue's colors instantly drained away as space twisted like a water surface. Qi Wei pressed his palm downward, and the 4 beasts transformed into 4 thick light pillars, constructing a 3-dimensional cage that trapped Sima Yue in the center. Intrapexecute. He uttered these 2 words indifferently. Within the white starlight cage, countless invisible blades wildly sliced and cut. Sima Yue's delicate body was instantly pierced through, and her black wings were also shredded beyond recognition. Piercing screams echoed continuously. After several minutes, the sound suddenly cut off as black mist and remnants of flesh fell down, even those tattered black wings floating down like torn kite fragments. The president, she's actually dead? We're finished. Finished. Who is this person? He easily slaughtered the president. Seeing their 4-star peak president brutally killed, the Black Dragon Association members turned pale with terror, dropping their weapons one by one and kneeling with their heads in their hands. The War Court squad seized the opportunity to move forward and quickly bound everyone, restoring order to the chaotic hall. At this moment, a hunched figure shuffled over to Sufan's side. Hai Lao held a cigarette between his lips, his face full of resentment. You brat, dragging me out in the middle of the night and making such a huge commotion. He took a drag, ash falling to the ground, and hoarsely whispered near his ear, Northwest Demon Territory, Beast God Cult. Demon people, are you trying to work this old bag of bones to death within 2 years? A faint scent of blood lingered in the air. Not far away, Sima Yu's corpse had been reduced to nothing but a pool of blood, a shocking sight to behold. Sweat beads rolled down Sufan's temples as he smiled apologetically at the white-haired elder beside him. Well, I saw that you just broke through to the early 4-star stage, so I thought I'd find you a beast tamer of comparable strength to practice with. Comparable strength? Hai Lao's eyes widened as he flatly refused. Who breaks through to early 4-star and goes looking for a peak 4-star beast tamer to spar with? That's just asking for a beating. Sufan let out an awkward laugh and quickly dangled some bait. Close enough. You worked hard today, old man. Next time I get my hands on some higher-grade rare metals, I'll upgrade your precious fire-eyed falcon's mechanical prosthetic eyes. The promise worked like magic. Hai Lao's eyes lit up, and his pipe trembled slightly. Don't try to sweet-talk me. Though I have to admit, this current pair of mechanical eyes isn't as sharp as when Little Fire was at his peak. An upgrade wouldn't hurt. At that moment, Fong stumbled over with Sun Man's support. Sun Man made the introductions first. Sufan, this is Director Chun, my direct superior. We owe you big time tonight. Without you, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Hello, Director Chun. Sufan greeted him first, then added casually. Captain Sun is too kind. I'll be joining the war court soon anyway, so lending a hand is only natural, especially with such good pay. Fong nodded, then glanced at the fire-eyed falcon beside Hai Lao. The metallic gleam of its mechanical eyes was identical to the mechanical beak of Sun Man's cloud crane. He thought to himself, this kid actually knows a high-star beast tamer. Snapping back to attention, he spoke earnestly. Without you, we would have suffered devastating losses. I'd heard about your expertise in spirit pet medicine and mechanical modifications, but I never imagined you'd see through even Sima Yu's weakness. And thank you as well for your assistance, sir. May I ask your name? Hai Lao exhaled a puff of smoke and replied coolly, the name's Hai. I'm a small-time merchant in the underground black market. My spirit pet and I just broke through recently. Haven't reported to the war court yet. What? Are you going to arrest this old bag of bones? Hai Lao's cold attitude toward the war court made Sufan frown slightly, though he didn't feel it was his place to intervene. Fong quickly smiled apologetically. You jest, sir. How could the war court detain you over such a trivial matter? We're grateful you helped use. It's too late to thank you properly. Huh? Hai Lao snorted coldly. I can't afford the war court's gratitude, kid. Su boy, this old man is tired. I'm heading back to sleep. With that, he turned and walked away, his hunched figure looking particularly lonely in the night. Sun Man stood there stunned. How had their perfectly coordinated ally suddenly turned so cold? Fong cleared his throat and changed the subject. Sufan, I've noted your contributions tonight. When we return to the war court, I'll report to the division commander and put in for a major commendation. Sufan raised an eyebrow. Is there a cash bonus? Of course. He immediately broke into a wide grin and patted Feng's arm. Ah, buddy, don't be so formal. We're all working for the war court, serving the great Xia. The commendation doesn't really matter. Feng was left speechless and could only nod with a bitter smile. Just as the atmosphere began to ease, a young figure approached, stepping through the bloodstains. It was the deputy commander who had killed Sima Yiwa with a single strike. Chi Wei. His gaze was sharp as he studied Sufan and spoke in a deep voice. So you're Sufan? I heard you were the one who created the mechanical beak for Sun Man's cloud crane? He looked excited and directly put his hand on Sufan's shoulder, saying, do you think you could also modify my spirit pets? I want them all to have mechanical tails, preferably with automatic extension and retraction functions. You know what I mean? It would make my private activities much more convenient. I'll trade you some intelligence I've been collecting for years. How about it? Sufan replied. Bro, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Sufan looked puzzled, and not wanting to embarrass this senior, he asked, may I ask, Deputy Commander Chi, what kind of intelligence are you referring to? Don't be so formal. Just call me Brother Chi. Chi Wei put his arm around Sufan's shoulders and whispered, I have secrets about all the big shots in the war court, military elders, supervisory court elders, and even our Commander Chin. Which one would you like to hear? Sufan's eyes widened again. Are you crazy or am I crazy? Commander Chin? Isn't he your direct superior and my benefactor? You dare gossip about your boss behind his back? And you're even talking about elders. Those are all 7-star master-level beast tamers and above. Aren't you afraid that one day they'll find you displeasing and slap you and your spirit beasts to death together? Sufan quickly stepped away from this guy and said tactfully, Brother Chi, this matter doesn't seem quite appropriate. I've never done this kind of spirit pet modification before, and I'm afraid something might go wrong. Chi Wei didn't want to give up and wanted to negotiate further, but then Fong pulled him away and said to Sufan with a smile, don't mind him. It's getting late. You should go back and rest early. The war court will handle these people from the new Lisboa club. Also, your paperwork has been approved. Someone will come to pick you up tomorrow for your official start. All right. Thank you, Director Chun. After bidding farewell to the two, Sufan also greeted Lu Yu, Xiaoya, and other old acquaintances before preparing to leave. But at that moment, a cool and tender little hand grabbed him. Xiaobai looked at Sufan somewhat timidly, her voice as quiet as a mosquito's buzz. Sufan smiled and said, "Don't worry, the war court will make proper arrangements. Go back with Captain Sun, and everything will be fine." "Oh, okay." Xiaobai nodded, gazing deeply at the young beast tamer before her. Just a few hours ago, as a spirit beast, she had almost thought she would be destroyed by a beast in human clothing. But within half a day, he had suddenly become a big shot in the war court, with even the high and mighty war court director treating him with courtesy. With that, Sufan turned and left. Tonight had certainly been thrilling. Witnessing the spirit pet battles between 4th-level beast tamers, he learned how beast taming arts and spirit pet combat techniques could be used in such ways. He understood that he must rapidly improve his strength. When he goes to the war court later, he needs to ask about matters concerning breaking through to early 2-star level. Having never attended a beast taming academy, he lacked professional and systematic knowledge. Breakthrough wasn't something to be taken lightly. This was also why wild beast tamers could never compare to official prodigies. 1-star was entry level, 2-star was foundation. If the foundation wasn't solid, how could he demonstrate his prowess on the spirit pet operating table in the future? His foundation must be rock solid. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the curtain gaps as Sufan slept soundly on the operating table. He had spent the night at the pet medical shop. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Sufan groggily reached for his phone and saw it was Sun Man calling, which woke him up considerably. "Hello, Sister Sun Man. I'm about to arrive at your medical shop. Get ready and come out." This early, Sufan glanced at the time. It was only 6:30. "Who told you to be special talent?" "The War Court branch knows you've joined the War Court, and to appease those anxious military beast tamers, the branch commander gave them the earlier appointment slots. You're going to be busy today." Sufan reluctantly got up to wash and change into casual sportswear. With his sunny, handsome face and tall 6 feet 1 inch frame, I really am quite the handsome guy. That's fine. I used to worry about not having business, but now working for the War Court, how could I lack KPIs? These little system tasks are easy to handle. About 10 minutes later, Sufan opened the shop door and stepped outside, only to find that Sun Man hadn't arrived yet. The morning street still carried the lingering chill of the night. Across from the snack shop, an elderly man with a wrinkled face sat on a folding stool, setting up his street stall. Neatly arranged on the ground were several rows of transparent vials and vacuum-sealed packages, specialized nutrition solutions and feed for spirit beasts. The labels were clear, with ingredients listed plainly, designed to help ordinary spirit pets quickly replenish energy and enhance their constitution. Sufan crossed the narrow street and greeted him warmly. "Uncle Chun." The old man looked up, and upon recognizing Sufan, his weathered face broke into a genuine smile. "Oh, it's little Su. Opening shop so early today." This Qin Xingshan had been a good friend of Sufan's father and was also an intermediate spirit pet veterinarian with considerable expertise in spirit pet medicine. When Sufan failed his college entrance exams years ago, it was under Qin's guidance that he turned to studying spirit pet healthcare. Years earlier, Qin Xingshan had also run his own spirit pet clinic. His medical skills were solid, and he had a steady clientele. Yet the business mysteriously failed and closed down. The original Sufan had assumed it was due to poor management, but now Sufan understood that the spirit pet healthcare industry ran deep, and without marketing savvy, even the best technical skills could hardly survive. "Yes, I've got a new job. The previous shop is no longer operating," Sufan replied with a smile. "Oh, where's the new job?" "Downtown Shuguang City, still providing consultations and treatment for spirit pets." "Really? Downtown is quite something. Little Su, congratulations. You must work hard." Qin Qingshan stood up excitedly, his eyes filled with genuine joy. Sufan nodded, thinking to himself. Once he established himself firmly at the War Court, perhaps he could bring Uncle Qin along. Street vending was tough work, and besides, Qin Qingshan had solid medical skills and was an elder who had watched him grow up, absolutely trustworthy. Of course, this would depend on Uncle Qin's willingness. Lost in thought, a pink Ferrari roared up and stopped smoothly by the roadside. The window slowly rolled down, revealing Sun Man's delicate face bathed in morning light. "Get in." Sufan waved to Qin Qingshan. "My colleague is picking me up for work. I'll head off now." "Take care, uncle." He then opened the passenger door and got in. The Ferrari's taillights flashed as it sped away. Qin Qingshan stood there stunned, watching the sports car disappear, then suddenly looked up and muttered to himself. A colleague picking him up for work this early? That car isn't cheap. Could little Su be? The vehicle raced along and soon arrived at the Shuguang City War Court branch building. "Wait in the lobby for a bit. I'll be right back," Sun Man said, striding briskly toward the elevator. The marble-floored lobby was spacious and bright. Sufan sat alone in the waiting area, pulling out his phone to browse Beastmaster sound short videos. Shocking. Wood element spirit liquid sold by Liangpin Group in Huaihai City downtown contains no wood element grass. Local market supervision issued a notice. Whistleblower Brother Song was framing them. Must bear legal responsibility. Brother Song decides to fight to the end. Attention citizens of Shuguang City. 3-star and even 4-star spirit beasts have been frequently spotted in the past 2 months. Please reduce unnecessary outings to ensure personal safety. Halfway through browsing, he heard familiar footsteps. Sufan looked up to see Sun Man returning with 3 new items in her hands. Here, this is your Beast Commander certificate. From today on, you're a Beast Commander, same as meet the rank of official captain. And this is a spatial ring, standard equipment for War Court members, with 10 cubic meters of storage space. Sun Man handed Sufan a silver ring and a set of dark blue uniform, adding, you can dress casually for regular work, but you must wear the War Court's exclusive Battlemaster uniform when on missions. Although you won't be executing missions for now, you should still keep it ready. Thank you. Sufan accepted everything, but his gaze lingered on the ring more precisely, on the spatial crystal core embedded in the setting. These cores were extremely rare, only possibly dropped by 3-star or higher spirit beasts with spatial attributes. Even though this core was only the size of a pinky fingernail, it was worth a fortune. Director Fong originally wanted to meet you personally, but he received an urgent mission, Sun Man explained with a smile. I'll help you with the onboarding process first, and then we'll check out your new spirit pet medical clinic. All right. Sufan nodded, slipping the ring onto his right middle finger and storing his beast tamer certificate and uniform directly into the 10 cubic meters of space within the ring. The medical clinic was located directly across from the branch building, separated only by a busy main road. Prime location in the heart of the Golden District. When they reached the entrance, he saw the sign still read, extraordinary, but now had an additional line of golden characters below War Court exclusive. Pushing through the doors, a spacious and bright lobby came into view. The entire exterior featured pure white walls and large glass curtain walls, allowing sunlight to stream in and illuminate the polished tile floors. The center of the lobby housed a circular reception desk, with neat rows of soft leather chairs arranged on both sides for beast tamers to rest and wait. Electronic screens on the walls continuously displayed clinic introductions and various knowledge about spirit pet health and care. Further inside was the first-floor ward area. Sufan took a casual look around before climbing the stairs to the second floor where the treatment department was located. The corridor was well lit with clear door signs. Emergency room, operating room, boarding room, office, and conference room were all available. The air carried a faint scent of disinfectant, filled with the atmosphere of modern medical technology. I have other tasks and can't stay long. Familiarize yourself with the environment, Sun Man said before leaving on her long legs. So big, so white, Sufan remarked, looking at the pure white walls and high ceilings. Just then, an urgent shout came from emergency room number 1. No good. This spirit pet's wound must be sutured immediately. Sufan followed the sound and saw Han Bingshui, a young man in his early 20s, and Chun Yushi, a woman in her 30s with an attractive figure, both working frantically with sweat on their foreheads, their white coats splattered with blood. Sun Man had mentioned these two were his new assistants, both intermediate spirit pet physicians. On the operating table lay a massive vine Fong mastiff on its side, its left abdomen a bloody mess, fangs exposed, crying out in agonizing pain. Woof whine. Outside the glass door of the emergency room, a battlemaster in War Court Intelligence Department uniform clenched his fists, his face pale, clearly the spirit pet's owner. Can't handle it. This injury is too severe. Chun Yushi frowned. I heard the chief physician arrives today. Should we wait for him? Can't wait. Han Bingshui growled. Another 30 minutes, and the Vine Fong Mastiff will surely die. I'll do the suturing if something goes wrong. I'll take responsibility. He grabbed the needle, thread, and surgical scissors. Chun Yushi sighed softly. Youth was ultimately too impulsive. Just as the needle was about to descend, a clear voice interrupted the action. If you want it to die faster, go ahead and treat it that way. Everyone looked up to see a young man standing in the doorway. Han Bingshui frowned. What do you mean? It's already barely hanging on. Sufan approached, his gaze falling on the mastiff's grayish-purple blood. It was bitten by a poison Fong rat. Direct suturing will only accelerate the toxin spread. He looked up at the two physicians. May I ask who you are? Chun Yusin's expression shifted slightly. She and Han Bingshui had been examining the patient for ages without finding the cause, yet this young man had identified it immediately. Sufan. Are you Director Su? Yes. The young man nodded. Chun Yusin and Han Bingshui froze, speaking almost in unison. Before coming here, they had certainly heard of their superior's reputation, but they never imagined this director would appear to be barely in his 20s. By all logic, Someone who could command the assistance of an experienced spirit pet physician and a top graduate from the Spirit Beast Medical Academy should be at least a senior or even expert level practitioner. Such a person couldn't possibly be just a teenager, right? Before they could finish speaking, Sufan had already stepped forward briskly, taking the tools from Han Bingshui's hands. Time is of the essence. Let me handle this. Under the scan of his analytical eye, all data about the Vine Fong Mastiff instantly materialized. Target, Vine Fong Mastiff. Spirit Beast Class Beast Type, Canine Mastiff Family. Potential, Grade. Attribute, Wood. Level, 2-star Peak Stage. Race Value, 225. Innate Combat Skill, Vine Fong Entrapment. Acquired Combat Skill, Vine Whiplash. Condition, Physical Weakness, Bitten by Poison Fong Rat. Extensive poisoning in left lower abdomen. Venom continuously eroding, life-threatening. Treatment recommendation, use 2 metals with opposing attributes for modification, utilizing attribute conflict and energy compression to decompose toxins. Higher metal grade equals faster detoxification. Dense streams of data flashed through his mind, while Chun Yusin and Han Bingshui watched in stunned silence. Director Su, how do you plan to treat it? Han Bingshui couldn't help asking. What exactly qualified this young man, even younger than himself, to become a specially appointed expert of the war court? Chun Yusin immediately tugged at him, raising her index finger. Shoo, don't disturb Dr. Su. Oh, right. Han Bingshui finally caught on. With genius experts like Sufan, unless they specifically requested assistance, it was best not to stand around foolishly. Such figures often had their own secret techniques and disliked being observed. The two exchanged glances and nodded, obediently retreating from the treatment room and closing the door. Sufan focused completely, quickly entering his optimal state. He had no idea about the wild speculations of those two outside. Even if they stood there for 3 days and nights, they wouldn't understand the mysteries of the analytical system unless he personally broke it down and explained it to them piece by piece. Come, he called out softly, his spatial ring flashing as 2 pieces of metal flew out, one emanating bone-chilling cold, the other surging with scorching heat. Crade metals, coldine iron and yang martial steel. Buzz. The techniques, methods, and parameters for analytical treatment flooded into his consciousness simultaneously. Sufan waved his hand, processing the coldine iron into an organ protection plate and shaping the yang martial steel into a muscle coordination device. I think I forgot the anesthesia. Seeing that the Vine Fong Mastiff was still unconscious, he didn't delay. The surgical blade gleamed coldly as he cleanly cut through the abdominal muscles, preparing to implant the metal components. A whoa! Intense pain struck, and the Vine Fong Mastiff suddenly awakened, howling in agony. In the corridor outside, Chun Yusin's heart jumped at the sound, and she couldn't help glancing at Han Bingshui. Nothing's going wrong, is it? I'm not sure either. Maybe, this is just Director Su's treatment style. Dr. Han Bingshui stroked his chin, his eyes darting around. Oh well. Chun Yusin was left speechless. This was just too bizarre, wasn't it? This didn't look like medical treatment at all. It was more like torturing the spirit beast. 2 hours later, the emergency room doors burst open with a whoosh. Sufan emerged, pulling off his surgical mask, his expression still calm and composed, though fine beads of sweat dotted his forehead. In the waiting area, Han Bingshui and Chun Yusin both rose to their feet almost simultaneously, while the beast tamer in military uniform rushed forward in 2 quick strides, his voice clearly anxious. Director Su, how is my Vine Fong Mastiff? It's out of danger now. Sufan raised his hand to wipe his brow. We'll transfer it to the recovery ward for rest. It should be discharged within 2 days at most. Those few words brought visible relief to the beast tamer. However, Sufan felt as though his mental energy had been completely drained. This emergency surgery had been even more exhausting than installing mechanical limbs on spirit beasts. He calculated silently. His beast taming star level was still too low, and many of the specialized treatment plans he could analyze were limited by his mental energy reserves. He had to break through to 2-star level soon. Otherwise, forget about advanced modifications. Even routine medical treatments would require him to risk his life. Director Su truly lives up to his reputation as specially recruited talent for the war court. I'm genuinely impressed. Chun Yusin adjusted her glasses, her voice filled with admiration. Working alongside such a young genius didn't seem so bad after all. Han Bingshui's eyes lit up beside them, her gaze practically boring through Sufan. Director Su is amazing. Chun and I struggled for ages without finding the cause, but you identified the solution immediately. May I ask which Beast Medical Academy you graduated from? Huayu or Zulong? She herself was a top graduate from Huayu Beast Medical Academy and couldn't help hoping he'd name her alma mater. Neither. I only studied at a training institute for 2.5 years, Sufan replied casually. Han Bingshui's mouth fell slightly open, all her follow-up words stuck in her throat. Never attended a formal Beast Medical Academy? Just 2.5 years of training? After a long pause, she finally managed to squeeze out a quiet mutter with a complex expression. Director Su, you must be some kind of monster. Sufan raised an eyebrow. Nice compliment. Don't do it again though, I might not be able to resist docking your pay. Just as the atmosphere relaxed, Chen Yusin handed over 2 medical files. By the way, Director, the War Court says they're sending 2 more spirit beast patients. Here are their records. Sufan glanced down briefly and nodded. Have them come immediately. Prepare the operating room, I'll perform the procedures right now. Perform? Perform what? Han Bingshui and Chen Yusin exchanged confused looks. Chen Yusin voiced their confusion. These 2 are both retired spirit beasts with physical disabilities. What kind of modification are you planning? They still didn't know that this wasn't an ordinary military medical facility, but a specialized venue established specifically for Sufan, a spirit beast mechanical modification center. Sufan stated matter-of-factly. You said they have physical disabilities, so naturally I'm going to install arms and legs for the spirit beasts. Han Bingshui and Chen Yusin simultaneously widened their eyes. The entire morning flew by in a flash. In the operating room, Sufan successfully completed 2 spirit beast mechanical modification surgeries, both level 2 comprehensive mechanical limbs. Dinghost has successfully modified 2 disabled spirit beasts, bringing you closer to your goal. Mission progress, 410. Rewards, Dragon Steel X1, Spirit Beast Exoskeleton Armor Technology. The mechanical notification sounded in his mind. At that moment, 2 middle-aged men in War Court Beast Commander uniforms entered through the doorway. The leader had barely stepped into the surgical area when his gaze was immediately drawn to his breeze crocodile's completely renewed tail silver-black alloy, seamlessly integrated with the scales, with joints that could flexibly rotate and extend. This is my breeze crocodile. It has a tail, a mechanical tail. His voice trembled as he couldn't help but reach out to gently stroke it. The breeze crocodile cooperatively twisted its tail segments, playfully rotating like a child. The beast tamer's eyes instantly reddened. After losing its tail in battle years ago, it could never maintain proper balance while walking. Now this mechanical tail is even more flexible than the original. I can finally take it back to the battlefield. Overcome with emotion, he suddenly dropped to one knee, fists pressed to his chest. Dr. Su, I will never forget your kindness. Sufan quickly helped them up and nodded with satisfaction. No need to talk about gratitude, just pay up. The modification fee is 1 million yuan per person. If your spirit pet's mechanical limbs have any issues in the future, feel free to visit our spirit pet medical clinic anytime. We provide maintenance and repairs, additional charges apply. Before the 2 beast tamers could react, they both looked up simultaneously. Whoosh. Click. The operating room door slid open. Han Bingshui and Chen Yushi were waiting by the entrance when they saw the 2 beast tamers stride out confidently, each with their spirit pets. Brilliant metallic gleams flashed under the surgical lights, with streamlined mechanical curves and precisely interlocking joint transmissions that completely overturned their understanding. Director Su. Han Bingshui was stunned, then suddenly remembered something, and his voice shot up. Are you the genius physician who invented the spirit pet mechanical modification technology and saved Captain Sunman's crane from the supervisory court? I wouldn't call myself a genius. Sufan waved his hand dismissively. I just enjoy tinkering. These are just small tricks. Chen Yushi immediately shook her head in complete admiration. No. This mechanical modification is absolutely miraculous. How could it be just small tricks? If I had known Director Su was that inventor, I would have signed a long-term contract from the start. She had originally been a chief physician at the downtown Spirit Pet Hospital and was somewhat reluctant when recruited by the War Court as an assistant, only signing a short-term contract. At this moment, she wished she could immediately change it to a lifetime contract, even willing to work like a slave. Thinking that she could learn mechanical modification techniques by staying close to such a figure, with fame in the beast-taming world within reach, she was so excited that her blood boiled, and even her full hips unconsciously swayed. Most spirit pet physicians didn't pursue combat power, but only sought to leave behind a resounding reputation. Mechanical modification was the perfect opportunity. What exactly is mechanical modification technology? Han Bingshui on the side was still completely confused. Having just graduated with his master's degree, he knew nothing about the legend of the mechanical long-beaked crane. If not for the War Court's temporary establishment of a special medical department, he would have stayed at the downtown Spirit Pet Hospital. Seeing this, Chen Yushi immediately began explaining vividly. She told how War Court branch wine Captain Sunman's spirit pet crane was severely injured during a mission, and Sufan used mechanical modification to install a long beak for the crane, allowing it to rise from the ashes. The news spread throughout the War Court and became increasingly legendary. Some said the crane could now single-handedly take on 4-star peak beast tamers. Some said the War Court military commander had personally requested to observe its combat form. Others claimed Sunman and the crane performed perfect combination techniques, killing evil cult demons with a single strike. Han Bingshui listened in amazement, stunned for a full 7 or 8 seconds before showing the expression of a little fanboy. My goodness, even web novels wouldn't dare write something like this. Dr. Su, you're truly a genius among geniuses, a monster among prodigies. Sufan. Honestly, if you're not good at giving compliments, don't force it. I might actually dock your pay, seriously. Han Bingshui squeezed by the clinic door, rolling her eyes while muttering under her breath. But when she recalled the medical examination report from earlier, she couldn't help but gasp. It turned out this seemingly ordinary director, Su, wasn't just exceptionally skilled in medicine, but also had an astonishing background. A ancien millennium prodigy in beast medical treatment. That was how others truly evaluated him. Compared to Su Fan, those young people at the Spirit Beast Medical Academy with their top student titles suddenly paled in comparison. Their graduate degrees were nothing more than adding a few annotations to previous treatment theories and writing a thesis to graduate, whereas Su Fan had single-handedly established an entirely new spirit pet treatment system, enough to revolutionize the entire beast taming world. The two were on completely different levels. That afternoon, Su Fan didn't hold any more consultations, but went directly to the War Court building to find Captain Sun Man, planning to inquire about methods to break through to 2-star level. Now that he had established connections with the War Court, the system mission funds and budget for crafting mechanical wings for his spirit pet would soon be secured. The only thing missing was the strength of a 2-star beast tamer. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on his side. Sun Man had led the Wind Squad out on a mission and hadn't returned yet. The only person Su Fan truly knew well at the War Court was Division Chief Qin Fong. He went to Qin Feng's office, only to be told that he had taken leave to recover from injuries at home. Fortunately, the staff recognized his War Court credentials and readily gave him Qin Feng's personal number. Ring ring ring, call connected. Hello, Chief Qin Feng, this is Su Fan. There was a half-second pause on the other end, followed by hearty laughter. Huh, how was your first day at work? Running into trouble? No particular trouble. Su Fan got straight to the point. I wanted to consult about breaking through to 2-star level. Would that be convenient for you? Oh, you're ready to break through. Qin Feng's voice clearly rose, tinged with shock. He remembered Sun Man's report clearly stated that this kid had just stepped into 1-star level recently. How long had it been? And now he was talking about advancing to 2-star? No wonder he could take on 3 opponents at the new Lisboa club, was already at 1-star peak. Could this kid also be a cultivation genius? Alright, come directly to my place. It's near the War Court building. I'll send you the location. Okay. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped at a lush, upscale residential complex. Artificial hills, small bridges, flowing water, everything was trimmed to perfection, exuding the refined elegance unique to the upper class. Su Fan followed the navigation to Building 7, taking the elevator straight to the top floor. The door lock password had been sent by Qin Feng in advance. He entered it and pushed the door open. The entryway was warmly lit, and Qin Feng, wearing a dark gray robe, was limping out of the bedroom with his usual composed smile. Have a seat. The living room was extremely spacious, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the city skyline. The interior was primarily gray and white, with minimal but meticulously arranged furniture. On the coffee table, aside from a few empty cups, there were only 2 professional magazines. I live alone here, constantly away on missions, so the hospitality is simple. Hope you don't mind. Qin Feng waved his hand. I'm the one imposing by coming here. Su Fan replied politely, then got to the point. Chief Qin, I heard that breaking through to 2-star is very different from breaking through to 1-star. What exactly is the difference? Qin Feng put away his casual smile and became serious. What do you think cultivation and improving physical constitution is for? Su Fan pondered for a moment. To increase strength for breakthroughs? It was common knowledge that the threshold for breaking through to 1-star was 90 points of physical constitution, while 2-star required at least 200 points of physical constitution, though the other conditions remained a mystery. The higher the constitution, the stronger the beast tamer's personal combat power, even capable of matching ordinary spirit beasts. But where exactly was the real key? He wasn't certain. Qin Feng suddenly laughed. Haha. Yes, but also no. Qin Feng shook his head with a smile and said, for ordinary beast tamers, improving physical constitution is about gaining strength and achieving breakthroughs. But for talented beast tamers, enhancing constitution is to complement their spirit power, which allows them to develop and harness the true strength of their spirit beasts, making them invincible within the same star level. He raised his hand to gesture a height, his voice quiet, yet carrying undeniable conviction. Within the same star level, why could Chi Wei brutally defeat Sima Yua, who was also at 4-star peak? Constitution isn't just about enhancing a beast tamer's personal strength. Only with sufficiently high constitution combined with spirit power can you fully extract your spirit pet's combat potential. He had already achieved level 5 spirit power when he was only at 2-star. 5-star spirit power. Su Fan suddenly looked up, stunned in place. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and continued explaining. The higher the spirit power a beast tamer obtains, the faster their constitution cultivation speed becomes. Sufan's mind immediately replayed his own cultivation progress, that turtle-like pace, where he gained 1 or 2 points daily, sometimes only a few decimal points. He clicked his tongue inwardly. So that's where the problem lies. This trip really wasn't in vain. I learned something valuable. With this thought, he directly asked, then how does one obtain spirit power? Resonance. Fong provided the answer. Every time a beast tamer reaches the peak of a star level, they can perform resonance with their spirit beast to obtain spirit power. If you want to break through to 2-star, you must undergo resonance. The deeper and longer lasting, the better. Sufan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Depth? Duration? This resonance, is it the proper kind of resonance? He shamelessly asked for guidance. Please enlighten me, Director Chun. This uneducated country bumpkin truly doesn't understand. Fong calmly held up 2 fingers. Resonance requires 2 prerequisites. First, a resonance secret technique, and second, heavenly materials and earthly treasures. There are plenty of ordinary secret techniques on the market. You can buy them for a few million. They can sustain medium-depth resonance for 1 to 2 hours, typically improving spirit power by 1 to 2 levels. The specific magnitude depends on the grade of resonance materials you use. What about advanced secret techniques? Sufan pressed. They can improve 2 to 3 levels. Sufan raised an eyebrow. Then how did Chi Wei achieve level 5 spirit power in 1 resonance when he was at 2-star? Because he used a spirit origin earth crystal. Feng's tone paused slightly when mentioning this treasure. It's the most suitable item for enhancing spirit power below 7-star level, extremely rare and precious. Thinking of the scene where Chi Wei crushed Sima Yiwa, Sufan's palms grew warm. That scene was incredibly cool, like a textbook example of showing off. Advanced resonance secret techniques, spirit origin earth crystal, it's worth pursuing. Director Chun, does the war court have advanced resonance secret techniques? Yes, but you can't buy them with money, only exchange them with merit. Do I have enough merit? You do. I can apply for you, but we must wait for the war court branch commander to return and personally approve it. Sufan's eyes lit up, and he immediately expressed gratitude. Then I'll trouble you for that. After speaking, curiosity struck him again. By the way, who in our department has achieved the highest spirit power improvement through resonance? Fong answered without hesitation. Naturally, the war court branch commander. Sufan murmured quietly. Makes sense. He's called the god of wealth. He should be even more formidable than Chi Wei. What level did he achieve at 2-star? 7 level spirit power. After leaving Feng's house, Sufan directly hailed a taxi home. As night fell, neon lights gradually illuminated one by one. The street scenery outside the car window rapidly swept backward, but he had no mind to appreciate it. His thoughts kept circling. The resonance secret technique could be obtained once the god of wealth returned, but where to find resonance materials treasures like spirit origin earth crystal? If the breakthrough was delayed too long, advanced mechanical limb modification couldn't be implemented, but if he broke through carelessly, the results would be unsatisfactory. As his thoughts churned, the taxi had already entered the familiar neighborhood. At sunset and dusk, the red sun painted the clouds at the horizon's edge with scattered rosy light. Meanwhile, on the narrow sidewalk, Uncle Qingshan had spread several faded plastic sheets in an L shape, displaying bottles of spirit beast nutrition supplements, specialty feed, and 2 bags of discounted spirit pet toys. Despite his hoarse voice, he continued hawking his wares enthusiastically, occasionally straightening the bottles and jars. These were all his worldly possessions. Suddenly, 2 men in standard dark gray training uniforms squeezed into the space in front of his stall. Though they were merely auxiliary personnel hired by the war tribunal, their official uniforms were enough to strike fear into ordinary citizens. Chun Qingshan's shoulders jerked, and he quickly forced a smile as he stood up to greet them. Honorable sirs, I have a business license. Please, take a look. He pulled out a neatly folded permit from his waist pouch and presented it with both hands. The triangular-eyed auxiliary officer took the license, glanced at it, and immediately frowned. It's expired. Illegal street vending. All items will be confiscated. As he spoke, he disdainfully kicked over several bottles of spirit beast nutrition supplements with his foot, spilling the liquid across the ground. Chun Qingshan's face went pale as he frantically waved his hands. How could that be? I just got this last month. It can't possibly be expired. Are you calling me a liar? The triangular-eyed officer glared menacingly. Please, honorable sirs, have mercy. These are all the savings I've worked so hard to accumulate. Cold sweat beaded on Chun Qingshan's forehead as he nearly dropped to his knees. Cut the crap. The other officer, tall and lean, pushed him aside and quickly began bagging up the merchandise. He grabbed Chun Qingshan's shoulder bag, taking even the crumpled bills inside. Illegal operations only warrant confiscation. You're lucky we're not throwing you in jail. Chun Qingshan's heart sank as he lunged forward, wrapping his arms around the lean officer's legs, his voice breaking. Sir, you can't take everything. Please, I'm begging you. The triangular-eyed officer grew impatient and kicked him down, snarling. Let go. He then began beating the fallen old man with fists and feet. More and more passers-by gathered around, but none dared to intervene. In Dawn City, it was an open secret that these auxiliary officers who had wormed their way into the war tribunal system through connections ran rampant. Stop! A crisp shout suddenly cut through the crowd. A girl in a pink hoodie burst forward, not tall, but radiating fierce determination. Her oval face was filled with anger as she positioned herself in front of Chun Shan. What gives you the right to hit him? He clearly has a business license. This is robbery. The triangular-eyed officer sneered. Little girl, sticking your nose where it doesn't belong? Don't you know we're war tribunal beastmasters? Bullshit. The girl, Yang Qingqing, stepped forward instead of retreating. Your uniforms don't even have identification numbers here, clearly just auxiliary officers. Do auxiliary officers have law enforcement authority? If you're so capable, show me your beastmaster credentials. The lean officer awkwardly touched his nose. The credentials? I forgot to bring them. Forgot them? And you dare to enforce the law? Does the war tribunal know how impressive you two think you are? The triangular-eyed officer's face darkened as he pulled out his phone, pretending to make a call. I'll have a colleague bring the credentials right away. Meanwhile, he shot a meaningful look at his partner, who tried to slip away with their loot. Think you can leave? Yang Qingqing darted in front of him with lightning speed. Give the old man back his things. You're asking for it. The triangular-eyed officer's eyes flashed with cold light as starlight emanated from beneath his feet. With an incantation, a magic circle blazed to life, and a rock-scaled serpent roared as it lunged toward the girl. Yang Qingqing, also a one-star beastmaster, was ready. She dodged the attack with a sidestep, excitement actually flickering in her eyes. Oh, you want to fight? This young lady is happy to oblige. At that same moment, a taxi stopped by the roadside. Sufan paid the fare and got out, immediately spotting Chun Shan covered in injuries among the crowd. He rushed over, crouched down, and activated his eye of analysis. Information flooded his mind. Target, Chun Shan. Age, 64. Race, human male. Level, none. Constitution, 45. Spirit pets, medicine grinding rabbit breeding, spiral vine snake breeding. Vitality, 105,150. Beast space, 0 cubic meters. Body, frail flesh. Condition, multiple soft tissue contusions, mild shock, mental exhaustion. Sufan quickly pieced together what had happened from the whispered conversations around him and spoke softly to comfort the old man. Uncle, just wait. I'll get your things back. Chun Shan grabbed his arm, his voice trembling. Forget it, Xiao Su. It's not much money anyway. Go quickly and tell that girl to stop. These war tribunal auxiliary officers are not people you can mess with. Don't worry, old man. Everything's fine. Sufan gave Chun Shan a reassuring smile, then stepped forward, heading straight for the two enforcers ahead. At that moment, the triangular-eyed enforcer's spirit beast, a rock scale serpent, lunged forward and struck nothing but air. It clearly hadn't expected the ponytailed girl to be a one-star beastmaster. Is that all you've got, and you still dare to bully people? Yang Qingqing smirked, her slender figure flickering continuously, leaving afterimages with each movement. Taking advantage of the serpent's missed strike, she quickly created distance. Her star ring glowed as she softly chanted to activate the formation array, and a wind shadow leopard emerged from a cyan vortex, wind blades swirling around it. A spirit beast unique to Huaxing Beast Academy. Sufan immediately recognized the wind shadow leopard, and considering the girl's combat techniques, he nodded silently. Huaxing Beast Academy was one of the 3 prestigious academies in Shugong City, place the original owner of this body had desperately dreamed of attending but never managed to enter. The girl before him was at the late 1-star level, most likely a senior student. Damn it. Wong Lu, get over here and help me, roared the triangular-eyed enforcer, who was being toyed with. The tall, lean enforcer rushed over clutching stolen goods, followed by a 2-headed gas pig with toxic mist swirling around its body. Stop. A steady hand landed on his shoulder. Wong Lu spun around. Sufan had somehow approached silently. Return the items. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you tell the war tribunal's people what to do? Wong Lu's temper flared as he cursed. I'm your father, you idiot. Slap. Sufan delivered a crisp backhand. The explosive power of a peak 1-star beast master instantly left half of Wong Lu's face red and swollen. You dare hit me. Slap. Another slap. So what? Huh. So what? Sufan looked down at him, using the most direct physical method to establish dominance. The 2-headed gas pig was about to react when Wong Lu was already seeing stars, foaming at the mouth, and nearly fainting. You. The triangular-eyed enforcer was dumbstruck. You're an idiot too. What you? As Sufan's words fell, a tiger's roar thundered through the air. A black shadow shot through the wind. The black blade tiger. Its massive claws swept across, sending the rock-scale serpent flying into several streetlights. The triangular-eyed enforcer instinctively covered his face in terror. Get lost. Sufan followed up with a precise kick to the man's groin. Ah! A Kun! Screams pierced the night street. On the other side, Wong Lu had just caught his breath and was covering his swollen face while roaring venomously. You dare attack a war tribunal enforcer. You're finished. Your whole family is finished. His voice trembled, but he still tried to maintain his bravado. Sufan remained expressionless as he retrieved a black credential from his spatial ring and slapped it in front of Wong Lu's face. The credential had a gold-trimmed front with a bright red triangular symbol at its center, and the back bore exquisite relief carvings with the clear characters, War Tribunal. Wong Lu's pupils contracted sharply, his face turning deathly pale. War Tribunal Battle Commander Credential. The triangular-eyed enforcer was struck as if by lightning. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. How could they encounter a battle commander here? Sir. Wong Lu quickly forced a smile, his swollen face contorting into a ridiculous display of flattery. This lowly one was blind. I didn't know you were a war tribunal officer. In the distance, Yang Qingqing dismissed her formation array and stared at the young man before her in amazement. In the sunlight, the young man's profile was sharply defined, his eyes clear and piercing. Dressed in simple casual sportswear, he gave off an ordinary, yet indescribable aura. Is he really a battle envoy of the war court? Aren't battle envoys supposed to be at least 3-star rank? But he looks even younger than me. Yang Qingqing felt a wave of inexplicable surprise and doubt wash over her. At the stall, the two enforcement officers rushed to Sufan like souls possessed, their faces plastered with smiles. We'll return everything right away. We were blind fools just now. The business license is fine, absolutely not expired. Sufan simply watched quietly, offering no unnecessary response. The triangular-eyed officer respectfully handed back Chun Qingshan's belongings with both hands. Sorry, Boss Chun. The tall, thin one bowed repeatedly. We failed to recognize greatness when we saw it. Chun Qingshan stood stunned, his gaze shifting between Sufan and the two officers. This? Little Su, when did you become a battle envoy? I'll explain later, Sufan smiled faintly. First, put your things away and go apply some medicine when you get home. The injuries will heal quickly. The two officers trembled. May we leave now, sir? Sufan looked up, neither confirming nor denying. Wong Lu, being the most quick-witted, immediately pulled out his phone and scanned the payment code on the stall. Dingstar Pay received, 20,000 credit points. The triangular-eyed officer followed suit. Dingstar Pay received, 20,000 credit points. Now get lost, Sufan said coolly. The two immediately scurried away like dogs that had found an escape route, tails between their legs. The crowd of onlookers finally snapped back to reality. Holy crap, such a young battle envoy. When did old Chun get to know such an important person? Isn't that the Su family's kid? Didn't he fail to get into Beast Taming Academy? At the stall, Chun Qingshan stared at the 40,000 credit points in his account, his lips trembling. Little Su, this money. Maybe I should transfer it to you? They voluntarily gave it as medical compensation. How could I take it? Just keep it with peace of mind. Sufan waved his hand in refusal, then changed the subject. But Uncle Chun, street vending is unstable after all. If something really happens, what would Little Egg do? Why not come work with me at the Spirit Pet Medical Center? It's under the war court's jurisdiction, much more stable than street vending. A government job? Chun Qingshan had never dared to dream of such a thing. After hesitating for a moment, let me think about this. All right. Sufan didn't press further. He turned and approached Yang Qingqing, handing her several pills. Thanks for stepping in today. These are special nourishment pills from the war court's internal supply, for you. Yang Qingqing's eyes lit up, and she accepted them without pretense. Wow. Thank you, battle envoy sir. Sufan smiled, then turned back to help Chun Qingshan pack up his stall and escorted the old man home. Over the next 3 days, Sufan continued his regular work in the city center, performing modification treatments on 6 severely injured spirit pets sent by the military, finally completing his system task progress. Ding. Congratulations, host has completed the system task. Treat 10 severely injured spirit pets. Task progress, 1010. Rewards distributed, Dragon Steel X1, Spirit Beast Exoskeleton Mech Technology. Accompanied by countless points of light flooding his vision, unfamiliar yet complete technical data poured into his mind like a torrent. A semi-transparent information screen then unfolded. Spirit Beast Exoskeleton Mech Technology can manufacture levels 110 exoskeleton mechs, externally attached to body surface with internal energy conductors implanted, suitable for spirit beasts not in critical condition. Each level divided into advanced and versatile models, corresponding to different attribute enhancements and additional combat techniques. This technology can enhance combat power without requiring amputation. Sufan was secretly delighted, making up his mind. Once the Black Blade Tiger's mechanical wings were complete, he'd crafted a set of level 3 perfect mechanical armor, arming it to the teeth. As for the Dragon Steel reward, it was top tier amongst grade metals, only worthwhile for 5-star and above mechanical modifications, so he decided to save it for now. Ding. New phase task issued. Please check personal information. Before Sufan could think about taking a rest, a cold mechanical voice rang out. A new mission. Sufan's thoughts stirred, and the next second, a cold, heavy mechanical synthesized voice exploded in his mind. As if galaxies were spreading across his vision, the system interface opened. Main quest released. Please treat 5 disabled high-level spirit pets and create mechanical limbs for them. Quest progress, 05. Reward, mechanical type spirit pet creation technology. Sufan quickly pulled up his personal information. Host, Sufan. Age, 19. Race, human male. Mechanical points, 110. Skills, share star stepping technique 100. Level, 1-star peak beastmaster. Constitution, 200. Spirit pet, black blade tiger. Vitality, 319,319. Beast space, 500 cubic meters. Body weak flesh. Condition, normal. What made his heart tremble even more was the line of text in the reward section. Mechanical type spirit pet creation technology. Mechanical type? In the original host's memory, the spirit pet classifications in this world were recognized as beast, flying bird, humanoid, dragon, plus a spirit plant category that only existed in legends. Mechanical life forms. That meant not modification, but creation from nothing genesis. If he truly mastered this technology, he would literally become the god of mechanics. Sufan took a deep breath, letting his thoughts cool, then opened his mobile banking app. Balance, over 8,700,000. That was all his savings accumulated from treating spirit pets for ordinary beast masters recently, enough to initiate level 3 modifications. He directly dialed Old High's number. Old High, I want to buy a batch of cloud crystal steel on the black market. 8 million. Take it all, however much you have. The hoarse voice on the other end carried surprise. Such a big move? Sufan laughed casually. Upgrading the prosthetic eye for your precious fire-eyed hawk. As an old craftsman, I always want to make my work beautiful. After a brief silence, the other party gave his reply. 3 days later, pick up at the black market. Sounds good. Sufan hung up. The next morning, he pushed open the door of the Spirit Pet Medical Clinic, the air inside heavy and oppressive. Chun Yushi came forward to greet him. Today she wasn't wearing a white coat, but a light-colored bodycon dress, with black stockings outlining her straight, powerful legs. Her black hair was pinned up in a neat bun, making her appear dignified and capable. Dr. Chun, good morning. Sufan nodded. Chun Yushi turned at the sound, and seeing his face, her tense expression relaxed somewhat. Good morning, Director. Where's Dr. Han? He's on the second floor checking equipment. You can start today's surgery anytime. Sufan acknowledged and was about to go upstairs when she added in a low voice. By the way, Director, someone is looking for you in the break room from the War Court Prosecutor's office. Sufan raised an eyebrow slightly, turned and walked toward the first floor break room, pushing the door open. Sun Man sat upright on the sofa in military uniform, her posture straight and rigid. Beside her sat a cat-eared girl in a dress, appearing no more than 17 or 18 years old. She had an oval face, a delicate pink nose, and large vertical pupils filled with timid light, looking pure and endearing. Sufan pushed the door open, glanced at both of them, and asked directly, Captain Sun, who is this? Sun Man showed a helpless, bitter smile. I'm here because there's a difficult matter I'd like to ask for your help with. She paused for a moment, then added, do you remember those humanoid spirit pets that were caged in the new Lisboa Club? Sufan's heart sank as memories of those beast girls' tragic conditions instantly surfaced, as if the blood was still fresh, stinging his eyes. Sun Man sighed and explained her purpose. The War Tribunal's follow-up investigation found that 13 of the humanoid spirit pets suffered irreversible severe disabilities, completely losing their ability to survive in the wild and unable to return to their original habitats. Director General Fong wants to ask if you could fit them with mechanical limbs so they can, at least, live like human beings. The supervisory court will cover all expenses. As her words fell, the cat-eared girl Xiao by beside them suddenly stood up, nervously wringing her dress hem with both hands. Tears glistened in her vertical pupils as she pleaded with a trembling voice. Dr. Su, please. I'm willing to stay too. I can endure any hardship. I can work as a caregiver. Sufan hadn't expected Sun Man's visit to be about this matter. Just as he was pondering, a cold mechanical notification exploded in his mind. Buzz, a crossroads of destiny has appeared. Your Spirit Pet Medical Clinic faces an expansion opportunity. Please make your choice. Choice 1. Refuse. Reason, modifying non-combat spirit pets cannot showcase the glory of the mechanical god. Reward, a grade strategic metal stellar silver. Choice 2. Show a healer's compassion. Treat the disabled beast girls, but don't take them in. Reward, mystic grade beast taming technique spirit vision. Choice 3. Accept all 13 beast girls, providing them with treatment, shelter, and new life. Reward, level 1 divine equipment spirit beast nano modification chamber. Sufan's pupils contracted slightly. Stellar silver could immediately solve his current material shortage, a shortcut to power. Spirit vision was a priceless beast taming divine technique. As for the Spirit Beast Nano Modification Chamber, rated as divine equipment by the system, its value far exceeded money and treasures. His gaze turned to Xiao Bai in the corner, who clutched her clothes tightly, tears and pleading intertwined, like a drowning person grasping the last straw. True gods never deign to take shortcuts, but only children make single choices. Sufan's voice wasn't loud, but it echoed clearly in the oppressive rest room, decisive and firm. I'll take them all. This wasn't the greed of youth, but a declaration of the future path by an emerging deity. He showed a slight smile and added to Sun Man, yes, I can do it. The spirit pets will need to recuperate in the boarding room after surgery, and I'm short-staffed for care. Since they're all spirit pets, they'll get along better. Let them come help. Thank you, Dr. Su. Sun Man breathed a long sigh of relief. Meow. Thank you. Xiao Bai was so excited her voice was choked with tears, nearly jumping up. Buzz. The system notification arrived as expected. Sufan's expression remained calm, though his fingertips lightly tapped the air as the system panel unfolded across his retina. Level 1 Divine Equipment. Spirit Beast Nanomechanical Modification Chamber. Function. Performs Level 1 mechanical limb reconstruction for severely injured or disabled spirit beasts, with independent capabilities for internal injury repair and detoxification. Description. Utilizing advanced nanotechnology, this device decomposes preloaded metal materials and automatically completes Level 1 basic limb reconstruction, restoring fundamental mobility to spirit beasts. It can also independently execute internal healing and detoxification protocols, rapidly eliminating toxins and repairing damaged organs. Fully automated surgery with integrated internal medicine capabilities. Sufan's heart trembled. Simply by feeding it metal materials, the device could handle all Level 1 modifications, even treating complex internal injuries and diseases. This was practically cheating. Sun Man smiled with visible relief. All right then, I'll have them all brought over immediately. Sounds good. Sufan nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, 13 disabled humanoid spirit pets were carried into the first-floor intensive care ward. The ward fell eerily silent, filled only with shallow, labored breathing. Each bed held a frail figure curled in pain, one missing an entire arm, another dragging torn and bloodied wings, yet another with all 10 fingers severed. Their eyes were hollow, a mixture of numbness and terror, yet deep within flickered a desperate desire to live. Chen Yushi gazed at those horrifying wounds, her chest burning as if seared by flames. A physician's sense of duty surged through her blood. What exactly had the Black Dragon Association done to these girls? She dared not imagine. Meanwhile, Sufan made his way alone to the empty operating room on the 3rd floor. With a thought, a futuristic device materialized from thin air, settling firmly in the center of the room. The Spirit Beast Nanomechanical Modification Chamber. The entire machine boasted elegant, flowing lines with a surface of unknown pure white alloy, smooth and seamless without a single visible screw. The semi-transparent crystalline chamber door emitted a gentle glow, resembling a stasis pod from some interstellar civilization rather than medical equipment. Divine-level technology with fully automated surgery. Even Sufan held his breath in awe. Performing limb reconstruction on 13 severely disabled spirit pets single-handedly would have been an impossible dream, yet technology had made it reality. The device completed its self-diagnostic, and an interface appeared. Divine authority activated. Sufan grabbed the operating room's internal communicator, his voice steady and powerful, radiating unshakable confidence. Dr. Chun, bring Xiaobai upstairs. Also, bring that winged girl who had her wings torn off. My first surgery begins now. At Huaxing Beast Taming Academy, inside the training arena. Sunlight streamed through the curved glass dome, illuminating every inch of this massive facility designed for spirit pet battles, revealing even the crisscrossing scars etched into the floor. In the center of the vast training area, 2 students faced off. Shang Wenxing, a pale and lean young man with taut muscles beneath his sweat-dampened white training uniform, and Lu Yi, dressed in light blue training attire with her hair pulled back in a high ponytail, her clean features sharp and focused like a drawn bowstring. Rock Crocodile, Bluestone Armor. Shang Wenxing struck first. With a deep roar, the rock crocodile's body glowed with earthy yellow light as thick layers of bluestone rapidly formed across its shell, muscles bulging beneath. Wind Shadow Leopard, Wind Shadow Step. The moment Lu Yi's words fell, the Wind Shadow Leopard transformed into a gust of wind, racing around the rock crocodile at ground level with such speed, it left a ring of afterimages. In the next second, the leopard's form suddenly split 1 shadow, 2 shadows, until there were 7. Shang Wenxing's pupils contracted. 7? Holy crap. He clearly remembered that during their last practice match, Lu Yi's wind shadow step could only create 5 illusions. Bang! A wind blade slashed from behind the rock crocodile, striking heavily against the newly formed bluestone shell, and sending stone fragments flying. The rock crocodile turned to lock onto its target, but was distracted by more afterimages. Always a beat too slow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind shadow leopard used its overwhelming speed to continuously harass, while the rock crocodile was forced into passive defense. After several rounds, the bluestone armor was riddled with cracks. Buzz. Under the final wind blade impact, the rock crocodile's eyes rolled back as it collapsed. Shang Wenxing rushed to his spirit pet's side, crouching down to gently touch the crocodile's hard snout with the back of his finger. After confirming it was only unconscious, he sighed in relief and stood up with a bitter smile. You've gotten stronger again. I couldn't even last 10 rounds. The synergy between you and Wind Shadow Leopard is terrifying. Louis recalled her Wind Shadow Leopard and asked anxiously, is Little Stone okay? He's fine, just knocked out. I'll take him to the treatment room later. Shang Wenxing waved dismissively, then suddenly remembered something. Oh right, I was just thinking about Sufan. Wonder how he's doing now. I heard after he was expelled, he transferred to study spirit beast medicine. At the mention of Sufan's name, a glimmer flashed in Lu Yi's eyes. She looked down, adjusting her clothes to hide her emotions. Yeah, back in high school he always said he wanted to be our healer when we got to Beast Taming Academy. Shang Wenxing sighed. Poor Sufan, his parents had just passed away, and then he got expelled during the entrance exam. Lu Yi didn't respond, her voice softening. Let's call it a day. You should take Little Stone to the treatment room first. All right. Shang Wenxing clasped his hands in farewell and carefully lifted the rock crocodile, walking slowly toward the arena's main entrance. Just then, urgent footsteps approached from the distance. Yeah, Shang Wenxing, I have amazing news for you. Yang Qingqing burst in, her face beaming with excitement. Shang Wenxing raised an eyebrow. What amazing news. You seem thrilled. Do you know about the recent spirit beast rampage in Wanling Forest? Yang Qingqing's eyes sparkled as she practically bounced with excitement. Shang Wenxing frowned. How is that good news? We can't even leave Shuguang City, let alone harvest crystal cores. The Academy's resource distribution keeps getting smaller. Lu Yi nodded in agreement. Right? Lots of people at the Academy are complaining. Hehe. Yang Qingqing lowered her voice mysteriously. Do you know why the rampage happened? Seeing her like this, both of them were immediately drawn into the topic. Yang Qingqing announced that the War Court had just issued a bulletin. It turned out that last month, 2 6-star king-level spirit beasts discovered a blessed land containing massive spirit essence crystals in a cave on Qingyuan Mountain. They fought to the death over this territory and ultimately perished together. With the 2 king beasts dead, their subordinate 5-star and 4-star spirit beasts lost all restraint and immediately began tearing at each other for territory, which triggered the spirit beast rampage across the entire Qingyuan Mountain. What does this have to do with us? Shang Wenxing waved his hand dismissively, his disdain mixed with obvious fear. Forget about 4-star and 5-star spirit beasts. We'd have to turn and run even if we encountered a 2-star one. It's too dangerous out there. Let's not take the risk. Yang Qingqing rolled her eyes. Do you know how many people are rushing to Qingyuan Mountain right now? All the major civilian beast taming associations and independent beast tamers are heading there. And she deliberately drew out her tone. Our Academy's upperclassmen have also formed an exploration team, and they've even invited 2 4-star beast taming teachers to lead them. Lu Yi's eyes lit up. Which 2 teachers? Teacher Fan from the Flying Bird Department and Teacher Lu from the Beast Department. Really, that lineup? Shang Wenxing immediately perked up. Teacher Fan is at 4-star peak level, and Teacher Lu is also at late 4-star. As long as we don't run into 5-star spirit beasts, we'll be absolutely safe. The timid starve while the bold feast. Spirit essence crystals are incredibly rare opportunities I'm in. Yang Qingqing immediately linked arms with Lu Yi, her tone both coquettish and urgent. Lu Yi, you just reached 1-star peak level and really need spirit essence crystals to resonate with your spirit pet. Shang Wenxing and I have both reached late 1-star level 2. This opportunity is too precious to pass up. Lu Yi fell silent, her mind drifting to Sufan. Sufan had missed his chance at the Beast Taming Academy because his beast space hadn't fully opened, and spirit essence crystals could help with both resonance and opening spaces. If she could bring one back, perhaps she could help him. I agree, she said softly. Wonderful. Yang Qingqing jumped up excitedly, her ponytail swinging in a beautiful arc. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, we'll meet at the school's main gate. Wanling Forest, Qingyuan Mountain. Dark clouds hung low, fine rain fell like silk threads, and the mountain was shrouded in mist mixed with the humid air of blood. Distant roars and tearing sounds from spirit beasts echoed intermittently, like giant drums pounding against eardrums. At the cliff's edge, more than 10 hooded figures in black robes stood in a straight line, their gazes cold and hard. At the very front, 2 executors in blue robes overlooked Qingyuan Mountain. One of them was a mixed-race woman with brown hair and green eyes, her features beautiful yet filled with viciousness. This was none other than Sima Yua, the Black Dragon Association president who had been killed by Qi Wei. Her long hair was dampened by the fine rain, but it couldn't hide the murderous intent churning in her eyes. Why aren't we making our move yet? Sima Yi's voice carried impatience. The other persona man, nicknamed Wolf Executor, had cold, sharp features and a gaze like a blade. The chief has ordered that this mission is to slaughter students from the 3 major beast taming academies, not target ordinary beast tamers. You're too rash. Your sister's death was the price of such impulsiveness. The sharp word struck at old wounds. Sima Yi clenched her fists tightly, murderous intent surging, but ultimately suppressed it. Wolf Executor was a 5-star beast tamer, highly valued by the chief, while she was merely at 4-star peak level, inferior in both status and strength. The beast god cult had a strict hierarchy. 3-star beast tamers were black-robed cultists. 4-star and 5-star were blue-robed executors, equivalent to war court branch directors. 6-star purple-robed chiefs were comparable to branch commanders. Above them were 7-star reed-robed bishops, corresponding to war court elders. As for the legendary pope, she had never seen him and knew nothing of his cultivation level. Unwillingness coiled around her heart like a venomous snake. Sima Yi directed all her hatred towards Sufan. If not for Sufan, her identity wouldn't have been exposed, and her sister wouldn't have died. Wolf Executor sneered, his tone playful. That boy even modified a healing-type cloud crane into one with mechanical beaks. Quite interesting. After the mission ends, I'll personally bring him to the holy cult for proper study. With that, he waved at the black-robed cultists. Listen up. When students from the 3 major beast taming academies arrive, leave none alive. Yes, the black-robed figures roared in unison, their voices hoarse. Under their hoods, each person revealed bloodthirsty, twisted expressions as they licked their lips. Inside the surgery room of the Spirit Pet Medical Clinic, Sufan stood before the operating table, holding his breath. Under the cold surgical lights, 8 pieces of grade B cloud crystal steel were neatly arranged in 2 rows, their blue-green metallic surfaces rippling with intricate cloud patterns. Beside them, over 20 pieces of grade C alloy were stacked into a small mountain for secondary structural components. To gather these materials, nearly half of the clinic's recently surging income had been depleted. Fortunately, since the Spirit Beast nanomedical pod had been put into operation, even the most severely injured low-star spirit pets dragged back from the front lines could recover rapidly. Han Bingshui and Chen Yushi had been working non-stop at the hospital these past few days, pushing the numbers in Sufan's account to unprecedented heights. Once this busy period was over, he planned to teach Xiao by the basics of mechanical modification, training himself an absolutely trustworthy assistant. But that was a matter for later. Today, there was only one thing to do. The dream buried since his youth soaring through the skies made Sufan's lips curve upward involuntarily. Hailao's efficiency was as reliable as ever. Despite the budget only covering 8 pieces of cloud crystal steel, he had somehow managed to procure 9. Black Blade Tiger. A flash of light appeared, and the robust Black Blade Tiger materialized in the center of the room. Don't be nervous, just sleep it off. Little Black, do you desire power? Lie down. Sufan gently stroked the tiger's head, injecting the anesthetic into its bloodstream. Let's begin. The cutting arm whirred to life, slicing metal blocks into the required shapes. Sufan's pupils locked onto the holographic blueprint as components rapidly took form in his hands. Mechanical framework, energy conduction circuits, wing bone joints. Time was shattered by welding points and sparks. After an unknown amount of time, the energy core was finally carved to completion, leaving only the final step fusion with the mechanical spine on the Black Blade Tiger's back. Buzz buzz buzz. His phone suddenly vibrated violently in his pocket like a death knell. Sufan frowned, but didn't stop working. Any error at this step could ruin all the materials. The vibrations grew more urgent, the phone nearly drilling through his clothing. Fine sweat rolled down his temples as he finally freed one hand to answer, activating the speakerphone. Dr. Su, where are you? Sunman's voice carried the sound of wind and roaring engines, her anxiety nearly out of control. I'm at the clinic. What's wrong? Thank goodness. There's a spirit pet with extremely severe injuries, on the brink of death. You must perform surgery immediately. Sufan's gaze tightened, falling on the wings that were just one step away from completion. I can't leave right now. I'm in the middle of a precision modification. No, this is a matter of life and death. The injured spirit pet's owner is mentally scattered, but he holds crucial clues about the beast god cult. We must save his spirit pet. The words beast god cult made Sufan's heart suddenly sink. He looked at the anesthetized Black Blade Tiger and said through gritted teeth, "Give me 20 minutes. I'll get there as fast as possible." All right. The call ended abruptly. He took a deep breath and suddenly accelerated his movements, brutally speeding up what should have been a delicate finishing process. Bolts spun rapidly, welding points burst with light as he pushed forward with almost violent efficiency. Click! The wings fitted perfectly with the spine, and a surge of tremendous energy exploded forth, white light instantly engulfing the surgery room. As the light faded, Sufan stood frozen in place. On the black blade tiger's back, a pair of fantastical mechanical wings slowly unfurled. The left wing was black as ink, with shadow patterns flowing like liquid. The right wing was pure as snow, with light elements gathered into feather-shaped patterns. Black and white, light and dark, weaving together a contradictory yet harmonious aesthetic of violence. Level 3. Omnipotent type. Sufan's voice trembled with barely contained ecstasy. The mechanical wings before him gleamed in alternating dark and white hues, cold light flowing across their surface. He had actually succeeded in creating the legendary omnipotent mechanical wings. This level 3 wing set could boost the Black Blade Tiger's land speed by 80%, while providing both flight capability and defense. It could withstand ordinary attacks from spiritual beasts below 4-star level with virtually no damage. He reached out to caress the metal surface, cold and smooth, his smile spreading uncontrollably. Target information materialized. Black Blade Tiger spiritual beast class, beast type, Blade Tiger clan. Potential, a grade. Level, early 2-star. Species value, 245. Attributes, dark, light. Innate combat skills, sky flash, chaos domain. Acquired combat skills, none. Physical modifications, level 3 basic mechanical spine, level 3 omnipotent mechanical wings. Condition, chaos spiritual pets rank exceeds beast masters, chaos state triggered. Risk of backlash if balance not restored promptly. Excellent, excellent. Sufan nodded to himself. The originally useless hidden skill had been replaced by Sky Flash, and it had gained Chaos Domain as well. But when his gaze fell upon the conditions section, his smile froze instantly. Chaos state, backlash risk. His euphoria evaporated in an instant, bone-chilling dread crawling up his spine. Can't leave it outside anymore. With a thought, the Black Blade Tiger transformed into flowing light and returned to the beast space. Sweat had already soaked through his back. The hidden danger was more troublesome than he'd imagined. Without time to think further, he pushed open the door and rushed outside. The night wind carried a cool, damp touch. In the distance, an engine roared as a pink off-road vehicle sped toward them, its headlights tearing through the darkness. The door opened, and Sunman jumped out, her expression anxious. Close behind, a middle-aged man covered in blood stumbled out, carrying on his back a thunder crane that was severely wounded and barely breathing. Its legs hung limp, clearly broken. This scene gave Sufan a strong sense of déjà vu. Sufan, quickly! Sunman's voice trembled. Sufan stepped forward to help, asking in a low voice, Captain Sun, what happened? Sunman took a deep breath, speaking rapidly. This is a teacher from Huaxing Beast Academy Fan Tianza. He's suffered shock. His spiritual pet is severely injured, but he has crucial intelligence about the beast god cult. The Thunder Crane must be saved. Sufan frowned. The situation is critical. Surgery must begin immediately. Not a second can be wasted. You and Teacher Fan wait outside. With that, he took the Thunder Crane and rushed into the operating room, locking the door behind him. Under the stark white lights, he first took a deep breath, then retrieved a mental enhancement potion from his spatial ring and drank it down. Warmth spread throughout his body. His stamina was nearly depleted. He could only push through by sheer will. The Thunder Crane was at peak 4-star level. The Crade metal for level 2 mechanical limbs simply wasn't sufficient. Gritting his teeth, he took out his last 2 pieces of grade cloud crystal steel, his final trump card. High temperature cutting, precision welding, joint calibration. For hours of intensive continuous work left Sufan nearly collapsed. When the last suture mark closed, he staggered to his feet. The Thunder Crane opened its eyes, its gaze first confused, then erupting in a high, clear cry. Screech! Screech! The door was suddenly pushed open as Fan Tianza rushed in. At first glance, the Thunder Crane stood proudly on the operating table, its 2 gleaming mechanical legs reflecting the unique cold light of cloud crystal steel. The precision joints and intricate flowing cloud patterns radiated tremendous power. This is... Fan Tianza stared in amazement. Sufan stepped forward, his voice carrying exhaustion yet certainty. It's safe now. The Thunder Crane seemed to understand its master's emotions, crooning affectionately. Fan Tianza trembled with excitement, his knees giving way as he collapsed to the ground, weeping tears of joy. When his emotions had somewhat stabilized, Sufan got straight to the point. Teacher Fan, can you think clearly now? Captain Sun said you possess extremely important intelligence. Yes. Fan Tianza's expression instantly shifted to terror and urgency. Qingyuan Mountain, the beast god cult, spirit origin crystals. It's all a conspiracy. In the lounge, warm yellow light cast a gentle glow on the pale gray walls. Click, the door handle turned, and the door was violently pushed open. Fan Tianza stumbled in, his steps unsteady, collapsing into the sofa as if all strength had been drained from his body. Sunman immediately stood up, her expression grave. Teacher Kai, I'm Sunman, captain of the Zhanting Wind Squad. Please sit down and tell us what happened. Fan Tianza was breathing heavily, his face deathly pale, shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Captain Sun, the incident at Qingyuan Mountain was a trap set by the beast god cult. The intelligence about the spirit crystal was deliberately leaked to lure beast tamers into the mountains. At this point, his eyes instantly filled with tears, his voice hoarse. I watched with my own eyes as the students and their spirit companions were slaughtered, and I could only flee. I'm a 4-star beast tamer. I abandoned those children. I. Before he could finish, he was already sobbing uncontrollably, veins bulging on the back of his hands. Sun Man gently patted his shoulder, her brow furrowed. You're a peak 4-star beast tamer, yet you had no fighting chance. Fan Tianzi looked up, his eyes bloodshot, killing intent almost overflowing. It was a 5-star. A 5-star demonic beast tamer. That person could transform into a 5-meturtle werewolf formy thunder crane, had both legs broken by a single claw. There was another teacher who stayed behind to cover my escape, so I could report back, fighting him alone. Sun Man took a deep breath, already able to imagine the fate of that teacher and his spirit companion. She pulled out her phone and walked toward the door. This is no small matter. I'll report to headquarters immediately. In another corner of the room, Sufan leaned back in his chair, downing several bottles of mental recovery potions in succession to pull his stamina back from the brink of exhaustion. His mind was still replaying the scene of installing the 3rd-grade mechanical legs on the Thunder Crane, his first advanced prosthetic made for an external client. A surgical fee of 4 to 5 million shouldn't be unreasonable, right? But the current atmosphere was clearly not suitable for discussing money. 10 minutes later, headlights cut through the night in front of the Spirit Pet Medical Shop as Qin Fong and Chi Wei hurried over. Qin Fong got straight to the point as soon as he arrived. I've briefed Commander Qin Yuliang on the situation. He's ordered all members of the 6 squads wind, water, ice, thunder, and fire from the Zhanting Supervisory Court to mobilize. The enforcement hall will dispatch 3 additional squads for support. We're heading to Qingyuan Mountain immediately to rescue survivors and capture all beast god cult demons. Fan Tianzi remained silent for several seconds before asking in a lowered voice. Director of the Zhanting branch, if there's already a 5-star green-robed demon at Qingyuan Mountain, might there also be purple-robed demons hiding there? Qin Feng nodded reassuringly. The commander will return tonight and will personally arrive at Qingyuan Mountain if necessary. A commander surnamed Qin. Could it be the second young Master Qin, known as the Little Beast King? Hope flickered in Fan Tianzi's eyes. Exactly, Qin Feng confirmed. Only then did Fan Tianzi let out a long breath of relief, as if the gloom of 2 days and nights had finally been dispelled. Since there's no problem, let's move out. Qin Feng immediately gave the order. Car doors opened one by one, and Su Fan efficiently made way for everyone, though his mind contained only one thought: going back to catch up on sleep. A full day of running around had completely drained him. Young people really needed to know their limits. Su Fan, you ride with Chi Wei. Suddenly, Qin Feng called out to him. Su Fan, Qin Feng said indifferently. Oh, Commander Qin Yuliang said you're to participate in this operation. These words hit Su Fan's mind like a nail, and his expression instantly froze. Didn't the contract clearly state absolutely no field work? Capitalist promises are nothing but lies. What a war court, what a Qin Yuliang. How dare they break their word to me? Qin Feng added another sentence. The commander also said this mission will benefit you, promising it can help you break through to a 2-star beast master. What? Before he could finish speaking, Su Fan had already whooshed into the back seat, fastened his seatbelt, and shouted toward the driver's seat. Drive. 2-star Beastmaster? Why didn't you say so earlier? After breaking through, I'll be able to create higher-grade mechanical limbs. Who says overtime is bad? I love overtime. Night fell, dark clouds obscured the moonlight, and the entire Qingyuan mountain seemed draped in heavy black gauze. Among the dense forest shadows, over a dozen black-robed cultists from the beast god cult silently prowled. Their cultivation had almost all reached the peak of 3-star, with beast power deeply fused within their bodies. Anyone who entered this territory would only face death. In just a few hours, several beast masters and students had died at their hands, their spirit element crystals plundered one by one. At this moment, in the deepest part of the mountain forest, 7 or 8 young-faced students huddled together, backs against thick trees, legs trembling uncontrollably. Don't come any closer, a female student screamed with tears in her voice. Before them, a man in green robes wore a playful smile as he surveyed these lamb-like prey. He was none other than the wolf deacon of the beast god cult. You all run, I'll hold him off. The eldest student stepped forward, desperately protecting everyone. Shang Wenqing clenched his fists and said in a low voice, Senior, if we fight together. The strongest among the students was only at 2-star peak, the rest were merely 1-star. But in the wolf deacon's eyes, whether 1-star or 2-star, they were all fragile ants. His gaze suddenly turned cold, and the pitch-black wolf-shaped spirit beast at his side let out a low growl. A black shadow flickered as it lunged straight at the senior student. In that split second, how dare you? Don't you dare harm my students. A thunderous roar tore through the night sky. Boom. Wind pressure howled as a figure wrapped in fierce winds crashed down. The wolf deacon's sixth sense screamed warnings as he spun around. In the sky above, a thunder crane spread its metallic legs, carrying Fan Tianzi as they descended from the heavens. Kill! Fan Tianzi roared hoarsely. Screech! The thunder crane cried out in fury, sound waves rippling through the forest. This thunder crane had already reached 4-star peak, with a species value of 410. Without hesitation, it activated its amplification battle technique Thunder's Might. Instantly, crackling lightning climbed up its wings, its aura surging upward, reaching a terrifying 480 points in a single breath, enough to rival a mid-stage 5-star spirit pet. The wolf deacon's pupils contracted sharply, not daring to be careless in the slightest. With bones crackling, he activated the beast form within his body, transforming into a 5-meter werewolf. Muscles bulged, fur stood like steel needles, red eyes and fangs gleaming with murderous intent. Beast! Die! Fan Tianzi screamed with all his might, hatred almost taking physical form. The Tang sword in his hand surged with lightning, crackling and sparking. That wasn't just a simple teacher Fan had infused it with the Thunderstrike combat technique. Almost simultaneously, the thunder crane let out a piercing shriek that made the forest leaves tremble with its ultrasonic waves. Its mechanical talons, gleaming with cold metallic light, tore through the air as it transformed alongside its master into a lightning arrow, diving straight at the wolf steward. Roar! A thick werewolf arm was brutally torn away, tracing a bloody arc through the air. The wolf steward's agonized and furious howl echoed like a wounded beast, making the surrounding trees shudder. He stared fixedly at the thunder crane beneath Fan Tianzi, that modified creature, clearly injured yet supported by its mechanical limbs. His eyes filled with disbelief. Thunder crane, attack again. Kill! Fan Tianzi gave his enemy no chance to breathe, his cold voice like a death sentence. His opponent was at the early 5-star level, but he could unleash power of the same rank only by pressing the attack relentlessly could he hope to win. Whoosh! The blade light shot forth, amplified by the thunder crane's mechanical limbs to create a terrifying impact that distorted the surrounding air. Alarm bells rang in the wolf steward's mind as his wolf-shaped spirit beast behind him growled in response, suddenly unleashing the giant blood wolf's signature technique, Blood Burn. His power instantly surged by half a rank, crimson aura rolling forth. But Fan Tianzi and the thunder crane's assault never ceased. All their strength poured into this single strike. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will slay you here. Bang! 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 Shockwaves exploded in succession. Thunder crane raging thunder prison. Trap it. Screech. Electric arcs burst forth. Screech. This blade cuts away cowardice. Kill. This blade cuts away regret. Die. Crack. Thread-thin lightning wove through the pitch-black forest, followed by several deafening explosions. Only thunder's roar and the sharp whistle of metal-cutting air remained between heaven and earth. Time seemed frozen. The crimson madness in the wolf steward's eyes quickly faded, replaced by endless shock and terror. Crack! A massive wolf head rolled to the ground, eyes wide open, dying with unresolved grievance. Uffed! Fan Tianzi groaned, spitting blood as his form swayed unsteadily. He slowly turned to look back at his students, a relieved smile crossing his lips before his strength gave out completely, and he collapsed with a thunderous crash. Teacher Fan! The students cried out, rushing forward to surround him. Lu Yi quickly pressed her fingers to Teacher Fan's wrist, sensing his weak but steady pulse, and breathed a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Teacher Fan has just overexerted himself. His life isn't in danger. Hearing this, everyone's anxious hearts finally settled. Inside a cave on Qingyuan Mountain. Can we really make it out alive? Even Teacher Lu, a 4-star beast tamer, died. A student's voice trembled. Teacher Fan will definitely come to rescue us. Another person clung to hope, though no one dared voice the thought. What if Teacher Fan also? The heavy atmosphere seemed to solidify. 7 or 8 students from the Beast Taming Academy huddled together as despair engulfed the entire cave. I really wish a savior would come right now and rescue us. A frail female student prayed silently. Rustle, rustle. Footsteps echoed from the cave entrance. The hope that had just sparked in everyone's hearts instantly froze again. Silhouetted against the light, a dark figure wore a black hood, with 2 greedy and excited green glows flickering beneath it. Confirming the newcomer was a cultist demon, the students pressed together in terror. Yang Qingqing gritted her teeth and stepped forward, clenching her fists as she shouted. Everyone, don't be afraid. Let's attack together. We outnumber him. However, no one responded. Fear had drained their courage. Hee hee, little girl, you're quite brave, aren't you? The black-robed demon let out an owl-like sinister laugh, pointing his fingertip at Yang Qingqing from a distance. Whoever kills her, I'll let them leave. At these words, several students' eyes flashed with internal struggle before being completely overwhelmed by their survival instinct. Yang Qingqing looked at the twisted faces of her former classmates, her heart piercing with pain. So despair really could turn people into beasts. Sorry, we want to live. The senior who usually cared for her most took the lead, forming an encirclement with two other male students as they slowly closed in. Senior, you all. She stood frozen in place, her face filled with disbelief. The senior lunged at her, and she had no time to dodge. Whoosh! A pitch-black spider limb pierced through the air, puncturing the senior's abdomen with a squelch. Ah! Warm blood splattered across Yang Qingqing's face as screams echoed through the cave. 6 pitch-black spider claws unfurled from behind the black-robed figure, casting shadows over all the students. Kakik, just kidding. Even the obedient ones must die. As if I'd spare you. Huh. A delicate shout rang out like thunder. A figure charged into the cave like wind and lightning. Tao Xiaoya executing the wind-chasing ape combat technique, Gale Burst Punch. Her speed blurred as she delivered a heavy punch infused with explosive wind elements squarely to the black-robed demon's face. Bang! The black-robed figure was knocked back several steps by the tremendous force. Lu Yu followed closely behind, sweeping his spear horizontally to block the retreat route, instantly forming a pincer attack with his companion. The black-robed figure's expression changed drastically. 3-star? People from the war court. Witnessing this scene, wild joy of survival swept across the students' faces. At that moment, a black-haired youth in casual black clothing leisurely stepped through the cave entrance. Sufan. As an unofficial member, he deliberately made his entrance last to ensure safety measures. Among the students, Yang Qingqing recognized the newcomer, her eyes filled with shock. It's him. Sufan paid no attention to the crowd and immediately began his analysis. Target, Zhu Balong. Level, Peak 3-star. Constitution, 395. Spirit Pet, Parasitic Demon Spider. Vitality, 590,590. Beast Space, 120 cubic meters. Body, Human Beast Fusion Form. Condition, Parasitized by Demon Spider. Core weakness located 3 inches below the left abdomen. With all the information laid out clearly, Sufan's eyes blazed with intensity. Just as he was about to speak, Tao Xiaoya could no longer hold back. The wind-chasing ape behind her suddenly leaped forward, roaring toward the sky. Its fists wrapped in cyan gusts, punched shadows dense as a torrential downpour gale storm fist. Bang, 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 bang. Dull impact sounds reverberated through the narrow cave walls. The black-robed demon sneered wickedly as 6 pitch-black tentacles wove together into a shield, forcibly blocking all the punch force. Kakik, is that all the strength you've got? 3 inches below the left abdomen, that's his weak spot. Sufan's voice wasn't loud, yet it clearly penetrated the battlefield. Both Tao Xiaoya and Lu Yu's gazes sharpened simultaneously. Wind-chasing ape, mountain-shaking fist. Tao Xiaoya shouted fiercely. The wind-chasing ape roared in fury, abandoning defense and channeling all its power into one punch, striking toward the demon's chest like a mountain peak crashing down. Roar. Zhu Balong's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected the spirit beast to trade injuries, and could only hastily retract all his tentacles to block. Boom. Fist met tentacles hidden, the violent tremor causing the entire cave to shake violently as debris scattered down. Now's the time. Lu Yu's eyes flashed with brilliant light as his spear hummed. Piercing sky spear. Whoosh. The spear transformed into flowing light, passing through the exposed gap and striking directly at the spot 3 inches below Zhu Balong's left abdomen. Squelch. The spear tip emerged from his lower back as dark, corrupted blood splattered. The towering figure trembled, then crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, falling silent forever. That's the 4th one. Lu Yu withdrew his spear and flicked off the blood, retrieving a spirit crystal from the corpse and storing it in his ring. Sufan turned toward the group of still-shaken students, his gaze settling on Yang Qingqing. Yang Qingqing. Present. The girl startled and stood up immediately. Sufan handed over a hand-drawn map. The path down has been cleared. Follow this map down the mountain, you'll be perfectly safe. Long-suppressed cheers erupted instantly. Thank goodness. We don't have to die. After the students safely departed, the trio of Sufan continued up the mountain for rescue operations. Along the way, Tao Xiaoya patted Sufan's shoulder proudly. Director Su, amazing. You spotted the weak point instantly. Our efficiency leaves the other teams in the dust. Lu Yu pushed up his glasses. With first place performance this time, not only do we get a hefty bonus, but each of us gets a spirit crystal too. If only Captain Sun had come along. Don't even think about it. Lu Yu shook his head. Captain Sun's Cloud Crane has mechanical enhancement. Its combat power ranks as 4-star. These low-risk missions will be exclusively ours from now on. He turned to Sufan. You really lucked out. Spirit crystals are resonance artifacts. Get yourself an advanced resonance technique, and when you break through to 2-star, you might be able to boost your spirit control to level 4. Sufan curled his lip. Director General Qin said Chi Wei is level 5, and the finance minister is level 7. Who are you underestimating? He casually asked. Was Vice Commander Chi really level 5 when he was 2-star? Lu Yu nodded. Aeon seen a century genius a special case. For normal people using spirit crystals, level 4 is the absolute limit. Sufan's internal complaints intensified. Then wouldn't the finance minister's level 7 make him a monster among monsters? Whatever. Full speed ahead. Anyone who dares to block this young lady's way can go die. Roar, 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 roar. Epsilon, epsilon. Tao Xiaoya cracked her whip and galloped away in a cloud of dust. Her mount, the wind-chasing ape, erupted with wild ferocity, its limbs crushing the stone fragments beneath as it charged into the night with low growls. Sufan glanced sideways, thinking to himself, fresh out of school, indeed her temper's practically shooting through the roof. Be careful not to alert the green-robed envoys of the beast god cult, Lu Yu called from behind, still mindful to warn them. Puffed. I refuse to believe our luck could be that terrible. Tao Xiaoya dismissed his concern with a wave and continued charging forward. Before she could finish speaking, a violent gust of air exploded out of nowhere. Trees as thick as bowls snapped instantly, and sand, stones, and withered leaves swirled into a gray tornado. Even Tao Xiaoya and Lu Yu, both 3-star beast tamers, were forced back several steps by the wind pressure, their heels carving deep furrows in the mud. Sufan was sent flying like a torn rag, but fortunately Lu Yu reacted quickly and grabbed his collar to pull him back. The fierce wind suddenly stopped, and all the scattered leaves hadn't yet had time to fall. From the depths of the night, a man in luxurious purple robes slowly emerged. Just by standing there quietly, he emanated an invisible pressure that suppressed everything around him, making everyone's chests ache. Phew, at least it's not a green-robed. Tao Xiaoya was about to breathe a sigh of relief when Lu Yu's hand shot out like lightning to cover her mouth. His face had turned deathly pale, his pupils filled with terror and despair. Shut up. He's Beast God Cult, 6-star beast tamer, purple-robed chief. Sufan's mind buzzed. A direct encounter with an elite boss? Fan Tianzi and his team were completely overwhelmed by just one 5-star green-robed demon. And now standing before us is actually a 6-star purple-robed chief? Great. Just great. Does this game even want to be playable? He lowered his voice to a hoarse whisper. Reinforcements. Did the message get out? Lu Yu's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he squeezed out a single word through gritted teeth. Yes. The atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. The purple-robed demon's gaze swept past Lu Yu and Xiaoya, settling on Sufan. His voice, somewhere between male and female, carried a chilling coldness. So you're the one Eva mentioned, boy. Sufan's heart skipped a beat as he cursed inwardly. Damn it. So he's here for me? The purple-robed demon smiled wickedly. Don't look so surprised. I quite admire your skills. Why don't you come back with me to the beast god sect? We could have a proper discussion. A cold voice suddenly descended from the sky. You cannot take him. Send the red-robed demon instead. The voice was utterly emotionless, like cold iron from the 9th heaven. The purple-robed demon's face instantly darkened as he roared. Insolence! Who dares speak so arrogantly? Before his angry shout had faded, storm clouds churned across the sky, and a clear eagle's cry pierced the heavens. The dark clouds were torn apart as a massive eagle spirit beast with a wingspan of dozens of yards dove down. On the eagle's back stood a tall, slender young man, no more than 25 or 26 years old. Several flying spirit beasts of various forms circled around him, their spiritual light blazing. Some had wings sharp as blades that sliced through the air as they passed. Others resembled warm jade with flowing radiance. Just standing there, he naturally exuded the authority of one long accustomed to power, like an ancient clan's young master, proud and aloof. Qin Yuliang. The purple-robed demon gritted his teeth, his eyes beneath the hood filled with wariness. Both were at the peak of 6-star level, but the purple-robed demon knew well that this man called the Little Beast King, the war court's greatest prodigy, had always been renowned for his ferocity throughout the Northwest. Legend had it that upon reaching 6-star level, he had single-handedly led his spirit beasts against 10 peak 6-star king-level beasts in the Northwest's Demon Dragon Mountains and annihilated them all. Below 7-star level, none dared face him directly. Even so, the purple-robed demon forced a cold laugh. We're of the same rank, why should I fear you? As his words fell, he suddenly unleashed his full spiritual power, his demonization technique exploding forth. A pair of pitch-black wings sprouted from his back as demonic energy surged, clearly prepared to fight to the death. Qin Yuliang. Today I'll see if you're truly as invincible as the rumors claim. His black wings beat, stirring up violent winds. However, this display was merely a feint. The next moment, the purple-robed demon spun around and fled frantically with only one thought: escape. In a real fight among 6-star warriors, who would dare challenge the Little Beast King Hedon? Boasting was easy, but risking one's life was another matter entirely, and he knew this better than anyone. Go! Qin Yuliang's white robes fluttered as he spoke with cold indifference. With that single word, the spirit beasts floating beside him simultaneously released their long-accumulated power. Two spirit beasts glowing with white light shot forward first, transforming into streaks of cold radiance that instantly penetrated the purple-robed demon's defenses. Flash! The black demonic wings were torn apart by blade-like beams of light, feathers, and dark energy scattering everywhere. Before the purple-robed demon could steady himself, a thunder spirit snake wreathed in electric arcs charged forward. Boom! Lightning formed a pillar that precisely pierced through the purple-robed demon's chest. A piercing scream tore through the sky as he plummeted like a broken kite. Despite the gaping hole in his chest, he desperately struggled to his feet, his eyes blood-red. Blood gushing from his wounds, he forcibly activated his life-bound battle technique, his power surging wildly. In an instant, his entire form twisted into a black wind that merged with the air. Escape! Escape! I cannot die here. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Qin Yuliang's expression remained unchanged from beginning to end. He descended on his majestic mystic spirit eagle with emerald feathers gleaming, its wings beating slowly as it touched the ground. With a simple gesture, the several powerful spirit beasts that had been circling around him converged like a tide and stood silently behind him. Tao Xiaoya and Lu Yu hurried forward, bowing in unison. Subordinates greet Lord Qin Yuliang. Qin Yuliang responded indifferently, shifting his gaze to Sufan. Sufan was stunned for 0.01 seconds before immediately clasping his fists and loudly flattering. Subordinate Sufan greets Lord Qin Yuliang. My lord commands 10,000 beasts, possesses extraordinary combat skills, inspires awe in all directions, and achieves glory for millennia. Qin Yuliang was also momentarily taken aback, then responded with another this time drawn out slightly longer, his tone still flat. When we're outside, I don't like subordinates who flatter me. Do less of that in the future. Oh, so you mean it's okay when no one's around? Sufan immediately understood. Got it. Tao Xiaoya and Lu Yu exchanged glances. Qin Yuliang instructed. You two continue with your mission. Sufan, come with me. Also, I was never here tonight. Yes. The two nodded hastily. Before Sufan could figure out what was happening, Qin Yuliang had already turned and headed toward the mountains. My lord, where are we going? Sufan hurried to catch up, his mind racing. The benefits mentioned by this wealthy patron who brought him along were clearly planned in advance. When they encountered the six-star purple-robed chief demon from the beast god cult earlier, Qin Yuliang had conveniently descended from the sky. What were the odds? He must have been secretly following them all along. But what was his real purpose? Taking you to resonate. Qin Yuliang kept his eyes straight ahead, his voice cold and clear. Resonate. Sufan was startled. He had thought this spirit element earth crystal reward for top performance was all the benefits he'd receive. Too slow. Qin Yuliang cut off his thoughts with those words. Raising his hand with a gentle press, a mystic spirit eagle with jade-green body and 30-foot wingspan dove down from the clouds, radiating flowing light. Get on. Sufan leaped onto the eagle's back, followed by Qin Yuliang. The mystic spirit eagle spread its wings and soared through the air, fierce winds whipping their faces as mountains, forests, and valleys retreated like a painted scroll. With the wind roaring in his ears, Sufan felt both nervous and excited. My lord, those spirit beasts you used when killing the purple-robed demon were truly impressive. He couldn't help but exclaim. Those were the 7 sacred serpents of the spirit snake clan. Only 7 remain in the entire Great Xia territory. Qin Yuliang replied calmly. Sufan's eye showed envy. I saw you only use 2 just now. Who has the other 5? They're also with me. Qin Yuliang raised his hand, and a stream of light formed 7 serpentine shadows coiling around his palm. Sufan was speechless, only able to continue with more praise. Lord Qin Yuliang is truly formidable. Powerful beasts for powerful masters, truly a prodigy, blessed by heaven. Qin Yuliang's lips curved slightly. You're quite good, too quite good at flattery. The flying spirit beast soared through the clouds. Layers of dark clouds swept past them in the night sky, with a sea of clouds rolling beneath their feet. The silhouette of a solitary peak gradually emerged the broad platform atop Qingyuan Mountain, surrounded by dense forests in complete silence. Whoosh! Whoosh! The mystic spirit eagle folded its wings and landed steadily in the center of the platform. Qin Yuliang leaped down first, with Sufan following closely. Sufan's pupils contracted. On the platform lay 2 massive spirit beast corpses, each over 30 feet long and 20-something feet tall, like 2 collapsed small mountains. The king-level spirit beasts were covered in wounds, clearly having fought each other to mutual destruction. Qin Yuliang waved his hand, and the mystic spirit eagle beat its wings, creating fierce winds that pushed the corpses to either side. Then, an extraordinary pool nearly half the size of a basketball court came into view. The pool water was crystal clear with white mist rising gently, carrying a faint fragrance. At the bottom of the pool stood a massive crystal stone, pure white throughout, like a sleeping star. Beside him, Qin Yuliang spoke indifferently. Your benefit the spirit element mother crystal. The massive spirit crystal in the pool released billowing mist, its spiritual energy so dense it nearly took physical form. With just one breath, Sufan felt an ice-cold spiritual current surge up his spine like a piercing awl, jolting his mind to sharp alertness. The deep blue crystal light reflected in his eyes as they trembled with greed and desire. You want me to use this spirit mother crystal to resonate with my spirit companion? The energy emanating from this mother crystal was 100 times more potent than any spirit earth crystal he had ever encountered. No wonder it could drive two king-level spirit beasts to fight to the death. Its value was beyond measure. Qin Yuliang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, nodding slightly, his voice so flat it betrayed no emotion. Mount Qingyuan is the azure monarch tiger's lair. That golden yuan lion was bait released by the beast god cult, a death trap specifically set for beast tamers. Before his words had fully settled, he flicked his fingers and sent forth an ancient secret manual. The scroll flew through the air and stopped before Sufan. The high-level resonance technique you wanted. Combined with this spirit mother crystal, it's enough to help you break through to star level on the spot. As the scroll fell into his hands, Sufan trembled with joy. He looked up at the massive blue crystal in the pool, his heart pounding violently. Suppressing his surging emotions, he sat cross-legged. Starlight suddenly flickered, and a fierce tiger appeared jet black throughout, bearing black and white mechanical wings on its back, with blue light flowing along its spine. The black blade tiger. Even Qin Yuliang's usually calm eyes showed a rare flash of surprise. The mountain wind cut through the deep night like a blade, but Sufan felt nothing. He slipped into the pool water and followed the secret technique, pressing his palm against the ice-cold mother crystal while summoning the black blade tiger. As human and tiger spiritual forces intertwined, a torrential energy like a mountain flood burst forth from the mother crystal, forcibly establishing resonance with the black blade tiger through Sufan's body. Tearing agony instantly pierced through every limb and bone. This energy wasn't a gentle stream but a raging torrent, rampaging wildly as if to completely burst his meridians and organs. Sufan's face turned deathly pale, his muscles spasming, yet he gritted his teeth and swallowed even his screams. He understood this was the mother crystal tempering his soul and reshaping his flesh. Pain was also opportunity. The resonance technique operated automatically, as Sufan strictly followed the formula to guide the violent energy, repeatedly assaulting the barriers of his soul. Boom! The first shackle shattered, and his spirit control power surged up a level. His entire body shook violently, power surging through him like never before, and without hesitation he continued the assault. No rest, no hesitation. The second barrier broken. The third barrier broken. Muffled rumbles echoed continuously within his body as his spirit control power climbed steadily. Flowing light surrounded his form, drawing in surrounding spiritual energy to form a massive vortex. His muscles rapidly solidified, his bones grew tougher, and his skin took on a crystalline luster as Sufan's body underwent an astonishing transformation. Time seemed to freeze as he became completely immersed in the agony and rebirth of destruction and reconstruction. Boom! The sixth shackle shattered, and a terrifying aura burst skyward from within his body, tearing a massive hole through the clouds above the mountain peak. Spirit control power level 6. I can't absorb any more. Sufan clenched his fists, knuckles crackling like popping beans as the spiritual power within him surged to the brink of bursting his meridians. 6th level beast taming power. His cultivation had now surpassed Chi Wei's. The resonance depth was sufficient. Now was the time to break through. The moment the thought arose, dragon roars and tiger howls erupted from his beast taming space, shaking the heavens. In the next instant, Sufan's aura suddenly soared. 2-star beast tamer achieved. With 6th level beast taming power combined with the 2-star realm, he was no longer the Sufan who cultivated at a snail's pace. The power of the spiritual origin mother crystal far exceeded his imagination. This trip to Qingyuan Mountain had been the right gamble. As the resonance ended, the Black Blade Tiger's aura surged as well. Sufan rose from the spiritual pool, water droplets rolling down his taut muscles and evaporating into mist. Scanning his surroundings, he found that Qin Yuliang had long since vanished, along with the corpses of those 2 king-level spirit beasts. His gaze locked onto the massive spiritual origin mother crystal again, burning intensity flickering in his eyes. Such a treasure couldn't be wasted. His spatial ring flashed with light, tools appearing in his hands as he carefully chipped off hundreds of crystal fragments, storing them all within the ring. By the time he finished, dawn was breaking on the horizon. His phone screen lit UPA message from Fong. Rescue mission complete. All personnel evacuate immediately. At the foot of Qingyuan Mountain, the surviving students gathered in small groups, relief and lingering fear written across every face. Yang Qingqing rushed toward Shang Wenxing and Lu Yi, embracing her best friend. Lu Yi, You're both safe too, thank goodness. Shang Wenqing still trembled with residual fear, patting his chest. That scared me to death. What kind of bullshit opportunity was that? We nearly lost our lives. I'll never believe in free lunches again. As long as everyone's safe, Louis softly consoled. Though regret still flickered in the depths of her beautiful eyes, the spiritual origin Earth crystal had ultimately remained beyond their reach. On the other side, Fan Tianzi, supported by students, approached Fong and bowed solemnly. We are deeply grateful for the War Court's assistance this time. Huaxing Beast Taming Academy cannot thank you enough. Teacher Fan is too kind. The beast god cult schemes are significant. This serves as a warning for us as well. Fong nodded, then surveyed the crowd. Sun Man, how's the head count? In the morning breeze, the mechanical beak of the cloud crane beside Sun Man still emitted wisps of steam. She stood at attention and reported. The deputy commander is still pursuing a green-robed cultist, and Sufan has yet to descend the mountain. Feng's brows furrowed deeply, his expression strange. You're saying? Wei went after them alone. Sun Man hesitated briefly. The beast god cult remnants are severely weakened. Sufan should be fine. I'm not worried about Sufan, I'm worried about Wei. Feng's tone grew heavier. Letting him act alone, are you sure that's not a problem? Halfway up Qingyuan Mountain, deep in the forest, starlight flowed beneath his feet as Wei's form moved like a phantom through the trees, but he suddenly stopped short. The woman's aura had clearly been ahead. How had it vanished so suddenly? In the opposite direction, Sima Yiwa stumbled in her escape, her hooded figure utterly disheveled. Her green robe was torn, exposing limbs grotesquely fused with spirit beast flesh and blood. Wounds torn by spatial power gaped hideously, fresh blood dripping from her fingertips. Damn that Wei. Her face was deathly pale, eyes filled with venom and unwillingness. Her breathing as labored as a broken bellows. That man's spatial compression had proven nearly impossible to counter. The excruciating pain twisted her delicate mixed blood features as she bit her red lips. If she didn't stop to regulate her breathing, her internal injuries would surely erupt. A winding stream ahead reflected the clear light. She dragged her half-crippled body to the water's edge, but froze the moment her fingertips touched the surface. The clear water reflected not only her pale, twisted face but also, not far behind her, a pair of eyes glowing with an eerie green light, watching in perfect silence. Sima Yiwa struggled to sit up, leaning against a cold rock as she circulated the remaining power within her body, attempting to heal her wounds. Blood flowed sluggishly through her meridians, and her star energy felt as thick as mud trapped in a swamp. Worse still, the shadow demon bat body she had fused with was now violently rejecting her, tearing her meridians apart with knife-like agony. Deep in the dense forest, a figure silently swept in. It was Sufan, returning from his scouting mission down the mountain. The sight of the wounded figure made him freeze. What the hell? Isn't this demon already dead? He immediately activated his analysis eye, blue light shooting from his pupils as he quickly locked onto the woman's data. An information panel materialized before him. The spirit beast fusion had changed from phantom demon bat to shadow demon bat, with attributes and bloodline severely misaligned. She's a completely different person, Sufan muttered under his breath, a chill rising in his heart. If this crazy woman was still alive, he'd never have peace of mind. Now that her aura had plummeted to just 1 star, this was the perfect opportunity to strike. Sufan's eyes turned ice cold. Take her down. His thoughts racing, he shouted. Black Blade Tiger, come forth. Buzz the void split open as a massive tiger with black and white mechanical wings stepped through the air. Its metallic feathers layered like scales, gleaming with deadly light. The moment its chaos domain expanded, the Black Blade Tiger's racial stats surged by 35, reaching 330. Black Blade Tiger Heaven Soaring Flash. A white flash erupted as the giant tiger launched skyward. In an instant, it transformed into lightning, the explosive roar of torn air and fierce winds hitting simultaneously, sending leaves dancing wildly through the air. Sima Yiwa, who had been meditating to heal her wounds, felt every hair on her body stand on end as danger signals screamed through her chest. She snapped her eyes open to see a tiger claw wreathed in holy radiance rapidly expanding in her vision. Danger! 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 Driven purely by instinct, she forcibly mobilized the energy within her body, sprouting a pair of black bat wings from her back. Her eyes instantly turned blood red as a roar tore from her throat. Boom! Light attribute starlight poured forth like a torrent, instantly shredding her black wings to pieces, the aftershock slamming heavily into her spine. The volcanic impact exploded outward as she screamed and flew backward, crashing into a towering ancient tree. Blood gushed from her mouth, spattering across the grass. The excruciating pain of her shattered bones nearly knocked her unconscious, yet fear kept her conscious enough to lift her head. Before her loomed the black and white mechanical tiger with its wingspan of several meters, its cold, emotionless metallic pupils suffocating to behold. A spirit beast. Sima Yiwa's heart turned cold. A human was actually controlling such a terrifying creature? In the shadows of the dense forest, Sufan pressed against a tree trunk, his brow slightly furrowed. A 4-star peak demon was indeed tough to kill. Even heaven-soaring Flash couldn't finish her off. But now, the small amount of power she had painstakingly gathered within her body had been shattered once again by this devastating blow. Her injuries worsened dramatically. Her breathing became as chaotic as a bellows about to burst, her organs convulsing, her meridians feeling as if they were being scorched by flames, ready to collapse completely at any moment. Survival instinct drove her to one final act of desperation: escape. Sima Yiwa bit down hard on her tongue tip with her silver teeth, instantly igniting her life essence. Boom! Shadow energy exploded from within her body like a bursting dam, and she transformed into a phantom of intertwined crimson and ink black, plunging headfirst into the deeper forest. Behind her, Sufan's lips curved into a cold arc run. After his advancement to a 2-star beast tamer, the starlight power within his body had more than doubled, and the duration of his chaos domain had also doubled. No longer needed to hide anything. With a flash, he had already landed ghost-like on the black blade tiger's back. The black and white mechanical wings folded and then spread wide, their internal energy core overloading with a harsh buzzing sound bang. A terrifying sonic boom erupted as the black blade tiger transformed into a black cannonball, wrapped in fierce winds, forcefully tearing through ancient trees and vines along its path, debris falling like rain. Sima Yiwa's desperately fleeing figure suddenly trembled as she felt the devastating pressure rapidly approaching from behind. She looked back in near suffocation, her emerald pupils contracting to pinpoint size. That pitch-black fierce tiger was tearing through space at a speed that defied logic, the distance visibly shrinking. There was simply no escape. Boom! Claws carrying destructive force struck down from above. She frantically rolled aside, crossing her arms in front of her face. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bones pierced her eardrums, her already wounded body suffering further damage, blood surging as she spat out a mouthful of consciousness beginning to blur. You, who exactly are you? Her voice trembled, a mixture of shock, unwillingness, and confusion. Sufan didn't respond, his footsteps heavy with killing intent covering the ground. Sima Yiwa's pupils shook violently. Metal wings, metal spine, energy fluctuations extremely dense and violent. This was a mechanically modified spirit pet. She stared at the black blade tiger like a venomous snake. It is a mechanically modified spirit pet. You guessed correctly, Sufan sneered coldly. Too bad there's no reward. Go meet your beast god. With those words, he issued his command. The black blade tiger's wings beat powerfully, the sound of tearing air sharp and piercing, like a steel beast ripping through the night as it lunged straight at Sima Yiwa. Boom! Airwaves rolled as she stumbled to dodge, her face deathly pale. At this life-or-death moment, she could no longer care about dignity, shrieking desperately. Wait. As long as you spare me, I'll agree to any condition. Money, resources, even myself, everything can be yours. Her voluptuous body trembled slightly, her emerald eyes filled with pleading. Sufan's response was an undisguised, bone-chilling killing intent. He played all his cards, refusing to give Sima Yiwa even half a breath to recover. Black blade tiger. Sufan roared. The black blade tiger transformed into a streak of dark shadow, its mechanical wings beating as it lunged toward the already tottering Sima Yiwa with thunderous momentum, the sky flash technique carving a cold arc of light through the air. This was merely a feint. The real killing blow came from behind. Using the shared sky flash ability, Sufan's figure ghosted behind Sima Yiwa like a specter, his 5 fingers pressed together as stellar energy boiled in his palm. Attacked from both front and back, there was nowhere to escape. Boom! The black blade tiger's claws and Sufan's palm strike hit Sima Yiwa's back and chest almost simultaneously. The tremendous force instantly pierced through her body, and before she could even scream, she was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, blood tracing a crimson arc through the air before she crashed heavily to the ground. A metallic taste surged in her throat, her organs felt displaced from the impact, and her bones groaned under the violent shock. Her consciousness began to fragment, leaving her so weak that even a beginner 2-star beast tamer could easily claim her life. Sufan thought the dust had settled and was about to give the final command. Suddenly, everything changed. No, I cannot die here. Sima Yiwa wheezed like a broken bellows. Her emerald eyes were quickly consumed by bloodshot veins, and her seductive features twisted grotesquely in an instant. A violent, malevolent energy erupted from within her. Rip! Her clothes exploded, flesh writhed, and a pair of massive black bat wings reeking of decay tore through her skin and burst open. Fangs extended from her mouth, and her fingernails grew into razor-sharp claws, the forbidden secret technique of the beast god cult. Beast transformation. Holy shit! Sufan's pupils contracted sharply as he shouted, Black blade tiger, defend. The massive mechanical body instantly positioned itself in front of him, its surface glowing with a crimson light membrane emergency defense system activated. Roar! Sima Yue let out a bestial howl, her wings beating once, leaving only an afterimage where she stood. Bang! A deafening crash erupted. Her claws struck precisely on the black blade tiger's spine. Sufan felt an irresistible brute force slam into him through their contract bond, as if his ribcage had been struck heat-in by a battering ram. Both man and tiger were violently hurled 100 meters away, embedding heavily into the ground as dust billowed skyward. Sizzle! 5 deep claw marks appeared on the black blade tiger's spine, the torn openings revealing its blue-green metallic backbone. Sufan struggled to his feet from the rubble, his chest burning with pain. Looking up, he saw the monstrous Sima Yue approaching step by step, each footfall seeming to land directly on his heart. A direct confrontation meant certain death. She was burning her life force, and trading blows with her would be a losing proposition. Sufan stared at her intently, his mind racing like lightning to find a weakness. Finally, he noticed something. At the center of Sima Yue's chest after her beast transformation, a blood-red mark the size of a baby's fist had appeared. The mark seemed alive, and with each pulse, dense malevolent energy flowed out to nourish her entire body. The more agitated her emotions became, the more violently and unstably the mark pulsed, with dark energy even seeping out from it. That crimson brand was both her source of power and her death warrant. A crazy idea flashed through Sufan's mind. Take the gamble. Hey, crazy woman. He steadied himself against the dying black blade tiger, forcing out a mocking smile. Killed so many people, destroyed so many families, feeling pretty proud of yourself. Sima Yue stopped in her tracks, her blood-red eyes locking onto him. Feels good? Just like those thugs who destroyed your family back then. Shut up, she shrieked. The moment her claws lashed out, visions suddenly flooded her mind. Cold steel blades, her parents' corpses in pools of blood, the murderers' twisted grins. Under the bone-chilling wind beneath that bridge, she and her twin sister huddled together for warmth, with no trace of heat, only piercing cold. Her killing intent surged, and her attacks became even faster. Bang! Her claws grazed Sufan's face as they swept past, carving a deep gash in the rock wall behind him. Sufan rolled to dodge, yet continued his cold mockery. You think you know what suffering is? No, you're just mimicking those killers from back then, enjoying trampling others underfoot. You're no different from them. I'll kill you. Sima Yue completely lost control, her reason consumed by hatred. At this moment, Sufan's face overlapped with that of the man from her memories who had abused them in that filthy establishment. Back then, when they were most helpless, a mysterious man appeared, bringing the sisters back to some organization, providing food and clothing, teaching them beast-taming arts, letting them taste what it felt like to be superior for the first time, and experience the thrill of trampling others underfoot. But then one day, a black-haired boy broke in, destroying everything, and destroying her sister too. She murmured deliriously, the mark on her chest pulsing frantically as the outer layer of skin cracked inch by inch. Yes, that's it. Sufan watched the mark's changes intently, deliberately glancing toward a corner of the underground space, his gaze seeming to penetrate the stone walls and peer into the dark basement below. Your sister is watching from down there, seeing her only sister finally become the same kind of monster as her. This sentence became the final straw that broke her sanity. Ah! Sima Yue poured all her life force and venom into one ultimate strike, transforming into a meteor wrapped in dark energy as she lunged forward, with enough force to tear Sufan and the black blade tiger to shreds. Sufan's pupils contracted to pinpoints. He had both won and lost his gamble. She had abandoned all defense, but had also burned through all her power. Now's the time. Black blade tiger, stop her. Just as her claws were about to reach his throat, the black blade tiger let out one final roar, its broken mechanical arm clamping down hard on her right arm. Just once, but it was enough. Sufan gathered his remaining star power into his right index finger, and a brilliant cold light instantly blazed forth. Instead of retreating, he moved toward the destructive aura, slipping past the edge of her claws. Thud! His fingertip, like a red-hot steel needle, pierced precisely into that crimson mark on the verge of collapse. Sima Yue froze, looking down at the finger inserted into her power core, confusion flashing through her blood-red pupils. The next second, destruction descended. With the mark as the epicenter, the rampaging energy backfired out of control. Her bat wings, fangs, and claws melted away like burning wax. Her body withered and shriveled as if all moisture had been drained from it. At the top floor of the War Court building, the air in the spacious office seemed frozen solid. Fong and Chi Wei stood side by side, the gunpowder and dust still clinging to their combat uniforms, having been summoned here in urgent haste. Behind the mahogany desk sat Qin Yuliang in an immaculate white suit. His slender fingers toyed with a black metal insignia, the soft tapping of nail against metal barely audible as his gaze remained fixed on the two men. I found Sima Yue's body. Chi Wei spoke first, his voice hoarse with lingering exhaustion. DNA comparison results they were twins. The insignia stopped moving. You didn't kill her? Qin Yuliang asked casually. No. Really? Boss, you know me. If I had made the move, there wouldn't be a trace of her left. Receiving the definitive answer, Qin Yuliang looked up, as if everything was within his expectations. He tossed the insignia back onto the desk, the metal striking mahogany with a crisp sound. The Black Dragon Society remnants are still waiting for you to clean up. Chi Wei's tense expression immediately crumpled. Boss, I just barely made it back alive from out there. Haven't even caught my breath. Report, Commander Qin. Qin Fong stepped forward, cutting off the complaint. His wing-shaped shoulder insignia was blackened by battle smoke, his expression unprecedentedly grave. Message from the family. Qin Yuliang leaned back in his chair, raising his hand in a proceed gesture. Though his posture appeared relaxed, it carried an oppressive weight. The Crimson Bishop of the Beast God Cultists, Wong has been confirmed to have infiltrated Dawn City. Qingyuan Mountain was merely a probe. The family hopes you won't interfere. Qin Feng's voice was extremely low, each word seeming to be ground out from his throat. Or else. A barely perceptible smile curved Qin Yuliang's lips, mockery lightly spilling forth. Or else the family will initiate an Elder Council impeachment and revoke all your authority in the Supervision Department. Qin Feng steeled himself to continue. Even Elder Tao couldn't protect you. The air fell into sudden silence. Chi Wei's exhaustion was instantly replaced by shock. This wasn't a threat, but an ultimatum. Suddenly, buzz. A faint humming sound came from the corner of the desk. It was an ancient-looking, pitch-black communication device without any markings, now flashing with crimson light. Qin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. This was the top-secret line that only the Big Four of the Elder Hall could activate. Qin Yuliang touched it lightly with his finger. There was no image, no sound, only a line of golden text imprinted in the air through mental force, suspended before the three men. Fongman Wong has entered our territory. Kill without mercy. Also, this boy Sufan, 2-star slaying 4-star, though against a dying demon, still shows exceptional talent. Protect him well. This is an order. Tiandu Xuanwu. The two characters, Xuanwu, fell like a mountain. The Grand Elder. The golden text slowly dissipated, but the mountain-like pressure still gripped their throats. A family ultimatum and a Grand Elder's kill order. Two opposing paths suddenly lay before Qin Yuliang. Cold sweat beaded on Qin Feng's forehead. He wanted to speak, but found his throat too dry to make a sound. Only the crisp ticking of the clock remained in the office. Qin Yuliang finally moved. He slowly stood and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling Dawn City below. After a long moment, he turned around, his gaze passing over Qin Feng to settle on Chi Wei. That gaze was terrifyingly calm. You have 3 hours to rest, and then organize your equipment. Chi Wei's head snapped up, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Qin Yuliang's voice wasn't loud, but it echoed through the office in waves, each word like a frost-tempered blade. I want to know every hideout Fongman Wong has in Shugguang City. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to, but find him for me. Shugguang City Central Spirit Pet Hospital, General Surgery Division. The corridor lights cast a ghastly white glow, and the air was thick with the mingled sense of disinfectant, blood, and an underlying sense of oppression. Doctors and nurses hurried past each other, their footsteps heavy as clashing metal. An hour ago, a piercing alarm had shattered the sky above. The heir of Shugguang City's premier beast-taming family, the Chun family, had their primary spirit pet rushed in for emergency treatment. In the dead-silent conference room, the door was pushed open. Chun Yushi stepped inside, her white coat dotted with tiny ice crystals as the lingering cold from outside swept in with her. All eyes immediately locked onto her. Expressions varied. Chun Yushi. A sharp voice rang out. Director Zhang's harsh face showed clear displeasure as he glanced sideways at her. Director, have you forgotten? Chun Yushi is no longer part of our hospital staff. She's now a contracted beast veterinarian for the war court, quite the prestigious position. The years-long rivalry between Director Zhang and Chun Yushi was an open secret in the surgery department. The position of department head had almost fallen into Chun Yushi's hands, but when she was selected by the war court, the position fell to him instead. Director Zhang knew he lagged behind in professional expertise, and her return today might very well shake the authority he had worked so hard to establish. Director Zhang, you're overthinking this. Chun Yushi seemed to have anticipated his hostility, maintaining a calm smile. I'm only here to help the hospital, nothing more. What help could you possibly offer? Director Zhang scoffed. Don't think I don't know Yuri, just an assistant to some young upstart at the war court. You've probably forgotten how to hold a scalpel. You? Chun Yushi's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure flickering in her eyes. You what? Director Zhang pressed aggressively, cutting her off directly. Aren't you supposed to be so capable? Here, give her the medical records for the Chun family's eldest son's spirit pet. Let's see if she can treat it. A young physician quickly brought over a thick stack of medical records. Chun Yushi took them, her fingers flipping through the pages rapidly. but her expression grew more grave with each page, her brow deeply furrowed. The Chun family's eldest son's primary spirit PETA, 5-star peak azure spirit turtle, injured by a dragon-type spirit beast and lost a leg? She read the case conclusion aloud in a low voice, unable to hide her shock. Stunned, aren't you? Director Zhang's face lit up with schadenfreude at the sight. Injuries caused by dragon-type spirit beasts, wounds infused with powerful dragon aura, and residual spiritual energy. How could they possibly be easy to heal? The dragon aura churning within the wound was like a searing undercurrent that would backlash against any healer's spiritual power upon contact. Ordinary treatment methods couldn't make even the slightest dent. The conference room's bright lights couldn't dispel the heavy gloom that hung in the air. The spirit pet veterinarians exchanged worried glances, cold sweat trickling down their temples. If they couldn't save the Chun family's eldest son's spirit pet, not only would they lose their jobs, but they might also face the family's wrath. It was entirely predictable that the hospital would throw them all under the bus to appease the Chun family's anger. Chen Yushi closed the medical file, her fingertips lightly tapping the cover as she steadied her breathing, then looked toward the director. Director, I'm going to step out and make a phone call. Perhaps he could heal young Master Chen's spirit pet. The director straightened up abruptly, his voice low but urgent. Really? Who are you talking about? The genius spirit pet veterinarian who recently invented spirit pet mechanical modification Sufan. Upon hearing this name, a light of near-desperate hope flashed in the director's eyes, like a drowning person suddenly grasping a lifeline. Good. Whatever conditions he sets, agree to them. We must get him here. I'll do my best. Chen Yushi nodded slightly and left the room. The moment she was gone, Director Zhang's sneer deepened. He patted the table, feigning nonchalance. What's with the act? If there's no solution, there's no solution. This spirit pet mechanical modification nonsense sounds mystical, but who's actually seen it? Don't panic, everyone. I've already contacted Veterinarian Huang, and he's agreed to help. Veterinarian Huang from Emoshan District? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. He's a senior spirit pet veterinarian. They say he's even treated 7-star beast tamers spirit pets. The desperate crowd was instantly ignited with hope, their expressions shifting from despair to wild joy, like a beam of light breaking through storm clouds. Footsteps echoed outside. Chen Yushi had just reached the doorway when she heard the discussion inside, causing her to pause briefly. Without looking back, she took a deep breath, pushed open the conference room door, and left the commotion behind. The corridor was empty, fluorescent lights making the floor gleam. She pulled out her phone, her fingertip hovering over the contacts for less than a second before dialing that familiar number. The call was answered after just one ring, a deep male voice coming through the earpiece. The calm on the other end of the line formed a stark contrast to the escalating tension outside the corridor. Sufan, I need you. On the second floor of the Spirit Pet Medical Clinic, in the operating room, shadowless lights cast cold white illumination, coating the surgical table and instruments with an icy gleam. Sufan stood with arms crossed against the wall, his sharp gaze fixed intently on the slender scalpel between Xiao Bai's fingers. Days ago, he had decided to teach her the 1-star spirit pet modification technique. For him, high-level disabled spirit pets, especially rare 5-star ones, were few and far between. Yet recently, he had been working day after day repairing spirit pets for 2-star beast tamers from the military, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. As a 2-star beast tamer himself, his limit was crafting mechanical limbs for 4-star spirit pets. He glanced at the spirit beast nanomodification chamber nearby. After several days of testing, the conclusion was clear. The equipment only worked with 1-star spirit pets, at most restoring normal movement without providing any enhancements. This meant that personally handling 1-star mechanical modifications would be nothing more than repetitive low-level work, a waste of time like a mathematics PhD teaching elementary students to solve equations. So he only taught Xiao by the most basic modification procedures, keeping the advanced techniques strictly to himself. First, she couldn't grasp the true essence anyway. Second, people's hearts were unpredictable, and even if Xiao Bai was pure-hearted, there was no guarantee others wouldn't harbor ill intentions. On the surgical table lay a silver wolf beast girl who had lost both arms, her eyes closed tight under general anesthesia. She was one of 13 beast girls, her silver gray pointed ears and tail drooping over the table's edge. Under Sufan's guidance, Xiao Bai operated steadily, beads of sweat forming on her forehead but showing no signs of panic. She manipulated Sufan's custom mechanical surgical arms and microtools, embedding metal components piece by piece into tendons and bone sockets, reconstructing flesh and blood for the silver wolf. Every step was executed cleanly and efficiently. The procedure was nearly complete, with success or failure hanging on the final few stitches. Sufan nodded silently to himself over these past days. Xiao Bai had completed modifications for 3 or 4 of her sister's spirit pets, who now all worked as caregivers in the clinic. Technically speaking, Xiao Bai had firmly established herself at the 1-star level. However, she still couldn't add any enhancement attributes to the modified limbs. The problem was obvious. As a catgirl humanoid spirit pet, she possessed no combat abilities and lacked understanding of attributes. If she had combat attributes herself, comprehending enhancements would come naturally. After more than 10 minutes, the metal arms were successfully connected to the neural pathways, and the surgery was declared a success. Xiaobai let out a long breath, then lowered her gaze apologetically. Director, I'm sorry, I still couldn't manage it. Sufan approached and pulled a thumb-sized crystal from his chest pocket, a spirit element earth crystal, entirely jade green with flowing light patterns. This is a spirit element earth crystal. From today forward, besides studying modification techniques, you must also focus on cultivation and break through to 2-star as soon as possible. Xiaobai accepted the crystal with trembling fingertips, her round eyes widening. Me, break through to 2-star? In the Catgirl clan, no one has ever surpassed 2-star. She had thought her tragic life would end at the Grand Lisboa establishment until Sufan appeared. She had never dared dream she could enter the ranks of 2-star spirit beasts. She gripped the crystal bottle tightly and looked up at Sufan, her eyes full of gratitude. Thank you, Director. Sufan's lips curved slightly upward, his mind already calculating. Once Xiaobai broke through to 2-star, he could craft a custom exoskeleton mech suit to assist her. When she mastered 1-star modification techniques, he could finally step back completely. The system task required treating 5-5-star spirit beasts, but high-level spirit beasts were scarce. Fortunately, Fan Tian's order from Huaxing Beast Taming Academy arrived just in time. Not only did it help Su Fan meet his KPI, but the 100,000 spirit stones and medical fees had also been deposited. Otherwise, his performance would still be at 0. His phone suddenly vibrated. Su Fan pulled it out and saw the caller ID, Chen Yushi. He lightly tapped the answer button and brought the phone to his ear. Director Su, I need your urgent help. Chen Yushi's voice was hurried and trembling. Dr. Chun, take a deep breath first and speak slowly. It's like this, Director Su. The eldest young master of the Chun family's spirit pet. The voice on the other end sped up, and the whole story from Shuguang City Central Hospital poured out like a flood. Su Fan listened quietly, raising an eyebrow slightly while maintaining a calm expression. What level is that Chin family heir's spirit pet? Peak 5-star. Peak 5-star, severed limb injury. The information quickly combined in his mind, and Su Fan's eyes instantly flashed with sharp light. Big business had come knocking. All right, I understand. I can help with this. He was decisive. Wonderful. Chen Yushi let out a long sigh of relief, her voice filled with delight. I'll drive over to pick you up right now. I'll be there in 20 minutes. The call ended. Shuguang City Central Hospital. The conference room felt frozen, silent as death. More than 10 doctors paced anxiously back and forth in the cramped space like ants on a hot pan. The table was piled high with medical texts, case files, and treatment plans, but none were viable. Time ticked away. Director Zhang, why hasn't Master Huang arrived yet? Yeah, should we go out to greet him? The Chen family can't wait much longer. If Master Huang doesn't come soon, we'll be in trouble. Anxious emotions spread through the crowd as everyone pinned their hopes on the legendary Master Huang, who was said to be able to bring the dead back to life. Bang! The conference room door was pushed open from outside. A flowing red dress was the first thing to catch their eyes. The newcomer strode in with commanding steps and an intimidating presence. Jin Yao, the second young lady of the Chen family. Behind her, 2 black-robed men followed silently. Their auras heavy and oppressive. Both were 4-star beast tamers. Chun Yao's cold gaze swept over everyone, her voice cutting like an ice blade. Half an hour has passed, and you still haven't come up with a treatment plan? Are you all just freeloaders? An elderly doctor steeled himself and stepped forward, bowing as he explained in a low voice. Miss Jin Yao, the eldest young master's spirit pet, is severely injured. We haven't been able to find an effective solution for the moment. Please give us more time. Slap. A crisp sound exploded in the room. Chen Xiao, the eldest young master of the Chen family, who had been sitting with a dark expression, suddenly stood up. Useless. A bunch of quacks. If anything happens to my spirit pet, you'll all get out of Shuguang City. The slap doctor covered his face and retreated to a corner. No one dared to make a sound. Director Zhang stepped forward with a trembling spine, forcing a smile. Young Master Chun, please calm down. I've already invited Master Huang to come. Please be patient. We'll surely be able to save your pet. Secretly, he was calculating. If they could really cure it, his position would be secure too. It better be so. Chen Xiao snorted coldly. He didn't know this Master Huang, but he knew that anyone who dared to fool the Chen family would face only one outcome. The Chen familia 300-year-old beast taming dynasty. His grandfather was a veteran 7-star beast tamer, ranked in the top 10 of the Great Xia Beast Tamer rankings. His father and uncle served as elders in the war court branches of Ronghua City and Fenghua City respectively, both 7-star beast tamers. With just a flick of their fingers, all of Shuguang City would tremble. If they wished, sealing off the entire central hospital would be no difficult task. The doctors fell silent as cicadas, not daring to breathe heavily. shrinking their necks like quails. Offending young Master Chun meant losing their jobs, and possibly their lives. Suddenly, a doctor rushed through the door, his voice trembling with excitement. Master Huang has arrived. The desperate crowd instantly saw a lifeline, their faces showing the joy of survivors. At the doorway, an elderly man in gray robes entered the room with steady steps. Though thin, he stood upright with piercing eyes and carried the natural bearing of a master. Director Zhang hurried forward with a beaming smile. Master Huang, you've finally arrived. Master Huang gave a brief hum, sparing his words. Where's the spirit pet? Take me there immediately. Certainly, please follow me. Director Zhang bowed and led the way. The dean, Director Zhang, and several department heads followed closely behind as the group hurried toward the emergency room. Chun Xiao stepped forward. Master Huang? If you can heal it, the Chun family will reward you handsomely. Master Huang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm and composed. Young Master Chun, what is the current condition of the spirit pet? Chun Yao interjected anxiously. My brother's spirit pet was injured by a 6-star demon horn jiao. Is there a way to treat it? Master Huang stroked his graying beard, his tone confident. Dragon-type fierce beasts are extremely vicious, but I have even saved 7-star spirit pets before. Your elder brother's spirit pet's injuries are merely a trivial matter. His words carried weight and authority, like a stabilizing force that calmed everyone present. The hospital staff and Chun family members all showed expressions of admiration. He then strode into the emergency room. However, after just 2 minutes, a muffled groan came from the doorway. Master Huang stumbled out clutching his chest, his face deathly pale, leaning against the wall gasping for breath with alarming traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. His previous composure had completely vanished, replaced only by panic and dishevelment. His voice trembled. My apologies. The creature that injured the young master's spirit pet is not an ordinary Jiao dragon spirit beast, but a demon horn Jiao. Its dragon breath remains within the body, and I simply cannot approach it. Chun Zhao's face instantly turned ashen. Utterly useless. Didn't you say you could even save 7-star spirit pets? Master Huang hung his head in shame. The demon horn Jiao is extremely vicious. Unless there are dragon clan treasures of equivalent level to suppress it, young Master Chun, it truly isn't that my medical skills are inadequate. Shut up. Chun Xiao roared angrily. If my brother's spirit pet can't be saved today, you'll all get out of Shuguang City. Chun Yao also spoke up anxiously, her previous trust turning to fury. I thought we had found an expert, but you're just a worthless fool. Master Huang's face was ashen as he secretly regretted his actions, having hoped to curry favor with the Chun family, but instead ruining his reputation completely. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Chen Yusin arrived with Sufan in tow. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and nodded to the dean. Dean, this is Dr. Su who has mastered the spirit pet mechanical modification surgery. Everyone turned to look upon hearing this. So this was the genius physician specially recruited by the war court? So young, yet capable of inventing the heaven-defying technique of mechanical limb reconstruction for spirit pets. A sense of awe rose simultaneously in everyone's heart. Such talent was beyond their reach in this lifetime. Someone couldn't help but whisper. If he can truly heal young Master Chen's spirit pet, that would be nothing short of a miracle. Director Zhang glanced at Sufan, his knuckles unconsciously tightening as the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Chen Yusin had actually brought this specially recruited genius here? If Sufan succeeded while Master Huang, whom he had worked so hard to bring in, failed, or even suffered backlash, will the Chen family overshadow him once again? He cursed silently. Damn it, you're no longer here, so why must you still steal my thunder? Master Huang squinted his cloudy yet still sharp eyes, sizing up Sufan from head to toe. He had heard plenty about genius reputations, but this person before him might be the first who could truly threaten his own standing. He couldn't afford to lose face. Stepping forward, he deliberately raised his voice. So you're Dr. Su, the inventor of mechanical reconstruction surgery for spirit pets? Indeed, the younger generation surpasses the older. This old man admires you. Young Dr. Su, young Master Chen's spirit pet, is in critical condition. This old man's abilities are limited, so we can only rely on you. Though his words were respectful, his intentions were malicious. He deliberately omitted any mention of the danger of the demonic dragon's breath, wishing he could push Sufan directly into the abyss. He believed that as soon as Sufan dared to act, the demonic dragon's aura would immediately erupt. Then even a genius would meet defeat, and he, Master Huang, would at least preserve his reputation. Sufan's expression remained calm, as if he hadn't heard the underlying implications. Chun Yao hurried forward, her eyes filled with pleading. Dr. Su, my brother's spirit pet is in critical condition. Please, you must save it. The young lady's gaze was clear and pure, far more pleasant to look at than Master Huang's aged face. Sufan nodded slightly and stepped into the emergency room. The second high-level spirit pet calculated silently. Just 3 more, and the mechanical-type spirit pet manufacturing technology would be within his grasp. In the center of the recovery pool lay a green spirit mystic turtle, larger than a millstone, resting quietly. Its eyes were tightly closed, breathing intermittent, as if it might be extinguished by the slightest breeze. Its right hind leg was a bloody mess, as if a chunk had been brutally torn away. Dark blood traces meandered along its shell, and black mist swirled around the wound's edges. The monitor's green line fluctuated erratically, its beeping sounds fragile and weak. Chun Xiao followed closely behind. Seeing his spirit pet's tragic condition, he could barely breathe. Dr. Su. His voice hoarse. Sufan ignored him and activated his analytical eye. Condition: right hind leg severely injured by a 6-star king-level demonic horned dragon, contaminated with its malevolent aura, carrying incurable ferocity. Requires suppression and absorption using similar dragon-type materials, then reconstruction with mechanical limbs. So it was a demonic horned dragon. Sufan assessed mentally. For this turtle to escape alive from a 6-star king-level beast was indeed extraordinarily fortunate. He reached out to touch the wound, and immediately an invisible claw struck out, his spirit feeling as if pierced by needles. An ordinary physician would likely be torn apart by the malevolent aura on the spot. Sufan's expression remained unchanged. He calmly withdrew his hand and turned to the pale-faced Chun Xiao. It's still alive, but the leg is ruined. His tone was calm, as if commenting on the weather. Chun Xiao's body shook violently. Ruined. Once a spirit pet became disabled, how could it continue cultivating the ancient combat techniques that shook heaven and earth? Could he still maintain his position as heir? His lips trembling, he mustered all his strength to squeeze out a sentence. Is there really no way to make it stand again and restore its fighting power? There is. Sufan's answer was crisp and decisive. But it requires 2 steps, and the cost is extremely high. The light in Chun Xiao's eyes suddenly ignited, like a drowning man grasping the last straw. Please tell me. First step: expel the malevolent energy and save its life. The surgery fee is 20 million. Sufan raised his hand, extending 2 fingers. Second step: reforge its severed limbs and restore, or even surpass, its peak fighting power. I need 13 pieces of a grade metal that perfectly match its attributes, and I must personally select them. No problem. Chun Xiao agreed, almost without thinking. Not just 20 million, 50 million would be fine. You can choose any materials you want. Good. Sufan gave a light shout, starlight flickering in his palm. Come. The air exploded as a piece of metal gleaming with cold light whistled out and hovered before him. Dragon steel. Ice blue dragon energy instantly spread like a red-hot iron thrown into an oil pan, completely igniting the malevolent energy churning in the azure spirit turtle's wounds. Roar. An inhuman bellow erupted from the crack in the turtle shell. Black shadows surged wildly as phantom images of single-horned demon Jiao opened their bloody maws and lunged straight at Sufan's face. Holy crap! What's happening? The faces of those outside changed dramatically as they saw black energy rolling inside the room like demons descending upon the world. Sufan's eyes narrowed slightly, but instead of retreating, he advanced, pointing his fingers like a sword, pouring starlight power into the dragon steel. Een. The dragon steel let out a dragon's cry as a more solid ice-blue dragon shadow burst forth from the steel, unhesitatingly clashing head-on with the demon Jiao phantom. Boom. In the cramped hospital room, 2 ethereal giant dragons frantically bit and collided, energy shockwaves running rampant. The glass windows shattered to powder, the TV and various monitoring equipment were instantly destroyed, and the walls looked as if they'd been scraped by a storm, leaving only crisscrossing cracks. Outside the door, Master Huang and Director Zhang watched with pale faces, nearly petrified. That's dragon steel? He's using dragon steel to battle the remnant will of the demon Jiao? This isn't treating an illness, it's clearly an exorcism. Inside the room, the ice-blue dragon shadow finally bit down hard on the black shadow's neck and twisted viciously. The black phantom was devoured whole. The dragon steel's radiance dimmed as it slowly flew back to Sufan's palm, and the oppressive malevolent aura instantly vanished without a trace. A quarter hour later, the azure spirit turtle in the recovery pool slowly opened its eyes. My spirit pet. Chun Xiao stumbled into the room, and seeing his spirit pet awaken, his eyes immediately moistened. Looking up at Sufan again, his expression was filled with reverence. Sufan wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, his voice calm. The first step is complete. As for the second step, the reason I must personally select the metals is because your azure spirit turtle has inherited the battle technique heaven-trampling, earth-shaking. Chun Xiao was thunderstruck, his entire body shaking violently. Heaven-trampling, earth-shaking. That was the Chun family's greatest secret. Outsiders only knew that the Chun family's ultimate technique was void sky trampling. How could he possibly know this? He took a deep breath and bowed solemnly. Dr. Su's medical skills are profound. Chun Xiao is convinced. Beside them, Chun Yao's beautiful eyes widened as if she were looking at a deity descended from heaven. Chen Xiao straightened up, his voice brooking no argument. Yao Yao? Immediately take Dr. Su to the family treasury and let him select whatever he wants. He paused, his tone growing heavier. Not 13 pieces, 15 pieces. Sufan naturally heard the other party's goodwill and investment. He put away the dragon's steel, not even bothering to give Chen Xiao an extra glance, and simply uttered 2 words to the already stunned Chen Yao, lead the way. Stepping out of the room, people outside were still craning their necks to see what was happening, though they couldn't make out what was being said inside. When Sufan and Chun Yao emerged, the dean immediately rushed forward, his voice low but unable to hide his urgency. Dr. Su, may I ask about young Master Chen's spirit companion's condition? Before he could finish his question, the proud young lady from the Chen family let out a cold snort, her brows sharp with disdain. My brother's azure spirit turtle is fine now. Dr. Su has already purged the demonic flood dragon's aura, and he'll be treating the damaged limbs shortly. Just look at all of you studying spirit companion medicine for half your lives, and you still dare call yourselves experts? Humph, you're not worth even one of Dr. Su's fingers. The corridor fell instantly silent. Everyone exchanged glances, but no one dared to argue. Su Fan turned to Chun Yushi, his tone steady. Chun Yushi, please accompany Chen Xiao in transferring the spirit companion to our veterinary clinic. I'll return to perform the reconstruction surgery once I finish what I'm doing here. Yes, Director Su. Chun Yushi nodded eagerly, unable to hide her joy. She was certain in her heart that no matter how severe the injuries, this genius beast healer could work miracles, and her own future would be bright as well. After giving his instructions, Su Fan left Shuguang City Central Hospital alongside Chen Yao. The moment their figures disappeared around the corner, the corridor erupted in hushed exclamations. My God, he actually neutralized the demon-horned flood dragon's violent aura? And he can repair crippled limbs? No wonder the War Court's specially recruited Hymage simply can't measure this. I said before that Dr. Chen joining Director Su's team was unwise, but now it looks like she struck gold. Praise echoed throughout the hallway, while Director Zhang's face had turned ashen. The legendary master of spirit companion medicine he had painstakingly invited Master Huang had been helpless, yet a young man had solved it effortlessly? Damn it, how is this possible? Director Zhang raged inwardly. Master Huang's expression was equally grim. He flicked his sleeves with a cold snort, shot Director Zhang a fierce glare before leaving, said nothing, and departed with heavy steps. Several minutes later, a black custom luxury car stopped at the hospital entrance. 2 bodyguards in black suits got in first, their expressions stoic. Su Fan and Chun Yao followed, settling into their seats as the luxury vehicle smoothly started and sped away. The scenery outside the windows gradually transitioned from bustling downtown to quiet suburbs. Finally, the car headed toward a sprawling luxury estate. The towering wrought iron gates slowly opened, revealing a winding tree-lined avenue. The lawns on either side were trimmed so perfectly that not a single weed was visible, dotted here and there with low shrubs. In the distance stood villas of various architectural styles, some with classical European pointed roofs, others with modern minimalist transparent glass, each one like a carefully crafted work of art. Through the car window, Su Fan caught sight of shimmering ripples on an artificial lake, fountains shooting water high into the air, gardens blooming with roses, and even a small area dedicated to raising spirit beasts. He marveled silently. Worthy of being the #1 beast tamer family in Shuguang City, the heritage is indeed staggering. Dr. Su, this way please. The car came to a stop, and Chun Yao was first to step out, her high heels clicking crisply against the bluestone pavement. She walked with composed elegance, leading Su Fan through the fragrant gardens where butterflies fluttered gracefully beside them. They passed through 2 distinctly different courtyards, one with artificial hills, stacked stones, and babbling streams, another with lush greenery in a simple, atmospheric design. Following the ingeniously designed, winding pathways, their steps finally stopped before a magnificent, traditional-style main hall. At last, they arrived at the Chun family's main hall. The main hall was a magnificent structure with its grand doors thrown wide open, revealing the opulent splendor within. The moment they stepped onto the stone steps, a thunderous roar erupted from inside. Useless. All of you are useless. You can't even distinguish a king-level spirit beast's territory. What's the point of keeping you around? Accompanied by the furious scolding, heavy crashes exploded in succession as a solid mahogany desk was shattered into pieces by a single palm strike, sending fragments flying everywhere. In the center of the hall, 5 beast tamers knelt on the ground, trembling in the cold atmosphere. The burly middle-aged man with his back to the entrance wore a gold-embroidered brocade robe, his broad shoulders radiating murderous intent. This was none other than Third Master Chun. Third Uncle, Chun Yao called out loudly, striding quickly through the doorway, her footsteps kicking up with splinters. Yao Yao, you're back. Third Master Chun spun around abruptly, his anger slightly subsiding, though anxiety remained etched between his brows. How is your brother's spirit companion? What did Shuguang City Central Hospital say? Chun Yao pouted and plopped down on the still warm remnants of the desk, complaining, "Humph, don't even mention it. They're all quacks, and they even brought in some Master Huang. But it was completely useless." "What?" Third Master Chen's brow twitched as his voice shot up. "I pour so much money into spirit companion medical expenses every year, yet they can't save the Chun family heir's spirit companion? Damn them." Seeing his temper about to flare again, Chun Yao quickly grabbed his arm and acted coquettishly. "Third uncle, don't worry. Brother's spirit companion can still be saved." "Oh, how?" Hope flickered in Third Master Chen's eyes. Chun Yao pointed to the young man beside her. "This is Sufan, a specially appointed beast veterinarian from the war court. He has a solution." The air seemed to freeze instantly. Third Master Chen's sharp gaze fell upon Sufan, scanning him from head to toe. War court appointee? The genius who invented mechanical limb modifications. Facing the scrutiny, Sufan merely nodded slightly. "Third Master Chun, I need 15 pieces of a grade metal, 5 of which must be sea spirit copper." His tone was calm, without any hint of salesmanship or guarantees, yet carried an inherent confidence. After a moment of eye contact, the murderous intent in Third Master Chen's eyes was replaced by shrewdness. He waved his hand decisively. "Excellent. As long as you can cure Shower Spirit Companion, forget Agradith, Chun family can even provide grade metals." With that, he personally led Sufan and Chun Yao through the corridors to a mechanical elevator in the deepest part of the mansion. The car descended dozens of meters before stopping at a heavy alloy door. Third Master Chin produced a special key and inserted it into the lock. The sound of gears engaging echoed with clicking noises as the sealed door slowly parted. Brilliant lights blazed to life, and a rich metallic scent so intense it was almost sweet hit them in the face. The treasury was vast, with metal ores sorted by type and piled like mountain ranges beneath the soaring dome. Beast cores, premium spirit plants, and various rare materials were displayed on alloy shelves, their radiance interweaving. Further inside, ancient scrolls and jade slips lay quietly in preservation wooden boxes, emanating an antique aura. Sufan carefully selected items in the treasury while Chun Yao followed beside him, curiously observing their surroundings. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Sufan had selected 15 grade A metals, including the premium hailing copper among grade A materials. The metal gleamed with an emerald green luster and emanated a chilling aura, making it perfectly suited for body modifications of turtle-type spirit pets. He had specifically chosen this piece of hailing copper for Chun Zhao's severely injured black tortoise if successfully implanted. Both the tortoise's shell and bones would undergo a qualitative transformation. "All right, I'll head back now to perform the modification surgery." Sufan neatly packed the metals into a specially designed alloy case and bowed respectfully to Master Chun. "Excellent, excellent." Master Chun nodded repeatedly, his furrowed brow finally relaxing as a smile spread across his face. "Yao Yao, personally escort Dr. Su there with your people." "Understood." Chun Yao acknowledged the order curtly, though her gaze remained fixed on the case of materials, fearing any mishap along the way. Sufan picked up the case and turned to leave the hall. Suddenly, "Master, Dr. Su." The attendant standing in the corner suddenly dropped to his knees, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud that sent blood spattering instantly. The stone floor trembled slightly, and everyone froze in shock. His hoarse voice seemed to drain every ounce of his strength, carrying the weight of blood-soaked regret. "Young Master's spirit pet was injured protecting us. If I cannot witness its recovery with my own eyes, this subordinate cannot escape the guilt of 10,000 deaths. I beg for your mercy, let me follow along. Even if I must serve as an ox or horse, I must witness this with my own eyes." His words were earnest, his posture utterly humble. The metallic scent of blood mingled with the chilling aura of the hailing copper, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Sufan paused mid-step, turning to examine the attendant more closely, his brow furrowing slightly. The eye of analysis quietly activated. Surface reading, early 4-star beast tamer. Deep reading, mid 6-star beast tamer, with spirit beast flesh and limbs fused within his body. Assessment, beast god cult demon. Master Chun, oblivious to the anomaly, saw only the man prostrating himself and felt his anger somewhat quelled by this display of loyalty. "You servant at least know your place. Go then." "Thank you, master." Serving the Chun family is this humble one Wei Zhong's honor. Wei Zhong kept his head lowered, his voice subdued, as a fleeting shadow of malice crossed his face, gone in an instant, quickly replaced by an expression of gratitude. Sufan observed everything with growing alarm, a chill running up his spine from the soles of his feet. He caught a sinister glint in the eyes of the beast tamer who claimed to be Chun Zhao's personal bodyguard, and immediately understood. Members of the beast god cult had infiltrated the Chun family. Chun Zhao's spirit pet had just been injured, and this guy was already eagerly volunteering to accompany them. It didn't take a genius to figure out that he wasn't there to check on the spirit pet, but to finish off Chen Xiao. Holy crap, the thought made Su Fan's scalp tingle. What made it worse was that this wasn't just any ordinary cultist. but a 6-star beast tamer demona, purple-robed chief of the beast god cult. Sufan recalled the purple-robed figure he'd encountered at Qingyuan Mountain, that almost tangible sense of oppression still vivid in his memory. Even without summoning spirit pets, this opponent could easily crush him. What to do? What to do? His mind raced frantically, and it seemed there was only one person he could turn to for help. Sufan's eyes darted around as he forced a smile, awkwardly scratching his head. Third Master Chun, nature calls. I'd like to use the restroom before we set off. Haha, no problem at all. Third Master Chun waved his hand dismissively. Someone showed Dr. Su to the bathroom. A Chun family servant led the way, and Sufan hurried into the nearby restroom, diving straight into a stall. He turned the faucet to full blast, filling the space with the sound of rushing water, then pressed the toilet flush button, letting the thunderous flow drown out everything else before pulling out his phone and quickly dialing God of Wealth. Hello. A proud, cold voice came through the phone. Sufan called out dramatically. Boss, save me. Someone's trying to kill me. After a moment of silence. Explain clearly. Ahem. Sufan lowered his voice and rapidly recounted everything from start to finish. The Chun family heir was being targeted for assassination by a beast god cult spy. The attempt had failed and only injured the spirit pet, and now they were planning to strike again to eliminate witnesses. He spoke at machine gun speed, afraid to waste even half a second. When Qin Yuliang heard that the opponent was a 6-star beast tamer demon, his originally cold tone took on a note of gravity. Where are you now? Still at the Chun residence. Find a way to stall for 1 hour. Beep. The phone hung up, leaving only a dial tone. Sufan stared at his phone in a daze. What am I supposed to stall with? I just wanted to treat patients and make some honest money. Why do I keep running into these high-risk missions? No way. After this is over, I'm definitely asking the war court for a raise. Taking a deep breath, he turned off the faucet, straightened his clothes, and pushed open the door. Returning to the courtyard, Qin Yao had already arranged for a black luxury car. Third uncle, I want to come along, she said. Very well. Notify me immediately if anything happens. Third Master Chun nodded, then solemnly bowed to Sufan. Dr. Su, we're counting on you this time. Once Shower's spirit pet recovers, the Chun family will reward you handsomely. You're too kind, Third Master. Sufan quickly returned the bow. Chun Yao urged. Time waits for no one. Let's get going. Her burly personal beast tamer bodyguard was about to step forward to drive when Sufan suddenly called out. Wait, I'm not comfortable with his driving. I felt like throwing up on the ride here earlier. Get someone else to drive, you do it. He pointed at the beast god cult spy who had been keeping his head down, his eyes harboring a sinister gloom. Then you go. Chun Yao barely gave it a thought, not even bothering to spare the man another glance, and directly agreed to Sufan's request. Yes, Mississippi. The man Wei Zong was stunned for a moment, not expecting to be singled out, but still hurried to turn around and start the car. Sufan and Chun Yao got into the back seat. The car started up and slowly drove out of the Chun family estate, destination, the extraordinary spirit pet medical clinic in the city center. Outside the car window, weekend sunlight filtered through the gaps between leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Traffic flowed like a river on the road, with constant minor jams. Even so, it would take at most 20 minutes from the Chun family to the clinic, nowhere near an hour. Smack! A crisp sound. Sufan suddenly stretched out his arm and slapped Wei Zhong on the back of his head. Damn! The light's about to turn red. Why are you driving so fast? Wei Zhong was caught off guard, his head lurching forward as he quickly hit the brakes. Anger surged in his chest, yet he still forced out a respectful tone. Mr. Su, the light hasn't turned red yet. I just wanted to hurry and save young Master Chun Zhao's spirit pet. Screw that. Don't you know the law? Sufan delivered another slap. The traffic rules have changed. Running yellow lights is also illegal. Wei Zhong's anger was boiling, but he could only smile apologetically. Ah, really? Sorry, I genuinely didn't know. Beside them, Chun Yao leaned back in her seat, her slender fingers idly tapping on her snow-white knee, watching coldly. Just listen to whatever Dr. Su says, don't talk back. Yes, yes, yes. Wei Zhong nodded frantically, though the back of his head burned with pain. Smack! The third slap came without warning, delivered with full force. Sufan pointed to the right front. It's too congested here, I know the way, turn right. Wei Zhong's eyes were bloodshot, cursing Sufan a million times in his heart, yet still gritted his teeth. All right, Mr. Su. What followed was Sufan transforming into a human GPS, deliberately choosing remote and easily congested side roads. Smack! I just said turn left. Why did you turn right? Didn't you say right? Smack! Make a U-turn. I remembered wrong. We're not going this way. Smack! 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 Wei Zhong gripped the steering wheel, veins bulging on his fists. Damn it, you little bastard. Once we get there, I'll be the first to kill you. Meanwhile, in a secluded small villa in Shuguang City, green shade blocked the sun, and birds chirped crisply. The 60-year-old Tao Tongwan of the war court elders of Shuguang City sat by the lake, holding a fishing rod, staring intently at the lake's surface. After a morning of no luck, his fish basket remained completely empty. Finally, the float dipped slightly. Elder Tao's eyes lit up, his wrist flicked. Got one. The corners of his mouth turned up, as if he could already see a fat fish in his basket. But at that moment, a gust of wind swept by. The lake's surface suddenly rippled with disturbed light, and leaves rustled loudly. The startled fish scattered in all directions, and the float returned to calm. Elder Tao's smile instantly froze, his face darkened considerably, and he cursed loudly. Which damned bastard is that? In the air, a white figure approached through the sky. Qin Yuliang, his white suit spotless. He landed in front of Elder Tao, standing with his hands behind his back, his stern face showing no emotion, his voice flat. Elder Tao, I have urgent matters to discuss. Elder Tao set down his fishing rod, his beard practically bristling with indignation. The disciple before him had rushed into the bamboo pavilion in such haste that his footsteps sounded like he'd kicked over a nest of ducks, making the elder's heart ache. His peripheral vision deliberately swept over the empty spirit tea jar nearby. The tea leaves he'd just replenished were already gone again. What kind of behavior was this? Speak up, what's the matter? He asked with a stern expression. Qin Yuliang stood at the pavilion entrance, his tone as calm as ever. Sufan reports that a purple-robed demon from the beast god cult has infiltrated the Chunjiang household. A purple-robed demon? Elder Tao's expression instantly darkened. He knew all too well the terrifying power of a 6-star beast master, especially in a densely populated place like Dawn City. Once a battle broke out, the consequences would be unthinkable. Qin Yuliang continued. If they make a move, the area of impact would be too vast. In a direct confrontation, the residents in the city center and their spirit pets would be hard-pressed to escape unharmed. I've come specifically to request your assistance. Elder Tao pondered for a few moments, then looked up at Qin Yuliang intently. You want to borrow this spirit binding star lock? The spirit binding star lock was a control-type spiritual artifact that could temporarily sever the mental connection between beast masters and their spirit beasts, while sealing their spirit power. Forged from thousand-year sunken silver from the ocean depths, it was Earth-grade level. Even masterclass beast masters would struggle to break free from it. Yes, Qin Yuliang replied concisely. Elder Tao narrowed his eyes. You think quite highly of that boy, don't you? Qin Yuliang didn't take the bait, simply raising one finger. 1 box of Scrayed Heavenly Spirit Tea. Sufan is a talent of the war court. We cannot afford to lose him. At the mention of tea, Elder Tao's heart immediately sank. He snorted heavily, set down his fishing rod, and walked to the lake's edge, his cloudy eyes suddenly sharp as blades. His withered palm rose, veins bulging, and the lake's surface rippled in response. A gentle breeze stirred the willow branches along the shore. Several gray-blue waterbirds took flight in alarm, circling and crying in the air. The center of the lake suddenly churned, bubbles bursting in rapid succession like boiling water. In the next instant, a blinding silver light shot up from the lake bottom, carrying countless water droplets as it spiraled through the air several times before falling into Elder Tao's palm. It was a silver-gray chain, its interlocking links resembling sleeping dragon scales, radiating an intimidating chill that seemed to drain the warmth from the surrounding air. Elder Tao handed over the chain, his eyelid twitching with pain. Take it. Be careful, it doesn't have many uses left. If you break it, 1 box of Heavenly Spirit Tea won't be enough compensation. You'll have to pay double. Qin Yuliang took the chain without even glancing at it, turned, and leaped onto the broad back of his mystic spirit eagle. Oh, he said flatly, and the giant eagle spread its wings and soared away with a gust of fierce wind. You little. Elder Tao watched the retreating figure, stamping his feet in frustration. You Qin family members are all so ill-mannered. Meanwhile, elsewhere, after more than 50 minutes of bumpy travel, Sufan finally led Chun Yao and the others to the Spirit Pet Medical Clinic. Wei Zhong had been clutching the back of his head the entire way, his cold gaze stealing glances at Sufan every so often like a poisoned dagger. Sufan noticed but pretended otherwise, maintaining his calm expression. The group went up to the 2nd floor and stopped outside the operating room. All right, I'll begin the treatment now. Young Master Chun, come in with me. Everyone else wait outside and keep quiet, Sufan announced before pushing through the door. Chun Xiao spoke up. Very well, we'll follow Dr. Su's arrangements completely. Wei Zhong stood to the side, a cold, sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. That damned Sufan. He would soon learn the consequences of disrespecting me. Meanwhile, Sufan pushed open the door and entered the operating room. Under the bright lights, the azure spirit turtle lay quietly on a massive surgical table made of alloy, its thick shell covered with intricate patterns of light. Hearing footsteps, the spirit pet slowly opened its crescent-shaped eyes, and upon seeing Qin Xiao, let out a weak whimper. Woo! That man outside named Wei Zhong is an evil cult demon. Sufan raised his finger in a gesture for silence, lowering his voice. Shoo! Young Master Chun, please don't speak for now. The war court has already formulated a plan. Chun Xiao was momentarily stunned, then nodded. He gently stroked the turtle's rough neck, comforting it. Good boy, rest for now. The giant turtle nodded slightly, then closed its eyes again, its breathing growing even weaker. In the corridor outside, Chun Yao instructed the accompanying guards. I'm going to the restroom. You all stand guard and don't let anyone approach. Yes, miss. Wei Zhong and the two guards responded in unison, bowing their heads. As soon as Chun Yao left, a fierce glint flashed in Wei Zhong's eyes. In the next moment, his figure flickered like a shadow, appearing before the nearest 3-star beast master guard. He struck down with his palm, the sound of cracking bones accompanied by a spray of blood. The guard didn't even have time to scream before collapsing into a pool of blood. You. The second guard stared in horror, his eyes wide with fear. Before he could finish speaking, Wei Zhong raised his hand again, his palm wind slicing through like cutting a melon. The guard's throat was crushed, and he died instantly. Ants. Wei Zhong shook the blood droplets from his palm, letting out a contemptuous snort. Creak. He pushed open the operating room door, a cruel smile still on his face. Sufan, how dare you disrespect me? The room was empty. Where was Sufan's shadow? Only the azure spirit turtle lay unconscious on the table. Wei Zhong was suspicious and stepped inside. Star power erupted from within his body like a tidal wave, causing the surrounding equipment to clatter and the curtains to be swept up by the fierce wind, revealing Sufan's figure. Hello there, driver brother. Sufan scratched his head awkwardly, giving him a dry laugh. Wei Zhong was momentarily surprised, then his cold laughter echoed through the operating room. Heh, so you saw through me early on that I'm not from the Chun family. You followed me all this way just to sabotage my plans. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding, brother. Do you think I would spare your life? Wei Zhong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Sufan took a deep breath, feigning composure. Think carefully. If you kill me here, you'll definitely alert the war court. Do you really think you can escape? Wei Zhong threw back his head and laughed as if he'd heard the greatest joke. I am a mighty 6-star beast master. Even if the war court division commander comes, they can't stop me. Is that so? A cold, clear female voice echoed from outside the door. Before the words had finished, a silver light shot into the room like lightning, snaking across the ground and instantly wrapping around Wei Zhong's limbs, transforming into unbreakable silver chains. What is this? Wei Zhong's expression changed as he struggled frantically, but the chains seemed alive, tightening more and more. My spirit beast power? Star power? Why can't I summon any of it? He roared in terror. Who are you? What have you done to me? The next moment, a figure in a white suit emerged from the shadows. Standing against the light, he resembled an unsheathed blade, radiating an aura of cold menace that warned others to keep their distance. His arrogance seemed etched into his very bones. The man raised his hand, and a surge of spiritual energy rippled forth. 4 jade-green serpent shadows shot through the air, their fangs gleaming with deadly light as they coiled around Wei Zhong's throat in an instant, locking it tight. The 7 sacred spirit serpents. You're Qin Yuliang. Wei Zhong's pupils contracted sharply, his voice trembling uncontrollably as terror nearly shattered his composure. No kidding. Sufan jumped out at just the right moment, blocking Wei Zhong's path with a cutting tone. Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? My boss is here. Let's hear you run your mouth again. Slap. Slap. 2 sharp cracks echoed through the chamber as Sufan's palm struck Wei Zhong's face hard. Then came 2 more slaps. So what if I hit you? So what if I disrespect you? Huh? Say something. Wei Zhong's face instantly swelled red with humiliation that seemed almost tangible. A distinguished purple-robed chief of the beast god cult, a 6-star beast master, now repeatedly humiliated by a mere 2-star nobody. The disgrace made his teeth grind audibly. Oh, still defiant? How dare you glare at my boss? Get him. Sufan played his lackey role to perfection, provocatively jerking his chin toward Qin Yuliang. Enough. Qin Yuliang's voice was ice-cold and flat, as if drifting from the depths of a frozen pond, devoid of any emotion. This man is still useful. I'm taking him with me. Handle the aftermath here. I've already reported your contribution to Elder Tao. The war court will reward you accordingly. As his words fell, he flicked his finger lightly. One of the jade serpents in midair suddenly exploded with silver light, transforming into lightning that pierced through Wei Zhong's abdomen, precisely penetrating the core of his spirit beast body. Ah, Qin Yuliang, you've destroyed my sacred body core. A piercing scream tore through the air as Wei Zhong writhed like a wounded beast, his face a mixture of venomous hatred and unwillingness. Sweat rolled down his cheeks as his skin turned deathly pale. His life force rapidly drained away, his entire body went limp, and he finally collapsed to the ground. Return. Qin Yuliang flicked his finger, and the silver chains binding Wei Zhong rattled back to him, a faint crack visible along their length. He casually picked up Wei Zhong like a chicken and turned to leave. Dr. Su, what's going on here? Chun Xiao arrived upon hearing the commotion, his eyes filled with shock at the sight of Wei Zhong's barely breathing form on the ground. Brother, are you all right? Chun Yao also rushed through the door, her voice trembling. She had known the situation had deteriorated when she discovered the two bodyguards' corpses at the entrance. Sufan looked at the siblings and explained calmly. The bodyguard who was driving was a demon infiltrator planted in your Chun family. I saw through his identity. He briefly recounted the events, deliberately omitting any mention of his system's analytical abilities. Chun Xiao and Chun Yao listened in stunned amazement, assuming Sufan had uncovered the beast god cult chief's disguise through exceptional observation skills and medical expertise. The siblings' admiration for Sufan deepened even further. Coming to his senses, Chun Zhao's eyes flashed with lingering fear as he clasped his hands respectfully. Thank you, Sufan, for saving us. I, Chun Xiao, can never repay this debt. If you ever need anything in the future, I'll spare no effort to help. You're too kind, young Master Chun. Your spirit pet is my patient, so naturally I have a duty to ensure its safety, as well as your personal safety. Sufan quietly spoke while tidying up the items scattered on the floor. Chun Xiao stood nearby, his gaze filled with growing admiration. This young man before him, several years his junior, possessed not only exceptional medical skills, but also an unshakable composure. His future achievements would surely be extraordinary. He turned to his sister and said, Yao Yao, everything's under control here. Please step outside and let Sufan complete the surgery in peace. Oh, all right. I'll call home right away and have them send more people over. Chun Yao nodded in response. She knew well that staying would only be a hindrance, and ensuring the surrounding area's security was the top priority. With that, she hurried out, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. The room fell silent in an instant, leaving only Sufan and Chun Xiao. Young Master Chun, the surgery is about to begin officially and requires absolute quiet. Please wait outside. Sufan looked up and reminded him. Chun Xiao acknowledged with a nod, took one last worried glance at the azure spirit turtle on the operating table with its bloodied hind leg, and reluctantly stepped out. Sufan approached the spirit turtle and skillfully administered the anesthetic. As the medication took effect, the azure spirit turtle slowly closed its eyes and drifted into sleep. After confirming the anesthesia had fully taken hold, he raised his hand and retrieved a fist-sized piece of sea spirit copper from his spatial ring. The sea spirit copper felt warm to the touch, displaying a dark red color that seemed to glow like heated metal when infused with star power, with orange-red halos flowing across its surface. Sufan silently marveled. Such volatile energy, truly worthy of being premium grade among A-level metals. Ordinary A-level metals were worth at most 1 to 2 million, but this piece commanded 5 to 6 million. The other 10 metals of similar grade he had selected were equally impressive. This trip was an absolute windfall. The foundation of a century-old beast-taming family was indeed formidable. Begin. He took a deep breath and gripped the cold surgical blade. This was his first attempt at creating a level 4 mechanical prosthetic limb, where any minor mistake could ruin everything. Couldn't afford any distractions. The blade precisely cut through the damaged muscle of the turtle's right hind leg as he used specialized tools to meticulously remove necrotic tissue and shattered bone fragments. His movements were gentle yet swift, like carving a priceless jade sculpture. Once the debridement was complete, he immediately moved to the forging phase. Sea spirit copper and various auxiliary metals merged under the high temperature of star power, hammered and shaped by his hands until they transformed into mechanical components of varying sizes that fit together perfectly. Time ticked by steadily, with only the crisp sounds of metal collision and his steady breathing filling the operating room. Beads of sweat gathered densely on his forehead, yet not a single drop fell into the wound. 6.5 hours later, a clear system notification chimed in his consciousness. Ding! Congratulations, host has successfully treated one disabled spirit pet. Mission progress, 25. Sufan exhaled deeply. A level 4 advanced grade quality prosthetic finally complete. This was currently his highest level work, suitable for use by king-tier spirit pets. According to the test data, this mechanical leg would provide the azure spirit turtle with a 15 racial stat boost and came with an attached battle technique wave treading, with remarkable effects. A few minutes later, as the anesthesia wore off, the azure spirit turtle let out a low growl and gently moved its newly installed hind leg. The door swung open as Chun Xiao rushed to the table, gazing down at the turtle's right hind leg with a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. Where once there had been mangled flesh and blood, now stood a perfectly fitted cyan blue mechanical leg. The metal surface was smooth with flowing lines, reflecting a cold brilliance like a work of art. This is a mechanical prosthetic limb, he murmured to himself, shock filling his eyes. You can have it move around now and test the results, Sufan said to Chun Xiao with a smile. Chun Xiao's gaze was fixed intently on the azure spirit turtle positioned on the stone platform. The turtle's shell gleamed like jade, except for its two hind legs, which had been replaced with gleaming blue-green metal that cast a cold light. At his command, the turtle's shell trembled as it slowly raised its upper body. Just as it steadied itself, the mechanical hind legs slammed down forcefully. Crack! The solid stone slab caved in by an inch, spiderweb cracks shot out in all directions, and the air was sliced by powerful gusts that made Chun Zhao's robes flutter wildly. In that instant, he seemed to witness an ancient beast awakening from within the metal, brutal and fierce. The turtle itself was stunned, looking down to examine its new limbs, then excitedly began lifting and lowering its legs repeatedly. Within just 2 steps, it had completely adapted, moving with greater lightness, speed, and precision than its original flesh and blood legs. Dr. Su, this isn't just repair, this is recreation. It's nothing short of miraculous. Chun Xiao was overwhelmed with amazement. He could clearly sense that the mechanical hind legs harbored far more immense power than before. Sufan nodded calmly. Sea Spirit Copper Material, 4th tier advanced mechanical hind legs. They provide the Azure Spirit Turtle with a 15% racial stat boost and come with the battle technique wave treading. The advanced models I make for others are standard, but yours is the omnipotent type, offering an additional 5% boost plus enhanced battle technique power. However, 15% is already sufficient for it to dominate opponents of the same tier. Satisfied? More than satisfied. Chun Xiao burst into hearty laughter, his previous gloom completely swept away, leaving only the wild joy of his spirit companion's rebirth. Outside the operating room, 20 to 30 black-clad beast tamers stood silently, all Chun family bodyguards, creating an atmosphere so tense it was almost suffocating. Chun Yao paced the corridor, her eyes locked on that door. Bang! The door swung open. Chun Xiao emerged first, with the turtle following closely behind, its mechanical hind legs gleaming brilliant blue-green. Chun Yao's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Brother, its legs. It's fine now. Chun Xiao responded cheerfully. And even stronger. The turtle cooperatively stepped in place, its metal surfaces striking the ground with deep, powerful sounds as Chun Zhao's face beamed with unstoppable joy. Really? Chun Yao exclaimed with delight, covering her mouth as her eyes sparkled. She immediately bowed to Sufan. Dr. Su, thank you. You're far superior to those spirit companion medical specialists. Just doing my job, Sufan waved dismissively, then advised Chun Xiao. Make sure to have the turtle practice more when you return home, so it can familiarize itself with the mechanical hind legs and fully unleash their power. Understood. Chun Xiao cupped his hands towards Sufan in gratitude. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the Chun siblings, Chun Xiao and Chun Yao, left the Spirit Pet Medical Clinic with their entourage of Chun family beast tamers. Once everyone had gone, Sufan slipped into the break room and leaned back in the reclining chair, legs swinging casually as his mind raced despite his relaxed demeanor. With 2-star level spirit pets successfully healed, only 3 cases remained to complete his system mission. Now that he had even saved the spirit pet of the Chun family heir, the publicity would be explosive, and attracting new customers was just a matter of time. 3 more treatments, and his mission would be complete. Beyond the mission, cultivation needed to be prioritized. Sufan calculated silently. He had to push his beast tamer realm to peak 2-star as quickly as possible, preparing for the breakthrough to 3-star. Then he could command even more spirit pets. His thoughts turned to the Black Blade Tiger's mechanical wings. Those grade 3 mechanical limbs had been nearly destroyed under that madwoman Sima Yiva's brutal assault, clearly insufficient against a peak 4-star demon. The wings needed an upgrade. Of the 15 grade medals he'd obtained from the Chun family, he'd only used 8, saving the remaining 7 specifically for the wings repair and enhancement. If he could get Hai Lao to acquire 4 more grade medals with extreme yang properties from the black market, he could forge exoskeleton armor for the Black Blade Tiger. With that upgrade, the tiger's combat power would at least double, making even 4-star spirit beasts look like trash in comparison. Knock, knock, knock. Sudden knocking interrupted his thoughts. Come in. Sufan straightened up, pulling his legs back. The door opened, and Dr. Han Bingshui entered in his white coat, looking efficient and professional. He carried a black case over 10 inches long, its smooth surface bearing no visible markings. Walking to the desk, Han Bingshui gently set down the case. Director Su, this was delivered for you by the War Court. I brought it up for you. A reward? Sufan's eyes lit up. Great, thank you. He nodded. Han Bingshui's gaze lingered on him for half a second, seemingly curious about what the War Court had bestowed upon this young director, before politely excusing himself. Well, I'll head out now. The door closed, and Sufan immediately reached for the case. As the lid opened, 20 vials lay neatly arranged, pale blue liquid shimmering under the light through transparent glass. He picked up one vial and read the label. Physical Cultivation Serum Pure Grade. Holy shit, the War Court is this generous? Sufan couldn't help but exclaim softly. Constitution pills were common trash full of impurities, slow to absorb, and harmful to one's foundation if overused. Cultivation serums were completely different. Rapid absorption, powerful effects, no side effects, and impossible to buy on the open market. The War Court kept the formulas and distribution channels for cultivation serums, life serums, and other special resources under tight control. Ordinary beast tamers could only try their luck on the black market, occasionally finding diluted versions that sold for 2 to 300,000 per vial, with greatly reduced potency. Official versions came in 3 grades: pure, standard, and diluted, with pure grade being the rarest and most potent. What he held was the beginner-level pure grade, suitable for 13-star beast tamers. Perfect. With these serums, reaching peak 2-star within a month is guaranteed. With that declaration, he uncapped the vial without hesitation. Glug, glug, Gluff drained it in one gulp. In Shiguang City's southeastern district stood the Chun family estate. This secluded forbidden ground was now shrouded in an invisible oppression that made even the night seem heavy and stifling. Third Master Chun strode forward urgently, his dark blue brocade robe billowing in the wind, the hem slapping against his boots. The anxiety in his heart spread through his hurried steps, and his 2 personal guards behind him were infected by this urgency, their hands unconsciously resting on the blades at their waists. The winding corridors retreated swiftly beneath their feet as lantern lights flickered past. Upon reaching the secluded courtyard, Third Master Chun suddenly stopped and raised his hand, lowering his voice. Guard this place. Let no one approach. Yes. The guards responded in deep voices, positioning themselves like 2 iron towers on either side of the moon gate, their vigilant gazes sweeping the shadows. Third Master Chun took a deep breath of the cool night air and pushed open the door. In the courtyard stood an ancient scholar tree of countless years, its branches and leaves like clouds, casting the entire space in shadow. Its massive trunk bore deep lightning scars, silently telling tales of vicissitudes. Beneath the tree, an elderly man in plain hemp clothing sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, his hair and beard snow-white. Though sitting perfectly still, he seemed to merge with the ancient tree, the courtyard, and even the night itself. The air around him appeared to thicken, and even the night breeze seemed to avoid him. This was none other than Chun Fenghao, the Chun family's anchor who had just returned from 3 years of wandering a true 7-star peak beastmaster. Third Master Chun stopped 3 steps away, not daring to advance further. He bowed 90 degrees, his voice trembling slightly. Father, you have returned. Beneath the scholar tree, the old man's eyelids remained closed, motionless. Sweat beaded on Third Master Chun's forehead, yet he maintained his bow, knew his father was testing his composure. With the recent series of family upheavals, the old man was already displeased. After what seemed like an eternity, an aged yet vigorous voice emerged from the tree's shadow. Rise. Third Master Chun felt a wave of relief and slowly straightened. Father, your spiritual power has advanced again. This journey must have brought considerable fortune. Indeed. Chun Fenghao uttered 2 words, then shook his head. But I'm still far from reaching 8-star. Third Master Chun was startled. If even you find it difficult, then the 9-star Grand Beastmaster realm must be truly beyond reach. Chun Fenghao sighed softly, his tone unable to hide his melancholy. How many of our generation have succeeded? I fear I have no hope, and can only place my faith in the next generation. Changing the subject, the old man's gaze softened slightly. How is Shaoa? On my way back, I heard his azure spirit turtle was injured by a demon dragon. Third Master Chun immediately replied. Dr. Sufan, specially hired by the war court, has properly treated Shao's azure spirit turtle. The boy is remarkably clever. He even exposed a beast god cult spy hidden within our Chun family. Thanks to him, our family escaped disaster. Father, I blame myself for my incompetence in failing to detect the cult's conspiracy earlier. Regret written across his face, he bowed again. Chun Fenghao sighed once more, his voice revealing weariness. Third son, you're not skilled in the beast master art's focus on managing the family business. This matter cannot be entirely blamed on you. The beast god cult has operated for years in secrecy, making them nearly impossible to guard against. Just be more careful in the future. Night wind rustled through the scholar tree's leaves with a soft whisper. Chun Fenghao gazed at the pitch-black sky, his voice heavy. I am old, and I don't know if I'll have another chance to take that final step. If I should die, what will become of our Chun family? Upon hearing this, Third Master Chun quickly offered comfort. Father will surely advance to 9-star. However, the old patriarch merely shook his head with a mixture of clarity and helplessness. Though the eldest and second sons are 7-star, their talents are limited. I fear they'll struggle to reach the pinnacle of the beast taming path. His voice was heavy. Their journey ends at 7-star. With evil cult forces growing increasingly rampant and undercurrents stirring within the war court, what will become of the Chun family if I perish? The air in the courtyard seemed to grow heavier. Third Master Chun fell silent for a long while, his brow deeply furrowed. Chun Fenghao sighed softly and continued. Only Shower possesses exceptional talent. His bonded spirit beast, the azure spirit turtle, can simultaneously cultivate both of our Chun family's acquired battle techniques, Void Heaven Step and Dragon Light Shield. Only he has the potential to recreate our ancestors' glory, break through to 9-star, and become the foundation of the Chun family's future. I understand, Father. Third Master Chen's voice regained its firmness. Tap, tap, tap. Urgent footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Chen Xiao and Chen Yao walked side by side into the courtyard. Beside Chen Xiao, the massive azure spirit turtle followed with a swaying gait. Its cyan blue mechanical right hind limb reflected cold metallic light in the evening glow, with precision joints resembling finely crafted gears-up perfect fusion of raw power and technological aesthetics that instantly drew everyone's attention. Grandfather, Chen Yao called out sweetly, rushing to Chen Fenghao's side like a little bird and affectionately linking her arm with his. The old patriarch's previous worries melted away, his eyes growing gentle. You little rascal, how long has it been since you came to see your grandfather? Grandson greets grandfather and third uncle. Chen Xiao bowed respectfully. Chen Fenghao's gaze locked firmly onto the azure spirit turtle's right hind leg, a flash of amazement crossing his hawk-like eyes. Shower, is this the mechanical limb? As head of the Chen family, he had long heard whispers about the happenings in Dawn City, a genius physician specially appointed by the war court who could both restore flesh and reconstruct mechanical bodies. However, since Dr. Sufan had previously only treated low-level spirit beasts of 2- or 3-star rank, he hadn't paid much attention. Now, seeing this masterwork of craftsmanship on his grandson's bonded spirit beast, he truly experienced that sense of awe for the first time. Yes, Dr. Sufan's methods are profound. This mechanical limb is indeed extraordinary. Chen Xiao replied. Third Master Chun was equally shocked, unable to resist leaning closer to examine the level 4 mechanical hind leg, his voice tinged with concern. Shower, how does it feel? Is there any discomfort? After all, no matter how exquisite, external additions could never truly replace original flesh and blood. Before Chen Xiao could respond, a cold gleam flashed in Chen Fenghao's eyes as he cut him off with a stern voice. Words mean nothing, let's put it to the test. Without warning, he pointed his fingers like a sword, sending a thread of beast-taming force slicing through the air with needle-like precision, striking directly at the azure spirit turtle. Shower, let me see whether this thing is a miracle or merely a beautiful but useless burden. Grandpa, third uncle, watch this. Chen Zhao's lips curved into a smile. Before his words had fully left his mouth, his level 22 spirit control power surged through his body. Buzz. The level 4 advanced mechanical prosthetic on the azure spirit turtle's right hind leg instantly blazed with ethereal blue light. Crystal core energy flooding forth as the might of a 5-star peak spirit beast enveloped the entire courtyard in an instant. Step heaven shaking. Chen Xiao roared, channeling all his spirit control power into the mechanical hind leg. Boom. The sea spirit copper transmission mechanism howled at high speed, like a furnace gate bursting open. The bluestone ground cracked inch by inch with the mechanical leg as the epicenter, fissures spreading like a mad spider's web. In the next second, the massive azure spirit turtle launched skyward using just that single point of contact, transforming into a blue shadow that tore through the air. The violent friction created ear-piercing shrieks. As it took a step in midair, even the void trembled, cyan blue radiance clinging to the mechanical leg like blazing sun as devastating pressure crashed downward. This was the first time the azure spirit turtle had pushed the heaven-stepping technique to its absolute limit. Just as the crushing pressure was about to strike the ground, Chen Fenghao raised his hand and gently pointed at the void. The overwhelming force instantly dissipated. The turtle controlled its momentum and landed steadily beside Chen Xiao. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Chen Fenghao's weathered face flushed red as he praised 3 times in succession, though he wasn't praising his grandson, but secretly admiring the spirit beast physician who had created this miracle Sufan. Beside them, Chun Yao and Third Master Chun were already stunned speechless. Such power far exceeded the late 5-star level. Looking at all beast masters below 6-star rank, who would dare take a direct hit from the turtle's stomp? Chen Fenghao composed himself, his voice deep and powerful. Third brother, for my birthday banquet in 2 months, you must invite physician Su to attend. I want to thank him in person. Third Master Chen snapped to attention and bowed respectfully. Yes, father. Several days later, in the top-floor conference room of Dawn City's War Court building, the air hung heavy like the sea before a storm. At the head of the mahogany table sat Elder Tao with an icy expression. Below him were Battle Commander Luo from the Enforcement Department, Battle Commander Han from Intelligence, and Qin Yuliang from Supervision. Qin Yuliang wore an immaculate white suit with a stern expression. The other commander, Jiang Ming, remained stationed at military headquarters and was absent. Elder Tao's gaze swept over the 3 like a blade. How many days has the beast god cult's abundance king been lurking in Dawn City? What have you all been doing? You can't even catch a shadow of him. Battle Commander Han steeled himself and stood. Elder Tao, the abundance king moves mysteriously and possesses 7-star level strength or higher. My department is investigating with full effort and will soon see through his disguise. Elder Tao sighed and waved his hand. Forget it. The opponent is at least 7-star level after all. It's difficult for you. He shifted topics. What about the recent bizarre suicide cases? Any connection to the Abundance King? The law enforcement department's Imperial Battle Envoy Luo immediately stood up and respectfully replied, Elder, based on intelligence we obtained from the purple-robed guardian captured at Sufan's spirit pet medical shop, along with our on-site investigation, we can basically confirm that the multiple suicide cases were committed by the Abundance King. Elder Tao slightly lifted his eyelids and said indifferently, Give me the details. Imperial Battle Envoy Luo straightened his robes and laid out all the clues clearly. The Abundance King acts extremely and follows absolute justice. He despises any bullying and injustice he perceives. The recent victims' bosses who exploited employees in the workplace, public officials who abused their power for personal gain, gang leaders who seized civilian property, and even scoundrels who violated wives and daughters without exception, all crossed his red lines. Autopsy and spiritual pattern traces show their deaths were self-termination guided by special abilities, either by his own hand or through bizarre combat techniques performed by his contracted spirit pets. Heh. Imperial Battle Envoy Han from the Intelligence Department sneered. The way you describe it, he sounds like a chivalrous hero carrying out heaven's will. Qin Yuliang, who had been silent, smiled lightly. It does sound quite like that indeed. Imperial Battle Envoy Han whipped his head around and glared furiously at Qin Yuliang. Bullshit. The nation has its laws, and the battle court has its regulations. No matter how guilty these people were, it's our law enforcement department's job to judge them. When is it ever the turn of some heretical demon to take action? Cynicism and upholding justice? Those are just excuses for him to satisfy his twisted desires. Such a dangerous individual must be eliminated immediately. Knock, knock, knock. Elder Tao's withered fingers tapped out a low rhythm on the mahogany table. Only then did Imperial Battle Envoy Han realize his loss of composure, suppressed his anger, and slowly sat down. Elder Tao surveyed everyone, his voice deep and authoritative. Regardless of the Abundance King's motives, the serial suicide cases he's orchestrating must stop immediately. I don't want the Battle Court's Elder Hall and various bases to treat the Dawn City branch as a joke. Yes, all three responded in unison. Meeting dismissed. Meanwhile, in the city center, inside an elegantly decorated restaurant, soft lighting and gentle piano music filled the air. Young beautiful streamer Tifa smiled sweetly at her phone camera, with hundreds of thousands of fans watching online behind her. Family, look at this sweet and sour mandarin fish, crispy outside, tender inside. Perfectly balanced sweet and sour, absolutely amazing. Her crisp voice floated through the live stream into the network. The chat exploded instantly. Wow, Goddess is exploring restaurants again. Drooling, this fish looks so authentic. Today's dress is so ethereal. A sudden crash, shattering glass broke the tranquility. A middle-aged man in a custom suit, but with a greasy face, glared down at a young female server from above. The tray had fallen to the ground. Dark red wine mixed with glass shards scattered everywhere. The girl's face turned pale, her shoulders trembling slightly. The pet backpack beside the man had been knocked over, and a snow-white moon rabbit with a crescent mark on its forehead jumped out, its fur stained messily with red wine, baring its teeth and making low growling sounds. Bastard, are you blind? The middle-aged man roared, his corpulent body like an enraged wild boar. His hand wearing a gold watch suddenly shot out. Slap. The sound of the blow exploded. A one-star beast master's spiritual power wrapped in the palm strike. The female server's petite body was knocked sideways, crashing into a food cart. The moment she hit the ground, blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Clearly her internal organs had been injured by the shock. If my moon treasure loses even one hair, I'll make your whole family pay with their lives. And this suit, you couldn't afford to compensate for it, even if you sold yourself. Tears mixed with fear rolled down the girl's face, but her voice was stuck in her throat. This scene was captured without any blind spots by Tifa's livestream camera not far away. The livestream room instantly erupted. Holy shit. Something's happening at Tifa's location. A beast master bullying ordinary people. What kind of man hits a woman? Brothers, let's dox him. Millions of comments flooded the screen like an avalanche. Just then, the restaurant's main door was gently pushed open. A figure silhouetted against the light walked in silently. Tall and slender, a black windcoat swaying slightly with each step, a white bone mask covering the face. Quite bizarre indeed. What's happening? Goddess Tifa, the camera is tilted, what's going on? As soon as this comment appeared in the live chat, Tifa remained silent, but her phone suddenly swiveled, steadying the camera on the source of the commotion, a greasy, obese middle-aged man. In the frame, he was corpulent and bloated, his heavy breathing causing the fat on his body to ripple with each exhale. At his feet, a snow-white creature resembling a raccoon, a moonlight rabbit, was anxiously scratching at the floor, emitting low, threatening growls. The spirit pet's long fur was soaked in large patches, its normally soft and fluffy coat now matted against its skin, looking utterly disheveled. Nearby, a young female server from the restaurant kept her head down, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably as she apologized through tears. I'm sorry, sir. I really didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. Sorry. The middle-aged man's thick lips moved as his voice cut like an oiled blade. You think sorry fixes everything? Do you have any idea how much it costs to groom my moonlight beast? It's a one-star rare spirit pet. Now it's traumatized and its appearance is ruined. Can you take responsibility for that? Get your manager here. The live stream audience immediately understood what had happened, and the chat exploded. What kind of man bullies a young girl? This fat pig is disgusting. So what if he has a one-star spirit pet? That gives him the right to bully people. Goddess Tifa, don't hold back. Expose him completely, and let him face social death. Amid the flood of angry comments, the middle-aged man noticed the phone camera and whipped his head around to face Tifa, who was filming. He pointed at her and roared, "Who the hell told you to record?" But his words cut off abruptly when he saw her face clearly. The man froze in place, swallowing hard. In over 30 years and countless women he'd been with, he had never seen such breathtaking beauty. A face so fair it seemed to glow, a light pink dress that outlined her graceful curves, canvas shoes beneath the hem, revealing only slender, pale ankles that sparked his imagination. Possess her. He had to possess her. Over the years, he'd built his fortune through underhanded means, and no woman he'd wanted had ever escaped him. This stunning beauty before him was more alluring than all the women he'd ever had combined. His greedy gaze roamed over Tifa like a barbed branding iron, making him look exactly like a street pervert. The chat was completely ignited. Damn, that look is so disgusting. I want to throw up just watching through the screen. Goddess Tifa, run. Everyone, battle stations. Let's destroy this fat pig's social media accounts. At the table, Tifa still stood straight, her delicate face showing no emotion. Suddenly, a flash of sinister crimson flickered in the depths of her clear eyes. The man was staring directly at her when, in the next second, an icy chill shot from his tailbone to the top of his skull, as if his soul had been seized by an invisible hand, rendering him unable to move. Those crimson eyes were like blood-red flowers blooming in the abyss, enchanting and beautiful, yet laced with deadly poison. In that instant, Lu Yonka's body went rigid, his mind completely blank. But within the blink of an eye, the crimson haze and confusion receded like a tide, and he regained his clarity, as if the momentary trance had never occurred. Sir, I'm terribly sorry, please." The restaurant manager rushed over, sweating profusely and bowing repeatedly, but was cut off before he could finish. No, that's not right." Lu Yonka's gaze wandered, his face taking on an eerie yet devout expression of repentance. "It's not her fault, it's mine. I shouldn't have abused my power, shouldn't have let my spirit pet frighten people." He muttered under his breath like a man possessed, then turned and walked away without even glancing at his spirit pet. The manager and waitress exchanged bewildered looks while diners around them buzzed with speculation. No one could understand why this arrogant, sleazy man had suddenly done a complete 180. Everyone, that's all for today's stream. I'll bring you more delicious food next time. Bye-bye. By the window, Tifa put on her sweet smile again, blew a kiss to the camera, and casually ended the live stream. Outside the restaurant, Lu Yonka raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to his own face. Smack. How could I do that? I deserve to die. He muttered to himself, his eyes vacant. A black sedan waited by the entrance. The driver got out and opened the door. "Mr. Lu, back to the office or home?" "Home." He sat in the back seat like a zombie. Inside the car, another crisp slap echoed. "I deserve to die. Mr. Lu, what's wrong with you?" The driver jumped, watching through the rearview mirror. The man paid no attention, mechanically repeating the same words. Back home, he went straight to the bathroom, letting scalding water mercilessly pound his body. Through the rising steam, the mirror vaguely reflected a dark shadow. Within that shadow, a pair of crimson eyes stared at him intently. Ah! He stumbled backward in terror, hitting the corner. When he looked at the mirror again, everything appeared normal, but the chill had already seeped into his bones. In the living room, in the bedroom, he tossed and turned restlessly. Whether his eyes were open or closed, those eyes followed him like a shadow. Smack! I deserve to die. I really deserve to die. Dawn! He bolted upright, chest heaving violently. Deep in his pupils, non-existent crimson was reflected. He wrapped his hands around his own thick neck, cutting off his breath instantly. I deserve to die? I really deserve to die. His final words were crushed by his throat, his face turning purple as his struggles weakened, finally falling silent. The next morning, within the police tape, chaos reigned as if a hurricane had swept through. On the bed lay an obese corpse with bulging eyes and a twisted face, frozen in terminal terror. Lu Yu adjusted his glasses, speaking calmly. Captain Sun, the deceased is Lu Yonka, 38 years old, unmarried, deputy general manager of a small spirit pet feed company. Preliminary assessment puts time of death around 3 a.m. last night. He flipped through his notepad and continued. The deceased exhibited bizarre behavior before death, showing strong suicidal tendencies, identical to several previous cases. Preliminary determination points to the voluptuous king. Sun Man scratched her head in frustration. The voluptuous king again. The higher-ups have issued strict orders, and we just had to have a death in our jurisdiction. I'm definitely getting chewed out when I get back. She rubbed her temples. Dr. Lin, what about the autopsy results? Medical examiner Lin approached with long strides, removing her mask, her delicate brows furrowed. Captain Sun, the results are in. The deceased's vital signs were normal, no signs of poisoning, mental evaluation showed no abnormalities. It's just, he strangled himself to death. Ugh. Sun Man slammed her fist into her palm, gritting her teeth. That damned voluptuous king. A 7-star beast master, does he find it amusing to kill ordinary people? A gleam flashed in medical examiner Lin's eyes as she pondered for a moment. Captain Sun, this can't continue. What if we try bringing Sufan over? At these words, Sun Man's eyes instantly lit up. Inside the extraordinary spirit pet medical shop, Sufan stretched lazily, his joints crackling throughout his body. After battling through the night, his craftsmanship had become increasingly refined. Under the lights, the level 4 chaos mechanical wings emanating an eerie luster of pure white and pitch black floated quietly, their metal surface so smooth it could reflect a person's image. Sufan's lips curved upward as his gaze shifted to the black blade tiger's newly grown claws. Nearby mechanical exoskeletons forged from grade A metal, blood tungsten steel, clung tightly to the bones, with crimson patterns crawling like blood vessels, each claw tip condensing a cold gleam capable of tearing souls apart. He knew exactly where the materials came from. The grade B extreme yang metal that Hai Lao had someone deliver last night, combined with the grade A extreme cold metal seized from the Tao family, fit together seamlessly. Throughout the entire night, he had not only repaired the wings, but forcibly upgraded them to omnipotent level 4. Such prosthetics could bring a full 20 racial value enhancement to spirit pets far beyond what the Azure Spirit Turtle's advanced mechanical leg could compare to. More importantly, the wings formed a synergistic amplification with the mechanical tiger claws, directly doubling the power of new combat techniques. Full chaos suppression triggered against anything below 4-star. Sufan's eyes flickered with excited flames. If the Black Blade Tiger faced a mid-stage 4-star spirit pet, it would be practically crushing. Combined with chaos heart-piercing strike, it could even instantly kill latest-stage 4-star spirit pets or demon humans. Having crossed into this perilous world, he finally possessed true confidence. If he encountered another lunatic like Sima Yiwa, he wouldn't mind letting the Black Blade Tiger taste the flesh and blood of a high-tier beastmaster. Moreover, these chaos wings had undergone a strange metamorphosis when fusing 5 pieces of grade A extreme cold metal with 10 pieces of grade B extreme yang metal. As long as the Black Blade Tiger equipped the mechanical claws simultaneously, all attacks would carry chaos effects of mental confusion and full attribute suppression. This was his absolute trump card that must never be easily revealed. Until he could completely crush everything, he would remain that utterly ordinary spirit pet physician, planning only to publicly reveal the flight capability. The system missions had also yielded substantial rewards. That battle with the Tao family heir had become the best advertisement. 3 days ago, the president of the Giant Spirit Beastmaster Association had personally visited. This peak 4-star Beastmaster ranked among the top 10 in Shuguang City's civilian organizations, and his generous spending left Sufan clicking his tongue in amazement. Next came Hai Lao. After advancing to 4-star, his pair of level 2 mechanical prosthetic eyes had long become outdated. Sufan used Tianhua crystal to upgrade them to level 4 mechanical heavenly eye, smoothly securing another performance achievement. The mission progress reached 45, with only the final step remaining. He could almost see the reward of mechanical lineage spirit pet manufacturing technology beckoning to him. Once he broke through to 3-star himself, and could simultaneously control 2 pure mechanical spirit pets. Jin Yuliang, Little Beast King? Times have changed. Thinking of this, Sufan's mood became so elated it was hard to conceal. Meanwhile, the effects of Zhanting's potion had also kicked in. Through these past few days of cultivation, Sufan's constitution points had broken through 251, steadily entering the mid-stage of 2-star. By the end of this month, I should be able to reach the peak of 2-star level. Sufan felt the starlight surging through his body, his chest filled with a warm current, and couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, his phone rang, breaking the silence. The screen lit up. Sunman. Hello, Sister Sunman. After a few pleasantries, the smile faded from Sufan's face. A suicide case, the voluptuous king, connected to the beast god cult again? And this time, it involved one of the 4 cardinal archbishops. The voluptuous king, a 7-star beast master, truly one of the elite. This job needs a pay raise, he muttered to himself, then shrugged it off. It's just an autopsy, shouldn't be too difficult. He turned off the lights, locked the door, and his elongated shadow under the streetlights quickly disappeared around the corner. Half an hour later, at the crime scene, cold wind howled beyond the police tape, blue and red lights sweeping across the walls. Sufan showed his beast warrior credentials, and the guards let him through without hesitation. The living room was simply furnished. Under the dim overhead light, a male corpse lay flat on the floor. War Court Captain Sun Man, her spirit companion Cloud Crane, and forensic investigator Lu Yu stood around the body. The air was thick with tension and anxiety. When the three saw Sufan, hope flickered in their eyes. Sufan, you're here, Sun Man said, her voice hoarse. Sufan nodded and crouched directly beside the deceased, Lu Yonka. Analysis Eye activate. Invisible data streams rushed toward him like a tide, penetrating from the corpse's surface to its very core. A virtual panel instantly appeared. Ding Death Report generating. Target, Lu Yonka. Level, 1-star Intermediate Beastmaster. Vitality, 0260. Spirit Companion, Moonlight Rabbit Contract severed. Cause of death, controlled through subconscious manipulation by the King-level Spirit Beast, Black Mist Nightmare Taper. Mental world completely destroyed, died in endless torment. Note, Black Mist Nightmare Taper, 7-star King-level Spirit Beast, born with evil eyes, capable of invading and manipulating Dreamsa, legendary creature that can kill in dreams. Evil eyes. Sufan repeated in a low voice, his brow furrowed. For the voluptuous king to use such abilities, he must have fused with the Black Mist Nightmare Taper's eyes. The attack targeted the soul's essence directly, making it impossible for mental and physical examinations to detect any abnormalities. He stood up and walked toward Sunman. How is it? Sunman immediately asked. Confirmed to be dream manipulation by the 7-star King-level Spirit Beast Black Mist Nightmare Taper. Sufan spoke slowly, but with conviction. The voluptuous king possesses this power, but it seems incomplete. The key to the technique lies in the eyes. The eyes. Sunman repeated, her eyes brightening. This clue could change everything. If they could focus their defenses on visual interference or obstruction, they might have a chance to break through. Good. I'll report back immediately. She waved her hand, and together with Cloud Crane and Lu Yu, efficiently gathered the materials. Night fell like spilled ink, drowning Aurora City in darkness. At the same time, atop the Starlight Tower in the city center, the renovated luxury office was dimly lit, illuminated only by dozens of floating screens providing a hazy glow. Each screen showed different female streamers broadcasting live. Pink LED strips, cute backgrounds, exquisite makeup, sweet laughter, and gift effects exploding in the chat, colorful yet hollow. Hello, your goddess is back from outdoor streaming. From the end of the hallway came the rhythmic clicking of high heels drawing closer. The female streamer, Goddess Tifa, pushed open the door. The room featured plush wool carpets and expensive abstract paintings on the walls. Every inch screamed luxury. Behind the office desk sat a tall, middle-aged man in an immaculate black coat, wearing a bone-white mask. Goddess Tifa didn't even spare him a glance, walking directly to the leather executive chair and settling in, crossing her silk-stockinged legs with elegant nonchalance. Without hesitation, the masked man dropped to one knee, head bowed, his voice burning with reverence. Greetings to your majesty, the voluptuous king. Moonlight cascaded through the floor-to-ceiling windows, while the city's nightscape sprawled below like scattered, shattered stars. Tifa lounged lazily in her crimson velvet throne, her smooth legs swaying back and forth as silver bells chimed softly around her ankles. She held a strawberry lollipop between her lips, her amber eyes narrowing slightly at the crackling sound of the candy coating breaking. Her voice was as sweet as morning mist from a neighboring town. Rise. Yes, your majesty. The masked man who had been kneeling for so long sprang to life, bowing as he stood and awkwardly retreating into the corner where light and shadow intertwined, desperately trying to make his presence barely perceptible. Tifa pulled out a new lollipop, tore off the wrapper, and popped it into her mouth before asking indistinctly, "Next." The masked man tensed, sweat trickling down his spine and soaking into his clothes. Reporting to your majesty, those corrupt officials on your list, they've all been dealt with. He dared not lift his head, while speaking his master's greatest fear was having nothing to do. Gone. The throne creaked as it turned, Tifa's skirt fluttering with the motion, her delicate face filled with bewilderment. Dawn City is so large, and that's all the scum there was? The masked man inwardly grumbled, you kill faster than mowing grass, but only dared to bow his head and blame himself repeatedly. It's my incompetence. I'll immediately deploy more personnel and dig 3 feet underground if necessary to unearth another batch. That's more like it. Tifa nodded, revealing an innocent dimple like a naive girl next door. She casually commanded, if there are no corrupt officials, find crooked merchants. As she spoke, she held the plastic candy stick between her fingertips and tapped lightly, though her eyes flashed with cold light. There will always be bad people to kill. About that, the masked man's voice grew hoarse. There are a few, but they're members of our beast god cult. He stole a glance at the young woman. Among the 4 red cardinals, this Abundance King was notorious for her unpredictable moods. No one could guess her next thought. Do I care whose people they are? Tifa's tone instantly turned icy. the sweet air seeming to freeze and shatter. I only ask, do their hands bear the blood of innocence? The masked man's heart clenched. Who would join the beast god cult without blood on their hands? Every one of those fellows was a fleeing cur. Yes. He could only bow his head and answer truthfully. The list. The young woman extended her pale palm, her tone brooking no argument. After a moment's hesitation, the masked man handed over the documents, steeling himself to remind her. Please reconsider, Your Majesty. All 3 on the list belong to the Lust King. The leader is a purple deacon, and the other 2 blue deacons are also his trusted confidants. If you act, I fear it will enrage the Lust King. Lust. Tifa sounded as if she'd heard a joke, pulling out her lollipop with a loud pop. Then go notify him this king intends to play in the Southeast District for a while. Dawn City and the 4 surrounding cities now fall under my jurisdiction. Tell his people to tuck their tails between their legs, or else. She licked away the candy crumbs from the corner of her lips, revealing a sweet, yet chilling smile. I don't mind tearing off those disgusting claws of his, one by one, and feeding them to dogs. The masked man stood frozen, feeling his spine turn ice cold. This abundance king was indeed a madwoman. He hastily changed the subject. Your Majesty, there's another matter. Our mole in the War Court branch reports that through analyzing a spirit pet's corpse, they've decoded partial information about your ocular technique. Your abilities have been exposed. I'm concerned the War Court might set a trap targeting you. Oh. Tifa twirled the lollipop between her fingertips, her face filled with pure curiosity. Those useless fools from the War Court actually have someone with such skills. The masked man's forehead beaded with sweat as he spoke rapidly. It's a spirit pet healer named Sufan, whose medical skills are exceptionally advanced. However, this person's strength is quite weak. Your Majesty, should I go deal with him right now? Tifa popped the lollipop back into her mouth and asked indistinctly, has he ever killed anyone? Has he bullied any good people? The masked man pulled up the files, his fingers scrolling through the holographic panel. This person has a clean record, both parents deceased, no background. He was specially recruited by the War Court for inventing spirit pet mechanical modification technology. Current intelligence shows no criminal history whatsoever. Well, that makes things difficult. Tifa blinked her clear eyes, looking genuinely troubled. The masked man's heart pounded wildly. With a great enemy before them, His Majesty was actually concerned about whether the opponent was a good person. He roared internally, but still kept his voice low. Your Majesty, if he continues investigating, he'll eventually figure out all your trump cards. The consequences will be endless. You do have a point. Tifa seemed to treat everything before her as a game, her eyes rolling thoughtfully. After a moment, she nodded lightly. Then you keep a close watch on him for me. The moment you discover any misconduct, notify me immediately. This king will personally remove his head. Crack. She bit the lollipop to pieces, the crisp sound echoing through the vast hall. I'm leaving. She leaped down from the throne, her graceful curves fully displayed as she stretched. Before turning away, she tossed out a command. Notify those 3 dogs of the Indulgence King to wash their necks clean. This king wants to see blood tonight. Before her words had finished echoing, her figure had already dissolved into a blur, leaving only a candy wrapper floating gently into the trash bin. Farewell, Your Majesty. The masked man bowed deeply to the now empty throne, not straightening up until that suffocating pressure had completely disappeared, then exhaled heavily. 5 days later, at the Spirit Pet Medical Clinic, Sufan finished his high-intensity physical training, sweat dripping from his determined jawline. Beside him, the black blade tiger let out a low growl, its previously dull fur now shimmering with a faint metallic gleam. Sufan exhaled and withdrew his energy, his consciousness sinking into his body. Within his beast-taming space, the 6th beast-taming rune had completely solidified, its brilliant radiance interweaving with the other 5 as an unprecedented power surged through his limbs. Physical constitution breakthrough to 280 points late, 2-star stage, is secure. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging spirit power within and the stronger mental connection with the black blade tiger, a smile playing at his lips. Ordinary 2-star beast tamers could condense 2 or 3 runes at most. Yet he had 6 the chasm between genius and mediocrity. The cost was equally apparent. Of the 20 vials of constitution enhancement fluid that had been on the experiment table, only 7 remained, their pale green liquid looking particularly precious under the lights. Trying to push Black Blade Tiger to peak 2-star level with this meager stock would be nothing but wishful thinking. Sufan calculated the costs mentally, then smiled. However, money is the last thing I lack right now. He raised his hand to contact suppliers, but his gaze swept to a corner of the workbench, a crumpled pink candy wrapper printed with cute strawberry patterns. His smile instantly froze. With his obedient apprentice Xiao Bai and the nanomachine modification warehouse, Sufan had become a hands-off boss. He delegated all the minor level 1 mechanical surgery tasks to Xiao Bai, simply lying back and waiting for the profits to roll in each day. In just half a month, His wealth had skyrocketed to over 50 million, a figure his past self wouldn't have dared to dream of, yet now it sat quietly in his account balance. His phone suddenly vibrated, and the name that lit up on the screen made him raise an eyebrow. Shang Wenqing, his high school buddy. Ever since Sufan had failed his exams while Shang got into stellar beast taming university, their paths had diverged further and further apart. Hello, Sufan answered. Old Su. It's me, Wenqing. The voice on the other end was as enthusiastic as ever, with a touch of exaggeration. How have you been lately? I heard you didn't retake the exams, and went out to find work instead. Not bad, Sufan replied flatly. Ah, don't get discouraged. Shang Wenqing continued on his own, his tone carrying the superiority of someone who'd made it. Louis and I are juniors now, about to start internships. I'm a latest stage 1-star beast tamer now, and Lu Yi's even better sit 1-star peak. Just needs the right body tempering materials to break through to 2-star. Talent. Well, there's really nothing you can do about that. He shifted topics. Oh, by the way, last time we went to Qingyuan Mountain looking for spirit origin crystals, we nearly got wiped out by a 3-star cult demon. Luckily a war court squad passed by and saved our lives. That was really close. Sufan's eyebrow twitched slightly. So there had been other teams in the area at that time. The world really was small. Did you need something? He didn't want to waste time beating around the bush. All right, the main thing. Shang Wenqing's voice pitched higher. Tomorrow at the Dawn Convention Center, the First Beast Taming Association is hosting a massive job fair. Lu Yi and I are both planning to go. You should come too. Don't you know a bit about spirit pet medicine? Sure, you don't have credentials, but maybe some small company will be desperate enough to hire you? Consider it your buddy giving you an opportunity. That patronizing tone made Sufan's lips curve slightly. The money in his account was enough to buy 10 of those so-called small companies. A job fair? Did he need that? I'll pass. Before he could finish, a cold mechanical voice exploded in his mind. Ding. Event choice triggered. Detected that host's Beast Medical Enterprise has reached initial scale. To further expand the mechanical god's influence, please choose. Option 1. Steady progress. Focus on treating various spirit pets. Gradually accumulate mechanical god reputation. Reward. 1 rare material source crystal core, beast technique, spirit sight. Option 2. Decline old classmate and reveal your current status. Reward. Grade metal X100, grade metal X30, grade metal X10. Option 3. Accept old classmate's invitation, break through limitations, upgrade industry, seek external cooperation. Reward. Nano external injury repair technology. Sufan immediately made his decision. All right, I'll go. The voice on the other end was still rambling. Old Su. You should really go. Honestly, what? You're going? Yes. I have other matters to attend to. See you at the convention center tomorrow. Sufan dropped the line and hung up, giving Shang Wenqing no chance to ask follow-up questions. Beep beep beep. The busy tone echoed in Shang Wenqing's ear as he stood there stunned. Sufan set down his phone, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his lips. He quickly pulled up the system interface, his eyes gleaming. Money was the least of his concerns. While those rare materials and introductory scrolls were certainly nice, what truly excited him was that the system had finally provided new divine machine core technology. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring nano external injury repair technology. The cold system notification echoed in his mind, followed by a lengthy explanation. This technology utilizes ultra-precision nanomechanics to create nano repair patches specifically designed to heal external injuries on spirit pets. Notes. Type 3 repair patch instantly heals external injuries caused by 3-star and below attacks. Type 4 repair patch instantly heals external injuries caused by 4-star attacks. Type 5 repair patch instantly heals external injuries caused by 5-star attacks. Type 6 repair patch instantly heals external injuries caused by 6-star attacks. Type 7 repair patch instantly heals external injuries caused by 7-star attacks. Sufan's breath caught. This thing was absolutely broken. As long as it wasn't a severe or internal injury, just slap one on and you're good. If every member of the battle court had a few patches on hand, spirit pet casualties would plummet. Plus, since they were consumables, this was basically a walking money printer. He was going to be rich. Ding. Side quest issued. Please establish medical cooperation and sell 1,000 nano repair patches externally. Quest progress 01000. Completion reward. Mechanical clan exclusive beast taming technique magnetic domain fusion. Sufan closed the system panel, flames dancing in his eyes. The reward was actually a heaven-tier beast taming technique. Though magnetic domain fusion sounded mysterious and profound, the heaven-tier exclusive classification said it all. After all, his current strongest technique, instant summoning, was merely earth-tier. The next day, 5 p.m. On the north side of Shuguang City's bustling central district, a magnificent spiraling building pierced through the clouds the Beast Taming Convention Center. The double helix structure resembled an enlarged DNA strand, with an inverted crystal scepter at its center radiating rainbow light. symbolizing the unbreakable bond between beast tamers and their spirit pets. The afternoon sunlight cascaded across the glass curtain walls, and the entire building refracted brilliant rays of light, appearing from afar like a floating crystal temple. In the plaza before the building, luxury cars formed a long procession. Flamboyantly designed sports cars, extended business sedans, and luxurious SUVs parked in sequence. As car doors opened, Shugwang City's top celebrities and business magnates emerged one after another. Some were veteran beast tamers with exotic beasts circling around them. Others were celebrity entertainers who also possessed beast tamer status, naturally drawing camera flashes. Human voices mingled with spirit pet roars, creating an atmosphere of overwhelming luxury. The electric scooter buzzed as it weaved through gaps in the convoy, its crisp sound particularly distinct amid the thunderous engine roars. Sufan came to a steady stop and dismounted with fluid grace. His black hooded sweatshirt fluttered in the wind, revealing two golden characters on his chest, Beast God, particularly eye-catching. His stonewashed jeans were slightly faded, and his high-top sneakers clicked crisply against the floor tiles. At 6'1" with sharp, defined features, he stood out starkly among the suited crowd, both completely out of place and impossible to ignore. "Sir, you can't park here," a security guard jogged over, sweat beading on his forehead. Before he could finish speaking, Sufan casually tossed him the keys, lips curving slightly. "Help me park it. Thanks." "Stop right there." A sharp shout rang in his ears. The guard reached out to block him. "Sir, please present your invited enterprise invitation letter or student ID from one of the 3 major beast taming academies." Sharp eyes swept from Sufan's sweatshirt to the old electric scooter, then settled on those faded cheap jeans. This was the first association's annual exhibition, and today he had already stopped 5 people trying to sneak in. This guy was the 6th. "I don't have either." Sufan's tone remained calm, his expression unchanged. "No credentials, no entry." The guard's tone immediately hardened, his back straightening like he was defending some sacred temple. Sufan couldn't be bothered with small talk. He simply pulled out a black credential from his pocket and tossed it over casually. The black credential traced a sharp arc through the air, its golden thorny patterns and cold red star gleaming menacingly under the lights. The security guard instinctively reached out to catch it, and the moment it landed in his palm, his pupils contracted sharply. An Imperial War Envoy badge? His hand trembled, nearly dropping the credential as he gripped it tightly and examined it repeatedly, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. In just 1 second, his earlier arrogance vanished completely, replaced by a fawning expression. "Of course. Absolutely. Sir, please go ahead, please." The security guard bowed 90 degrees and respectfully returned the credential with both hands. "Take care of the bike," Sufan said coolly, dropping just 4 words. Yes, yes, yes. I'll handle it right away." The security guard scrambled away, pushing the electric bike as he jogged off. Sufan entered the exhibition hall. Beneath the soaring dome, crystal chandeliers cast scattered points of light, while classical music flowed gently through the air, which carried the mingled scents of perfume and fresh flowers. Well-dressed men and women gathered in small groups, each holding wine glasses, conversing softly with elegant postures. Since Shang Wenqing and the others hadn't arrived yet, he decided to meet the main person first. With a quick scan of the room, he walked straight to the reception desk. "Hello, I'd like to see your president," he said, gently placing his Imperial War Envoy badge on the counter. The receptionist's perfectly applied professional smile instantly froze, and she even skipped a breath. Meanwhile, on the 17th floor in the president's office, cigar smoke swirled as Shen Ao, a burly middle-aged man in a black tang suit, reclined on a massive leather sofa. He was the president of the First Association and a 6-star Beastmaster. "President, all the guests have arrived. Shall we begin the exhibition?" Secretary Liu, a beautiful woman, stood before the desk to report. "Let's begin." Shen Ao exhaled a perfect smoke ring. Secretary Liu turned to leave when her phone vibrated in her pocket. She quickly stepped outside to take the call, then returned moments later with an odd expression. "President, the front desk reports that an Imperial War Envoy from the War Court has arrived and specifically asked to see you." An Imperial War Envoy? Shen Ao didn't even lift his eyelids, merely flicking ash from his cigar. Commander or Deputy Commander? In his view, only those two were worthy of his attention. "No, a captain-level Imperial War Envoy." Secretary Liu lowered her voice. "A mere captain dares to knock on my door? I won't see him. Tell him to get lost." Shen Ao's tone was harsh, leaving no room for negotiation. Secretary Liu hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip and added, "He said his name is Sufan, and that, as long as you hear this name, you'll definitely see him." Sufan. Shen Ao's hand holding the cigar froze, and his deep eyes instantly blazed with terrifying intensity. The War Court's specially appointed spirit pet physician? The one with mechanical prosthetic limbs? The mysterious genius doctor who had been stirring up Dawn City recently? He represented a golden ladder that could double the First Association's wealth and influence. "Postpone the exhibition by half an hour." Shin Ao shot to his feet, his voice rising. Secretary Liu, go invite him personally. No, I'll go down myself. 5 minutes later, the office door was pushed open. Dr. Su, I've long admired your reputation. Shin Ao had completely shed his earlier languid demeanor, his face beaming with smiles as he extended both hands enthusiastically. A completely different person. Sufan shook hands with him, his expression calm. President Chun, you're too kind. He casually observed Shin Ao and spoke indifferently. The president's beast mastery cultivation has reached a profound level. You're just one step away from the mid-sixter stage. Congratulations. The smile on Shun Ao's face instantly froze as massive waves crashed through his heart. The secret of his bottleneck period was known to no one but himself. Yet this young man had seen through his situation with just one glance. This young man is no ordinary person. Haha, Dr. Su truly has an exceptional eye for talent. Shin Ao threw his head back in hearty laughter, using his boisterous demeanor to mask the shock churning in his chest. Looking at Sufan again, his gaze had shifted from simple appreciation to wariness at deep-seated apprehension. He raised his hand casually. Secretary Liu, please step out. No one is to disturb us. Yes, sir. High heels clicked crisply against the floor as the beautiful secretary bowed slightly and left, closing the door behind her. Only the two men remained, and the atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Meanwhile, the exhibition hall sparkled with brilliant lights. Crystal chandeliers hung like fallen stars, each beam illuminating the shoulders of elegantly dressed guests, the true power brokers of Shugwang City, wielding life and death authority over major corporations. A few words from them could affect the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands, even reshape the commercial landscape of an entire city. Suddenly, the crowd's attention was drawn to a striking pair. Shang Wenxing wore a sharp black suit that outlined his capable frame, his seven-part bangs perfectly styled. Though his features were ordinary, he possessed a refined, understated presence. Lu Yi walked arm-in-arm with him, her champagne-colored evening gown sculpting her curves to perfection. Through the dress's side slit, her long, shapely legs appeared and disappeared tantalizingly in the light. Her elegant updo contrasted with her youthful face, creating a contradictory blend of innocence and maturity that drew many lingering gazes. Those must be students from Huaxing Beast Taming Academy, right? They certainly have a different aura. Elite students from a prestigious school, nothing like those common beauties from the clubs. Haha, has Chairman Li taken a fancy? Why not recruit her directly into the company? Shang Wenxing surveyed their surroundings and whispered in amazement. Worthy of the first association, this display is absolutely extravagant. He then turned to Lu Yi. Sufan hasn't arrived yet. His credentials might not be sufficient, so he's probably being held up at the entrance. You go ahead inside, and I'll go meet him at the door. At the mention of Sufan, Lu Yi's steps faltered slightly, ripples stirring in her eyes. I'll go instead. Don't you have a company meeting scheduled? Don't miss it. Shang Wenxing considered this and nodded. That works. Just as Lu Yi turned around, a young man in his early 20s stepped directly into her path. His deep coffee-colored bespoke suit wrapped around his lean frame, and though his features were regular, they carried an unmistakable arrogance. Chun Liqiang, also a graduate of Huaxing Beast Taming Academy, who had relentlessly pursued Lu Yi during university. His family operated a small spirit pet mechanical armament company worth over 1 billion yuan. Lu Yi, are you here looking for internship opportunities too? Chun Liqiang smiled confidently. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? I could have arranged something directly. All the executives here have to show my father some respect. That's not necessary, senior. Lu Yi stepped back half a pace, creating a safe distance. Shang Wenxing quickly positioned himself between them. Young Master Chun, what a coincidence. Thank you for the kind offer, but we're still waiting for someone. Waiting for whom? Chun Liqiang interrupted directly, his gaze burning. No one is worth making our Lu Yi wait. Come, let me show you around. His frivolous tone made Lu Yi furrow her brow. At that moment, a calm yet familiar voice interjected. Shang Wenxing, Lu Yi. Sufan approached with measured steps, wearing a dark shirt that was casual yet clean. The starlight in Lu Yi's eyes seemed to ignite as she smiled, brightening the entire hall by several degrees. Sufan, it's been so long. It's been so long indeed. Sufan nodded in response. In his quick assessment, he noticed that Lu Yi's beast tamer cultivation had reached the peak of 1-star level, just one step away from breakthrough. During that catastrophic event in high school when his parents sacrificed themselves, it was Lu Yi and Shang Wenxing who silently supported him through the darkness. The spirit essence crystals he had obtained in Qingyuan Mountain would be perfect to help both of them easily break through to 2-star level. This was his way of repaying the kindness he held dear in his heart. Chun Liqiang's expression darkened as he clearly caught the distinctly different radiance in Lu Yi's gaze towards Sufan, passionate and trusting, something he had never experienced from her. So she likes this type of pretty boy? Chun Liqiang looked Sufan up and down with disdainful, scrutinizing eyes, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ah, who might this be? Lu Yi's brows furrowed sharply as she stepped protectively in front of Sufan, her voice as cold as ice shards. Senior Chun, we're not close. Please watch how you address me. The atmosphere instantly froze. Seeing the tension, Shang Wenqing quickly tried to smooth things over. Young Master Chun, this is Sufan, Lu Yi's and my high school classmate. Back then, his luck wasn't great, and he didn't get into Beast Taming Academy. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a flash of excitement gleamed in Chun Liqiang's eyes, as if he'd found the perfect target for mockery. His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for those nearby to hear. Oh? I wondered who it was. Turns out it's some loser who couldn't even reach the threshold of Beast Taming Academy. He casually adjusted his sleeves with smug satisfaction. In the path of beast taming, talent determines everything. Some people are destined to struggle at the bottom their entire lives. With that, he raised his hand and patted Sufan's shoulder twice, the gesture as casual as brushing away dust. Kid, consider yourself lucky to meet this young master. Got your eye on any company? Just say the word, and I'll open a back door for you. Better than hauling bricks at a construction site. Sufan remained expressionless, not even lifting an eyelid. His indifferent silence seemed magnified under the lights, making Chun Liqiang's smugness all the more pronounced. He glanced provocatively at Lu Yi, seemingly waiting for her embarrassment. Just at this tense moment, the circular sound system at the top of the hall suddenly came alive, and a clear announcer's voice shattered the oppressive atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to the First Association's exhibition. The exhibition now officially begins. At the front of the stage, spotlights blazed to life, white beams crisscrossing. The host continued the announcement. We invite the company representatives whose names are called to come on stage for demonstrations. Additionally, tonight President Chun has invited a special guest. He will present a new industrial cooperation opportunity. We hope everyone will actively participate and seize this once-in-a-lifetime chance. Electronic crystal screens rotated and unfolded, with logos and data streams flickering and flowing. One by one, formally dressed representatives took the stage, microphones in hand, speaking with crisp, resonant voices. Hello everyone. We are Divine Realm Metal Technology Company. Tianqing Spirit Pet Pharmaceutical Company welcomes you to join us. The lights swept across the crowd, casting brilliant spots of light. Finally, a line of large text remained on the center of the screen for several seconds, and the host slowed his pace, concluding with the most solemn voice. Ladies and gentlemen, Huayu Spirit Pet Pharmaceutical Group looks forward to your cooperation. Sufan leaned casually against the dining table, delicately holding a piece of exquisite pastry between his fingertips. As he savored the treat, his eyes lazily swept across the stage. Spotlights illuminated the center of the platform where representatives from three major companies Xinyu, Tianqing, and Huaya stood side by side, while camera flashes flickered incessantly below. These were companies with solid strength and outstanding reputations, ideal distributors for nano-wound patches. Though a bit of cream lingered at the corner of Sufan's mouth, his mind was rapidly calculating. His target wasn't just the First Association, but the entire Shiguang City and even broader markets beyond. Want to join Huayu Group? Suddenly, a hand holding a wine glass appeared before him. Chun Liqiang lifted his chin with feigned nonchalance. My dad has some connections with their HR manager. Just say the word, and I can arrange a position for you. It's that simple. Lu Yi was gazing up at the radiant Huayu representative on stage, her eyes filled with longing. During her 3 years in college, she had minored in spiritual pet pharmaceutical research, and Huayu Group, ranked third in the industry, was her dream workplace. Her attraction to the opportunity was undeniable, but the thought of getting involved with someone like Chun Liqiang made her stomach turn with instinctive disgust. Sufan popped the last bite of vanilla cake into his mouth and casually glanced at Lu Yi. You want to join this company? He asked indifferently. Lu Yi was startled, turned to look at him, and nodded gently. Yes. Her longing was impossible to hide. Any graduate from the pharmaceutical research department would dream of joining Huayu Spiritual Pet Pharmaceuticals. All right, I'll ask around for you when the time comes, Sufan nodded, as if promising something utterly ordinary. Chun Liqiang burst into laughter, spilling wine all over himself. You? Getting someone into Huayu with just a word? Who do you think you are, the chairman's son? Failing to get into college just shows your lack of talent, but bragging reveals character flaws. Lu Yi, how can you be friends with someone like this? You are who you associate with. Lu Yi's expression immediately darkened. Every disparaging word Chun Liqiang said about Sufan only deepened her disgust. Who I befriend is none of your business, she said, her voice low but cold as ice. She quickly turned to Sufan, worried that the mockery might have hurt him, only to find his expression remained perfectly calm, as if the ridicule had been nothing more than air vibrations. Lu Yi's gaze froze. Sufan never bragged, so what did he mean by, I'll ask around? Could he actually know people at Huayu? Shang Wenqing also leaned in, eyes wide with curiosity. Old Su, do you really know people at Huayu? If he knows anyone there, I'll swallow this wine bottle on the spot. Before Sufan could respond, Chun Liqiang snorted again, his face full of disdain. Sufan shrugged. I indeed don't know anyone at Huayu. He paused, then smiled slightly at Chun Liqiang. Since young Master Chun has connections, why don't you give it a try? After all, we're both trying to help Lu Yit, doesn't matter who does it. As his words settled, Chun Liqiang froze completely, his face gradually turning the color of liver. He had only been casually showing off, using the opportunity to put down Su Fan and display his superiority in front of Lu Yi. But when it came to actually delivering, his meager connections were nowhere near sufficient. His family's small, insignificant company wasn't even worthy of polishing Huayu Pharmaceuticals' shoes. In truth, he had only heard his father casually mention having dinner at the same table as Director Su from Huayu's HR department during a business gathering. That dinner involved over 10 people sharing tables, and he could barely remember what Director Su looked like. In other words, they had absolutely no relationship whatsoever. If he really had the nerve to approach him, the man probably wouldn't even bother to give him a proper glance. At this thought, Chun Liqiang cursed silently. That bastard Su will get what's coming to him sooner or later. But having bragged about it, he had to follow through, so he could only bite the bullet and beat his chest. Louis, don't worry. I'll definitely get you into Huayu. On the other side of the banquet hall, lights illuminated a young man dressed in Huayu's signature peacock blue suit. The well-tailored jacket outlined his lean physique, and the diamond-studded tourbillon on his wrist gleamed blindingly under the lights. Two stunning female companions hung on his left and right arms, speaking in soft, sweet voices while occasionally pressing their bodies closer to him. This was none other than Fong Xiaoqian, the beloved youngest son of Huayu Spirit Pet Pharmaceutical Group's chairman. At only 25 years old, Fong Xiaoqian had already broken through to a 3-star combat rating, making him renowned in Shuguang City's young, elite circles. This confidence born from a silver spoon was something people like Chun Liqiang could never match. Young Master Chun. The presentation just concluded, and this year's reception has been quite positive. Director Su from Huayu's Human Resources Department quickly descended from the stage after finishing his speech and came to report to Fong Xiaoqian. Fong Xiaoqian nodded slightly with a smile. Good. As long as this year's contract renewal with the First Beast Tamer Association goes smoothly, Father will give me the position of Group General Manager. Then my elder brother will be completely out of the picture. Uncle Su, I won't shortchange you on the shares I promised. Thank you, young Master Chun. Director Su revealed a mouthful of yellowed teeth, grinning obsequiously. To speak frankly, the eldest young master is indecisive and lacks your determination. You are the group's best heir. Exactly, young Master Chun is Shuguang City's most talented young elite. In my opinion, even Chun Xiao from the Chun family falls short compared to you. The two female companions quickly chimed in with coquettish voices, their laughter dripping like honey. Fong Xiaoqian raised his wine glass, gently swirling the red wine into an elegant spiral, seemingly already envisioning himself seated in the general manager's chair. Then he composed his expression and asked, by the way, have we found out who that mysterious VIP from the First Beast Tamer Association is? Director Su shook his head. Not yet. But tonight's exhibition was postponed by half an hour, supposedly for that VIP. The association chose today to announce this, so they're probably planning something big. We need to keep a close eye and try to get a piece of the action. Anyone the association values must be big business. Fong Xiaoqian's eyes flashed with shrewd light. As long as I get involved, the heir position will be secure. I must seal the deal tonight. Before he could finish speaking, a timid figure shuffled over to them. It was Chun Liqiang. At this moment, he showed none of his usual rich kid arrogance, his face plastered with an ingratiating smile. Director Su, hello there. Both Director Su and Fong Xiaoqian frowned at the interruption, their gazes showing impatience. Director Su spoke first. Who are you? Meeting those cold eyes, Chun Liqiang hurriedly bowed. Director Su, my father is Chun Jianyong, chairman of Wall Medical Equipment Company. At Huayu's annual meeting last month, you sat at the same table as my father and even drank together. He nodded and bowed while forcing out his most flattering smile. However, Director Su's frown only deepened, his voice turning cold. What the hell is Wall Company? In his eyes, such small enterprises were a dime a dozen in Shuguang City couldn't even be bothered to remember their names, let alone take them seriously. Here's the thing. Chun Liqiang rubbed his hands nervously, his eyes occasionally glancing toward Lu Yi as he steeled himself to plead with President Su. I have a junior from Huaxing Beast Taming Academy, also majoring in pharmaceutical research, and she's exceptionally talented. I hope you'll consider giving her an internship opportunity at Huayu Group, for my father's sake. Your father's sake? Huh. President Su sneered coldly, his gaze clearly showing impatience. Keep wasting my time with this nonsense, and I'll make one phone call to bankrupt your family. Get lost. The intimidating pressure from President Su hit Chun Liqiang like a wave, causing him to break out in cold sweat as he nodded frantically. Yes, I'll leave right now. Just as he was about to retreat, Fong Xiaoqian, who had remained silent beside them, suddenly looked up. His gaze moved past Chun Liqiang and landed on Lu Yi in the distance, his eyes flashing with undisguised predatory desire. Wait, the junior you mentioned, is that her? Yes, that's her. Chen Liqiang was stunned for half a second before quickly answering. I can give her a chance. Come on, let's go over there. Fong Xiaochen's lips curved into a sinister smile as he stepped toward Lu Yi's table. Really? Chen Liqiang seemed to grasp at a lifeline, eagerly agreeing and bowing as he followed behind. Moments later, Chen Liqiang, President Su, and two heavily made-up women clinging to Fong Xiaochen's arms approached Sufan's table. Chen Liqiang couldn't wait to make introductions. Lu Yi, this is young Master Fong and President Su. Hurry up and introduce yourself. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lu Yi was slightly stunned, not expecting Chen Liqiang to actually bring them over. She looked up at Fong Xiaochen, instinctively uncomfortable with the aggressive intent in his gaze, yet unwilling to easily give up the opportunity. She steeled herself to speak. Hello, I'm from Huaxing Beast Taming Academy. Before she could finish, Fong Xiaochen raised his hand to interrupt, his voice casual. No need for introductions. I'll be direct. Come work for me as my girl for a month. No, with your looks, make it 2 months. After 2 months, you'll get a permanent position without needing to intern. How about it? His frivolous tone accompanied by naked stares swept over Lu Yi's body, as if appraising a commodity for sale. What did you just say? Lu Yi's face turned pale then quickly flushed red with shame and anger. Not willing. Fong Xiaochen remained mocking. Let me tell you, there are plenty of women who want this opportunity. You'd better learn to appreciate it. Lu Yi's knuckles turned white from clenching her fists, her slender arms trembling slightly as the campus goddess. She had never endured such humiliation. Young Master Fong, you're from a prestigious family after all. Isn't saying such things a bit of bullying? Shang Wenxing beside them couldn't hold back any longer. His face flushed as he stood up, though his voice trembled with anger. What are you supposed to be, daring to meddle in my business? Fong Xiaochen glanced at him sideways, his lips carrying undisguised contempt, as if looking at an overreaching ant. Shang Wenxing was crushed by his intimidating presence and couldn't continue. Before the heir of Huayu Group, a college student like him was indeed as insignificant as dust. The air seemed to freeze. Just then, a lazy voice drifted from the dining table. I have a suggestion. Why don't you let those two beauties beside you keep me company for a night, and I'll give you a chance to get rich. What do you think? Who else could it be but Sufan speaking? In the center of the hall, soft lighting illuminated Sufan as he leaned casually against the buffet table, squinting as he sized up Fong Xiaochen, hand gently swirling a glass of juice, the other leisurely bringing small pieces of pastry to his mouth. The moment his words fell, the scene became as silent as a vacuum, instantly dead quiet. Has this kid lost his mind? Does he know who he's talking to? He's asking for death. Just wait to be carried out. What a shame about that face. Wonder if he'll be able to keep it. Whispers buzzed around like mosquitoes, and the gazes directed at Sufan mixed sympathy, mockery, and schadenfreude. General Manager Su's face immediately darkened as he stepped forward to block Fong Xiao, his voice like crushed ice. Kid, loose lips sink ships. I'm giving you one chance to take back those words. Chen Liqiang was even more terrified, his finger nearly poking Sufan's nose. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Get on your knees and apologize to young Master Fong right now. Did you get your brain caught in a door? The two heavily made-up beauties coiled around Fong Xiaochen's arms like snakes, adding fuel to the fire with coquettish voices. Young Master Fong, this man is so scary he's making our hearts race with fear. You simply must stand up for us. Lu Yi and Shang Wenxing turned pale as sheets, their hearts nearly jumping into their throats. Has old Su taken the wrong medicine? When did he become so confrontational? A hint of interest flickered across Fong Xiaochen's lips as he slowly looked towards Sufan. What's your name? Have you thought about the consequences you'll face? So what? Sufan remained calm and composed, raising his hand to drain the juice in his glass in one gulp, even letting out a satisfied ah. Fong Xiaochen's mouth twitched slightly, the interest in his eyes instantly turning ice cold. Very good. It's been a long time since anyone dared speak to me like that. So hat. The same 3 words struck Fong Xiaochen's face like a slap once again. You're asking for death. Fong Xiaochen roared, his arm shooting up as 3-colored light exploded beneath his feet. The pressure of a 3-star beast master pressed down like a mountain, making the air instantly thick and viscous. Sufan, watch out. Old Su, Shang Wenxing and Lu Yi cried out in alarm, with Lu Yi instinctively wanting to rush in front of Sufan. Whoosh. In a flash, the spatial ring on Sufan's index finger glowed with an eerie light, and a pitch-black credential appeared casually pinched between his fingers, raised to his chest. His tone was as calm as if he were critiquing Young Master Fong, assaulting a war court battle envoy is no light crime. Are you certain you want to make a move? Fong Xiaochen's movement came to an abrupt halt, his eyes locked deadly onto that black credential. What the hell? Huh? Battle envoy? His towering rage seemed doused by ice water, leaving only humiliation and vicious resentment. This kid is actually a battle envoy. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, forced to disperse the power in his palm. General Manager Su hurried to his ear, lowering his voice. Young Master Chun, the other party has official status. It's not advisable to act publicly. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Do I need you to teach me? Fong Xiaoqin growled through gritted teeth, his features somewhat twisted by fury. The surrounding guests began whispering again. My God, that young man is actually a battle envoy? No wonder he's so fearless. He's just a captain-level beast warrior. Once he steps out that door, he probably won't even know how he died. The Fong family isn't someone he can afford to mess with. That's right. How could a mere low-level beast warrior possibly stand against the power of Huayu Corporation? The harsh whispers echoed in the corner of the hall, tinged with unmistakable schadenfreude. Fong Xiaoqin's face flushed crimson, as if he'd been publicly trampled into mud. He whipped around, his vicious glare locking onto Chun Liqiang beside him. It was all this waste's fault. If not for him, how would he have lost face so publicly? Rage exploded instantly as he swung his hand back for a slap. Smack! The crisp sound echoed through the hall, and the entire venue fell silent. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. Fong Xiaoqin shook off his hand, his eyes cold and sinister. Chun Liqiang spun half a circle from the slap, his legs giving out as he collapsed to the ground with a thud. His cheek burned with pain, but he didn't dare make a sound. Uncle Su, we're leaving. Fong Xiaoqin swept away, his bodyguards following closely, the murderous aura still lingering. The air began flowing again, and the oppressive atmosphere was broken by the excited shouts of the young men. Holy crap, Sufan, you're inhuman. Shang Wenqing threw his arm around Sufan's shoulder, so excited his ears turned red. That was really you? How did you become a beast warrior? That's incredible. Sufan's lips curved slightly, just a stroke of luck. Shang Wenqing pumped his fist and laughed heartily. Huh? My brother is a beast warrior. This is enough for me to brag about at school for a year. Let's see who dares to show off now. Lu Yi brushed her hair lightly, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and confusion. The composed beast warrior before her couldn't be reconciled with the boy from her memory who had failed his exams. How could he? How had he become a beast warrior? On the floor, Chun Liqiang covered his face, his eyes vacant. Didn't he fail to get into Huaxing Beast Academy? He couldn't afford to offend Fong Xiaoqin, and now even Su Fan had become an unreachable beast warrior. Fear and regret gnawed at his nerves like mad. So what if he's a beast warrior? He's nothing compared to Huayu Corporation. You've offended young Master Fong. We're all finished. His voice grew quieter and quieter, as if his soul had left his body. Su Fan and his two friends couldn't be bothered with this clown anymore. Suddenly, a loud announcement came from the entrance. President Chun has arrived. All eyes turned to see Shin Ao dressed in a black tang suit, walking with steady steps and mountain-like presence, followed closely by the capable and elegant Secretary Liu. Greetings, President Chun. We wish President Chun longevity, health, and prosperous beast fortune. The crowd immediately swarmed around him with endless flattery. Shen Ao laughed heartily. Haha. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence. His voice boomed like thunder, making the crystal chandelier tremble slightly. In the corner, Shang Wenqing looked up and whispered in awe. That's the president of the First Beast Association, a beast master. I can only catch a glimpse of someone at that level from afar. A middle-aged man seized the opportunity to ask loudly. President Shen, you mentioned there would be an important guest tonight and a major announcement. May we know? Shen Ao nodded, his gaze sweeping across the entire venue. Have you all heard about the physicians specially recruited by the war court recently? His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears precisely. Instantly, the banquet hall erupted with heated discussion. Could it be Dr. Su, who developed the mechanical prosthetics for spirit pets? My goodness, is it that Dr. Su? He's a true genius. Yes, I heard he single-handedly pioneered an entirely new field in beast medical sciences, practically a walking miracle. Under the crystal chandeliers in the grand hall, guests' faces flushed with excitement as they clenched their fists or rubbed their hands together, barely containing the thrill that surged through the air. Making connections with Dr. Su would be an opportunity of a lifetime. Special military physician, inventor of mechanical prosthetics for spirit beasts, savior of the Chun family heir's beloved companion. Each title thundered with earth-shaking significance, making everyone's hearts race with anticipation. Exactly. On stage, Shin Ao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice ringing clear. The First Beast Taming Association has reached a comprehensive partnership agreement with Dr. Su to jointly develop a groundbreaking new project. Today, I'd like to invite like-minded partners here to join us. With those words, the crowd's breathing became labored. Collaborate with the genius Dr. Su? If the project wasn't the revolutionary mechanical prosthetics for spirit beasts, what else could it be? Their imaginations ran wild with visions of wealth. Just getting aboard that ship would multiply their fortunes several times over as a starting point. Where is Dr. Su now? Someone shouted, unable to contain themselves any longer, their voice trembling with desperate longing. Shin Ao smiled slightly, his gaze cutting through the layers of people to land precisely on the right corner. Dr. Su, since you're here, why don't you come up and meet everyone? As soon as he finished speaking, a slender figure gently set down a juice glass, placed a half-eaten pastry back on the plate, and brushed the powdered sugar from his hands. Lu Yi and Shang Wenxing remained frozen in shock as Sufan unhurriedly stepped forward, weaving through the crowd toward the brightest spotlight at the center. Old Su, Chun Liqiang, who had just struggled up from the carpet, felt his legs give way and collapsed back onto the cold floor, his fingertips trembling and teeth chattering. He. On the other side, Fong Xiaoqian and General Manager Su, who were about to leave, suddenly froze. They whipped around, their eyes locked onto the sight of Su Fan standing shoulder to shoulder with Shun Ao, clearly like old friends. Fong Xiaoqian shoved away the beauty beside him, his pupils contracting sharply as his voice distorted with extreme shock. He is Dr. Su? Dr. Su Fan. Shun Ao's voice was steady and powerful, echoing through every corner of the banquet hall. The massive crystal chandelier cast its light across the hall with its dark red carpet, where round tables were arranged in a crescent shape, seating the leading figures of Shugguang City's first association financial magnates, research luminaries, and heirs to wealthy families, each a pillar of their respective fields. Everyone present here represents the backbone of Shugguang City. Shin Ao surveyed the room, his tone carrying undeniable weight. I wonder, Dr. Su, do you have any preferred partners for collaboration? As his words fell, the air seemed to be sucked away, leaving only the sound of breathing in the silence. Dozens of burning gazes locked onto Su Fan, while corporate representatives held their breath, not daring to move even their fingertips. Su Fan stood straight, his white coat bathed in a soft glow from the lights. He calmly swept his gaze across each face, whether excited or nervous, quickly weighing his options. The first association wielded tremendous influence, and the companies present today each had their own strengths. After a moment of contemplation, he withdrew his gaze and spoke clearly. Currently, I'm only interested in two types of partners: metal manufacturing and spirit pet pharmaceuticals. As his words landed, the banquet hall erupted like thunder, a buzzing instantly drowned out all whispers. Representatives from the metal and spirit pet pharmaceutical sectors lit up like searchlights, barely restraining themselves from rushing forward, while guests from other industries seemed doused with ice water, their faces instantly darkening as their postures unconsciously slumped. The opportunity had been right before them, only to slip away in an instant, leaving a bitter taste in everyone's mouth. Dr. Su Fan. From the crowd, the first to rush forward was a burly man with a thick beard. He strode up to Su Fan in a few steps, his voice booming like a bell. I'm the director of Divine Realm Metal Technology. Our company has been deeply involved in metal research for a century, launching over 800 metal series products, ranking among Shugguang City's top 10. On behalf of Divine Realm Metal Group, I humbly request to collaborate with you. Close behind, an elegant man wearing gold-rimmed glasses bowed slightly, his speech measured yet determined. Dr. Su Fan, we are Dragon Star Metal Manufacturing. Our company boasts advanced technology with products exported overseas, and we've achieved remarkable success in high-end alloys. We look forward to working with you. The crowd parted again as an elegant middle-aged woman gracefully stepped to the front, her voice carrying a hint of charm. Dr. Su Fan, please consider 4 Dimensions Biological Pharmaceuticals. We're the leader in spirit pet biological pharmaceuticals, with efficacy verified by tens of thousands of beast tamers. A partnership would surely benefit us both. At this moment, every company representative even remotely connected to metal or spirit pet pharmaceuticals surged forward, business cards and brochures flying towards Su Fan like confetti. Everyone competed eagerly, voices rising and falling, surrounding him completely. Each person brought out their trump cards, afraid of falling behind and missing this epic-making opportunity. What could make the entire banquet hall lose control was Su Fan's industry-shaking invention: mechanical prosthetic limbs for spirit pets. It had not only revolutionized the medical field, but also represented the next gold mine in the eyes of investors. However, on the other side, Fong Xiaoqian's face had turned from ashen to black, as if he had swallowed a dead fly. His gaze was glued to Su Fan, who was surrounded like a star among admirers, his pupils contracted and chest heaving violently. How could it be possible? How could he possibly be that Dr. Su Fan? His mind roaring, Fong Xiaoqian felt the world spinning just minutes ago. The little doctor he had arrogantly humiliated was actually the legendary genius who developed mechanical prosthetic limbs. General Manager Su cowered beside him, his shirt soaked with cold sweat. He gently tugged at Fong Xiaoqian's sleeve, his voice trembling. Young master, we should go apologize to Dr. Su Fan. This collaboration clearly puts the first association's reputation on the line. If we at Huayu are excluded, the chairman will kill us. Fong Xiaoqian's cheeks alternated between pale and ashen, his teeth chattering audibly. The hall's lights cast shadows on his pallid face, revealing a sheen of cold sweat. His mind conjured images of Huayu Group's vast business empire, along with his father's iron-hard expression. That pitiful bit of pride was instantly crushed by his survival instincts. Finally, dragging his lead-heavy legs, he reluctantly shuffled towards Sufan's direction. General Manager Su quickly followed, silently praying, "Please don't let anything go wrong. Please don't let anything go wrong." President Chun Dr. Dr. Sufan. General Manager Su forced a stiff smile, his throat dry and voice wavering. Fong Xiaoqian kept his head down, letting shadows conceal his entire face, even softening his breathing as if this could help him escape everyone's gaze. "Ah, General Manager Su and Xiaoqian." Shen Ao turned around, still wearing that gentle, refined smile, naturally gesturing towards Su Fan for introductions. "Let me introduce you. This is General Manager Su from Huayu Spirit Pet Pharmaceuticals, and this is Fong Xiaoqian, Huayu's second young master. Dr. Su Fan. Huayu is undoubtedly the leader in spirit pet pharmaceuticals in Shiguang City. Is that so?" Su Fan raised an eyebrow, a playful curve forming at the corner of his mouth, though his eyes were bone-chillingly cold. "I was wondering why these two were acting so high and mighty earlier. Turns out they're big shots from Huayu Group. My apologies, my apologies." Shenao, being as shrewd as he was, immediately sensed something amiss from that tone. His eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly glanced at Fong Xiaoqian and his companion. The next second, a staff member quietly approached and whispered rapidly in his ear, reporting the earlier conflict in the hall word for word. The smile on Shun Ao's face instantly froze, his gaze turning sharp as a blade as it bore down on General Manager Su and Fong Xiaoqian. Under that piercing stare, General Manager Su felt his scalp tingle and hurriedly explained, "President Shun, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Our young master is young and impetuous, acted on impulse. Please be magnanimous." "Humph." Shun Ao's cold snort cut him off, his gaze fierce. "Nephew Fong, General Manager Su, it seems Huayu Group didn't come here today to discuss cooperation. You came to cause trouble. My first association is a small temple that cannot accommodate such grand Buddhas. This year, all contracts between Huayu and the association end here." These words, devoid of any warmth, struck the two men like a sledgehammer to the chest. What?" Fong Xiaoqian was thunderstruck, his face turning deathly pale as he jerked his head up, his voice breaking. "Uncle Shun, you can't do this. You can't cut off our family's cooperation because of an outsider. Without the First Association's partnership, his position as heir would immediately become precarious. His father's fury, the board's reckoning, internal family ostracism, all these thoughts flooded his mind, disrupting even his breathing. But Shen Ao remained unmoved, his voice resolute. "Dr. Su Fan is the most honored guest of my first association. Not just you. Even if your father Fong Jinghua came personally, my decision would remain the same." With that, he withdrew his sharp gaze and turned to Su Fan with an apologetic smile. "Dr. Su Fan, I apologize for this spectacle. Rest assured, Huayu isn't the only company in Shiguang City doing spirit pet pharmaceuticals. I'll immediately connect you with other, more excellent companies. This won't delay our important business. President Shun is too kind." Su Fan nodded slightly, his demeanor calm, yet somehow cementing his own significance. Hearing even his father's name mentioned with such finality, Fong Xiaoqian's last shred of hope shattered. All the blood seemed to drain from his body, his legs gave way, and his young master's pride could no longer sustain him as he swayed and fell backward. "It's over, Uncle Su. I'm completely finished. It's over, Uncle Su. This time, I'm completely finished." Fong Xiaoqian's face was ashen, his lips trembling uncontrollably. General Manager Su let out a long sigh, exhaustion evident in his eyes. "Let's go. This matter is beyond our authority now. We can only await the chairman's judgment." With that, he patted Fong Xiaoqian's shoulder gently and turned to leave, his retreating figure looking particularly desolate. Fong Xiaoqian followed like a lost soul. As soon as the two left, the crowd of onlookers erupted into discussions that had been suppressed for far too long. My God, President Shin actually tore up the contract with Huayu Group for the sake of Dr. Su? We all underestimated the importance of that genius beast tamer. Huayu Group has really hit a brick wall this time. Amid the commotion, Lu Yi and Shang Wenxing stood frozen in place. Shang Wenxing blinked frantically, his throat dry. Mechanical limb modification, special appointment by the war court. Lu Yi, I'm not dreaming, am I? Old Su. Is that legendary genius spirit pet physician? Lu Yi remained silent, only reaching out to pinch his arm hard. Her gaze was locked onto Su Fan in the distance, shock, bewilderment, and confusion churning in her eyes. Ouch! Shang Wenxing gasped, grimacing in pain. That really hurt. So I guess I'm not dreaming. Further away, Chun Liqiang looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. He is Dr. Su. The person he had mocked relentlessly was actually the legendary Dr. Su. Arrogance and ignorance flooded his mind all at once. His face instantly turned the color of pig liver, cold sweat streaming down his back as fear and shame overwhelmed him. Meanwhile, Shin Ao and Sufan continued their conversation. President Chun, please give me copies of these companies' materials. I'll study them and give you an answer next week. Sufan's tone was gentle and composed. No problem. Secretary Liu, go prepare them. Shin Ao nodded. The beautiful secretary bowed slightly and left efficiently on her high heels. The pleasantries ended there. Sufan turned and approached Liu Yi and Shang Wenqing. Sufan, are you really Dr. Su? Liu Yi stared at him in a daze, his familiar face now seeming strangely unfamiliar. As soon as the words left her mouth, she laughed self-mockingly. To receive such treatment from the president of the first Beast Tamer Association, even having him tear up cooperation with Huayu Group, how could this identity be fake? Sufan nodded with a smile. Yes. Chun Liqiang, who had been frozen stiff, finally found his voice, though it trembled terribly. Dr. Dr. Su. Sufan glanced at him indifferently. Young Master Chun, do you have more advice to offer? No. Chun Liqiang waved his hands frantically, his face flushed red. My dad called me home for dinner. I'll take my leave. Before he finished speaking, he bolted away faster than a rabbit. Even the young master of Huayu Group had fallen. What was he compared to that? He just wanted to get as far away as possible to avoid Sufan settling scores later. Sufan couldn't be bothered with this clown. He raised his hand, and white light flashed as two exquisite small bottles appeared floating in his palm. I heard from old Shang that you're both about to break through to 2-star. These 2 spirit essence crystals can strengthen your constitution. Inside the transparent bottles, milky white crystals floated quietly, emanating a gentle glow that clearly marked them as extraordinary items. Liu Yi and Shang Wenqing's eyes widened. This is too precious, I can't accept it. Liu Yi hastily declined. Take them. Sufan's tone brooked no argument. You both helped me a lot in high school. Besides, I have plenty of these. The shock in their hearts intensified. The treasures they had risked their lives for on Mount Qingyuan without even catching a glimpse of them. Sufan was actually saying he had plenty more? Great. Then I won't be polite, brother. Shang Wenqing's eyes lit up as he grinned and tucked the porcelain bottle into his chest, as if afraid someone might snatch it away. Liu Yi, don't be so modest. He patted the back of Liu Yi's hand. Old Su is a big shot in the war court now, really doesn't lack these little things. All right. Liu Yi hesitated for a few seconds before finally nodding gently and putting the second bottle into her handbag. The evening party was winding down. The music gradually softened, the lights became gentler, and guests began leaving in small groups. Sufan was about to leave when his gaze casually swept across the crowd, but his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. The system's cold alert blared in his mind. Ding! High-risk entity detected, scanning host soul. Alert! Alert! Near a white banquet table not far away, a girl with a high ponytail was quietly watching him. The girl appeared pure and beautiful, like any college student you might see anywhere, but deep within those clear eyes lurked a cold indifference. The corners of her mouth curved slightly in an amused smile, like a predator that had locked onto its prey. When their eyes met, a flash of crimson flickered in the girl's gaze, alluring, yet dangerous, beautiful to the extreme, and equally deadly. Could she be? Sufan's heart suddenly raced, as he immediately used analysis on the target. Ding! Target information scan complete. Target, Tifa. Race, female demon. Level, late 7-star. Skills, nightmare evil eye. Shared mental interference 100. Class, late 7-star beastmaster. Constitution, 775. Spirit pets, harvest demon fox, soul devouring, evil phoenix. Health, 15001-550. Beast space, 200 cubic meters. Body, human beast fusion. Physical condition, fused with the evil eye of a black mist nightmare taper. Periodically suffers nightmare backlash, resulting in twisted personality, acting on whims, domineering, and extreme. Just as the analysis panel appeared, Tifa seemed slightly startled, as if sensing she was being examined, but casually looked away. She raised a selfie stick and tasted a pastry in front of her phone camera, her voice sweet and soft. Everyone, the party's ending now. Today's live stream ends here. See you next time. With those words, she ended the stream and walked toward the exit with light steps, as if that flash of crimson had never appeared. The moment Sufan encountered that crimson gaze, his heart felt as if someone had grabbed it, skipping a beat. A bone-chilling cold shot from his feet to the top of his head, making all his hair stand on end. Holy crap! Evil eye! Tifa! His palms were covered in cold sweat, his heart pounding uncontrollably. The Fong family mansion. The Western-style living room was resplendent with gold and jade. A crystal chandelier worth millions cast cold white light, yet couldn't dispel the oppressive atmosphere. At the center of the coffee table, purple clay tea sets carved with fierce beasts maintained a steady flow, steam, and tea fragrance intertwining. Fong Jianfeng, chairman of Huayu Pharmaceutical Group, with assets worth billions, wore only a custom-tailored suit in corporate colors and slippers, half reclining on a leather sofa. As General Manager Su's trembling report concluded, The living room fell into deathly silence. Fong Jianfeng slowly raised his eyes, his gaze locking onto his youngest son Fong Xiaoqian, who knelt on the ground. Though General Manager Su had spoken quite diplomatically, how could he not know his own son's character? His expression suddenly darkened, his voice low as rolling thunder. Do you know what cooperation with the First Association means? Dad, how was I supposed to know he was a war court special appointee? Fong Xiaoqian looked up, his eyes full of grievance and resentment. Even if he's a genius, Shin Ao didn't need to be so disrespectful, right? We've been cooperating for over 10 years. You worthless fool. Fong Jianfeng roared in fury, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a 5-star beastmaster. The invisible pressure crashed down like a mountain, slamming into Fong Xiaoqian with crushing force. Thud! Fong Xiaoqian's knees buckled, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. The impact of his knees against the marble floor echoed with a dull, resonating thump. Disappointment and rage churned in Fong Jianfeng's eyes as his voice hammered down like steel strikes. What do you understand? In Shen Ao's eyes, there's only profit, no family bonds. If you had the skills of a 6-star beastmaster, I wouldn't care how many women you toyed with. But what about you? What can you do besides chase women? Haven't you caused enough trouble already? Each word carried the force of a gale, striking Fong Xiaoqian's heart with bitter disappointment. Just last week, his most beloved son had assaulted a female college student, driving the girl to suicide. When the victim's family reported it to the police with no results, they threatened to escalate the case to the War Court Enforcement Division. Only through his connections and bribes had he managed to suppress the case. And now, just days later, this worthless son had stirred up trouble over another woman, and this time, it was even worse. Fong Xiaoqian's face alternated between pale and flushed as he gritted his teeth, his voice hissing through clenched jaws. Dad, that college student last time really wasn't my fault. I even transferred money to her account. Who knew she'd be so stubborn? Shut up. Fong Jianfeng snapped coldly, turning to Director Su. Has that family been dealt with properly? If they dare file a case with the War Court, this brat can get out of Aurora City. Director Su hastily replied. Chairman, rest assured. I've arranged for some thugs from third-rate guilds to stake out their apartment building daily. The couple has lost their jobs, and with a mother suffering from dementia at home, they don't dare cause trouble. I've hinted that if they accept 1 million, everything can return to normal. Well done. Fong Jianfeng's expression softened slightly. Then he fixed his icy gaze on the kneeling Fong Xiaoqian again. The cooperation between Sufan and the First Guild, you'll personally handle getting it back. Bribe them. Grovel if you have Taos every means necessary to reclaim that project. Huayu Corporation cannot be left out. If you fail, the general manager position goes to your older brother. Understood. Fong Xiaoqian's body trembled as he buried his head lower, struggling to force out a single word. Understood. Get up. Fong Jianfeng waved dismissively. Fong Xiaoqian braced himself against his knees, about to rise when, boom, a terrifying pressure far exceeding Fong Jianfeng's descended from above, substantial and heavy, ice-cold and ominous, instantly pinning everyone in the living room to the ground. Not only Fong Xiaoqian, but even Fong Jianfeng and Director Su felt their knees buckle as their bones creaked under the strain. Crimson light poured through the gaps in doors and windows like thick blood flowing into the room, bathing the living room in an eerie red glow. The air instantly filled with a nauseating mixture of sweet fragrance and metallic blood, so pungent it made hearts race uncontrollably. What 6-star? Fong Jianfeng raised his head, veins bulging at his temples. No, this is a 7-star beastmaster. Fong Jianfeng's face turned deathly pale, his voice distorted by terror. The overwhelming pressure bearing down from behind felt like Mount Tai itself was about to crush his internal organs to dust. A mighty 5-star beastmaster, yet he could barely stand upright. When had such a terrifying existence emerged in Shiguang City? Bang, bang, bang. The wooden door was violently smashed open, and 5 heads stained with dark red blood rolled in one after another, spinning across the floor like bowling balls before finally stopping at the feet of the 3 men. Those grotesque faces belonged to the thug's boss, Su had hired rogue beast masters, all dead with eyes wide open in terror. Those are the ones I hired, those rogue beast masters. Boss Su shrieked, his pants instantly soaked with urine. A flash of realization struck Fong Jianfeng's mind, and a name that existed only in legends made his blood run cold. Emperor. Heaven. Despair seized his heart, his pupils contracting to pinpoints. A crimson aura exploded outward, and a young woman holding a selfie stick materialized through the bloody mist. Her jet black hair cascaded over her shoulders, her pale skin gleaming with an icy radiance under the red light. Tifa wore a smile at the corners of her lips, a smile like blooming spider lilies, enchanting, breathtakingly beautiful, and deadly. Good evening, gentlemen. Her voice was soft and gentle, as if offering an ordinary greeting. Sweat soaked through Fong Jianfeng's back, his knees nearly buckling to the ground. I don't know what your majesty the voluptuous king wishes to do. Huayu Group has never offended the beast god cult. Each word trembled with agonizing fear. Tifa's tone was sweet, like telling a bedtime story. Your son killed a college student and destroyed a perfectly good family. Such a tragedy. I'm a kind-hearted person, I can't bear to see such things. Recent announcements from the war court about a series of bizarre deaths had been causing quite a stir, and Fong Jianfeng had long heard of Tifa's twisted reputation. He never imagined that what seemed to him such a trivial matter would actually draw this king-level powerhouse here. In truth, it was pure coincidence. Tifa had originally come for Sufan, but happened to witness the conflict and casually investigated the details, discovering an unexpected bonus. Click, click, click. Her steps were light and graceful, her slender legs gleaming like cold jade in the blood-red light. Behind her, a crimson, semi-transparent, soul-devouring evil phoenix floated silently, its eyes spewing red light like an abyss, its overwhelming presence flooding into everyone's hearts. Tifa walked up to Fong Xiaoqian, raised her selfie stick and activated the front camera, capturing Fong Xiaoqian, herself, and the soul-devouring evil phoenix in the frame. Her voice was melodious, yet tinged with regret. Fong Xiaoqian, you raped and murdered an innocent female college student. This king now sentences you to beheading. Come on, make a peace sign, let's record this moment. Fong Xiaoqian's face drained of all color, his throat dry as he screamed incoherently. No, no, I didn't kill her. She committed suicide. She wanted to die herself. Tifa paused for a moment, then showed an apologetic smile. Oh, sorry about that, me mistake. I'll leave you with an intact corpse then. This king hereby changes your sentence to death by terror. A crimson gleam flashed in Tifa's eyes, and the soul-devouring phoenix's gaze blazed with even more intense red light. Fong Xiaoqian's face instantly turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead like earthworms, his eyes bloodshot, as if his eyeballs were about to burst from their sockets. In his distorted vision, the scarlet phoenix opened its invisible maw and bit directly into his soul. His body began convulsing violently, like a fish thrown onto shore, struggling futilely. White foam continuously poured from his mouth, and his throat produced rasping sounds like a broken bellows. Soon, a foul stench filled the air as his body completely lost control. His gaze gradually became vacant, pupils dilating, finally freezing in endless terror. Click! The shutter sound rang out crisply the moment Fong Xiaoqian stopped breathing. Next, Tifa smiled sweetly as she turned to Fong Jianfeng. Fong Jianfeng, guilty of harboring criminals. This king sentences you to burning of all 5 organs. As soon as the words fell, the soul-devouring phoenix behind Tifa stirred slightly. A scorching heat that could incinerate everything exploded within his body, instantly igniting his internal organs. No. He opened his mouth wide, but could no longer make any sound, all his screams trapped in his throat. He could only collapse powerlessly to his knees, hands clawing desperately at his abdomen. His complexion changed from red to white, then from white to blue, beads of sweat rolling down and hitting the floor. He curled into a ball, bones twisting inch by inch, his skin showing an eerie charred black beneath. His eyes stared fixedly at the ceiling, filled with unwillingness and extreme agony. Click! The second shutter captured Fong Jianfeng's twisted death mask. Nearby, Su Jin was scared out of his wits, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. His whole body shook like chaff, like a lamb awaiting slaughter. The chairman and young master are both dead. All dead. Su Jin, guilty of aiding tyranny. This king sentences you to 10,000 ants devouring your heart. Tifa's voice echoed like a death curse throughout the living room. The soul-devouring phoenix's red light flickered again, and Su Jin felt unbearable agony in his heart as billions of invisible ants gnawed at his cardiac muscle, countless terrifying visions exploding before his eyes. He clutched his chest, rolling on the ground, screaming with piercing desperation. His face was deathly pale, lips purple, eyes gradually losing focus. Each convulsion of his body was accompanied by heart-wrenching pain. Click! The final shutter sounded. Night fell, draping the city in a heavy black curtain. Sufan was now riding the Black Blade Tiger, skimming just above the rooftops in a frenzied low-altitude dash. Boom! The Black Blade Tiger's speed instantly broke the sound barrier, shooting straight to 200 miles per hour. The surrounding airflow was violently torn apart, producing teeth-grinding shrieks. Damn! How did that crazy woman Tifa set her sights on me? Sufan cursed furiously in the howling wind, nearly grinding his teeth to powder. He gripped the Black Blade Tiger's metallic spine desperately, feeling like his toes had clawed out a 3-bedroom apartment inside his shoes. Black Blade Tiger, you better hold on for me. He knew crystal clear that Tifa was 100% coming for him, assisting the war court in analyzing the mysterious spirit beast deaths, plus that meaningful look Tifa gave him at the end. The more Sufan thought about it, the colder his neck felt, cold sweat instantly soaking through his back. That was a 7-star Beastmaster. They are king-level powerhouses that exist only in legends. Right now, his only way out is to rush into the protective range of the war court building. He doesn't want his legendary life to end before he even gets a chance to show off. Ahead, the center of that abandoned intersection suddenly erupted in a burst of eerie red starlight. Crimson particles spread like blood splashed into water, rippling outward in layers and instantly occupying a 100-meter radius. Accompanied by the soul-devouring evil phoenix's suppressed, malevolent roar, the air felt as if crushed by a massive boulder, so oppressive it made eardrums ache. Space began to warp. Sufan watched helplessly as vehicles speeding on the ground suddenly moved erratically, fast then slow, like toys controlled by someone with a remote, sometimes fast-forwarding, sometimes rewinding, charging forward and retreating without any pattern. Looking up, the previously thin clouds suddenly became heavy as lead, mercilessly blocking out the moonlight. Then the river, a murky industrial waterway, was actually flowing backward against its bed, with waves exploding upstream, the reverse current patterns clearly visible. The world seemed paused, its underlying code forcibly rewritten, leaving only chaos and upheaval. Roar! The black blade tiger he was riding cried out in pain, its wing mechanical control surfaces trembling violently under the erosion of unknown forces. Like a wild beast strangled by invisible chains, no matter how Sufan channeled his spiritual power or struck the tiger's back, it couldn't move, frozen rigid in midair. Holy shit, Sufan's mind buzzed, his scalp tingling with dread. The next second, a figure slowly emerged from the ground. It was a young woman, actually holding a selfie stick, walking with leisurely steps. Beside her, the phantom of the soul-devouring evil phoenix flickered in and out of view, its suffocating pressure nearly freezing the air solid. The girl walked directly beneath the black blade tiger, looked up, and smiled with sweet, yet heart-stopping charm. Nice to meet you. I'm from the beast god cult, Abundance King, Tifa. Her voice was clear as mountain spring water, yet wrapped in bone-chilling coldness. Sufan's chest felt gripped by a giant hand. That abundance, no, that oppression made even breathing a luxury. His brain, however, raced frantically, catching the only glimmer of hope in a flash of inspiration. He suddenly retracted the black blade tiger's mechanical wings. With a loud thud, the great tiger dropped to one knee. He smoothly slid down along the tiger's back, coming to a steady stop before Tifa, his face wearing a professionally grade sycophantic smile, his voice at full volume. This humble one greets your majesty Tifa. May your majesty enjoy eternal blessings and live as long as heaven itself. Unparalleled in beast mastery, destined to unite the great Xia. Your majesty is absolutely legendary. Tifa was clearly stunned, completely caught off guard by this fluid bootlicking performance. Then she broke into an even brighter smile. Sufan, I'd like to make a deal with you. Sufan answered without hesitation. 800 for once, 2,000 for the whole night. Tifa giggled. I thought you were just good looking, but your words are even sweeter. Not even 1/10th as sweet as yours. Sufan's face was full of sincerity. Normally he rarely flattered others, but right now, for the sake of buttering up Qin Yuliang and saving his own life, principles could be set aside temporarily. Hee. Interesting. As the soft, sweet laughter faded, Tifa's eyes suddenly turned blood red. In the next instant, a red light pierced through Sufan's vision. Heaven and earth lost their color as he seemed to plummet into an endless sea of blood. The sea of blood churned violently, filling the air with a pungent stench. High above in the depths of the sky, a blood moon hung suspended, casting rust-colored crimson light across the wilderness. Suddenly, the center of the blood moon split open, and a pair of enormous, sinister eyes snapped open, cold and merciless, like frozen rays condensed from hell itself, sending chills down Sufan's spine. Immediately after, countless crimson threads shot down from the blood moon like striking venomous serpents. They wrapped around Sufan's limbs and neck, then burrowed effortlessly through his skin and flesh, taking root in his very being. What the hell is this thing? Sufan's heart pounded frantically, yet his body remained completely immobilized. Under the blood moon, Tifa's lips curved upward as her snow-white fingertips gave a gentle Tigripa. Transparent phantom bearing Sufan's exact likeness was violently dragged from his body. In that instant, Sufan experienced the separation of his soul. No pain, no physical sensation, yet an overwhelming sense of absurdity and suffocation crashed over him. His soul's shadow hung suspended in midair by the red threads, like a marionette at the mercy of its puppeteer. The moment his soul separated, Sufan jolted violently, as if awakening from a nightmare. The sea of blood and blood moon shattered instantly, and his vision returned to the night sky. He was still mounted on his modified black blade tiger, its mechanical wings beating gently as it hovered motionless in the air. Hiss! Ha-huff! Sufan's eyes widened as he gasped greedily for air. Sweat had soaked through his clothes, his chest heaving violently like a drowning man who had just reached shore. He quickly activated his analysis eye. His body was completely unharmed. Why didn't she just kill me? What game is she playing? Could it be she's not here to take my life? Sufan's thoughts raced. Dingus system notification suddenly chimed. External force detected invading host soul. Protection protocol responding. Activate countermeasures to remove control? Not yet. He shook his head internally. If he forcibly broke free now, the 7-star beast master Tifa would surely detect the anomaly, and that would be truly dangerous. Since she showed no immediate killing intent, it was better to wait and see what developed. Lost in thought, he forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. Ah ha ha ha. What kind of deal did you have in mind? I'm very cooperative, you know. This seems a bit excessive. Tifa looked him up and down with interest, her vermilion lips parting slightly as her clear voice rang out. Help me heal a few people. People? Miss, I'm a veterinarian. Sufan quickly probed. What if I can't cure them? Tifa tilted her head thoughtfully, then smiled brilliantly. If you can't cure them, you'll just have to keep playing bondage games with me. That's rather presumptuous of you. Sufan's mouth twitched as he grumbled internally. Is this woman insane? A mighty 7-star beast master chasing after me in the middle of the night just to mess around? Absolutely ridiculous. Follow me. The sweet voice rang out again as Tifa suddenly turned, streaking across the night sky like a meteor. She waved her hand, and the red light that had enveloped the area instantly dissipated, returning the night sky to its normal deep blue. On the ground below, hovering cars roared along the highway, leaving only faint humming sounds in their wake. Hey, hey, hey! Sufan cried out in alarm, suddenly realizing that his body had lost all control. Even his black blade tiger began descending on its own, following in the direction of Tifa's flight. Tifa gracefully spun in midair, her slender hand gently stroking the black blade tiger's back as she smoothly claimed the riding position that Sufan had occupied on the creature's spine, leaping up with fluid motion. Sufan had no choice but to move forward, gripping the tiger's mechanical wings with both hands as he obediently settled onto the beast's lower back. The wings trembled lightly as the black blade tiger cut through the night sky with a faint mechanical hum, carrying the two passengers into the distance. About an hour later, the black blade tiger swept past the neon lights of the city center and landed on a secluded old street in the northwest part of town. Tifa brought her mount to a halt. Before them stood a dilapidated gate with peeling paint and menacing rust stains. A wooden sign above the entrance bore 5 faded characters reading Southgate Nursing Home, hanging so crookedly it seemed ready to crash to the ground at any moment. The walls were covered in moss, with fallen leaves and dust piled in the corners, while dim lighting shrouded the entire facility in silent gray shadows. A beast god cult stronghold? Alarm bells rang in Sufan's mind. Their true purpose remained unclear. Were they really just here to treat spirit beasts? Get down, Tifa said quietly, pulling Sufan from his thoughts. He tried moving his stiff body and said helplessly, We're already here, so please untie me. It's not like I can escape now. Fair point, Tifa nodded, flicking her wrist as the restraints instantly dissolved. Sufan felt his body lighten as he followed her into the courtyard. Click, click, click. Their footsteps echoed through the spacious yard. Though the buildings and facilities showed their age, everything was maintained spotlessly clean. Several stone benches were arranged in neat rows at the center of the courtyard, next to a simple exercise area complete with horizontal and parallel bars. At a stone table, 2 elderly men were locked in an intense chess battle, each accompanied by a giant rock turtle and an earth-splitting bear whose heavy breathing created hot mist, as if cheering on their master's game. On the other side, an elderly woman practiced Tai Chi while her wind spirit rabbit mimicked her movements step by step, clumsy but spirited. Further away, an elderly couple in matching outfits played badminton while their feathered sparrow and light crane flew up and down, making precise catches with beaming smiles. Everyone greeted Tifa warmly when they saw her. Director, you're here, one of the chess players called out enthusiastically, setting down his piece. The director hasn't been here for days. Little Ashu has been asking about you constantly, the other man added with a chuckle. I'll go see her in a moment, Tifa replied with a gentle smile, her voice warm and tender. Sufan watched with deep suspicion. Director? Weren't these all beast god cult members? His analysis revealed that every elderly person in the facility was a demon who had fused with spirit beast flesh and blood. The strongest reached 4-star peak level, like the 2 chess players, while the weakest were only 1 or 2-star. Logically, cult members should be at least 3-star level, so how had these people infiltrated? While he pondered, a woman in a pink dress burst out of the building. She appeared to be around 30, with delicate and graceful features, a large butterfly bow on her head matching her dress hem, adding to her sweet appearance. She clutched an exquisite doll in her arms like a constant companion, moving with light steps like a bouncing deer. Aunt Tifa, Ashu missed you so much. Her voice was crisp as wind chimes. Sufan was completely stunned. Aunt Director, can we watch shows together tonight? Ashu looked up with childlike anticipation in her eyes. Her mental state remained that of an 8 or 9-year-old who wasn't a demon or a beast tamer, just an ordinary girl left with trauma-induced stress disorder. Of course, but I need to check on your father first, Tifa said softly, stroking her hair. Yay! Ashu exclaimed joyfully, taking Tifa's hand and bouncing toward the building. Daddy's sleeping right now, I'll take you to him. Sufan followed the two through an old dormitory building. The corridor was dimly lit, with mottled stains on the walls silently telling tales of time's passage. Tifa, striding on her long, pale legs, initiated the conversation in a low voice. Her real name was Wang Chan, and over 20 years ago, she was a third grader at beast taming elementary school. During recess, a teacher at the school sexually assaulted her. Her father, Wong Yu, filed a lawsuit and requested the War Tribunal's enforcement department to prosecute that teacher. Tifa paused, her tone carrying a hint of coldness. However, the perpetrator's father was the school principal, who used his connections to delete surveillance footage, bribe other teachers and parents, and had ties with the deputy commander. Later, the court ruled in favor of the defendant due to insufficient evidence, and Wong Yu and his daughter lost the case. Wong Yu then voluntarily divorced and lived alone, leaving his wife and daughter. 6 months later, he ambushed and killed that teacher on his way home from work. The principal began mobilizing his network to frantically search for Wong Yu. His wife couldn't withstand the pressure, fell seriously ill, and somehow died. Tifa sighed softly. I rescued Wong Yu and his daughter from the War Tribunal's manhunt, and they've been living here ever since. It's just that Wang Chan's childhood trauma drove her mentally unstable, making her what she is now. Sufan listened silently to Tifa's account, his heart heavy. He asked, so the person you want me to treat is Wong Yu? Tifa responded softly and stopped at a room door. Through the window, bright lights shone from within, and faint television sounds could be heard. On the bed lay a hunched figure quietly. Ashu excitedly opened the door and called out cheerfully, Daddy, Director Auntie is here to see you. Click. The moment the door opened, chaos erupted. Wong Yu, who had been lying quietly on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes wide. His pupils were blood red, filled with bloodshot veins, carrying a madness that seemed ready to devour anyone. Ah! He let out a piercing howl, his voice hoarse and terrifying. His entire body convulsed violently, trembling uncontrollably like a sieve. On his wrinkled, aged face, muscles twisted into a grotesque and horrifying expression. The energy from his fusion with his spirit beast began to run wild. His hunched body's muscles swelled, and bones vibrated beneath his skin, producing terrifying creaking sounds. Most shocking of all, his blood and flesh connection with the demonic squid caused its characteristics to manifest on his body. His hands gradually transformed from human palms into two massive black tentacles. Bang! The two black tentacles instantly expanded to 5 or 6 meters in length, with a width of 20 to 30 centimeters, emanating dense black mist. This was clearly not a normal human body, but a mutation from the uncontrolled fusion between a spirit beast and its tamer. The black tentacles thrashed wildly, smashing glass windows and piercing through the television screen, instantly turning the room into chaos. The tentacle surfaces were covered with thick scales that reflected heart-stopping dark light under the illumination. Each scale was sharp as a blade, with edges still stained with fresh blood. At the tentacle tips, countless tiny suction cups split open, each like greedy little mouths constantly opening and closing, as if searching for the next prey. Black mist poured from the tentacle crevices, carrying an intense fishy stench that made one want to vomit. With each swing, the air filled with suffocating oppression, as if an invisible giant beast was awakening in this cramped room. Daddy, sob, sob, sob. Daddy's turned into this again. The demonic octopus has lost control again. Ashu's tearful voice was filled with confusion and terror. The girl collapsed at the hospital room door, her small body trembling uncontrollably from fear, tears rolling down one after another, her voice hoarse and shaking. Clearly, she had witnessed this scene far too many times, yet still couldn't get used to it. Sufan stood beside the door, his brow furrowed tightly. By the hospital bed, Wong Yu's entire right arm and half his shoulder were wrapped in black mist, two thick, pitch-black tentacles thrashing wildly, slamming against the walls with thunderous crashes, sending debris flying. Sob, 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 it's happening again. Ashu covered her ears, crying until her breathing became erratic. The next second, a streak of light flashed by. Tifa's figure swept directly in front of Wong Yu, raising her palm to press against his forehead. Starlight gathered in her palm, flowing like liquid into his skin, and her beautiful eyes suddenly turned crimson, eerily cold. Wake up! A soft command, not loud in volume, yet carrying irresistible authority. The light seeped into Wong Yu's body, and the rampaging spiritual energy quickly contracted. The two wildly dancing tentacles visibly shrank and faded, completely disappearing beneath his flesh within moments, and the black mist dissipated as well. Sufan drew in a sharp breath, his gaze filled with shock. He quietly activated his analysis eye, and pale golden data streams flickered in his vision. Name, Wong Yu, age 60, for star beast tamer. Fused spirit beast, for star demonic octopus. Human beast consciousness remaining, 21.7. Rapidly declining. Any beast tamer who fused spirit beast flesh into their own body had to endure the erosion of savage instincts. In old age, their rationality would be devoured bit by bit, until only a completely beast-transformed monster remained. The conclusion given by the analysis I was brutally cold, yet undeniable. On the hospital bed, Wong Yu's eyelashes trembled lightly as he slowly opened his eyes. Clarity and exhaustion alternated in the depths of his pupils. Director, I can't control it anymore. He spoke with difficulty, his voice hoarse. Sooner or later, I'll completely transform into that thing. I don't want to hurt anyone. That request I made last time. Before he could finish, Ashu had rushed to the bedside, her small hands gripping her father's hand tightly, crying breathlessly. Sob, sob, sob. Daddy, does it still hurt? Tears dripped through her fingers, soaking Wong Yu's skin. I refuse. Tifa cut off Wong Yu's confession, her tone firm. I've brought a physician who can cure you. Hearing this, Wong Yu looked confused as he shifted his gaze behind Tifa. Sufan's young face came into view, and he frowned slightly. He is. That's not your concern. Tifa curtly cut off his question. Without my permission, you have no right to decide your own life or death. With that, she pulled out a stack of documents from the spatial necklace around her neck and handed them to Sufan. I've already investigated. The spirit pet mechanical prosthetics you create can manipulate spirit pet flesh and guide spiritual energy flow. Since you can control spirit pets, you can control the rampage of beast-transformed bodies. Sufan looked down at the documents. The materials were all treatment records of war court beast tamers. Limb reattachment, spiritual energy direction, neural feedback. Every single project was completed by his own hands. He closed the files and looked up. You mean, have me modify his spirit beast tentacles, using mechanical structures to forcibly restrain them? Tifa stared at him without answering. In the silence, Sufan licked his dry lips and mustered his courage. Can I refuse? What do you think? Tifa's lips curved into a sweet smile, her voice gentle, yet carrying an undeniable undertone. Look, I'm just a veterinarian, so don't blame me if I can't fix this. Sufan's voice grew quieter as he spoke. The moment he finished speaking, a strange crimson light flashed through Tifa's beautiful eyes. Sufan felt an invisible force grip his limbs, and his entire body was suddenly yanked up and forced into a painful split. Hisso, the excruciating pain instantly shot through his nerves. His face contorted in agony as he cursed inwardly. This woman is absolutely insane. Yet he immediately plastered on a flattering smile. Just kidding, just kidding. Whatever you say goes, Queen Sister. I, Sufan, won't argue. Tifa nodded with satisfaction. Good boy. Work hard, and I'll reward you by buying you a girlfriend. Sufan straightened up and declined seriously. No thanks, I prefer realistic girlfriends. He paused, then shifted his tone. How about you let me go back? I need machinery to process mechanical parts, and all my tools are at the Spirit Pet Medical Clinic. I really can't do anything without proper equipment. He put on a helpless expression. Tifa chuckled softly, her eyes gleaming with cunning. Your little shop is right next to the war court. You want the war court elders to protect you, don't you? How could you say such a thing? Sufan denied righteously, while screaming internally. Exactly. You got it right, damn it. Tifa's lips curved upward. I'll give you one day. Come back tomorrow night on your own after all. You don't like doing splits, do you? She deliberately glanced at his groin area. A chill ran down Sufan's spine as he secretly planned. Once I break free, I'll hide in the war court and see what you can do. On the surface, he nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Tifa flashed a sweet smile and traced his cheek with her fingertip. Very good. From now on, you belong to me. Heal all the spirit pets here, and I'll give you a surprise. Sufan grumbled internally. She wants to use me as a tool? What nerve? What's wrong? Not leaving? Can't bear to part with me. Tifa turned back with seductive eyes. Farewell. Sufan dropped the words and strode away without looking back. Tifa's smile quickly softened as she turned to Wong Ashu. Shall we go watch TV with your daddy? Yes. The little one cheered, his face innocent and bright. Sufan left the dormitory building and returned to the courtyard from before. The elderly couple who had been playing badminton and the exercising seniors had all left, leaving only two old men playing chess at the stone table. He glanced over without stopping and headed straight for the main gate. The hunched old man suddenly spoke in a raspy voice. Young man, you seem to be the first outsider the director has ever brought in. Sufan paused mid-step, walked over to the stone table, remained silent for 2 seconds, then asked quietly, do you know her true identity? Tifa, the voluptuous leader of the beast god cult. The hunched old man with reading glasses casually interjected, his tone flat, as if discussing neighborhood gossip. Sufan was stunned for a moment before asking again. Tifa provided you with the flesh and limbs of spirit beasts for fusion? Are you cultist demons? The old man bent down to place his game piece, a smile playing at his lips. The first part is correct, the second is not. We're just a bunch of old fools who made mistakes. His voice carried an unmistakable weariness of years. What mistakes did you make? Sufan pressed. However, the two elderly men suddenly seemed deaf, continuing their game as chess pieces clicked crisply against the board. Hey, you old fool, did you secretly take back your move? Bullshit. Your eyes are going bad. Get yourself some new glasses. Their bickering echoed back and forth across the courtyard. Sufan remained silent for a long while before turning to leave the Southgate nursing home. Night fell completely like stagnant water, with not a single light visible on the streets. 1:30 a.m. The villa district blazed with lights, tearing a bright patch from the surrounding darkness. Stepping through the door, the intertwining scents of sandalwood and precious wood's distinctive sweetness filled the air. Luxurious furniture and exquisite ornaments were arranged with perfect precision, and even the air seemed heavy with wealth. In the deepest part of the villa, the alloy door to the spacious training room remained tightly shut. Qin Yuliang sat cross-legged, fine beads of sweat covering his forehead, his chest rising and falling noticeably. The 7 holy spirit serpents surrounding him had scales glowing with faint light, azure starlight flowing between the scale gaps, as elemental resonance hummed low like wind songs. The auras of 7 elements fire, thunder, wind, water, wood, earth, and metal intertwined and twisted, seemingly weaving a suspended magical formation. The Holy Spirit serpents either reared and coiled like swimming dragons, suddenly darted like lightning, or moved soft as a gentle breeze in the next instant. At the formation's center, Qin Yuliang's robes fluttered, his entire being like an unsheathed sword, yet still restraining all its sharpness. He flicked his fingers lightly, executing beast-taming hand seals in one fluid motion. The 7 Holy Spirit serpents cried out in unison, transforming into 7 colored streams of light that drilled into his beast-taming space. The formation collapsed instantly, leaving only lingering echoes rippling through the air. Peak 7 star. Can barely contain it anymore. Qin Yuliang exhaled a breath of stale air, his eyes deep and profound. He pushed open the training room's heavy door. The corridor lighting was soft, and 2 deaf-mute maids in elegant qipao dresses were already waiting beside the entrance. One held a silver tray with neatly cut fresh fruit, aged red wine, and a phone set to silent mode arranged side by side. Qin Yuliang lifted the wine glass, the dark red liquid swirling against the crystal walls as rich aromas instantly filled the air. He took a small sip, savoring the lingering sweetness on his tongue, then set down the glass and gestured fluently in sign language. Prepare hot water for a bath. The other maid curtsied respectfully and departed, her steps light and soundless. At that moment, the silent phone on the fruit plate suddenly vibrated, the screen flashing with the caller's name, Sufan. Qin Yuliang glanced at the caller ID, raised an eyebrow slightly, and swiped to answer. Boss, save me. Sufan's suppressed but panicked voice came through the phone. Speak clearly. Qin Yuliang's voice remained steady, without the slightest fluctuation. Sufan didn't dare delay, and quickly recounted his encounter with Tifa the night before. He was forced to perform modifications on over 20 demon people at Nanza nursing home, and if he refused, Tifa would take his life at any moment. He was desperate to get this information to the authorities, hoping someone could quickly deal with this cardinal so he wouldn't be caught in her claws again. Of course, he didn't mention a word about his soul being controlled. A 2-star beast tamer trying to break free from a 7-star beast tamer's mental restraint would sound absolutely ridiculous. The other end of the phone fell silent for several moments. Do as she says for now. Qin Yuliang's tone suddenly hardened. Huh. Sufan suspected he had misheard. Tifa was a cardinal of the beast god cult, and Nansa nursing home was closely connected to her, wanted him to follow her orders? Qin Yuliang's explanation was straightforward. I want you to treat Wong Yu tomorrow night. Sufan's heart stirred, guessing his superior already had a plan. Does the war court have a strategy? 2 days ago, Elder Tao personally went to Dawn City. The Elder Hall has an artifact specifically designed to counter demon bodies, and he'll return the day after tomorrow. For the next 2 days, continue treating people according to Tifa's demands as usual. When Elder Tao returns, we'll conduct a decapitation strike against Tifa. With just a few simple sentences, the heavy burden in Sufan's heart crashed to the ground. The authorities were indeed efficient. As long as the Elder took action, his life would be saved. If a 7-star beast tamer really wanted to kill him, it would be no different from crushing an ant. Fortunately, Tifa required him to treat all 20+ people at the nursing home within 2 days, and Elder Tao would arrive just in time. There was more than enough time. The next morning, Sufan locked the rolling shutter of his spirit pet medical clinic early and buried himself at the workbench preparing mechanical components. He referenced the structure of the demonic octopus, tentacles, repeatedly calibrating blueprints, cutting, grinding, and welding, striving for perfection in every angle. Previously, when performing mechanical surgery on demon people, he would fabricate and install simultaneously, adjusting parameters according to the patient's condition in real time. This time, facing the unpredictable Tifa, there was no room for a roar, had to get it right in one go. Sweat beads slid down his temples as he clicked the final alloy joint into the positioning slot. then rushed to complete a portable surgical assistance arm, storing everything in his spatial ring. Demon Wong Yu had already advanced to 4-star level. A grade metal was too extravagant. Grade couldn't withstand the force, so after careful consideration, he chose grade metal that balanced both strength and flexibility. Done. Sufan exhaled a breath of stale air and turned off the workbench lighting. As night fell, Nansa nursing home was dotted with lights. Sufan crossed through the entrance gate, his heart slightly tense. On the playground, elderly people practiced Tai Chi and did exercises, their movements slow but orderly. Not far away, Tifa and Ashu were kicking a shuttlecock. Colorful feathers traced elegant arcs under the lights. Sufan hurried over with a beaming smile. What excellent kicking! Lady Fong Man Wong truly possesses both talent and beauty, virtue and skill, omnipotent and all-knowing. Tifa remained unmoved by the flattery, only gently stroking Ashu's short hair with a tender tone. Ashu, we're going to see your father. Play by yourself for a while, okay? Okay. Ashu softly agreed and turned back to continue kicking the shuttlecock. Sufan silently watched this unfortunate woman, saying nothing. Tifa and Sufan entered a brand new room. Wong Yu's previous dormitory was under repair, as yesterday's battle had left it completely destroyed. Dean. Wong Yu saw Tifa enter and tried to sit up, supporting himself on the bed frame. He will perform surgery on you shortly, and you need to release your spirit beast transformation immediately. Tifa's tone was calm and cold, as if announcing a routine matter. Wong Yu's Adam's apple bobbed, sweat beading on his forehead. But, I can't control myself right now. No matter. Tifa interrupted coolly, her gaze resolute. I'll be here to suppress the ferocity of the spirit beast within you. After a brief silence, Wong Yu nodded with difficulty. All right, I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, his normal arms suddenly transformed. The skin rapidly turned black as ink, muscles twisted and swelled, and 2 thick tentacles burst through his flesh, thrashing wildly. The tentacle surfaces were covered with dense suction cups, each gleaming with an eerie cold light, as if capable of devouring everything. At the tentacle tips, sharp barbs reflected a sinister gleam. Roar! Wong Yu's eyes turned blood red, his entire being consumed by rage as the tentacles lashed out with a crack, carving deep gouges in the wall. Silence! Tifa commanded sharply, her eyes erupting with red light as an ominous pressure spread outward. Evil Eye activate. Under the power of the Evil Eye, Wong Yu's movements slowed and finally ceased their agitation, leaving only his body trembling slightly. You may begin. Tifa turned to Sufan, her voice ice cold. A chill ran from Sufan's feet straight to his head. Suppressing his unease, he retrieved the prepared metal mechanical components from his spatial ring and began the surgery. He proceeded methodically, each step executed with precision. The cold metal seemed to come alive in his hands, seamlessly fusing with Wong Yu's spirit beast flesh. Tifa stood to the side, occasionally observing Sufan's operations, yet unable to comprehend their mysteries. This so-called mechanical surgery was far more complex and sophisticated than the flesh fusion methods she was familiar with. Sufan's fingers moved like shadows, embedding precise components one by one into Wong Yu's tentacles. The originally grotesque, soft flesh was covered by machinery, the joints fitting perfectly. As the surgery progressed, the demon Wong Yu's tentacles underwent a miraculous transformation. The tentacles gradually became hard as refined steel, each joint gleaming with metallic luster. The black, rough muscle was covered and embedded with large metal plates, appearing naturally formed like killing instruments resembling 2 steel pythons brimming with explosive power. Time passed quietly. After a full 5 hours, ding, a notification sound that only Sufan could hear rang in his ears. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission to treat 5 disabled spirit beasts with mechanical limb modifications. Mission progress, 55. Reward mechanical clan spirit pet manufacturing technology. What? The spirit beast body that had already merged with the beast tamer could actually be used to complete the system's healing tasks. The system notifications and countless questions echoed in his mind, but Sufan could only focus on the urgent matter at hand. Deal with the trouble first, ask questions later. Tifa's crimson eyes gradually faded back to clarity, and the space that had been torn and distorted by the violent power settled into calm. Wong Yu felt the shackles within his body suddenly release, and he exhaled deeply like someone recovering from a long illness. My body is healed. He stared in amazement as he felt the lingering fury of the spirit beast being locked away by invisible chains, unable to stir up any more chaos. Looking down, his 2 metallic arms gleamed coldly under the light, moving freely and responding to his thoughts as sensitively as his own flesh and blood. What is this? Wong Yu's eyes widened. The steel tentacles danced through the air like giant serpent, sometimes striking swift as lightning, sometimes gentle as a breeze, perfectly blending power with delicate control. A hint of satisfaction flickered in Tifa's eyes as she handed Sufan a sheet of A4 paper. The document contained detailed information about the next elderly resident at Nansa Nursing Home, from age and cultivation level to the type of spirit beast they had merged with. Well done, she said flatly. Go prepare. Tomorrow we continue with the next one. Sufan forced a smile. Got it. But inwardly he cursed. Just wait until Elder Tao from the war court arrives tomorrow. Let's see if you still dare treat me like a tool. Leaving the nursing home, he hailed a taxi straight to the spirit pet medical shop. Night had fallen, and the steel metropolis sparkled brilliantly under the neon lights. Time flew by, and the next evening arrived. Following the information provided, Sufan prepared mechanical components specifically for the serpent spirit beast body of the elderly man, merely a 2-star beast tamer. To save costs, he chose the cheapest grade metal. Just as he was about to leave, his phone rang abruptly. The screen displayed, Qin Yuliang. Sufan immediately answered. Elder Tao has arrived. Proceed according to plan. Qin Yuliang's voice remained calm through the receiver. Roger. Sufan's spirits lifted. In the courtyard of Nansa Nursing Home, a tug-of-war competition was in full swing. The elderly men and women were divided by gender, with laughter and playful insults filling the air. Ashu waved his fists from the sidelines, cheering, Go grandpas and grandmas. Tifa served as referee, and when the red rope crossed the line, she announced loudly, Blue team wins. The red team grandfathers immediately erupted. A bunch of old men can't even beat the old ladies, how embarrassing. You're the embarrassing one. 80-year-old waste. The grandmothers cheered in celebration, filling the courtyard with lively energy. Sufan stepped through the gate. Tifa turned to look at him, her voice clear. He's in the dormitory. I'll take you there. She turned and walked toward the inner building, with Sufan silently following. Along the narrow corridor, they arrived at a clean single room. The door was half open, and under the dim yellow light, an elderly man sat hunched in a wheelchair, staring intently at the evening news on television. His face was covered in age spots and wrinkles, his sagging skin completely colorless. His cloudy eyes were deeply sunken, the whites yellowed, radiating a deathly gray pallor. Sparse gray-white hair clung to his scalp. He wore a coarse cloth jacket that had been washed until it turned white, with his lower body covered by a thin woolen blanket. Tifa approached, and crimson light suddenly burst from her dark pupils, the beams like threads of blood instantly flooding the entire room. The air twisted under the red glow, and a low humming sound shook the walls, causing paint chips to fall like snow. The previously quiet old man suddenly let out a low roar, his entire body convulsing as veins bulged like coiled dragons. The blanket slipped away as his legs began to swell and deform at a visible rate, skin tearing apart as stark white bones pushed through flesh and blood, emitting sickening cracking sounds. Where blood flowed, gray scales climbed layer by layer, cold and hard as stone. Within mere seconds, the old man's lower half had shed its human form, transforming into a thick, menacing gray serpentine body. His upper half remained an aged human face, but below trailed a cold snake's tail, a grotesque and terrifying sight. The serpent's tail thrashed wildly against the ground with thunderous impacts, sending dust flying everywhere. Sleep. Tifa's voice was not loud, yet carried an irresistible authority. The old man's chaotic pupils quickly grew vacant, his struggles gradually ceased, and his eyes closed heavily as he fell into deep slumber. Tifa turned to Sufan and uttered 2 words, Begin now. Sufan nodded and strode to the old man's side. From his spatial ring, he continuously retrieved cold metal components, their surfaces gleaming with harsh light. The surgery began. His movements were skilled as the razor-sharp components aligned with the scales, embedding piece by piece into the serpentine body with fluid precision. Metal scraped against flesh, creating a symphony of sharp, grating sounds. Sufan's expression remained focused, as if sculpting a precious work of art, ensuring every gap fit perfectly. The once menacing snake body now bore metallic patterns, its cold technological aesthetic making it appear more like a weapon of slaughter. The transformation continued. Suddenly, Tifa's expression froze. She whipped her head around, gazing through the window toward the sky, a cold gleam flashing through her otherworldly pupils. A mocking smile curved her lips as she glanced back at Sufan and chuckled softly. I'll settle accounts with you later. Before her words had fully faded, Tifa's figure vanished instantly, as if swallowed by the night. The window opened on its own, howling cold wind rushing inside. Sufan startled, immediately understanding. Elder Tao from the war court had arrived. Should he go look? The thought was snuffed out the moment it arose a battle between master-level beast tamers. What business did he have getting involved? That would be suicide. The best strategy was retreat. Time to run. He needed to return to the war court. First survival was paramount. Before leaving, he glanced at the old man who remained unconscious in the wheelchair, sighed softly, then carried him to the bed and settled him comfortably, pulling the thin blanket gently over him. Yes, a brief word escaped his throat, seemingly in response to no one. Sufan didn't look back as he hurried toward the door, casually tossing out, I still have matters to attend to. Enjoy yourself. Finally free from that crazy woman's control, he took a deep breath and quickened his pace. His toes had just touched the threshold when, bang! A tremendous crash echoed as the courtyard gate was brutally kicked open. Wood splinters flew as the door frame shook violently, groaning under the strain. Crash black uniforms flooded into the courtyard like a tide. Over 30 war court battle guards marching in perfect formation, their killing intent surging forward. The courtyard instantly plunged into winter's chill as these well-trained soldiers split into two dark streams, occupying every corner before spreading out symmetrically, leaving a straight passage down the middle. At the end of the passage, a young man strode forward. His black combat uniform outlined his tall, straight figure, while the silver emblazoned sword hilt reflected cold light in the dim surroundings. Around 27 or 28 years old, he had a prominent nose bridge and thin, tightly pressed lips, his entire being radiating an intimidating sharpness that kept others at bay. This man was Fan Bo, deputy commander of the War Court's Enforcement Division, the leader of today's operation, and a 4-star intermediate beastmaster. Fan Bo's gaze swept through the crowd like a blade, pausing for only half a breath when it fell on Sufan before moving on, locking all his attention on the dozen or so elderly people in the courtyard. His voice rang out cold and sharp, like the tolling of a judgment bell. Beast god cult demon remnants shall all be executed without exception. Kill them. With that single word, over 30 long swords were drawn in unison, iron blades flashing with cold light, their killing intent so concentrated it seemed to freeze the very air. Wait. The killing intent was interrupted as Sufan stepped forward, facing the enforcement division directly. Though the blades remained unsheathed, no one dared move. His status as War Court Special Consultant commanded that respect. Fan Bo's sword-like eyebrows furrowed slightly, impatience showing. Dr. Su, this matter is concluded. You need not interfere further. The remaining affairs are under my enforcement division's jurisdiction. Sufan faced him directly, his gaze burning bright. These people are not beast god cult members. Oh. Fan Bo's lips curved into a cold smile, icy light flickering in his eyes. Are you saying you intend to obstruct the enforcement division's investigation? His tone turned suddenly frigid, like a winter blade. I simply believe this matter lacks fairness. Sufan refused to back down. Over the past 2 days, he had learned from Tifa about the wrongs these elderly people had committed, each with their own unspeakable circumstances. He couldn't determine whether they were truly good or evil, but he knew that Wong Yu's teacher shouldn't die, and what exactly had Wong Yu done wrong? Right and wrong should be decided by martial law. Back then, martial law had failed to deliver justice. Wong Yu wasn't irredeemably evil, and these elderly people shouldn't be executed on Fan Bo's word alone. If they were truly guilty, they should be tried before being sentenced, not directly slaughtered. Sufan couldn't stand by and watch this happen. Fan Bo sneered coldly. Sufan, do you think that with your mere 1-star battle guard status, you can obstruct my enforcement division's work today? The cold light in Fan Bo's eyes intensified as invisible pressure surged from his body, crushing down towards Sufan. He still addressed him as Physician Su, but in his heart, he already saw Sufan as nothing more than an ant. Guards. Fan Bo's voice cracked like a bronze bell, his shout rattling the courtyard walls. Take Physician Su to the enforcement division for obstructing justice, and hold him for judgment. In Dawnlight City, the War Court's enforcement division was the iron law itself. They wielded martial authority and the right to act first and report later. Civil groups or beastmasters might face a routine check from the inspectorate at worst, but if the enforcement division showed up, your life or death hinged on a single word. For these living hell wardens, turning black into white and deer into horses was just another day. For the tiniest misstep, they could condemn you to death. With the slightest staged flaw, they could kill you on the spot. No one dared cross them. A 1-star battle envoy forced himself forward and murmured near Fan Bo's ear, Deputy Commander Ling, he has a special exempt status. We may not have the authority to act. His voice trembled, clearly wary of Sufan's background. I'm well aware, Fan Bo snorted, a vicious glint in his eyes. This mission is no trivial matter. Sufan harbors remnants of the Beast God cult and has murky ties to Tifa Wong's people. I suspect he's a sleeper for the Beast God cult. For a traitor, exemptions don't apply. Move in. The 1-star battle envoy hesitated, feet glued to the ground. With a special exemption, even the elders would need a council vote to touch him. You want me, a 3-star battle envoy, to go head-to-head? Useless. Fan Bo's blade-edged rebuke split the courtyard. He swung his gaze back, a cruel smile tugging at his lips. Today, I, the deputy commander, will leave no one alive here. What can you do about it? Shing. His long saber cleared its sheath, cold light flaring as the edge leveled at a shoe. Killing intent surged, dropping the air to freezing. Boom. An ear-splitting blast erupted. Sufan shot back like a fired arrow, barking, Blackblade Tiger out. A yellow-blue starlight array detonated behind him, and a massive tiger burst forth. Metallic armor sheathing its blue steel forequarters, mechanical wings unfurling along its spine, steel fused seamlessly with savagery. The Blackblade Tiger Sufan's spirit companion was only at 2-star peak, yet its ferocity rivaled a 4-star. Its exoskeleton shimmered, cold radiance pouring off it in waves that seemed to crack the air at close range. A thunderous roar shook the sky. A terrifying cold front surged over Fan Bo. In an instant, his limbs and bones froze, blood turning to shards of ice as the starlight power within him locked solid. Crack! A metal claw streaked down like a meteor and smashed into Fan Bo's face. Caught off guard, he flew like a severed kite and slammed into the ground. In the next breath, the Blackblade Tiger blurred forward and crashed down on him. Frostlit claws hammered like rain, thudding in rapid bursts as stone shattered and dust billowed. Sufan stood aside, pointing at the pinned Fan Bo and letting all his pent-up fury spill. Screw you, you idiot. I can't even mess with King Tifa. So what gives you the right to bark at me like a dog? Sufan roared in fury, slamming his palms together. With a single thought, the surging spirit power within him shot skyward, and a yellow-blue energy beam came crashing down, pouring precisely into the Blackblade Tiger's muscles and bones. This was the purest spiritual resonance and amplification from its master, igniting the spirit beast's fighting spirit like a raging torrent. Little Black, beat the hell out of him. Sufan's gaze turned ice cold. Roar. The Blackblade Tiger let out a deafening roar that made everyone's eardrums ache. In the next instant, several phantom tiger claws tore through the air, each strike accompanied by crisp thuds and the heavy metallic impact. You piece of trash. Keep barking. Let's see you bark now. Sufan snarled coldly. A mighty 4-star mid-tier beast master was being pummeled into the ground by a mere 2-star spirit beast, while his own 2-star beast was completely powerless to fight back for Fan Bo. This was the ultimate humiliation. The surrounding law enforcement department members stood frozen in shock, as if paralyzed by a binding spell, their minds completely blank. What kind of monster is this? What the hell is this thing? Their cries seemed small and powerless in the arena. Fan Bo, pinned down by the tiger's claws, felt it most acutely. You call this a spirit beast healer? Stop, stop. Sufan, make it stop. His voice trembled with naked pleading, all traces of his former deputy commander's authority gone. Stop my ass. Sufan's eyes were like ice, with no intention of calling off the Blackblade Tiger. Smack, smack, smack. The mechanical exoskeleton-covered claws rained down like a violent storm, each strike landing on Fan Bo's torso and face. Blood splattered everywhere, screams echoed continuously, and the chaos effect spreading from the tiger's claws firmly suppressed his struggles. Damn it! Fan Bo struggled to reach out, groping through the rubble and dust. His fingertips finally touched the standard issue blade. I said stop. His roar carried his last shred of dignity as he swung the blade with all his might, attempting a desperate counterattack. Clang! The blade flashed with cold light, but was instantly blocked by the Blackblade Tiger's deployed mechanical wings. The metallic clash rang out crisply, the blade's edge immediately chipped, while the 4th-tier mechanical wings showed only shallow white scratches on their surface. Their defensive power rivaled heavy armor. Sufan raised an eyebrow and sneered coldly. Still got fight left in you? With a thought, the Blackblade Tiger simply charged forward without dodging, meeting the blade heat. Its gaping maw, covered in metallic exoskeleton, clamped down precisely on the slashing blade. Clang! His weapon was locked in place, unable to advance even an inch. A bone-chilling energy emanated from the mechanical wings. Ethereal blue fibers spread along the Blackblade Tiger's metallic spine, and in just half a second, a freezing torrent burst from the tiger's maw like a fierce winter gale. Frost visibly expanded, instantly coating the incoming blade in an eerie blue hue before completely freezing it within a breath. The next moment, massive jaws covered in mechanical framework snapped shut with a sharp crack. The blade shattered, its break smooth as a mirror. That was the deputy commander's personal saber, a high-grade weapon forged from a class metal, yet the Blackblade Tiger crushed it effortlessly. Fan Bo's heart thundered with nothing but boundless terror. Monster! This isn't a spirit pet, it's a monster. I was wrong, spare me. His voice was hoarse with desperation, all fight drained from him. Too late, I'm fucking addicted to this. Sufan's smile turned vicious as he controlled the Blackblade Tiger, transforming it into a raging war machine. The mechanical exoskeleton's claws rained down like a storm, iron armor and flesh colliding with thunderous booms. In mere moments, Fan Bo's face became a bloody mess, features twisted beyond recognition, nose collapsed, teeth shattered. Even his own family wouldn't recognize him. The surrounding war court members stood frozen like wooden chickens, their scalps tingling from the brutal beatdown. This bastard is supposed to be a spirit pet healer? That's just a 2-star spirit pet. Holy shit. He's not going to beat the deputy commander to death, is he? What do we do? Should we stop him? You dare go up there? No one dared move. If even 4-star Beastmaster Fan Bo was being pummeled into the ground, they'd only be signing their own death warrants. Only when Fan Bo went completely still and lost consciousness did Sufan mentally command, "Stop." The black blade tiger ceased its assault. Clang. The mechanical exoskeleton scraped and groaned as the massive tiger form rapidly faded in midair, becoming a black light that disappeared into Sufan's beast space. As the glow dissipated, the young man's handsome face emerged, his battle intent withdrawn like a killing god returning to rest. His gaze swept over the crowd as he coldly uttered, "Carry him back. He's not dead yet." The war court members snapped back to reality, faces pale as sheets, frantically lifting Fan Bo and fleeing the Southgate nursing home in disarray. How arrogant they'd been coming in, how pathetic they looked leaving. The courtyard returned to silence. Ashu trotted over to Sufan with small steps, looking up at him with clear eyes, gently tugging at his clothes and asking sweetly, "Big brother, you're so amazing. Where did that big tiger come from?" The murderous aura around Sufan instantly vanished, his lips curving into a gentle smile. "That's a secret only magicians know." "Wow." Ashu's eyes lit up like twinkling stars. Just then, the hunched old man approached slowly with his walking stick, stopping before Sufan and gazing at him with profound eyes. Those weathered eyes, having seen countless hardships, flickered with complex emotion. She truly hadn't expected Sufan to intervene in war court enforcement, even brutally beating a deputy commander. All for the sake of these decrepit old folks he'd only met twice. What he never expected was that this young man, with only a 2-star cultivation level, possessed such astonishing abilities. With a spirit companion whose strength far exceeded its rank, the youth had brutally crushed Fan Bo, a 4-star beast tamer, grinding him into the ground. The hunchbacked old man sighed deeply beside them, his voice heavy with undisguised worry. "Young man, you've attacked people from the war court. They won't let this slide." He knew the temperament of those war court folks better than they knew themselves. Sufan shrugged with a smile, his tone so light it seemed the life and death battle had nothing to do with him. "No worries. If they kill me, just burn some paper money for me." The old man was stunned for a moment, realizing this kid still had the mood to joke around. A helpless smile crossed his wrinkled face before he asked again, "I thought you were in a hurry to leave earlier?" At these words, Sufan fell silent, his brow furrowing slightly. To leave or not to leave? Once the war court forces regrouped and returned, the elderly residents of Nansha nursing home would bear the brunt of their revenge. Despite having 2 4-star elders stationed here, if their spirit beasts lost control and went berserk, they might kill the invaders, but could also slaughter innocent people in the facility. But if he left, the intelligence from Qin Yuliang and Elder Tao remained unclear, and he didn't know if they could successfully capture Tifa. If they failed and Tifa came back for revenge, he would be equally doomed. After weighing his options for a moment, he decisively turned toward the door. Just as his foot touched the threshold, he stopped and cursed under his breath. Damn it. A few seconds later, his expression cleared. Sufan turned back and approached the hunchbacked old man, pointing to the chess set on the nearby stone table. "Old man, how about a game?" The hunchbacked old man was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "Let's do it." The two sat down with black and white pieces, the stones clicking crisply against the stone board as a silent battle commenced. The hunchbacked old man fingered a chess piece, slowly raising his head to look across the board, his voice hoarse and low. "Last night you asked me what old Lu and I had done wrong. It was an old story from over 40 years ago, long buried in dust." The old man spoke in low murmurs, years of suppressed emotions pouring out with his words. Sufan listened quietly, seeing in those cloudy old eyes depths as dark as a well, bottomless. Meanwhile, at the city's edge, an abandoned, unfinished building stood alone. Its mottled walls were wrapped in dark green vines, exposed steel reinforcement bars covered in rust, like withered bones supporting a broken shell. 3 streaks of light tore through the clouds in the sky. The crimson light at the front blazed like a burning meteor. The golden light following close behind radiated sacred pressure like the blazing sun. The final gray light restrained its aura, but moved swift as a cold wind. The 3 light trails wove and chased each other across the heavens, their passage stirring air currents that shrieked through the sky. Boom! A deafening roar tore through the sky, heralding the beginning of a hunt. Under the cover of night, a brilliant crimson streak blazed across the skyline of the abandoned building, leaving a long fiery tail as it moved at speeds barely visible to the naked eye. Immediately after, pitch-black pillars of light erupted from each corner of the building, piercing the night sky. Runic chains coiled around them, weaving together in an instant to form an impenetrable cage in midair, the ink box confinement array. The scarlet streak was abruptly severed by the cage, its path completely sealed, and it crashed down with a thunderous impact. The concrete rooftop of the top floor shattered like paper, debris scattering everywhere as dust clouds shot several meters high. After the heavy impact, a bottomless crater appeared at the center of the rooftop. At the bottom of the pit stood a ponytailed girl, her posture straight as a blade through the swirling dust, her cold, proud gaze keeping everyone at bay. Her spiritual pressure suddenly exploded outward, heavy as a mountain, the unique aura of a latest-stage 7-star beastmaster, causing the entire rooftop to tremble slightly. The girl gazed down at the scene 100 meters below. At each of the four corners stood a figure, the four commanders of the Dawn City War Court branch. Qin Yuliang from the surveillance department wore a crisp white suit, his demeanor ice-cold. Jiang Ming from the military department was built like a tower, his muscles coiled and radiating an iron-blooded aura. Commander Luo from the enforcement department had a gaunt face with sunken eyes that gleamed sharply. Commander Han from the intelligence department maintained a stern expression, his features calm and steady. All four moved their hands rapidly in mystical gestures, the black pillars runes flowing as they maintained the ink box array, their terrifying energy sealing heaven and earth. Whoosh, whoosh. Two beams of light suddenly descended from the night sky, landing on the ruined rooftop. The first was Elder Tao in flowing white robes, his thin frame marked by wrinkles across his weathered face, his mid-stage 7-star cultivation stirring the air currents into a frenzy. The second was Elder Jiang from the War Court, a man in his 40s built like an iron tower, his shoulders and back powerfully defined, explosive energy radiating from his very being. Tifa's red lips curved slightly, her clear voice carrying a mocking tone. Well, the Dawn City branch's top brass has come out in full force, even bringing the ink box. Quite the grand spectacle. Elder Zhang's expression darkened, his voice rolling across the rooftop like thunder. Fong Man Wong. Enough talk. Before his words had finished echoing, golden light flashed as he instantly summoned a mountain-splitting tiger. The tiger's muscular frame was like steel cables, its striped coat radiating explosive power. Its roar shattered the air as the mountain-splitting tiger became a blur, sonic booms trailing in its wake as it lunged at Tifa with devastating force. At the same moment, Elder Tao raised his hand, and cyan light cut through the dust as a wind spirit falcon spread its wings and emerged. Its form was ghostly, instantly weaving between the rubble and dust clouds, its talons gleaming coldly as it aimed directly for Tifa's throat. Facing the pincer attack from two 7-star Beastmaster's spiritual pets, Tifa remained completely calm and unhurried. She sidestepped with the fluid grace of a hunting leopard, evading the Rift Mountain Tiger's ferocious pounce. In the next instant, her pale hand swept through the air, crimson spiritual energy exploding at her fingertips before condensing into a blood-red whip. The weapon whistled through the air, its shadow lashing viciously toward the wind spirit falcon diving from above, meeting its talons heat and bang. The dull explosion sent rolling shockwaves across the rooftop, spiderwebbing the concrete with cracks as debris scattered in all directions. Tifa faced two opponents, yet maintained her advantage. The attacks from both the Rift Mountain Tiger and Wind Spirit Falcon carried their master's beast-taming aura, the intimidating presence that only Grandmaster Beast Tamers possessed. Below, Intelligence Commander Han watched the rooftop battle with stunned disbelief. She can actually suppress both Elder's spirit beasts simultaneously? Enforcement Commander Luo manipulated the formation array, his tone indifferent. She won't last much longer. Though Tifa has reached the late 7-star stage, Elder Zhang's Mountain, Beast-Taming Aura, and Elder Tao's Ultimate, Beast-Taming Aura, are both sustained types that grow stronger with prolonged battle. In peak-level duels, it all comes down to trump cards. Who reveals theirs first, and who has more of them determines victory. Battle intent surged across the rooftop. The Rift Mountain Tiger attacked with overwhelming force, each pounce like heavy artillery bombarding the air with thunderous roars. The Wind Spirit Falcon moved like a phantom, its speed escalating steadily as it appeared before her one moment and struck from behind the next, its razor-sharp talons targeting vital points with cunning precision. Seeking death. Tifa's crimson lips parted slightly, her voice ice-cold. As her words fell, her once clear eyes suddenly turned blood-red. Sinister, violent energy erupted from her being, causing the night sky to transform dramatically. The clear starlit canopy was instantly devoured by thick, bloody light as an enormous blood moon emerged from behind dark clouds, casting an ominous red glow. Beneath the blood moon, a massive phantom gradually solidified. A phoenix wreathed in black flames spread its wings, their span blocking out the sky. Each feather appeared carved from the deepest obsidian, gleaming with chilling light. The evil phoenix raised its head proudly, its crown feathers blazing like a royal diadem, radiating overwhelming malevolence beneath its majesty. As its crimson eyes shifted slightly, the soul-devouring evil phoenix phantom suddenly beat its wings, its cry piercing the night. Screech! The shriek could split gold and shatter stone, its blood-red sound waves rippling outward like a curtain, actually tearing cracks in space wherever they spread. The area within several hundred meters trembled violently. The dark green vines atop the abandoned building instantly withered to dust, while exposed steel beams groaned and twisted under the immense force. The heavens were shrouded in blood-red light, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Here it comes, Elder Jiang shouted, his face grave as stone. The crushing spiritual pressure pinned both him and Elder Tao in an invisible quagmire, making every movement feel constrained. Blackstone Xiao, 10,000 stones annihilation suppress. Elder Tao roared, his hands rapidly forming beast-taming seals. Black light flashed as a majestic black stone Xiao tore through the night to descend. Its form swelled dramatically, layered stone armor covering its body, ancient horns jutting from its head, and molten eyes radiating destructive intent. As its four limbs touched down, the ground cracked and split beneath them. It released a deep, rumbling roar before launching itself into the night sky, charging directly toward that terrifying evil phoenix. Roar! The black stone hoe raised its head and howled toward the heavens. The sound waves seemed to pierce through from the depths of primordial chaos, majestic and ancient, causing even the blood moon in the night sky to pale in comparison. The black stone statue, originally only 3 feet tall, now swelled like a bladder filled with raging wind, expanding in the blink of an eye into a colossal beast that blotted out the sky, its flesh like dark iron, bones like mountain ranges, each breath stirring up violent winds and flying debris. Screech high above, the phantom of the soul-devouring evil phoenix shrieked in response. Its wings beat fiercely as pitch-black flames rolled like tidal waves, carrying scorching heat that could incinerate heaven and earth as they surged toward the black stone hoe. One black, one red, two terrifying spiritual pressures collided in midair, causing the firmament to shake violently, as if shattering instantly. Atop the building's rooftop, fierce winds howled and debris flew everywhere, as if doomsday had arrived. The hoe, an ancient sacred beast whose roar could suppress souls and destroy gods, naturally restrained all soul-based entities. The hoe bore twin offspring, the heaven-shaking hoe and earth-suppressing hoe, both 9-star beasts. This 7-star blackstone hoe before them was one of the remnant forms created from the decomposed bones of the 9-star imperial-grade spirit beast, the heaven-shaking hoe, after its death. Under this innate suppression, the soul-devouring evil phoenix's power rapidly diminished, the madness and brutality in those crimson giant eyes forcibly erased. The blood-red tint in Tifa's eyes also faded completely, returning to their clear, crystalline luster. The next second, the hoe's roar rose again. The sky-covering, soul-devouring evil phoenix flickered like a candle flame in the wind, its phantom gradually dimming until it finally collapsed with an unwilling wail, transforming into scattered embers across the sky. Tifa stood at the edge of the rooftop, lifting her gaze to sweep coolly across the night, her lips curving into an ambiguous smile. An Earth-grade, beast-taming artifact ink box, paired with a 7-star black stone, hoe quite thorough preparations for dealing with me. Surrender now. Elder Jiang roared furiously, his expression turning fierce. His shoulder blades flared as he instantly summoned the massive sky-rending Vajra. The Vajra clasped its fists together, spiritual pressure crackling around its body like thunder. As a 7-star beast tamer, Elder Jiang's mountain spirit force erupted in full, golden starlight surging wildly from deep within his bones, interweaving and fusing with the sky-rending Vajra in a brilliance too intense to look upon directly. All the starlight finally converged upon the Vajra's massive fist. Boom! The sky-rending Vajra soared into the air, its heavy form tracing a perfect arc as it brought down a fist with earth-shaking force. The golden beam of light resembled a meteor piercing the heavens, carrying destructive energy as it crashed toward Tifa. The thunderous impact was deafening. Light consumed the rooftop and devoured the last supports of the entire ruined building. Steel reinforcements exploded, concrete crumbled, and debris cascaded down like a waterfall as dust clouds shot dozens of meters high. Did we get her? Below, the commander of the Han War Court Division stared fixedly at the dust shroud, his voice trembling uncontrollably. No. Commander Luo clenched his fist, his gaze still grave. He stared at the very center of the ruins, where a tremendous aura was slowly rising. As the dust settled and moonlight fell once more, Tifa's graceful figure emerged leisurely from among the twisted steel beams. Her combat suit bore several tears, yet there wasn't even a trace of blood on her. The young woman casually brushed debris from her shoulder, raised her eyes to scan the stunned crowd, and let out a soft, mocking laugh. Humph, all show and no substance. Elder Jiang watched this scene unfold and snorted coldly, turning to Elder Tao. Without the evil phoenix's power backing her, blocking that strike must have drained her considerably. Attack now. Don't give her a chance to catch her breath. Right. Elder Tao responded, his gray beast master robes billowing without wind as spiritual patterns gleamed at his sleeves. A phantom-like heaven-devouring mastiff materialized beside him with a silent roar. The 7-star beast master's ultimate spirit force expanded, forming a massive vortex of churning gray mist beneath Tifa's feet, like an abyss tearing through space. Tifa glanced down at the vortex, a sly smile playing at her lips. Oh my, so fierce. I'm done playing now. With a light laugh, she suddenly transformed into a crimson streak of light, instantly soaring skyward to evade the devouring force. Elder Jiang roared in fury. Tifa, you can't escape. The void-rending Vajra moved at his command, golden patterns blazing as its massive fist gathered power, condensing into a blazing fist aura. Midair, Tifa's fingers danced through hand seals as a scroll unfurled from thin air entirely vermilion with dense runic patterns. At its center, a deep blue light screen resembled a gateway, emanating eerie spatial fluctuations. Elder Tao, Elder Jiang, and the four War Court Division commanders all changed expression. Commander Luo of the War Court Division cried out in shock. How does she have the War Court Elder Council's Cinnabar Scroll? Over a century ago, a master craftsman had forged the Earth-grade artifacts, ink box, and Cinnabar Scroll, the former specialized in array imprisonment, the latter in spatial escape techniques. The two complemented yet countered each other, and the Cinnabar Scroll should have been stored in the War Court Elder Council. Elder Jiang urged grimly. Elder Tao, stop her quickly. Go. Elder Tao guided his hand seal as the heaven-devouring mastiff opened its maw, spewing silver liquid that instantly transformed into a flood dragon. Charging at Tifa with thunderous momentumness was the Earth-grade magical weapon, Spirit-Binding Starlock. Simultaneously, the void-rending Vajra threw its punch, a golden beam of light tearing through the night sky, converging with the silver dragon to seal off all escape routes. Stop! Tifa commanded lightly, her seven-star spirit force erupting as the silver dragon suddenly froze midair, its scales trembling violently as if gripped by an invisible giant hand. Crack! The spirit-binding Starlock could no longer withstand the restraint and shattered into two pieces in midair, fragments falling with glimmering water light. Elder Tao's face went pale, his mouth twitching with heartache. In that split second, before the golden impact could reach her, Tifa looked back with a gentle smile and waved. Farewell. Her figure flashed as she stepped into the deep blue light screen at the Cinnabar Scroll's center, disappearing completely along with the entire scroll. Elder Jiang's fist aura struck empty air, the violent energy piercing through the sky, scattering clouds before finally transforming into countless golden rays that scattered beneath the moonlight. How could she have the Cinnabar Scroll? Elder Jiang roared in fury, slamming his fist hard against the ink box barrier. The black light screen hummed and trembled, but remained unmoved and completely intact. In the quiet Nansha nursing home, the crisp sound of chess pieces striking the board pierced through the silent night. Under the pale moonlight, hunched over Grandpa Zhang battled Sufan to the endgame at the stone table in the courtyard center. The chessboard displayed an intricate pattern of black and white pieces as Grandpa Zhang furrowed his brow, sweat trickling down his wrinkles while he desperately searched for one last chance at survival. There's no need to struggle anymore. Sufan's tone was gentle as his fingertips flicked lightly, sliding the chess piece into a crucial position with fluid precision. No, I can still. Grandpa Zhang muttered under his breath, his gaze fixed intently on the board, yet unable to find a counter-strategy. Snap! Sufan's cannon piece landed with a dull thud. Checkmate. Grandpa Zhang's last chariot was captured, his face instantly turning ashen as he slumped back into his chair, left only with a long sigh of defeat. Yeah, big brother won. Grandpa Su was right, you really are a terrible chess player, Grandpa Zhang. Little Ashu clapped and laughed beside them, his clear voice ringing through the night. Before the cheering could fade, something extraordinary occurred. The air in the courtyard suddenly twisted as if torn by an invisible giant hand, and a crimson scroll materialized out of thin air. Ancient runes adorned the scroll's surface while a deep blue light screen churned at its center, seemingly connecting to unknown depths of space. Everyone, come with me. A clear female voice emerged from within the scroll, cold and authoritative, echoing all around. Sufan's expression changed dramatically, immediately recognized the voice's owner. Tifa. Didn't they capture her? Confusion flashed through his mind as he realized Tifa hadn't appeared in person, clearly harboring some concerns. You play chess quite well, young man. Let's have another match when we get the chance. Grandpa Zhang suddenly straightened up, wearing a kindly expression. He and the other nursing home residents Wong Yu, Ashu, and Lu Yu with his reading glasses walked toward the scroll one by one. Each figure paused momentarily before the light screen, then disappeared into the deep blue glow, swallowed by darkness one after another. As the last person stepped through, the crimson scroll snapped shut with a bang, the air returned to stillness, and the courtyard fell back into desolation. Whoosh! A streak of light cut across the night sky. Qin Yuliang, dressed in a white suit, descended from above riding a majestic mystic spirit eagle. Moonlight reflected off the eagle's obsidian feathers as spiritual energy flowed around them, radiating an intimidating presence. Qin Yuliang landed with his eagle and scanned the area before his gaze settled on Sufan. Boss, what's the situation? Sufan hurried forward, his voice urgent. Mission failed. Qin Yuliang's expression remained calm, betraying no emotion. Sufan's heart sank. 2 war court elders had come prepared, yet still couldn't capture Tifa? This involves much more than we thought. Tifa's presence in Shugong City likely serves another purpose. Qin Yuliang's gaze was profound as he looked toward the distant night sky. Let's go, back to the war court. Since you were involved in this incident, you'll need to attend the mission briefing. Sufan nodded and leaped onto the eagle's broad back. The mystic spirit eagle spread its wings, spiritual light surging as it carried the 2 men through the night sky. In the Nansa nursing home, the chess game remained on the stone table, with empty chairs standing side by side. A gentle breeze passed through, leaving only coldness behind. The once warm and lively atmosphere had vanished in an instant this night. The place had been completely reduced to emptiness. In downtown Shugong City, inside a luxurious 5-star hotel, lights blazed brilliantly. In the presidential suite, the decor was extravagantly luxurious. A massive crystal chandelier cast brilliant light, while plush carpets and a comfortable king-sized bed spoke to the 30,000 per night price tag, exuding opulence at every turn. Steam rose from the bathroom where Bu Pingjun, a man in his 50s, soaked in the tub with a young female college student in his arms. The man was slightly overweight with thinning hair, his eyes gleaming with cunning intelligence. The girl in his embrace was in her early 20s, with snow-white skin and beautiful features, her charming eyes sparkling. She was a top student at Huashing Beast Taming Academy and the campus goddess pursued by countless admirers. Darling, when are you going to divorce your wife? I'm graduating soon, she cooed softly, nestling against his chest. Soon, baby, don't worry, Bu Pingjun replied dismissively, his fingers gently stroking her long hair. This man had once served as deputy commander of the War Court's Enforcement Hall. Over 20 years ago, during a case involving the murder of an academy instructor, he had accepted massive bribes to help the killer escape justice, ultimately covering it up with insufficient evidence. After resigning, he had lived freely ever since, now a 5-star beginner beast tamer, feeling his life was far more comfortable than his days as a war envoy. Knock, knock, knock. Urgent pounding at the door shattered the intimate atmosphere. Go check it out, Bu Pingjun frowned. Though displeased, the girl didn't dare disobey. She reluctantly rose from the water, droplets cascading down her graceful curves, and threw on a thin bathrobe before walking to the door. As soon as she opened it, a war envoy from the enforcement hall in black uniform burst in, panic written across his face. Who are you? Who said you could come in? The girl shrieked. Lord Bu. Something terrible has happened. The war envoy ignored her completely, shouting loudly. The bathroom door swung open, and Bu Pingjun emerged in his bathrobe, his face dark with anger. What's all this noise about? The war envoy grabbed onto him like a lifeline. Lord Bu, disaster. Your nephew, Deputy Commander Fan, has been beaten and is barely alive. Bu Pingjun's pupils contracted sharply. What happened? I sent you to deal with a few peripheral targets. How did he mess this up? An hour later, Bu Pingjun arrived at Central Hospital with an enforcement hall marshal envoy. Under the night sky, the hospital blazed with lights, people bustling about, the air thick with the sharp smell of disinfectant. Outside the VIP ward, 2 marshal envoys stood at attention and saluted. Lord Bu, Deputy Commander Fan, is inside. Bu Pingjun's expression was cold and hard as he pushed directly through the door. A bone-chilling cold hit him immediately. Fanbo lay on the hospital bed, his left side frozen solid with thick frost like an ice sculpture, while his right side was red-hot, as if burned by fire. The heart monitor's lines were so weak they were nearly flat, and countless tubes barely sustained his life. Bu Pingjun approached the bedside, his brow furrowed deeply, then turned to the attending physician beside him and asked in a low voice, Director Zhang, how is he? Director Zhang naturally recognized Bu Pingjun as well. The treatment room was filled with harsh lighting, and the air carried a faint medicinal smell. Director Zhang removed his mask, sweat beading slightly on his forehead, his expression grave yet respectful. The poison affecting Deputy Commander Fan is extremely unusual, alternating between hot and cold, sometimes burning like a furnace, other times freezing like the depths of winter. Combined with his severe injuries, his body has virtually no self-healing ability left, and his life force is rapidly fading. I've never encountered symptoms like these before. After speaking, he instinctively raised his hand to wipe away the fine beads of sweat, his tone betraying his nervousness. Bu Pingjun stood towering beside the hospital bed, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked audibly, his low voice carrying impatience. Cut to the chase, can you treat him, or not? Director Zhang opened his mouth, his Adam's apple bobbing, but couldn't manage to get out a complete sentence. Damn it, Sufan. Bu Pingjun's chest heaved violently as he viciously kicked the bed's guardrail. The bed frame shook, causing Fanbo to groan softly, his face flushing red then pale as the poison clearly surged through him again. Today was supposed to be a perfect day for settling old scores. A few days ago, Bu Pingjun had received intelligence that the enforcement hall was ordered to cooperate with Tifa's operation to search and arrest a suspected beast god cult hideout the Nansa nursing home. On the nursing home staff list, he was shocked to see names connected to an old bribery case. Wong Yu and his daughter Wong Yushu. That year, he had still been a 4-star deputy commander in the War Court's enforcement hall. One day, a well-dressed, distinguished man knocked on his office door, the principal of First Beast Taming Elementary School, Filthy Rich. The man's offer was simple and brutal. Declare his son innocent in court, rule that there was no rape of a female student in his class, and upon success, receive 100 million in compensation. 100 million. Even for a 4-star beast tamer, this was an astronomical sum. An ordinary deputy commander in the war court earned only 10 million annually, 10 years salary that could be counted on both hands, all within immediate reach. How could Bu Pingjun not be tempted? In court that day, with a single phrase, insufficient evidence, defendant acquitted, he freed that elementary school teacher from his cage. Once the money was in hand, he thought the matter was buried forever. However, 6 months later, Wong Yu became involved in a murder case, and the old case caught the attention of the enforcement hall's higher-ups. Bu Pingjun was terrified, secretly mobilizing informants, determined to find Wong Yu and preferably silence him permanently. Unfortunately, his efforts proved fruitless. His fear grew daily as he worried that Wong Yu might someday emerge to reopen the old case. He could only resign from the martial palace and hide in the shadows of underground forces while privately searching for traces of the father and daughter. Until the day before yesterday, when he saw Wong Yushu, on the Nansa nursing home list again. Finally, his chance had come. He immediately contacted his nephew Fan Bo, who served as deputy commander in the enforcement hall, ordering him to lead trusted subordinates in a surprise attack on the nursing home. Fan Bo knew all about the dark dealings from years past and immediately volunteered. Regardless of whether those people were cultists or not, they would kill them all, then claim publicly that the suspects resisted and the enforcement hall was forced to retaliate, a well-practiced routine. But who could have predicted that Sufan would emerge from that nursing home? This guy had beaten Fan Bo into critical condition and poisoned him with something even ghosts couldn't name. Damn Sufan, you deserve to die. Bu Pingjun's eyes flashed with venomous hatred, the rage in his chest nearly burning away his rationality. A heaven-sent opportunity I've waited years for, and he ruined it. Now you want me to beg him for help? When Director Zhang heard the name Sufan, he was struck as if by lightning and suddenly looked up. I have an idea. What idea? Bu Pingjun narrowed his eyes, his tone sharp. Director Su from the War Court's special recruitment, that is, Sufanha, might be able to cure this fire-cold poison syndrome. Director Zhang said it all in one breath, his face lighting up as if grasping a lifeline. Although he's a spirit pet physician, his research into spirit pets' bodies and abilities runs extremely deep. He might be able to find a solution. Before he could finish, an enraged roar interrupted. Enough. You're telling me to go find Sufan? Why don't you go eat shit instead? The crude outburst rang out clearly, and the treatment room fell into deathly silence. Director Zhang's face went pale as he stood frozen in place, stammering after a long moment. What kind of language is that? Bu Pingjun's face, which rarely showed emotion, was now twisted with sinister malice, his killing intent almost tangible. Director Zhang's heart pounded wildly as he cursed himself for speaking out of turn, but considering the man's innate 5-star strength and his connections in both legitimate and criminal circles, how could he dare argue back? He didn't dare offend him in the slightest. TCH. After a long pause, Bu Pingjun spat coldly and turned to the enforcement hall's Imperial War Envoy beside him. Go call Sufan and ask him. Oh. The Imperial War Envoy was stunned for a moment, then hurried to the window. Under the night sky, the glass window of the enforcement hall reflected his tense face. His fingertips trembling, he still pressed that alto familiar number. The call lasted less than 30 seconds. He hung up, his face paler than the streetlights outside, and stiffly returned to Bu Pingjun. Well, what did he say? Bu Pingjun's voice was extremely low, yet carried the rumbling of a volcano about to erupt. Sweat dripped from the Imperial War Envoy's forehead, his voice slightly trembling. Dr. Su. He said he wants 100 million. He said what? Plus 10 pieces of a grade metal. What the hell did you just say? Bu Pingjun completely exploded, kicking the edge of the hospital bed where Ling Xiao was lying. Crack. The thick bed frame instantly collapsed, and Fan Bo's body tumbled down stiffly, hitting the floor heavily with a crisp pang. In the center of Shuguang City, next to the War Court building, Extraordinary Spirit Pet Medical Clinic was brightly lit. In the treatment room, the air seemed to vibrate with each breath as Sufan's excitement was barely containable. He put away his phone, no longer bothering with the previous urgent call, and eagerly pulled up the system panel. Host, Sufan. Realm, 2-star peak Beastmaster. Vitality, 319,319. Spirit Pet, Black Blade Tiger. Skills, Shared Star Stepping 100, Instant Summoning. Mechanical points, 710. Beast Taming Space, 500 cubic meters. Incomplete mission. Please establish medical cooperation and sell 1,000 nano repair patches externally. Mission progress 01000. Mission reward Mechanical Clan exclusive beast taming art magnetic domain fusion. Pending mission reward Mechanical Clan spirit pet manufacturing technology. Claim reward. Sufan's eyes burned with intensity as he whispered, "Claim." In an instant, billions of light points exploded across his retina. His consciousness was dragged into a star sea woven from high-speed data streams. A massive torrent of knowledge engulfed him, washing over the depths of his soul like a storm. Countless precise blueprints of mechanical life forms and complex formulas transformed into visualized information, forcibly imprinting themselves deep in his mind. After several breaths, a semi-transparent light screen formed before him. Mechanical Clan Spirit Pet Manufacturing Technology Overview. Based on the mechanical god's creation method, manufacturing eternal life. Iron frames the structure, myriad gears transmit power, titanium armor shapes the form, crystal stones fuel the core, beast crystals serve as the heart. Manufacturing steps. Click to view more. Sufan's mind was immersed, as if experiencing eons in an instant, completely absorbing the mysteries of mechanical life. As the light screen contracted, he finally finished reading all the content, with the core points clearly emerging in his mind. First, deep analysis. Consume mechanical points to perform structural level decomposition of spirit beasts, completely revealing the most minute data. The higher the spirit beast level, the more mechanical points consumed. This was the ultimate extension of his eye of analysis. Second, mechanical cloning. Select spirit beast data that has undergone complete deep analysis, perform mechanical conversion, and reconstruct using various metal components to create mechanical life forms with independent consciousness. This explained why it was called manufacturing technology rather than creation technology. Essentially, it wasn't creating from nothing, but using original spirit beasts as blueprints to craft mechanical clones with independent consciousness. What's even more astonishing is that mechanical points allow for deep fusion and modification of multiple parsed spirit beast data, creating synthetic mechanical entities that combine the advantages of various spirit beasts. At this moment, Sufan's most profound shock was this. The final level and power ceiling of mechanical spirit pets are no longer simply determined by material rarity, but depend on the perfect synergy between material quality, mechanical structure, precision, original spirit pet data. What materials should be placed where? How can multiple spirit beast data be seamlessly integrated? The system provided no ready-made answers to these details, only emphasizing in its description that the finished products would transcend traditional star rating evaluation systems, instead being measured by metal quality and mechanical structure levels. The potential seemed limitless, as if a gateway to an entirely new world had just opened. What made his heart race even more was that mechanical spirit pets could still resonate with spirit masters, freed from the constraints of resonance techniques and resonance items, with each star-level breakthrough bringing a leap in spirit power. To completely replicate a living, breathing spirit pet into a mechanical body, this turning decay into wonder, creative power left Sufan speechless, as if he had truly touched the authority of the god of mechanics. After a moment's thought, he identified the most suitable target for deep analysis, his companion, the Black Blade Tiger. He raised his hand to summon it, and the Black Blade Tiger landed with muscles taut as steel crossbows. Sufan's gaze burned intensely as he activated his analysis eye. Ding! 200 mechanical points. Within mere breaths, the Black Blade Tiger's skeletal structure, muscle fibers, organ configuration, and all other data spread before Sufan's eyes, with every neural pathway precise to the millimeter. However, just as the data completed its mechanical conversion, a crimson warning flashed. Warning: missing critical requirement mechanical assistant. So this is the cornerstone to becoming the god of mechanics, Sufan murmured softly. The system immediately provided a clear blueprint for a mechanical assistant that didn't appear overly complex. He took a deep breath and turned toward the workbench. The spatial ring flickered with ghostly light as metal blocks, cables, energy crystals, and various materials cascaded like a waterfall, arranging themselves in neat formations on the silver-white workbench. Under the lamplight, the cold metal reflected sharp gleams, waiting to be shaped. Following the system's guidance, Sufan extended both hands with fluid movements. The high-temperature pressure device clicked into position, molten metal pouring into precision molds. The steel rapidly cooled, with gears, bearings, and connectors solidifying in sequence. Gears meshed with crisp sounds, bearings spun smoothly, and connectors aligned perfectly. He extracted each component, meticulously polishing them as shavings scattered like silver dust. His fingertips danced between parts, each connection fitting seamlessly. The gleaming components gained meaning in his palms, interlocking piece by piece, gradually forming a vast and precise whole. Finally, with the last locking bolt tightened, under the brilliant lamplight, a 2-meter tall, 1 meter wide gray-silver mechanical giant stood majestically. It's done, Sufan exclaimed softly, stepping back half a pace in excitement. It bore no resemblance to human or beast form, but was purely functional integration, emanating a cold, hard aura of dominance. The core lights at the head flickered like a slumbering behemoth awaiting command. The silver-gray streamlined shell hugged the frame tightly, refracting a cold gleam that rendered every detail of its futuristic metallic texture with perfect clarity. 12 mechanical arms extended neatly from both sides, their segmented joints flexing with fluid precision, accompanied by the soft meshing of gears, demonstrating control accuracy far beyond human limitations. The arm-in modules switched effortlessly gleaming blades, blazing welding torches, intricate sensors transforming between forms at the slightest command. Within the machine's torso, an entire array of high-precision tools lay concealed in alloy compartments, their edges glinting coldly in the dim light. Circuits intertwined in complex networks yet remained strictly organized, with core structures interlocking seamlessly, every component positioned to perfection. Sufan approached quickly, inputting test commands in sequence. The mechanical arms responded instantly, each startup, grip, and cut delivering flawless feedback with precision accurate to within millimeters. Perfect, he whispered in admiration, his palm gently caressing the cold shell as his heart surged with excitement. This mechanical assistant was the first mechanical spirit companion he had crafted with his own hands, exceeding all expectations. Though still at the ordinary material grade, it was already capable of helping him forge mechanical spirit companions rivaling 4-star quality, promising limitless future possibilities. Plans rapidly unfolded in his mind, officially creating the mechanical Black Blade Tiger, resonating with it to break through to 3-star Beast Master. All of this needed to be completed within his dedicated beast space, which explained why his beast space had been an astounding 500 cubic meters from the moment of its creation. With a thought, the newly tested mechanical assistant transformed into flowing light and was absorbed into the space. Sufan immediately sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. A chaotic vortex flashed past, and when he opened his eyes again, he stood within his beast space. Observing the interior clearly for the first time, he saw the ground precisely divided by function, with dozens of dormant pods arranged like silver-white columns in silent rows. Only one illuminated chamber housed the slumbering Black Blade Tiger. At this moment, the mechanical assistant had become his spiritual vessel, connected to his consciousness. He controlled the mechanical assistant to unfold, its core light flickering once more as a three-dimensional blueprint rose into the air-complex circuits and skeletal structures interweaving to form a holographic projection of the mechanical Black Blade Tiger. Sufan placed a piece of scrayed metal dragon steel into the designated slot, the heavy alloy emitting a deep hum. Following immediately, the translucent, celestial origin crystal floated up from his storage compartment, hovering above the blueprint. The clear crystal released rich, celestial energy, which was guided into the energy circuits. "Begin manufacturing," he commanded silently. All equipment activated simultaneously, light beams and data streams intersecting as the ambient temperature shifted dramatically. With everything in place, Sufan held his breath and focused, his conscious commands immediately transmitted. At 11 p.m., Bufon's Spirit Pet Medical Clinic. The Spirit Pet ward on the first floor was bathed in eerie blue light. Heart monitors, energy infusion chambers, and genetic stabilization units lined up in a row, their cold electronic humming echoing off the white walls. In the center of the ward, a man lay rigid on the bed, his entire body covered in fingertip-thick white frost, resembling an ice sculpture that stood in stark contrast to the sterile room. "Damn it!" Wu Pingjun slammed his fist against the wall, the thick alloy panel reverberating with a dull thud. His corpulent frame shook violently with rage and fear as his twisted face stared fixedly at Fan Bo on the bed, bloodshot veins rapidly spreading across his eyes. The next moment, he spun around and grabbed Dr. Han's pristine white collar. "Where the hell is Sufan?" His hoarse roar scraped out like broken glass through his throat. "Didn't he ask for 100 million? I'll pay. I'll pay right now. Get him out here to save my nephew." Han Bingshui remained calm, his voice steady. "The director is conducting medical research and cannot be disturbed." "Then what about my nephew?" "The director said he won't die tonight. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, that's the precise time of death." Inside the beast taming space. "Begin manufacturing." Sufan's mental command fell, and the mechanical assistant roared to life. 12 alloy mechanical arms shot out like blades, their whirring mechanical sounds exploding through the space. Blueprints unfolded in Sufan's mind as the mechanical arms locked onto the dragon's steel, cutting and shaping simultaneously, sparks flying everywhere. In an instant, the steel was reorganized into a menacing spine and skeletal framework, a jade-green metallic skeleton suspended in the void, emanating an eerie cold light. Sufan's mental power stretched to its limit as he performed micrometer-level calibrations. Tearing exhaustion surged through him. but his consciousness didn't pause for a moment. With the skeleton complete, the mechanical arms moved even faster. High-strength alloys and nanocircuits were processed in succession, transformed into precision organ modules, complex energy circuits, and power cores. His mental power became invisible tendrils, precisely embedding each component into the skeleton, all circuits successfully closing in one attempt. The mechanical arms grasped the heaven-earth crystal and steadily embedded it into the energy slot. Both dark and light attribute cores ignited simultaneously, deep rumbling exploding through the space. The heaven-earth crystal dissolved rapidly in the energy furnace, pure energy flooding the entire metallic skeleton and circuitry like a torrent. Clang, clang, clang. The final batch of pitch-black armor plates covered everything seamlessly, razor-sharp claws gleaming coldly. Fangs poised to strike. A metallic behemoth finally took shape. Where wings should have been on the beast's back, only smooth protruding devices remained, hinting at future evolutionary potential. Heavy oppressive force spread rapidly, as if the very air was being squeezed out. Sufan surveyed his masterpiece, satisfaction drowning out exhaustion. This is only its initial form, but its power is already enough. Awaken, he commanded in a low voice. The next moment, tremendous mechanical energy erupted from within the mechanical tiger's body like an overwhelming force. The numerical value reached 600 race points directly, breaking through conventional measurement systems. That was the power unit exclusive to the mechanical race. Mach value. Mechanical spirit pet, complete. Wild joy consumed the excruciating pain. Ordinary 3-star early-stage spirit pets had a race value limit of only 300. And this mechanical beast, with its 600 Mach mechanical force, doubled its combat power. Built with scrayed dragon steel as its skeleton and dozens of premium metals as its flesh and blood, this was the source of its formidable strength. Buzz. The mechanical tiger's ghostly blue electronic eyes suddenly blazed to life, cold data streams cascading wildly like neon lights flickering in a blizzard. A low growl erupted from its throat, resonating with energy that made the entire beast-taming space hum and vibrate. Just standing motionless, it made the surrounding air thick and heavy, as if pressed down by an invisible giant hand. Sufan's gaze fell upon the smooth protrusion on the mechanical tiger's back. There, hidden within, lay its ultimate form, yet to be unlocked. The next morning, 7:30. Fanbo lay on the hospital bed, his face pale as paper, drained of all color. Frost clung to him like parasitic maggots, greedily devouring what little life force remained. He lay rigid like a frozen corpse, utterly silent. Bu Pingjun had kept vigil all night and now stood beside the bed, his brow deeply furrowed. Each time he glanced at the wall clock, watching the second hand tick forward with a sharp click, his heart clenched tighter. He dared not leave. If Sufan didn't appear, Fanbo would truly be beyond saving. It was almost 8 o'clock. Where was Sufan? Why hadn't he come yet? Bu Pingjun could no longer contain himself, his voice hoarse as he shouted. Anger and anxiety churned in his chest, yet he still didn't dare leave without permission. This was a special department of the War Tribunal. No one had the right to disrupt order or challenge the tribunal's authority, especially since he was no longer a deputy commander. Han Bingshui had been standing nearby, his expression calm. Facing the questioning, he explained unhurriedly that Director Su was always deeply focused on his research, often working through the night, sometimes not leaving the laboratory for 2 days and nights straight. What did you say? Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Bu Pingjun glared with eyes wide as copper bells, wanting to explode immediately, but forcibly suppressing his rage. Just then, the hospital room door was suddenly pushed open. A handsome young man in a white lab coat strode in, his posture upright, an expression gentle. Sufan had arrived. Director Su. Han Bingshui's eyes lit up as he hurried forward to greet him. Dr. Han, thank you for your hard work last night. Sufan nodded with a smile. Just doing my duty. Han Bingshui smiled back, barely concealing his joy at hearing this concern. Bu Pingjun stared fixedly at Sufan, resentment written across his face, nearly grinding his teeth to powder. Sufan, I promised you 100 million. Hurry and cure him's really dying. The heart monitor's curve had become extremely weak, nearly flatlined. Transfer the money first. Sufan glanced at him indifferently. You fine. Bu Pingjun trembled with rage, but still suppressed his anger and made the phone call. In less than half a minute, 100 million was deposited into the Spirit Pet Medical Center's account. Sufan nodded with satisfaction, his eyes signaling to Bu Pingjun. There's more. Give it to him. Bu Pingjun squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth, nearly crushing his molars. Immediately, an enforcement hall battle commander beside him brought over a black case. As the lid opened, 10 grade metals arranged in perfect rows reflected an eerie cold gleam under the soft white light, each one pulsing with pure, yet volatile elemental energy. Current market prices were staggering. Grade metals cost tens of thousands. Grade broke through 100,000. Grade entered the million range, and a grade approached 10 million. With 10 pieces laid out before them, the value in this case easily exceeded 100 million, possibly even more. Now is this enough? Wu Pingjun stared at Sufan, his voice trembling slightly with tension. The moment he finished speaking, Sufan snatched the black case directly from the battle commander's hands. His expression instantly transformed from gloomy to warm as spring breeze, smiling like a living Buddha. Of course. I can't bear to see anyone suffer. Bu Pingjun felt his chest tighten, his face darkening with frustration as he mentally cursed Su Fan's ancestors 18 generations over 800 times. But the scene that unfolded next left him and Han Bingshui speechless, and even the enforcement hall battle commander who had witnessed the black blade tiger gasped in shock. Clang, a deep, resonant metallic sound exploded through the deathly quiet hospital room as a ferocious giant tiger emerged from the beast's space. Black and white wings spread behind it, their edges refracting cold metallic light. Then came the rapid click, click, click of mechanical engagement as liquid metal surged from its neck, rapidly covering the tiger's back and forming sharp-lined heavy armor that weaponized every inch. Murderous aura filled the air, the room's temperature plummeted, and even the glass windows seemed to frost over. Bu Pingjuan's pupils contracted sharply, energy instinctively surging within him despite being a five-star powerhouse. His back ran cold, and his heart clenched tight. Han Bingshui and the battle commander dared not even breathe, their gazes locked on this mechanical giant tiger radiating destructive energy. Sufan remained calm, raising his hand to point gently toward the hospital bed. The black blade tiger's wings gathered light, forming an energy vortex the size of a fingertip at the wingtips. Invisible suction exploded outward. The frost wrapped around Fanbo's body, along with the blazing chaotic energy within him, was forcibly torn from his flesh and transformed into black and white streams of energy that rushed into the tiger's wings. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. When the last trace of foreign energy was devoured, all abnormalities on Fanbo's body vanished completely, the chaotic energy that had tormented him for days cleaned away without a trace. Snap! Sufan snapped his fingers. The black blade tiger transformed into flowing light and disappeared into the beast's space, returning the hospital room to quiet. He turned around, showing Bu Pingjun a professional smile. All right, treatment complete. You can be discharged now, Bu Pingjun. That's it. It's done. He widened his eyes in disbelief and roared. Just like that. You charged me over 200 million. What else did you expect? Sufan shrugged, casually giving Fanbo's cheek a couple of light pats. Fanbo's eyelids fluttered in his sleep, slowly opening. What came into view was Sufan in his white coat, looking kind and benevolent. You. Fanbo immediately gasped in shock and fainted again. A deathly silence permeated the top-floor conference room of the Shuguang City War Tribunal branch. On both sides of the long table sat the commanders in order. Han Lin of the Intelligence Division, Qin Yuliang of the Supervisory Court, and Luo Zhan of the Enforcement Hall. All three wore expressions as cold as frost. Even their visible breath seemed to carry a chill. At the head of the table, Elder Tao sat rigidly upright, his weathered face taut as stone carving, his eyes deep as a dark pool. Elder Jiang and Commander Jiang Ming from the military department were absent. The War Tribunal's military department was responsible for base defense, stationed year-round in the wilderness confronting spirit beasts. Unless it was a major operation requiring full branch cooperation, like the previous assassination mission against Tifa, they never left their posts. The conference room's lighting was cold white, like frozen ice walls. Everyone kept their breathing to a minimum. All eyes focused on Elder Tao, waiting for him to reveal today's topic. Elder Tao spoke, his voice aged yet each word striking their eardrums heavily. Why does Tifa possess the Cinnabar scroll? That single sentence made the air even colder. They all understood what this meant. Someone had defected, and it was someone of elder rank. Because both the ink box and Cinnabar scroll were stored in the Elder Pavilion of the main city, only elder-level authority could borrow and remove them. Han Lin finally broke the silence, his Adam's apple bobbing, his voice trembling. Elder Tao, what does the Elder Pavilion say? Have they discovered who it was? Elder Tao closed his eyes, his brow deeply furrowed, his shoulders seeming to bear a tremendous burden. After 5 or 6 seconds, he slowly opened his eyes and sighed softly. No. Those 2 words fell like a heavy hammer into everyone's hearts. Han Lin's expression stiffened, looking at Elder Tao in disbelief. According to regulations, any elder borrowing treasures must register, even if Elder Tao himself went personally. Now with no records, only one possibility remained: that person didn't need to register at all. Only the 4 Grand Elders possessed such privilege, able to take treasures at will and erase all traces. But Grand Elders were 8-star peak beast masters, the highest authority figures below the sovereign. How could they collaborate with the beast god cult? Han Lin and Luo Zhan's faces changed simultaneously, shock and terror intertwining. Only Qin Yuliang remained lazily leaning back in his chair, his half-closed eyes gleaming with amusement. Elder Tao's voice rose again, carrying helplessness and sorrow. The two elders responsible for guarding the treasury have already perished. These words struck like sudden thunder. Han Lin and Luo Zhen trembled, their faces instantly draining of color. They understood that if even the guardian elders had been killed, only one of the four grand elders could have accomplished this. Deathly silence descended once more. Their breathing grew heavy, like bellows. At this point, they could no longer continue evading the truth with matters involving the grand elder level. Further meetings among these branch commanders held limited meaning. Qin Yuliang suddenly smiled, asking lazily. So then, who do you think it is? He Di? Xianwu? Tao Xian? Wan Huzong? Or was it a group effort? He continued talking to himself. I think it's Emperor. No, that's not right either. Peach Immortal has the least seniority, so the possibility is highest. What do you all think? Swoosh. 3 pairs of eyes in the room, including Elder Tao's, all turned in unison to stare at the young beast king who had spoken, the air seeming to be instantly sucked out. Everyone knew how weighty those names were, yet he dared to mention all 4 grand elders at once. His audacity was beyond outrageous. Ahem. Elder Tao cleared his throat twice, slowly raising his hand to ease the awkwardness. His gaze turned to Qin Yuliang, his voice low and serious. Qin Yuliang, don't jump to conclusions. This matter is beyond what our branch can handle alone. I've already contacted several elders from other city branches to discuss it together. So what are you all talking about now? The young beast king casually played with the spherical beast crystal in his palm, as if admiring a street toy, completely ignoring everyone's reactions. The room fell into deathly silence once again. After a long while, Elder Tao finally changed the subject. By the way, what's the situation with that suspected beast god cult hideout? Why haven't we seen any progress reports yet? As soon as he finished speaking, Commander Luo from the law enforcement hall shot to his feet with a swoosh, his military boots striking the floor with dull thuds. He looked at Elder Tao with barely contained dissatisfaction. Elder, this matter is under the law enforcement hall's jurisdiction. We could have captured all the beast god cult demons in one fell swoop, but during the mission, we were obstructed by Sufan, causing all personnel at Nansa Nursing Home to escape completely. After speaking, he narrowed his hawk-like eyes and fixed them on Qin Yuliang, his tone questioning. Sufan is from your supervision department. I need you to give me a reasonable explanation. He did it, so why should I explain anything? Qin Yuliang leisurely crossed his legs, his slender fingers lightly tapping his knee, his voice flat. Commander Luo was stunned for half a second, then fury surged through him as he slammed his palm on the table, making the teacups ring crisply. Qin Yuliang, what kind of attitude is this? Indulging your subordinates, showing no regard for rules. Enough. Elder Tao raised his hand to stop them, rubbing his temples. Sufan was also part of the action team for this mission. Call him here. Listen to the whole story before making a decision. Don't judge hastily. Commander Luo snorted coldly and sat back in his chair, his peripheral vision still locked on Qin Yuliang. He had long been dissatisfied with this young master of the Qin family's rebellious nature, but had refrained from confronting him directly due to his status. Inside the Spirit Pet Medical Clinic, Bu Pingjun, Fan Bo and others had already left one by one. As Su Fan lowered his head to organize medical instruments, he received a meeting invitation from the War Court. Calling me over is most likely about obstructing the law enforcement hall at Nansa Nursing Home. He knew it well, his eyes slightly darkening, though his lips curved into a barely perceptible arc. More than 10 minutes later, the elevator doors opened with a ding on the top floor of the War Court building. Sufan stepped out and pushed open the door to enter the conference room. For people were already seated around the long table. Except for Qin Yuliang, he was meeting the other 3 for the first time, but with just one glance he recognized the gray-robed elderly man at the head. Elder Tao. Elder Tao, 3 commanders, greetings to you all. Sufan cupped his fists in salute. Elder Tao wore a gentle smile, raising his hand to gesture. Sufan, please sit. Though only a captain-level battle master, Sufan held special exempt status, ranking just below commanders and above deputy commanders, though without direct executive power. The moment he sat down, a cold snort came from among the unfamiliar commanders. The man was tall and gaunt, with prominent cheekbones, triangular eyes gleaming with sharp coldness, a hooked nose, and thin pressed lips, his entire face written with harsh meanness. This was Commander Luo from the law enforcement hall. He leaned forward, his tone icy. Yesterday my subordinates reported that during mission execution, you forcibly obstructed them, and one of my deputy commanders was injured by you. Dr. Su, I need an explanation. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone except Qin Yuliang, Commander Han, and Elder Tao from the intelligence department froze in shock. The conference room's cold white lighting seemed to make the air itself freeze instantly. Sufan had actually injured a deputy commander? How on earth had he managed that? Sufan leaned back lazily in his chair, his palm lightly tapping the armrest as he asked in a measured tone. When exactly did this happen? When have I ever obstructed the enforcement hall's duties? Commander Luo's face darkened, his gaze sharp as a blade, his fingertip nearly touching Sufan's nose. Multiple squad members from the enforcement hall witnessed it firsthand. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still want to deny it? Is that so? Sufan raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. I heard the War Tribunal only issued a suspected arrest warrant, not a mandatory capture order. Your deputy commander Fan Bo burst in ready to kill on sight. If he struck with lethal intent first, my self-defense wasn't excessive, was it? Suddenly shifting his tone, he looked toward Elder Tao at the head of the table, feigning panic. I was terrified at the time. I thought the entire enforcement hall had gone mad and wanted to eliminate me as well. How dare you twist the facts? Commander Luo trembled with rage. What evidence can you produce to prove that our enforcement hall members attacked first? Sufan fell silent, but his gaze settled on Qin Yuliang. The young beast King Qin Yuliang, who had remained silent until now, finally looked up, his voice cold and clear. What great merit could there be in slaughtering a group of elderly and weak? Perhaps no merit at all, but what if someone wanted them to disappear forever? Commander Luo's brow furrowed as he demanded coldly. Qin Yuliang, you need evidence for such claims. Don't think you can show favoritism just because Sufan works for your supervisory court. From the head seat, Elder Tao also spoke, his tone low. Your words carry deeper meaning? Whoosh. Qin Yuliang waved his hand lightly, opening his beast storage space. Stacks of documents fell neatly before Elder Tao, Commander Luo, and Commander Han. The papers carried the scent of fresh ink, with each person receiving an identical copy. Qin Yuliang's voice continued, still calm and unruffled. These contain personal information for everyone at Nanshan Nursing Home. They share only one common trait: all have violated sacred law and been wanted by the War Tribunal. Elder Tao flipped through the pages, Commander Han frowned, and Commander Luo's expression grew increasingly grim. Countless old cases, suspects the War Tribunal had been hunting for years, had been hiding under Tifa's protection. Commander Luo slammed the table. If that's the case, we absolutely cannot let them escape. Sufan's obstruction of justice makes his crime even worse. Qin Yuliang and Sufan acted as if they hadn't heard. Qin Yuliang raised his finger and clicked his tongue. Sufan understood immediately, retrieving a recording device from his beast storage space and placing it on the table. Beep. The play button was pressed, and an aged, hoarse voice echoed through the room. That was over 40 years ago now. Nearly an hour of recording flowed forth. The sound of chess pieces falling as Sufan played with Grandpa Zhang. The intermittent sighs of the elderly residents. Each person's past injustices and buried grievances all poured out within these four walls. When the last voice faded, the conference room fell so silent that only the air conditioning's gentle hum remained. Elder Tao's eyes darkened, his voice dropping extremely low. Can this be verified as true? If the recording was authentic, then Fan Bo's volunteering to pursue Wong Yu and his daughter was merely to silence witnesses. Everything would make sense. Commander Luo remained skeptical, but could no longer maintain his previous aggressive stance. Humph. Words alone prove nothing. This is just one-sided testimony recorded by Sufan. Whether it's fact or not is quite simple to determine. Qin Yuliang picked up his water glass and took a sip. Last night, I ordered Qin Fong to verify the case files from those years. Summon Qin Fong. Elder Tao commanded sternly. Moments later, Deputy Commander Qin Fong pushed through the door. Thick stacks of documents cradled in his arms, dark circles under his eyes, but his steps steady and firm. I'm already aware of the situation's background. I want to see the results directly. Elder Tao's gaze was razor-sharp. Yes, Elder. Qin Fong spread all the case files he'd retrieved overnight across the long table, leaving no detail uncovered. For the next 20-plus minutes, he methodically analyzed Wong Yu, Zhang Xunyan, and others' past criminal records, trial processes, verdict documents, and even the signing officials, dissecting every detail. The conclusions lay bare before everyone, too stark to ignore. Qin Fong gathered the documents and reported solemnly. Elder, the above represents the complete criminal, trial, and sentencing records for Wong Yu, Zhang Xunyan, and other residents of Nanshan Nursing Home. Upon review, there are indeed numerous suspicious elements, involving suspected cover-ups and dereliction of duty by War Tribunal officials, and even illegal misconduct in framing citizens. These 18 old cases should all be completely overturned and every detail re-examined. Enough is enough. Oh, how wonderful, truly wonderful indeed. Elder Tao's nostrils flared slightly, and a deep, cold snort pierced the air like an ice pick, causing the temperature in the conference room to plummet to freezing in an instant. He gazed down at everyone present like a deity surveying mortals, his eyes locking precisely onto Commander Luo. Commander Luo, I've heard that the enforcement hall is known to outsiders as the Palace of the King of Hell in Shiguang City. May I ask you, Your Majesty of Hell, have you been sitting steadily on your throne all these years? The chill spread with his words. Commander Luo's face turned deathly pale in an instant, beads of sweat forming lines that dripped down his forehead. His heart felt as if it were being crushed by a wild beast, pounding frantically, as if it might burst through his chest. His uniform was already soaked with cold sweat, and he trembled secretly, his knees going weak, nearly losing the strength to stand. He knew the 18 old cases all too well. 80% had occurred before his appointment, but the remaining few had genuinely happened during his tenure, making it impossible to clear his name. At this moment, where was the momentum he had shown earlier when questioning Sufan? He wished he could vanish on the spot, the farther the better. Regret crashed over him like a tide, nearly drowning him completely. If only he hadn't insisted on dragging Sufan into this. How could he have poked such a massive hole? You are indeed guilty. Elder Tao's voice exploded in everyone's ears, each word striking Commander Luo's heart like a heavy hammer. When you return today, conduct a thorough investigation of the enforcement hall. Within 10 days, uncover every hidden detail of all these cases. Any beast tamers from the war court involved, regardless of their position, whether active or retired, arrest them all. He then turned his head, his cold gaze falling on Qin Yuliang. Qin Yuliang, the supervisory court will oversee from the side. You have decision-making authority over the entire enforcement hall's case-handling process. The air grew even heavier. Commander Luo's lips trembled as he squeezed out a voice that was almost pleading. Elder, these are all old cases from years past. The oldest, the Wong Yu case, is over 20 years old. 10 days. I'm afraid the time isn't sufficient. Then how long do you need? Elder Tao's brow furrowed deeply, his tone sharp as a blade. Commander Luo stammered, his Adam's apple bobbing, ultimately not daring to voice a complete time frame. Here's what we'll do. Elder Tao's gaze was piercing, his speech measured, yet brooking no argument. Complete it within 10 days, and I'll only give you one major demerit. Exceed 10 days, and you'll be demoted to Deputy Commander. 15 days, demoted to Bronze Envoy. If you can't finish within a month, get out. As his words landed, Commander Luo seemed struck by lightning, his body swaying before he collapsed into his chair with a thud, his face ashen. A major demerit in the war court wasn't some light disciplinary action like in school, but a lifelong shackle on record. Once received, there would be no possibility of promotion ever again, with resources and authority comprehensively restricted. Even if one were fortunate enough to break through to 7 stars later, they could never join the ranks of the elders. More cruelly, under such harsh restrictions, beast tamers with demerits found breaking through to 7 stars nearly impossible. Elder. Commander Luo's voice was hoarse, tinged with tears as he looked up pleadingly. Elder Tao paid him no more attention, his gaze moving directly to Qin Fong below. Division Chief Qin, take your people immediately to arrest Fan Bo and Bu Pingjun. Yes. Qin Fong acknowledged the order, turned, and strode away with firm, powerful steps. Finally, Elder Tao's gaze settled on Sufan, and his originally stern expression softened with a hint of warmth. Sufan, you've made great contributions this time. After Elder Qin returns, and we discuss the matter, I'll properly reward you. Sufan bowed slightly, placing one hand on his chest, his voice steady and appropriately grateful. Thank you, Elder. After a moment of silence, he seemed to remember something, his tone carrying a trace of hesitant inquiry. I have a matter I'd like to consult with you about, Elder. Speak freely. Elder Tao nodded slightly. Sufan deliberated for a moment before voicing his inner concern. I heard that Tifa escaped. Might she become furious from humiliation and take extreme measures? Elder Tao chuckled softly, his eyes carrying the calm of one who sees through everything. You're worried she'll come back for revenge against you, aren't you? Sufan's expression stiffened slightly, but he didn't deny it. Don't worry. Elder Tao's voice became confident. She was able to run rampant in Dawn City before because we didn't understand her background. Now that the war court has complete intelligence on her, she won't dare act rashly in the short term. This confident statement made the heavy stone in Sufan's heart crash to the ground. He exhaled deeply, his shoulders relaxing considerably. Since that crazy woman wouldn't appear in the short term, why should he continue pretending? To avoid alerting her, he had previously been forced to act controlled, but now, it was time to reveal his true hand. In his consciousness, he silently commanded, "System, remove control." Ding, a cold electronic voice instantly echoed. External force invasion of host soul detected. Command received. Back-end protection program activated. Boom. His mental world suddenly transformed. The blood-red heaven and earth appeared soaked in fresh blood, with a blood moon hanging high in the crimson sky, emanating eerie red light. At the center of the blood moon, a crimson eye slowly opened, cold and evil. Countless scarlet threads shot out like tentacles, wrapping around Sufan's soul, attempting to bind it. The next moment, thunderous power erupted from the depths of Sufan's soul. Lightning tore through the blood-colored sky, its violent roar shaking heaven and earth colorless. A massive mechanical gear slowly emerged from the lightning, electric arcs dancing across its surface, each rotation stirring terrifying energy. The mechanical gear charged toward the blood moon and giant eye with the force of 10,000 thunderbolts. Crack! The blood moon shattered. The crimson eye collapsed, dissolving into countless dark red fragments. The red threads wrapped around Sufan's soul lost their vitality, snapping with crackling sounds and dispersing into nothingness. Ding's soul control has been removed. The divine machine system wishes you good health. Yulin City, at a hot spring inn. Night fell deep, mist swirling. Tifa reclined half-submerged in a pool floating with flower petals, her skin like congealed cream, her form appearing and disappearing in the mist. The hot spring gently caressed her skin, water rippling softly. She rested with closed eyes, her breathing causing gentle rises and falls at her chest. Distant mountain shadows loomed hazily beauty and scenery complementing each other perfectly. Splash! She suddenly rose, water droplets sliding down her curves as mist outlined perfect contours. Her beautiful eyes snapped open, surprise and dangerous light emerging simultaneously. That bastard was acting with me? She reached for the thin garment by the pool's edge, her still damp hair trembling slightly at her shoulders. A flash of killing intent flickered in her eyes as she gracefully walked into the room. In the cozy private room of the Hot Spring Inn, Tifa's favorite comedy show played on the TV screen. The lights were dimmed to a warm, soft yellow glow, and the air was filled with the sweet aroma of fruit platters and snacks. A middle-aged female attendant sat beside the coffee table, tearing open a bag of chips and passing it to Tifa's fingertips. Tifa lounged lazily on the long sofa, her slender legs crossed, her gaze never leaving the screen as her red lips parted slightly. Have Yehu come see me? Yes. The attendant nodded slightly, her tone neither servile nor arrogant. Half an hour later, the punchlines from the studio had Tifa doubled over with laughter, her delicate hand holding spicy strips still stained with fine red oil. The door softly creaked as a handsome young man stepped inside. In his mid-20s, he wore a perfectly tailored burgundy suit that outlined his tall, slender frame, his every movement carrying an innate elegance. This was Yehu, the six-star purple-robed chief of the beast god cult and Tifa's most trusted confidant, who also served as the chief steward of Tifa's faction. On the surface, he controlled hundreds of billions in liquid assets. In secret, the renowned investment giant, Dongting Financing, in the Middle East region was his own creation. Beyond his prowess as a six-star beast master, Yehu was equally feared in the business world. 3 years ago, when a beast tide devastated the economy of Shuguang City's southwestern district, numerous consortiums suffered heavy losses. Yet with his own power and precise strategic positioning, he single-handedly caused several major consortiums in the southeastern Shuguang City area to collapse overnight, achieving legendary status in one battle. After that financial war, countless people were left bankrupt, while Dongting Financing earned the title investment predator overnight. The young man stopped 3 steps from the sofa and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Majesty. Tifa snorted softly through her nose, her gaze still glued to the variety show as her pale, delicate fingers brought the last spicy strip to her mouth. The people from Nansha nursing home, have they all been properly arranged? The vast majority have been relocated to Xiaoguang City, with housing and subsidies all in place. Yehu reported in a low voice, pausing before continuing. A few insisted on staying. Wong Yu visits his deceased wife's grave monthly. Zhang Xunyan's grandson is starting elementary school this year, and he rented a nearby place to watch the child grow up. These 7 individuals all refused to leave Shuguang City. I've prepared new identities for them to ensure their safety. So be it, let them be. Tifa nodded, shifting to another sitting position. How is the acquisition of Huayu Pharmaceuticals in Shuguang City proceeding? Everything is under control. We just signed the contract yesterday. A confident smile curved Yehu's lips. After Fong Jianfeng and Fong Xiaoqian's unexpected deaths, the Fong family only has the eldest son Fong Xiaoyun and scattered minor shareholders left. Before Dongting's capital power, they had no resistance. With a market value of 27 billion, we acquired 81 of the shares for only 12 billion, achieving absolute controlling interest. Tifa's expression remained calm, as if tens of billions were mere pocket change. She then asked, I heard that on the day of evacuation, it was Sufan who intervened to stop the war court's enforcement hall? That is correct. Yehu's voice remained steady. Humph, that damn scumbag, this queen owes him no favors. Tifa's red lips curved slightly, her tone cool. Isn't he in the spirit pet medical business? Give him Huayu, but do it discreetly. Yes. Yehu was momentarily stunned, then bowed in acknowledgement. Scumbag? Which scumbag? He dared not ask, nor dared to think further. In Shuguang City, at the war court building, Sufan slowly walked out of the top-floor conference room. Soft lighting cast gentle shadows on the metallic corridor floor as he stepped into the elevator alongside Deputy Commander Fong. In the enclosed space, their upright figures reflected off the elevator walls. Fong stood with his arms crossed, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he spoke with a hint of envy. Dr. Su, You've made another outstanding contribution. The rewards are sure to be generous. It truly makes me envious. Sufan humbly cupped his hands in response, a faint smile gracing his lips. Deputy Commander Chun flatters me. It was merely good fortune. Ding! The elevator reached the first floor, and the metal door slid open. Fong cupped his hands in farewell. I still need to search for and apprehend Fan Bo and Bu Pingjun, so I won't keep you. Let's meet again another day. Take care, Deputy Commander Chun. Sufan nodded slightly, watching the other man's figure disappear into the distance before turning to head back to his spirit pet medical clinic. Just then, a familiar electronic notification exploded in his mind. Ding system alert. Fan Bo, whom you once helped, now harbors tremendous resentment toward you. How do you plan to deal with this ungrateful wretch who repays kindness with hatred? Option 1. Magnanimously forgive him. After all, love conquers all. Reward. 1 extra large, painless punching bag, spirit pet. Option 2. Wait for the War Tribunal's battle envoys to enforce justice and let him reflect in prison. Reward. 1 level 5 adaptive spirit beast exoskeleton mech suit. Option 3. Uncle might tolerate this, but daddy won't. Personally end his life. Mission coordinates. Heli Underground Beast Arena. Reward. Mech Beast Armament Technology. Sufan raised an eyebrow. Need I even choose? Obviously number 3. A playful smile curved his lips as he chuckled inwardly. Today really is a lucky day for bargains. If Fan Bo hadn't thoughtfully delivered that 200 million medical fee and triggered this system option, he would have missed out on this Mech Beast Armament Technology jackpot. However, his mental excitement quickly cooled. Fan Bo just got out of the hospitals, probably hanging around with Bu Pingjun. Fan Bo is just a small fry, but Bu Pingjun is an early 5-star Beastmaster with a mid 5-star spirit pet. A direct assault would be too risky. He quickly weighed his options. With his current strength plus the mechanical tiger that matched a peak 4-star spirit pet's combat power, he could potentially achieve a kill through ambush with the Heaven and Earth Twin Tigers technique. But the underground arena was their territory, lacked the advantage of initiative. I need backup, and I need to get there before Fong. Can't let this windfall reward slip away. Mind made up, he pulled out his phone, fingers rapidly scrolling through his contacts until he found his target. Old Hai. Ring ring ring. The low dial tone vibrated against his eardrum until finally someone picked up. Sufan suppressed his excitement and cleared his throat. Old Hai. I'm craving fish. Are you drunk, kid? If you want fish, go buy it yourself. I'm not a fishmonger. Old Hai's voice was full of disbelief. This stubborn old fool can't even pick up on the hint. Sufan grumbled internally, his voice immediately dropping the pretense as he cut straight to the point. I want to kill someone. What? Killing again? The other end seemed to spring to attention with a whoosh. I'm starting to suspect you're secretly running an assassin's guild. What's the target's strength? Early 5-star Beastmaster, plus 1 mid 5-star spirit pet. 2 seconds of silence. Can't handle it. Too risky. Old Hai delivered a crisp, decisive refusal. Sufan leisurely drawled. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. How about I customize a 5-star lower body exoskeleton mech for your Fire Eye Falcon? I'm on my way right now. Old Hai, you really know how to read people. Deep in the night, 2 figures emerged silently in a shadowy alley. Sufan and Hai Lao. Neon lights flickered erratically at the alley entrance, casting cold light on their forms. Hai Lao was wrapped in an oversized black hooded robe, resembling a moving shadow with only a wisp of grizzled beard visible beneath the hem. Beside him, the fire-eyed vulture was even more conspicuous, sporting exaggerated sunglasses above its beak and draped in a burlap cloak, looking like some divine eagle hero that had wandered off an old martial arts movie set. Beneath the cloak, metallic gleams flickered intermittently. It was a mechanical exoskeleton covering the legs and torso, its surface etched with fire-eye, flowing cloud patterns. Energy pulses rippled through the gaps, glowing like navigation lights in the darkness. Ever since Sufan had fitted it with mechanical eyes, this spirit pet, already at the peak of 4-star level, had unleashed its full potential, growing at a rate that could only be described as terrifying. Your bird dresses flashier than you do. Sufan glanced at the sunglasses with disdain in his voice. This is called style? What would you know? Hai Lao bristled, stroking his beard indignantly as he proudly patted the fire-eyed vulture's metallic thigh. With this exoskeleton mech, forget ordinary early 5-star opponents, even the tough ones would have to kneel. Sufan gave him a bland look. The Foundation's decent 590 species value, just 1 step away from 5-star. But 5-star spirit pets start at 700 and up. The gap's still there. Hai Lao's smug grin faded somewhat. So, Sufan raised his hand and tapped the air, causing the exoskeleton's dark red patterns to instantly flare to life. I added some extras. This thing comes with a built-in blazing fire domain. At full power, it can forcibly boost combat effectiveness by 35%, pushing the species value straight up to 900. Enough to grind that Bu Pingjun into the ground. Hai Lao chuckled darkly, his beard bristling like 2 small brushes, dangerous light flickering in his eyes. He lowered his voice. I've confirmed the underground beast fighting arena you mentioned is hidden beneath this bar. Bu Pingjun and Fanbo are both inside. According to reconnaissance, Fanbo's position hadn't changed, and this was Bu Pingjun's territory. The unchanged coordinates suggested that Qin Feng's side hadn't yet tracked down their whereabouts. Sufan calculated the timing strike before the war tribunal arrived, and the bounty would be his. A cold smile curved his lips. Then what are we waiting for? Time to knock and deliver some warmth. Hai Lao's brow furrowed, his expression grave. You're really planning to make a move? This Bu fellow has connections in both legitimate and underground circles. Don't worry. Sufan brushed dust from his sleeve. The war tribunal has already issued a warrant for him. We strike first, then destroy the evidence. When the tribunal can't find him, they'll just assume he fled in fear of punishment. The casual statement revealed his information advantage intelligence fresh from the war tribunal's highest level meetings. You little schemer. Hai Lao shook his head helplessly. Devious enough. I really can't figure out what this Bu fellow did to you to warrant such elaborate planning. Just a small friction, a minor conflict, nothing worth mentioning. Sufan smiled with breezy nonchalance, waving his hand dismissively. Hai Lao studied him deeply, thinking to himself, like hell I believe you. A minor conflict, and you want to kill someone? And destroy the evidence too? This kid has more tricks up his sleeve than a honeycomb has holes. It's not convenient for me to show up directly, Sufan said, his smile fading as his expression turned serious. You go in first and register for the beast fighting competition as an underground beast tamer. As soon as you draw Bu Pingjun out, strike immediately. Inside the bar, dim hanging lights flickered weakly, and the air was thick with the smell of stale tobacco and cheap alcohol. Hai Lao pushed open the weathered wooden door, his heavy footsteps echoing on the floorboards. A waiter in a black vest immediately approached with a practiced smile. Sir, we're not open for business yet. I'm here to register, Hai Lao said in a steady tone that brooked no argument. As soon as he finished speaking, a tremendous surge of starlight power erupted from within him, flooding the entire bar corner like a rising tide. The waiter's face instantly turned pale, his legs trembling as his smile crumbled into terror. Please, this way, sir. He hurriedly bowed and led Hai Lao through a dark corridor to a hidden door that nearly blended into the wall. Behind the door was a narrow, pitch-black staircase descending into unseen depths. Moments later, Sufan also appeared at the bar entrance. Hey handsome, we're not open yet. Another waiter had barely looked up when Sufan's body blazed with intertwining red, blue, and gold starlight, the oppressive aura forcing the remaining words back down the man's throat. I'm here to register, Sufan said quietly, but his words drove into the other's eardrums like iron nails. Another one? The waiter shuddered and quickly bowed his head in a guiding gesture. Please follow me. Underground, at the Hungly Beast Fighting Arena. Dim light columns focused illumination on the octagonal iron cage at the center, its bars stained with dark bloodstains under the lights. The humid air, thick with the stench of blood and spirit beast musk, filled the lungs and nearly induced nausea. A burly man stood guard at the arena's edge, his muscles solid as iron. Seeing Hai Lao step into the circle of light, he lifted his eyelids with a gruff tone. Here to register? Bring out your boss. I want to fight in the highest level matches. Hai Lao's voice was hoarse like an old lion's growl, and though his steps were slow, his authority remained undiminished. Old man, you must be dreaming. The burly man sneered, his gaze full of contempt. Boom. Four-colored radiance exploded behind Hai Lao, the blinding brightness forcing the burly man to close his eyes instantly. The next second, with a whoosh, the fire-eyed eagle spread its wings and soared out, its rushing airflow tearing the cloak to shreds and whipping up a gale that sent the burly man flying 4 or 5 meters. After a dull thud, he fell like a broken sack, sliding into a heap. 4-star beast tamer. The burly man's face turned ashen as he scrambled on hands and knees. Please wait. Wait a moment. He stumbled frantically toward the depths of the arena. Meanwhile, in the luxurious lounge deep within the arena, crystal chandeliers blazed with eye-piercing brilliance. Crash. A crystal glass smashed violently against the wall, shards scattering everywhere. Fanbo's eyes were bloodshot, his expression as savage as a trapped beast. Uncle. That bastard surnamed Su. I'll fucking kill him. What does he think he is? How dare he? How dare he treat me like this? He kicked over the mahogany coffee table, sending tea and fragments flying. Enough. Shut up. I want Sufan to be utterly disgraced and left with nothing. Fanbo roared with a hoarse voice. Bu Pingjun frowned deeply, his face dark as storm clouds, responding in a low tone. That Su brat is indeed detestable. This matter cannot be left unresolved. Before he could finish, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and his killing intent seemed to materialize, sending chills down one's spine. Uncle, he's merely a 2-star beast tamer who relies on mechanical modifications to show off. You're a 5-star powerhousey as long as you make a move. That strange spirit beast of his will surely be reduced to ashes. Fanbo clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, a vicious look flashing in his eyes as a cruel smile curved his lips, as if the scene of Sufan's spirit beast being destroyed and Sufan himself being disgraced was playing out before his very eyes. At worst, we'll have people watching him constantly. I refuse to believe he can hide in the war court building forever. The moment he steps out of the central district or leaves Dawn City, it'll be his spirit beast's death sentence. Recalling the humiliation of having his spirit beast defeated by Sufan in front of everyone and losing all dignity, Fanbo spoke each word as if squeezing it through gritted teeth, filled with bone-deep hatred. Bu Pingjun lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, the dull rhythm echoing throughout the room. He looked up, his voice dropping even lower. Kill him we must. But he is, after all, a specially appointed war court personnel. If something happens, the war court will investigate. I've also heard that the young Beast King quite appreciates him. We must plan our escape route first. Having navigated both official and underground beast taming circles for years, he understood the importance of caution and strategy. Uncle is wise. Fan Bo's eyes gleamed with fanatical light. Sufan, you just wait. This deputy commander will sooner or later see your spirit beast destroyed and your reputation ruined. The roar in his heart nearly burst from his throat as he wished he could rush over immediately and tear Sufan's spirit beast to shreds. Knock, knock, knock. Urgent knocking suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. Come in. Bu Pingjun instantly composed himself, his tone returning to its usual authority. The door swung open as a burly beast tamer strode in, sweat beading on his forehead, clearly having run all the way. Boss, there's a civilian beast tamer outside. He says he wants to fight in the highest level beast battle. His voice still trembled, obviously intimidated by the man's presence. Oh, Bu Pingjun raised an eyebrow in surprise. The highest level? His underground beast fighting arena had quite a reputation, and the circle matches were divided into 4 levels: bronze, silver, gold, and supreme beast king, corresponding to Onedo Forster beast tamers. Bronze and silver matches were most common, netting only a few $100,000 after commission, serving as daily income. Gold level matches occurred several times monthly, earning 4 to 5 million per match and constituting the arena's main revenue. As for supreme beast king level, only 4-star peak spirit beasts dared enter the ring. Such matches were rare, perhaps once a year, but when they opened, a single night could bring in tens of millions, even 20 to 30 million. Upon hearing that a 4-star peak beast tamer had arrived, Bu Pingjuan's eyes lit up, as if he could see countless gold coins beckoning to him. The Hengeli Underground Beast Arena hadn't hosted a 4-star peak beast battle in ages. Once word got out, the underground beast tamers would be absolutely electrified. When the betting opened, he could easily rake in 50 million. After Sufan had just swindled him out of 200 million, this match would be the perfect chance to recoup some losses. At this thought, Bu Pingjuan's heart raced with excitement, unable to suppress the joy spreading across his face. Quick, take me there. Yes. The burly beast tamer respectfully agreed and immediately turned to lead the way. Click, click, click. Urgent footsteps echoed through the dim corridor. The hall entrance suddenly opened wide, with flickering lights and air thick with the smell of sweat and beast musk. Bu Pingjun stepped in first, with Fanbo close behind. With a quick glance, he spotted 2 figures in the front row of the audience seats: a hunched old man named Hai Lao, and behind him, a massive bird. That's Spirit Pet's aura. At least late 4-star, possibly even peak. Bu Pingjuan's eyes flashed with excitement. The higher the beast tamer's level and the stronger their spirit pet, the bigger the spectacle. This time he was sure to make a fortune. His spirits lifted, wearing a spring-like smile, his steps light as if he'd grown 10 years younger. I hear you want to register for the beast battle. Do you understand the rules of Hengeli Beast Arena? I'd be happy to explain them. Hai Lao slowly raised his head, sharp lights suddenly blazing in his deep eyes as a hoarse, low voice rumbled out. You're Bu Pingjun, boss Bu? That's me. Bu Pingjun was extremely confident in his reputation, nodding with a smile. Then there's no need for words. Murderous intent exploded in Hai Lao's eyes, killing intent crystallizing instantly, as if the very air had frozen. In a flash, Hai Lao trembled slightly, and the space behind him suddenly twisted. Boom. A fiery red figure burst for the flame-eyed eagle wreathed in blazing fire appeared. Its legs were covered in dark gold mechanical exoskeleton, the metallic sheen gleaming coldly under the lights. A piercing shriek tore through eardrums as mechanical talons ripped through the air with cannonball force, diving straight for Bu Pingjuan's face. What? Bu Pingjuan's expression changed drastically, pupils contracting sharply. Uncle, watch out. Fanbo screamed in alarm, his voice cracking. Crash. In his haste, Bu Pingjun erupted with tremendous starlight power, stellar radiance surging around him to form a thick barrier. Yet the flame-eyed eagle's strike still sent him flying like a broken kite, retreating 17 or 18 meters before crashing heavily into the wall with a dull impact that shook the entire hall. The shockwave swept outward, catching the recently recovered Fanbo and the 2-star burly beast tamer, lifting them into the air like fallen leaves before they crashed to the ground, groaning in pain. You, Bu Pingjun staggered to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, the five-star beast tamer's starlight barrier still roaring around him. He stared at his opponent in utter shock. The flame-eyed eagle stood beside Hai Lao, its terrifying attack having torn away the feathers on its legs, fully exposing the dark gold mechanical exoskeleton. Cold metallic patterns and pulsing energy lines flashed with piercing light. The fusion of technology and spirit beast created an overwhelming impact. Spirit pet mechanical modification. Sufan Senkyu. Bu Pingjuan's eyes nearly bulged out, his voice losing control. The only response was Hai Lao's intensifying killing intent. The flame-eyed eagle shrieked again, wings beating powerfully as its mechanical legs erupted with even more ferocious force, instantly shattering the floor. It shot forward like a streak of light. Fanbo, get back! Bu Pingjuan's eyes blazed with fury as he let out a heart-wrenching roar. The moment his cry erupted, his aura exploded outward, five-colored starlight surging from his body as scorching spiritual energy transformed into rolling waves of heat, instantly distorting the air in the hall. Accompanying that furious shout, a massive lava lizard covered in thick rocky armor crashed to the ground, making the floor tremble as its roar shook the air. Hai Lao lunged forward with lightning speed, his hunched figure leaving afterimages in its wake. His spirit power instantly connected with the fire-eyed hawk, and his modified eyes flashed with red light as the mechanical exoskeleton on his legs hissed open, explosive propulsion launching him to collide head-on with the lava lizard in midair. In the next second, hawk and lizard became two violent blurs of light, weaving through the dim lighting. Each collision brought deafening crashes, raging air currents, and scattered debris. Hurricane-like spiritual energy swept through the hall, cracking walls and denting floors wherever it passed. The alloy octagonal cage on the beast fighting platform couldn't withstand more than a few moments, collapsing into twisted scrap metal with a series of sharp cracks. In the distance, Fanbo's robes whipped wildly in the fierce winds, his face filled with shock. This was the true power of a five-star beast master. Though 4-star and 5-star were both nominally high-level beast masters, only beast masters themselves truly understood the vast gap between them. The fire-eyed hawk's level 4 mechanical divine eye spun at high speed, countless data streams appearing in real time as each dive tore through the air. Meanwhile, the lava lizard, enhanced by Bu Pingjuan's spirit power, delivered tail strikes with earth-shaking force, sending stone fragments flying. The two great spirit beasts exchanged blows, evenly matched in a deadlock. Firelight and shattered rock reflected in Fanbo's pupils as he spotted that metallic mechanical prosthetic eye, hatred spreading silently in his gazetsu again. Sufan, I'll make sure you die? It was precisely this spirit pet mechanical modification technology that allowed Sufan, a mere 1-star beast master, to become a specially appointed exempt personnel of the war court. In the entire Star City, only that spirit pet medical clinic could perform such surgery. Even more troubling, this old man's strength rivaled his own 5-star uncle, and the fire-eyed hawk's prosthetic eye was clearly of premium quality, undoubtedly connected to Sufan. Damn it, it wasn't even his turn to act yet, but Sufan had already found backup. That bastard Su really is ruthless. Click. A soft sound interrupted his thoughts. Fanbo's entire body shuddered as bone-chilling cold shot up his spine to his scalp, as if he'd been thrown into an ice cellar. He didn't need to turn around to recognize that familiar, bone-deep danger at Black Giant Tiger. In his peripheral vision, two distinctly different metallic tiger claws silently rested on his shoulders. A voice so low it was almost a whisper came close to his ear. Take a deep breath, the dizziness is normal. Su. Fanbo's limbs went rigid, his heart pounding as memories of being brutally beaten by the giant tiger came flooding back. But what confused him was why did it feel like there were two left claws? He had barely uttered a single syllable when he felt the two metallic tiger claws on his shoulders release two streams of energy, one cold and one hot. These two strange energies invaded his body like bone-deep poison. In the next second, the starlight power within him was instantly frozen, his meridians solidified, and his dantian felt as if it had turned to ice, could no longer mobilize even the slightest bit of starlight power. Then his internal organs began to burn with endless searing pain. The scorching energy came from the mechanical tiger, while the frigid energy emanated from the black blade tiger. This was its unique chaos effect. Any beast tamer of 4-star rank or below couldn't resist the invasion of this chaos effect. Once controlled by chaos energy, they could only helplessly take a beating. With this ability, it was practically invincible among peers of the same rank. Moreover, as a mechanical-type spirit beast, the mechanical tiger also possessed terrifying racial stat bonuses, allowing it to fight above its weight class. A 4-star early-stage beast tamer like Fanbo was nothing more than a toy in Sufan's hands. Feeling the cold spreading throughout his body, Fanbo became terrified. The fear of death enveloped him, making his entire body tremble. Don't kill me, Sufan. I was wrong. Please spare me this once. I promise I'll never trouble you again. From now on, I can serve you in the enforcement hall. His voice trembled with a sobbing tone, filled with despair and pleading. Disobedient children belong in the morgue. Sufan's voice was indifferent, like a doctor delivering a diagnosis. As his words fell, the mechanical tiger's metal claws, gleaming with cold light, struck down heavily on Fan Bo's back. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. Fan Bo's eyes widened, his pupils dilating. His internal meridians were completely severed, and a mouthful of fresh blood gushed out, staining the ground red. His body went limp, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, dead beyond any doubt. Ding! Host has completed the selection task. Reward, Mecha Beast Armament Technology. Distributed. Dead. Nearby, the burly 2-star beast tamer responsible for managing the underground beast arena was scared out of his wits upon witnessing this scene. He looked at that terrifying mechanical tiger in horror, his legs going weak, barely able to stand. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. Sufan's mind stirred, and in the mechanical tiger's palm, the scorching energy in the air condensed into a fireball projectile. Whoosh! The mechanical tiger struck out with its palm. The projectile shot forth rapidly, piercing through the burly beast tamer's chest from behind, creating a gaping hole. Flesh and blood sprayed, forming a grotesque flower in the air. At this moment, Bu Pingjun, who was locked in fierce combat with Hai Lao, noticed what was happening. He witnessed his only nephew Fan Bo being killed, and his eyes instantly became bloodshot, turning crimson red. The next moment, he immediately roared, Fan Bo! Sufan! You deserve to die. He stared fixedly at Sufan, who was controlling from the side, his eyes burning with fury, wishing he could tear him to pieces. Boom! His entire body erupted with earth-shaking momentum, starlight power surging like a giant dragon, wildly flowing in all directions, actually forcing both Hai Lao's fire-eyed falcon and Hai Lao himself to retreat several meters. Boy, I want you dead, Bu Pingjun roared, his eyes blood-red, looking like a madman as he commanded his lava monitor to charge towards Sufan. How dare you? Immediately after, Hai Lao's aura exploded from behind, and his figure flashed. The mechanical exoskeleton armor on his legs carried the momentum to shatter the earth as he stomped viciously toward Bu Pingjuan's lava monitor, while the fire-eyed falcon also dove down. Bu Pingjuan's heart immediately rang with alarm bells. Sensing the terrifying power of this combined attack from Hai Lao and the fire-eyed falcon, he had no choice but to abandon his offensive and quickly turn to defend against their assault. Leave this to this old man. You retreat first, Hai Lao said while fighting, his voice low and powerful. However, before he could finish speaking, from the corner of his eye, he witnessed an astonishing scene. He saw that pitch-black, scorching, and domineering mechanical tiger, the earth tiger, suddenly let out a roar and leaped up from the ground, converging with another black blade tiger whose front claws were covered with gleaming black metal blades, and whose back sprouted black and white mechanical wings. The two giant tigers, one is the sky tiger and one is the earth tiger, one above and one below, drew toward each other and began rotating. Hai Lao. Sigma. The earth tiger's mechanical hind legs suddenly exploded with power, launching its entire body skyward like black lightning. Above it, the sky tiger hovered in midair, its black and white mechanical wings fully spread like a steel canopy. One above, one below, one celestial, one terrestrial, the two colossal beasts radiating destructive aura instantly became like polar magnetic forces, beginning to rotate in perfect synchronization. 1 revolution. 2, 3, 4. The first wave of transformation erupted. The sky tiger activated chaos domain, warping light within the field as shadows grew wildly, unleashing rule-level suppressive force like a massive hammer striking Bu Pingjuan's lava monitor, forcing the creature to cry out in agony. The second wave followed immediately. The earth tiger activated magnetic field, causing blinding arcs of electricity to dance frantically between the two mechanical tigers. The invisible field flowed through the air like Tai Chi patterns, instantly pushing their speed to the absolute limit. The hissing sounds were obliterated, leaving only a deafening hum. High above the arena, the energy released by the twin tigers continued to surge. Thousands of metal fragments were drawn in, orbiting the spinning orb of light like meteor escorts. Sufan stood at the arena's edge, precisely calculating the layered enhancements. 1. Chaos Domain. Light Dark Dual Attribute Spirit Beast Racial Stats 35. 2. Magnetic Field. Mechanical Limb Attributes 20. 3. Level 5 Mechanical Limbs and Exoskeleton Armor. Racial Stats 40. 4. Beastmaster Sufan's Level 17 Spirit Power Infusion. Another leap forward. With 4 amplifications stacked, energy surged through the twin tigers like a tidal wave, their combined output instantly reaching 1,360 Mach. Black-gray radiance burst along the spines of both tigers, like rifts tearing through the sky. The mechanical energy of 1,360 Mach exploded in that moment. Hai Lao and Bu Pingjuan's eyes filled with disbelief. A true monster had descended upon the world. Boom! With the twin tigers at its core, the deep blue energy sphere expanded into a storm of destruction, erupting like a roaring dragon as it charged toward Bu Pingjun. Hai Lao, retreat. Sufan commanded coldly, his killing intent sharp as ice. Hai Lao's clouded eyes suddenly contracted as the terrifying light filled his pupils. He immediately leaped onto his fire-eyed eagle, and with a beat of its wings, his form shot away, instantly retreating 100 meters. In midair, the deep blue energy sphere, carrying the power of chaos and magnetic fields, bore down on Bu Pingjun with mountain-crushing, sea-splitting force. No! Bu Pingjuan's face contorted, his features nearly squashed together. He desperately tried to retreat, but couldn't break free from the gravitational lock. The next second, blinding radiance flooded his vision, swallowing him whole. Ah! A piercing scream tore through the underground arena. A metallic giant claw emerged from the energy sphere, shredding the starlight barrier before Bu Pingjun with unstoppable force. The moment the energy touched his chest, the surrounding air twisted into vortexes. Point-blank explosions detonated in succession. Boom, 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 deafeningly loud. As the violent tremors subsided, the arena returned to deathly silence, thick with the metallic scent of blood rolling through the air. Through a charred, coal-black corpse crashed down with a dull impact. Its limbs and bones were twisted into an indescribable shape, no longer recognizable as human. At that moment, Hai Lao approached step by step, each footfall unusually heavy. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed audibly. You little devil, you little devil. Hai Lao's eyes widened, his voice filled with both shock and admiration. Hiding such a trump card, no wonder you dared to provoke a 5-star beast master. This power far exceeds that of 5-star spirit beast techniques. Mechanical limb modifications weren't uncommon, and Sufan was renowned for this very skill, so Hai Lao had initially thought nothing of it. But when that spirit companion, forged entirely of metal, crushed the dust beneath its feet with cold light radiating through its body, he was completely speechless. In his understanding, even the most sophisticated mechanical modifications required a flesh and blood foundation. The outline of flesh and the original aura of spirit beasts could never be completely erased. Yet this one before him was composed entirely of metal. Its very essence was mechanical. No ancient texts recorded such a thing, no secret lore mentioned it, let alone witnessing it firsthand. It seemed to have emerged from thin air, transcending all known spirit beast classifications. Where on earth had Sufan obtained it? As thoughts churned in his mind, click click, the armor plates retracted in sequence. The imposing mecha automatically disassembled, transforming into streams of light that were absorbed into the space ring on the young man's finger. As the metal receded, Sufan's original appearance emerged. He grinned broadly, his snow-white teeth gleaming in the dim light. After all, I'm here to heal spirit beasts, the youth said, clapping his hands together. Preparing some backup in case the pet owners cause trouble isn't unreasonable, is it? Hai Lao opened his mouth but found himself speechless, finally lowering his voice to urge. Let's go quickly. The War Tribunal is searching for Fan Bo and his nephew Bu Pingjun. With the supervisory court's efficiency, they'll track us down here within a day. I'll dispose of the bodies. Sufan turned around, his voice as light as the wind. Let's get out of here. Moments later, the corpses were cleaned up, leaving only the shattered ground and broken iron cages in the underground beast fighting arena. Sufan and Hai Lao walked side by side, their figures flashing before disappearing into the wreckage. About 20 minutes later, on that familiar street in the red light district, 2 black jeeps sped up and stopped steadily in front of a bar that hadn't yet opened for business. The car doors clicked open as Chi Wei and Fong stepped out one after another, their long coats billowing in the wind. 7 or 8 uniformed supervisory court officers followed closely behind, each wearing a stern expression. Since their targets were 2 high-level beast masters, the deployment consisted entirely of supervisory court elites, all at the peak of 3-star level with top-tier individual abilities within their rank. Combined with the War Tribunal's exclusive combat techniques, their joint effort was sufficient to suppress Fan Bo, who was at the early 4-star level. As for Bu Pingjun at early 5-star level, Deputy Commanders Chi Wei and Fong would handle him personally. Chi Wei's lips curved upward as he raised his hand to adjust his collar. Old Qin, just watch and learn. You won't even need to lift a finger, watch me put on a show. Feng's brow furrowed slightly, his tone steady. You'd better be careful. Although you just broke through to 5-star level, Bu Pingjun is a veteran deputy commander with extensive experience. I'll provide backup. This is a direct order from Elder Tao, so we absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. Yeah, I know. You've repeated this 800 times on the way here. Chi Wei waved dismissively. Relax, I've got this one in the bag. As his words fell, the team members' coats billowed as they rushed into the bar like a black whirlwind. The intelligence was accurate. Bu Pingjun and his nephew were hiding inside at this very moment, with no escape possible. The instant the bar door was pushed open, Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. By the bar counter, a vested server lay slumped over a table, motionless. He quickly stepped forward, checking for breath and pulse, his brow furrowing as he said gravely, "He's been knocked unconscious." The atmosphere immediately tensed. Everyone spread out to search, and soon, one officer kicked open a hidden door in the corner. Bang! Qin Feng immediately rushed over, staring at the pitch-black underground passage. "Everyone follow me." Click, click, click. Boot heels struck the concrete floor, echoes reverberating through the dim corridor. Light appeared at the end, and the chaos that greeted them made everyone freeze in their tracks. Twisted iron cages, cracked walls, blood stains crisscrossing the ground, with not a soul in sight. Chi Wei stared in disbelief. What the hell happened here? Did someone rob the place? Deep within the arena, the devastation was horrifying to behold. The once impregnable alloy octagonal cage had been torn to shreds, with twisted metal bars scattered across the cratered ground. Spiderweb cracks spread in all directions, exposing sharp steel reinforcements at the deepest points like cold, skeletal remains. The walls bore twisted gashes carved by some invisible force, with concrete chunks and dust continuously falling onto the equally damaged stone. Seating large sections of the stands had already collapsed, leaving only chaotic piles of rubble forming desolate steps. Smoke and the acrid stench of blood churned through the enclosed underground space, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Survey the battle traces and retrieve the surveillance footage. Qin Feng's voice was deep and commanding, breaking the deathly silence. Yes, sir. The supervisory court team members immediately dispersed, drawing professional investigation equipment from their spatial rings or necklaces. Black metallic compass-like devices gleamed coldly, their needles trembling slightly. Some knelt to measure crack depths, others pressed against walls to scan for residual energy, while still others captured spiritual power fluctuations in the air. Everything flowed seamlessly. Minutes later, a team member hurried forward with a grave expression. Deputy Commanders, preliminary assessment indicates the scene was caused by spirit beasts belonging to 2 5-star early-stage beast tamers. One of the spirit beasts has a racial value exceeding 500. However, the final destructive outburst was abnormal, with power approaching that of a full-force strike from a 900 racial value. King-level spirit beast meaning at least one 6-star peak beast tamer or their spirit beast was present. A 6-star spirit beast? Qin Feng's pupils contracted in disbelief. He knew well that a racial value of 590 marked 4-star peak level, while a 900-point king-level spirit beast could instantly annihilate any opponent below 5-star peak. 2 5-star early-stage spirit beasts would be utterly helpless before such an existence. But who was this mysterious beast tamer? Had they come with the other 5-star tamer to cause trouble for Bu Pingjun, or were they reinforcements Bu Pingjun had summoned? Only 2 possibilities lay before Qin Feng. Either Bu Pingjun, Fanbo, and their spirit beasts had been killed by this powerful figure, or Bu Pingjun had received aid from an expert and already fled. If the latter, given his years of connections in both legitimate and underground circles, once he learned of the war court's manhunt, the uncle and nephew would likely flee Shuguang City overnight. What about the surveillance? Qin Feng's brow furrowed tightly. Another supervisory court battle officer stepped forward with a troubled expression. Deputy Commander, this area is part of the Red Light District's gray industry zone. Most surveillance systems are either malfunctioning or have blind spots. Combined with the dense foot traffic, it will be difficult to identify suspicious beast tamer leads in a short time. Qin Feng closed his eyes and sighed softly, then opened them to issue orders. Report this matter immediately to Commander Qin. Pack up. Yes, sir. The team members quickly gathered their equipment and left the devastated ruins. Meanwhile, in the research laboratory on the 2nd floor of a spirit beast medical clinic in downtown Shuguang City, Hai Lao had departed. Sufan sat alone under bright, incandescent lights, preparing to begin a new chapter of research. The pristine metal workbench, neatly arranged precision components, and various instruments and equipment all crafted by his own hands according to the mechanical god system specifications for mechanical modification experiments. Mechanical beast armament technology. Sufan took a deep breath, his fingertip lightly touching the virtual light screen. Sufan opened the system panel and entered the mechanical beast armament technology section. A virtual panel instantly unfolded before his eyes, displaying detailed information about beast mech armament technology. The introduction read, Beast mech armament special modification of mechanical spirit pets by integrating armament cores. Modified mechanical pets can possess their host, transforming into mechanical armored suits and turning the host into a mech-controlling warrior. The evaluation stated, no man can resist the temptation of piloting a mech. The crafting process showed. Click to view more. Sufan's gaze swept across the panel, his heart suddenly racing wildly. Excitement surging uncontrollably across his face. Opportunity was right before him. Time to act. The young man raised his hand with a wave, opening his beast-taming space. His mechanical tiger spirit pet Earth Tiger was summoned forth with a soft metallic resonance. The massive body, over 2 meters tall, lay quietly on the solid ground, its black armor embedded with silver cracks, resembling a steel fortress awaiting orders. Sufficient materials, perfect for testing. He glanced at the back-end destined grade metals and supporting auxiliary materials, all available in his spirit pet medical shop's inventory, saving him the trouble of running around everywhere. The modification process differed slightly from previous procedures. First, he had to craft specialized auxiliary equipment for beast mech armament modification. Sufan got straight to work at the brightest workstation in the laboratory. In less than 3 hours, an alloy machine gleaming with cold light stood under the lamp. A circular platform at the base about 2 meters in diameter, its surface covered with mirror-like metal resembling a cold operating table. From the platform's center rose a thick metal column like a giant tree trunk, surrounded by precision tools including mechanical clamps, nanoscale blades, and sensor needles. The metal column could extend 2 to 5 meters based on the target size, with LCD screens at the rear displaying real-time data, the entire machine exuding an imposing technological presence. Done. Your turn, Earth Tiger. Sufan flexed his wrists, signaling his spirit pet to take position. Starlight power rippled from his palm, an invisible force lifting Earth Tiger and placing it steadily on the metal platform. Click, click, click. Clamps shot out like vines after rain, quickly securing Earth Tiger's limbs and torso, stretching it into a spread eagle position. Hum. The activation button was pressed, cameras flashed with piercing red light, rapidly scanning all data. Seconds later, countless mechanical arms extended with a whoosh. Sharp blades first peeled back Earth Tiger's hard shell, exposing crisscrossing circuits and energy cores. Hair-thin metal needles then probed into joints and power nodes, replacing nerve endings to establish new control circuits. Sufan's hands flew across the control panel while his eyes remained fixed on parameter adjustments. 9 grade metals were fed into the equipment. Some remained solid, precisely embedded into skeletal and armor interfaces under micromechanical arm guidance. Others were instantly melted by high temperatures into blazing liquid, flowing like silver streams along power conduits with soft sizzling sounds. The metallic torrent replaced and reinforced original mechanical tissues, energy surging through conduits as Earth Tiger's surface armor gradually developed a restrained luster both tough and elastic, subtly revealing coiled agility. An hour and a half later, the final progress bar on screen filled completely. 3-star Beast Mech Armament Earth Tiger, modification successful. Click. Clamps released one by one, heavy metallic sounds echoing through the spacious laboratory. Earth Tiger landed steadily, its cold yet powerful mechanical aura spreading outward. Those originally hollow black eyes briefly dimmed, then suddenly blazed to life with a hum. 2 piercing red beams cutting through the air like lasers. A brand new, wild mechanical consciousness fully awakened in the core's depths, heralding the arrival of a revolutionary new era. Sufan clenched his fists tightly, his breathing heavy with excitement, couldn't wait to experience the moment of mech possession and how this power would completely transform his future. The Earth Tiger before him had undergone a complete transformation, its original biological form utterly overturned. Pitch-black metallic plates seamlessly encased every inch of its body, even its fangs and nostrils replaced by cold alloy, turning it into an emotionless mechanical killer. Come, let me see your true power. Sufan's voice echoed through the spacious laboratory, both commanding and expectant. Booma deep explosion shook the walls. Mecha beast armor, combine. Sufan roared. The Earth Tiger let out a suppressed roar as the black metal covering its entire body suddenly exploded into countless tiny components. The pieces rearranged themselves in midair with stunning precision, silver light flashing as they instantly engulfed Sufan. As the silver light faded, a gray-black armored warrior stood in place. Streamlined armor outlined sharp contours with an unmistakable futuristic tech aesthetic. From the visor, 2 crimson beams suddenly blazed forth, fierce battle intent soaring skyward. Sufan raised his arm, the mecha joints clicking into position as his alloy fist, wrapped in howling airflow, struck directly at the target. Bang! The thunderous impact sent shockwaves through the laboratory air, causing even the instrument casings to vibrate slightly. Excellent. That punch delivered at least 500 Mach units of energy, comparable to a full-force strike from a peak 4-star spirit beast. Sufan assessed with satisfaction. Scorching heat waves immediately rose as the metal target warped and deformed under the high temperature. Sufan raised an eyebrow, lips curling upward. Perfect. This is exactly the effect I wanted. The facts proved once again. By selecting metals with complementary attributes, he could add unique attribute bonuses to the mecha beast armor, enhancing destructive power like elemental combat techniques. This approach was remarkably similar to spirit pet exoskeleton mecha modifications. just as Tianhu's Black Blade Tiger was equipped with chaos mechanical wings that possessed chaos effects. This mecha beast armor used fire attribute metal as its primary material, giving attacks inherent blazing burn effects that opponents below 4-star level could hardly resist. With this success, he could proceed to even higher level modifications. Excellent. Sufan waved his hand, and a black case materialized from thin air. This is the medical fee paid by Bu Ping Juntan grade metals that will now become the foundation for Earth Tiger's next evolution. CLSE Cave black case opened. 10 rare metals lay neatly arranged, their flowing light intersecting. 6 blocks of lightning attribute metal crackling with electric arcs, while the remaining 4 belonged to metal, fire, light, and poison attributes respectively. Sufan had thoroughly studied the materials. Modifications weren't limited to single attributes. The key lay in complementary synergy. Proper ratios could even produce astonishing effects far exceeding single attributes. The Mecha Beast armor upgrade required only 9 blocks. The poison attribute was immediately excluded, while metal, fire, light, and lightning all showed perfect compatibility. Feasible. After quick calculations, he stored the poison attribute metal in a side cabinet. The upgrade assistance equipment roared to life, its deep humming like a giant beast's heartbeat reverberating through the room. Earth Tiger was smoothly placed on the modification platform as the upgrade officially began. Mechanical arms on the metal columns danced with agility, various tools operating with precision and efficiency, methodically executing their programmed instructions. Sufan's technique had become increasingly refined and effortless. However, this particular Mecha Beast upgrade far exceeded the difficulty of any previous modifications, taking Sufan a full 4 hours to finally complete. The clock struck 10 in the evening. Night spread across Shugguang City like spilled ink, transforming the concrete and steel metropolis into a slumbering giant lurking in the darkness. Sufan pressed the shutdown button, and a deep blue mecha beast slowly rose from the workbench. Its blue alloy surface reflected a cold gleam, while golden patterns traced across its surface, outlining intricate and precise runes. The craftsmanship was so delicate it seemed almost impossible for human hands to achieve. Atop the Thunder Armor's silver helmet, a distinctive barbed silver horn stood prominently. White electric arcs danced wildly across it, crackling and sparking, the lightning even tearing visible fissures in the air as a violent aura of destruction emanated forth. The mecha beast stood silently, its horn resembling a symbol of a thunder god's descent, as if it could summon divine punishment at any moment. After disengaging from the fusion, Sufan circled around Earth Tiger, inspecting every joint and seam. Satisfied with his examination, he nodded approvingly and stored Earth Tiger in his spatial ring. The next morning arrived. After completing Earth Tiger's modifications the previous night, Sufan had dozed off in the pet medical clinic's break room. Now he opened a cup of pickled cabbage instant noodles for breakfast. As steam and the tangy aroma mingled, he slurped loudly while pulling up his status panel. Host, Sufan. Level, 3-star early beast tamer. Vitality, 459,459. Constitution, 335. Spirit pets, Sky Tiger, Earth Tiger. Skills, shared star stepping 100, instant summoning, mecha beast transformation. Mechanical points, 510. Beast space, 500 cubic meters. Incomplete mission, please establish medical partnerships and sell 1,000 nano spirit pet repair patches externally. Mission progress, 01000. Completion reward, mechanical clan exclusive beast taming technique, magnetic domain fusion. The panel data had clearly updated, but he only glanced over it briefly, his attention immediately focusing on the mission section. Promoting nano spirit pet repair patches and establishing medical partnerships. The system's requirements stirred something in his mind. Calculating the time, he figured it was about time to contact Shin Ao to discuss cooperation. With this thought, he drained the last of the broth and tossed the empty container into the trash. Just then, a jet-black Rolls-Royce quietly pulled up to the shop entrance. Its streamlined body reflected the morning's faint light, radiating an understated luxury that permeated the air. The driver's door opened, and an elderly man with graying hair stepped out first, his back straight and steps firm, his every gesture carrying a bearing far beyond that of an ordinary chauffeur. The elder walked around to the rear and respectfully opened the door. A young man of about 27 or 28 slowly stepped out. He wore a faded tank top on top, loose shorts below, flip-flops on his feet, yet sported a cartoon-patterned children's phone watch on his wrist, creating a stark contrast with the luxury vehicle behind him. "Young master, do you need me to accompany you inside?" the elder inquired in a low voice. "No need. Give me the share transfer agreement." The young man waved casually. "Yes, sir." The elder nodded, retrieved a document from the car, and handed it to Fong Xiaoyun with both hands. The latter accepted the document, his gaze falling upon the main hall's entrance on the first floor. The old man gazed at that upright figure, his heart filled with melancholy and helplessness. The air seemed to grow even colder under the weight of his deep sigh, and the sunlight outside the Spirit Pet Medical Clinic appeared dim. Who could have imagined that the once mighty Huayu group, which used to command wind and rain, would fall to such a state? In just one night, Chairman Fong Jianfeng and his second son Fong Xiaoqun died tragically, leaving only the eldest son Fong Xiaoyun as the sole heir of the Fong family. Worse still, Dongting Capitala financial giant from the Middle East region swooped in like sharks sensing blood, taking advantage of the chaos to aggressively target and squeeze Huayu Pharmaceuticals' market share. Huayu's stock price plummeted immediately, and its market value deflated like a punctured balloon, evaporating from nearly 30 billion to less than 20 billion within 5 days, a catastrophe too brutal for investors to bear witness to. The old man was the Fong family's chief steward and also a 5-star peak beastmaster, yet at this moment neither his position nor his abilities could help. He could only watch helplessly as the Huayu empire crumbled. What surprised everyone was that Fong Xiaoyun, who had always been carefree and indifferent to business affairs, suddenly awakened at this critical juncture. With thunderous decisiveness, he recalled all shareholders within a single day and took command, launching a fierce counterattack against Dongting Capital. Dongting's initial aggressive assault was forced to shift into a gentler erosion strategy, attempting to exhaust Huayu's endurance. No one had expected that the young master, whom even Fong Jianfeng hadn't fully understood in his lifetime, possessed such determination. Unfortunately, the tide could not be reversed. Against the torrent of capital, even the most brilliant genius couldn't withstand the crushing force. During negotiations 2 days prior, Dongting Capital issued an ultimatum. Of the 81 stake in Huayu they had acquired, 51 must be transferred to Sufan, a specially appointed physician of the war court, leaving the Fong family with only 19 as consolation. If they refused, Huayu Pharmaceuticals would face bankruptcy and liquidation the next day. Fong Xiaoyan had no choice but to accept. However, what puzzled everyone was why Dongting Capital from Lingdong City insisted on transferring the shares to Sufan, a war court physician from the distant Shiguang City. This question troubled Fong Xiaoyan and kept the old man awake at night. In the main hall of the Spirit Pet Medical Clinic's first floor, the scent of disinfectant mingled with a faint floral fragrance. Han Bingshui hurried through the corridors with medical charts in hand, checking the readings on monitoring equipment in each ward. Since the nanomodification chambers had been put into use, the number of hospitalized spirit pets had surged dramatically. With only Chun Yushi and himself as the two physicians rotating shifts at the clinic, their schedule was packed with dense annotations. Fortunately, the girls rescued from the Black Dragon Association had become caregivers, their careful and skillful hands taking on most of the nursing duties. This allowed the clinic owner Sufan to be a hands-off manager, dedicating his time to research on the eye of analysis and only personally intervening when 2-star or higher spirit pets required mechanical limb modifications. "Excuse me, is Dr. Sufan available?" came a gentle male voice from behind. Han Bingshui was focused on cross-referencing data on medical charts, his fingertips sliding across the paper, completely oblivious to the voice. Only when the voice rose slightly in volume did he suddenly snap back to attention. Looking up, Han Bingshui saw a man in an impeccable suit with a composed expression and quickly offered an apologetic smile. "Oh, sorry about that. You're looking for Director Su? May I ask if your spirit pet is missing an arm or has a broken leg?" Fong Xiaoyan paused slightly, a trace of self-mockery flashing through his mind. "My family members are all dead. Where would I get a spirit pet?" Suppressing his emotions, his voice remained polite. "Neither. I'm here to discuss a business collaboration with Dr. Su. I'm from Huayu Pharmaceuticals." Han Bingshui was stunned. He remembered that Director Su had indeed attended a business exhibition at the first association some time ago. His face immediately lit up with a smile. "You're in luck. The director usually isn't here on weekends, but he happened to stay overnight for medical research. He should be in the lounge right now. Let me check for you, just a moment." Han Bingshui enthusiastically pressed the intercom button. Fong Xiaoyan nodded slightly. "All right, thank you for the trouble." Soon, Han Bingshui hung up the phone and hurried back to the front desk. "Director Su says you can go straight up. He's in the lounge at the end of the second floor." "Much appreciated." Fong Xiaoyan thanked him and turned toward the stairs. Each step of his shoes against the floor sounded steady, yet carried a hint of urgency. 2 minutes later, he stopped at the end of the second floor and knocked gently on the door. "Come in." A young, slightly lazy voice came from inside. Fong Xiaoyan pushed the door open. Soft light spilled across the cream-colored walls, but the air was thick with the rich aroma of pickled cabbage instant noodles. Sufan was half reclining in a lounge chair, holding an empty noodle cup, draining the last of the broth with a satisfied gulp. "Hello there, young Master Fong." The moment he spoke, Sufan's analytical eye had already activated silently, scanning the visitor from head to toe like a scanner. Target: Fong Xiaoyan. Level: none. Spirit pet: none. Constitution: none. Symptoms: congenital constitutional deficiency, unable to activate beast taming space, overall frail. Seeing the name, Sufan immediately understood the visitor's identity. The guest from Huayu Pharmaceuticals was most likely the eldest son of the Fong family, Fong Xiaoqin's older brother. Fong Xiaoyan was momentarily stunned that the other party recognized him. Then he realized that a few days ago, his half-brother had clashed with Sufan, so it wasn't impossible that Sufan had investigated the Fong family. However, with both his father and brother now dead, those minor conflicts were hardly worth mentioning. He collected his thoughts and got straight to the point. I won't hide anything from you, Dr. Su. I've come here with a request. Huayu is currently in a critical situation, under continuous pressure from Dongting Financing, which has already acquired 80% of our shares. Dongting demands that 51% of the shares be transferred to you to reach a settlement. At the same time, I hope to leverage your technology to revitalize Huayu. Now, in my capacity as the group's CEO, I formally invite you to take control of Huayu and assume the position of chairman. With that, he handed the documents to Sufan with both hands. Chairman of Huayu? Sufan was slightly taken aback as he accepted the contract and flipped through it, his brow furrowing unconsciously. He had seen the news online. Huayu's chairman Fong Jianfeng and his second son Fong Xiaoqin had died in an accident, which the group had kept secret until Dongting Financing's pressure forced them to reveal it. Subsequently, Dongting Financing had swiftly acquired 81% of Huayu Pharmaceutical shares, achieving absolute control. But this agreement showed that Dongting was willing to transfer 51% of those shares to him. He couldn't recall having any dealings with Dongting Financing whatsoever. Sufan quickly reviewed all his connections since his transmigration, and there was only one answer: none. Closing the contract, his tone remained calm, but carried a note of inquiry. Why would Dongting want to transfer these 51% of shares to me? Fong Xiaoyan, not detecting any deeper meaning, answered honestly. During negotiations, Dongting's representatives said this was payment for your surgical fees. Surgical fees? Sufan's heart skipped a beat. Huayu, worth over 20 billion, was no mere 2 million grade metal block. Sufan considered himself the most conscientious beast-taming physician. He carefully recalled every spirit pet patient he had personally operated on but hadn't yet been paid for. In an instant, Sufan felt a chill run down his spine. Wong Yu from Nansa Nursing Home, along with the unpaid fees for the mechanical modification surgery on that elderly man's spirit beast. Good heavens! If his suspicions were correct, Dongting Financing was very likely secretly connected to Tifa. What exactly was that suddenly generous woman planning? Sitting in the reception room, Sufan stared at the share transfer agreement on the table, shadows and light constantly shifting across his brow. Beside him, Fong Xiaoyan remained silent, steady as a pine tree. The Huayu Group, worth over 20 billion, lay before him, with 51 controlling shares, meaning the chairman position was within reach. Sufan urgently needed a large pharmaceutical company to seamlessly integrate with his planned spirit pet nanorepair patch project. Looking across Shiguang City, no one could rival Huayu Pharmaceuticals. If he could truly control Huayu, he could rapidly build a commercial spirit pet medical system and, with the help of his analytical eye, push his influence and power to new heights. This absolute control was something simple cooperation could never provide. But if his speculation proved true, once the war court investigated the relationship between Dongting and Tifa, he himself would hardly escape suspicion of colluding with the beast god cult, not to mention that Tifa herself was a 7-star master, and if she harbored other intentions, he might very well be manipulated by her again. In just a few dozen seconds, Sufan's thoughts raced like lightning, with pros and cons clashing rapidly in his mind. When he initially joined the war court, what attracted him was how official channels could quickly gather spirit pet patients and accelerate system missions. Now, producing over 1,000 nanorepair patches involved complex processes that a small medical clinic simply couldn't handle. The 3 major steps of raw material refinement, component manufacturing, and nanopharmaceutical tempering. He had already settled the first 2 steps. Godly domain metal technology would handle metal forging, while Tianqing spirit pet medicine would handle component production and assembly. Only the most crucial 3rd step, nanopharmaceutical tempering, still lacked a suitable partner. If Huayu Pharmaceuticals belonged to him, everything would be solved. Go for it. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid starve. Relying on officials or outsiders was ultimately a temporary measure. Only personal strength was fundamental. As long as system missions progressed fast enough, his growth rate would be sufficient to make the war court think twice. So what if Tifa was a 7-star master? With the system in hand, he would eventually match master-level beast tamers. When that time came, if there was another round of binding play, victory wouldn't necessarily be hers. Fortune favors the bold. Let's do this. Once his mind was made up, Sufan looked up, gazing calmly at Fong Xiaoyan, his voice low but resolute. Are you willing to hand over what rightfully belongs to you to others? He had to confirm whether this former young master of Huayu might harbor ulterior motives. After all, there had been quite a few rumors about Fong Xiaoyan lately, seemingly a playboy, but actually deeply cunning. As his words fell, Fong Xiaoyan's expression grew somber. Huayu Pharmaceuticals had always carried a certain narrative. 30 years ago, Yu wasn't originally the Fong family's business, but rather something that grew strong after Fong Jianfeng married into the family and united with his birth mother. Young Fong Xiaoyan naively believed his family was harmonious, and even though his congenital defect prevented him from opening a beast-taming space, his father still showed him great affection. However, everything changed abruptly after his mother's death. Fong Jianfeng became chairman and remarried. The following year, his half-brother Fong Xiaochen was born, and paternal love shifted accordingly. Upon entering middle school, he finally saw clearly how his status had changed, so he gave up on himself, indulging in wine and pleasure daily, truly becoming a notorious playboy. Yet Huayu Pharmaceuticals also contained his mother's efforts, and he was unwilling to see the group fall even if it no longer bore the Fong name. Thinking of this, Fong Xiaoyan looked up, his eyes rekindling with determination. As long as you're willing, I, Fong Xiaoyan, am ready to devote my heart and life to Dr. Su. Sufan waved his hand. I don't want your life, just your full dedication in working for me. As for your constitution that prevents opening a beast-taming space, making it possible for you to embark on the path of a beast tamer in the future isn't impossible. Whoosh. Fong Xiaoyan suddenly looked up, his eyes widening in surprise. He heard in Su Fan's words that his physical condition had been seen through, and he also sensed another potential future while others believed he was just wasting his time. The real reason was his physical limitation. Years of frustration shattered within him, and he trembled slightly, unable to tell whether it was excitement or sentiment. It was an emotion that had surged forth after so long. He spoke in a low voice. I understand now, Chairman. A new day began as Su Fan's electric scooter sped through the streets of Shiguang City. With his phone pressed to his ear, he spoke in a low voice. President Chun, we can officially begin our cooperation. As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Ao's barely contained excitement came through from the other end of the line. Su Fan then confirmed the participation intentions of Xinyu Metals and Tianqing Pharmaceuticals. As soon as the news spread, the first Beast Tamer Association and both companies were simultaneously buzzing with excitement. The decisive Shin Ao immediately reserved the most luxurious private room at the Xingyao Grand Hotel that very afternoon. At exactly 12 o'clock, Su Fan arrived at the hotel entrance. This was his second time entering this landmark that symbolized the pinnacle of consumption in Shiguang City. A last time was when Captain Sun Man invited him to join the war court, and he still clearly remembered Sister Man's generous and fair arm as she swiped her card. He paused for a moment before the magnificent entrance, then stepped inside. The usually bustling lobby was unexpectedly quiet today. The massive crystal chandeliers scattered golden light, and the spirit beasts in the jade murals seemed ready to leap out. The mirror-like rare stone floor reflected his footsteps, while a faint sandalwood fragrance filled the air, yet it was so quiet that only breathing could be heard. At that moment, a man in an impeccable suit approached the lobby manager of Xingyao Grand Hotel. Though accustomed to seeing high-ranking officials and dignitaries, he now bowed with a smile, showing no trace of arrogance. Xingyao Hotel belonged to the First Beast Tamer Association, and this morning they had received orders to temporarily suspend operations and cancel all reservations, all to welcome that rising star spirit pet physician from the war court. Moreover, the order came directly from President Shinao, so no one dared to slack off. The manager had been waiting in the lobby since early morning, and upon seeing Su Fan, who matched the photograph perfectly, he was so excited he nearly lost his voice. Dr. Su, President Shin has been waiting upstairs for quite some time. Please follow me. Su Fan nodded slightly. The two took the private elevator directly to the 88th floor. Shin Ao's personal level, usually open only to him, but today it was exceptionally being used as a negotiation venue. The finely carved mahogany doors opened gently, and a warm flow of sandalwood rushed out as the spacious and luxurious private room appeared particularly solemn and grand under the lighting. The room was already filled with heavyweight figures. Shin Ao, president of the First Beast Tamer Association, along with Director Li from Xinyu Metals and Director Xiao from Tianqing Pharmaceuticals. Shin Ao, over 50 years old, wore a dark tang suit that made his figure appear as upright as a pine tree, exuding steady authority. Director Li was burly and rugged, radiating a tough aura throughout. Director Xiao wore gold-rimmed glasses, his refined appearance unable to conceal his shrewd gaze. All three were influential figures in Shiguang City, yet at this moment they had put away their sharp edges and watched Su Fan with smiles. Dr. Su, you're finally here. Please take a seat. Please take a seat. Shin Ao enthusiastically stood up, showing none of the airs of a six-star master. Su Fan calmly took his seat. Shin Ao gently clapped his hands, the crisp sound echoing in the private room. More than a dozen graceful and elegantly made-up female servers filed in, their fitted deep blue uniforms accentuating their figures. Each carried a silver platter filled with vibrant and mouth-watering dishes, glistening vinegar base, freshly cooked truffle foie gras, and golden crab meat lion's head. The steam, infused with the aroma of sauces and wine, quickly formed a visible mist over the round table made of precious mahogany. tantalizing everyone's taste buds. As the dishes were arranged, the light from the crystal chandelier illuminated each plate, making them look like professionally styled photographs, color, fragrance, and presentation all perfect and incredibly enticing. Dr. Su, come, let's eat and chat. These are the signature dishes of Xingyao. You must try them, Shenao said, personally lifting the decanter and pouring the crystal-clear liquid into a goblet with a respectful gesture. Directors Li and Xiao also stood up, wearing polite smiles as they served dishes and poured wine for Sufan, their movements seamless and attentive, almost without a pause. Each of the three had different thoughts, but they shared a common goal to secure a larger share of cooperation from this young man who held the key technology in the upcoming negotiations. Sufan raised his glass, gently swirling it as the liquid formed an even line along the inside of the goblet. With a smile at the corner of his lips and a calm tone, he said, "There's no rush. One more friend hasn't arrived yet." "Oh, Dr. Su, are you referring to?" Director Li furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his eyes. According to Shun Ao's earlier statement, only their two companies were invited tonight. Could there be another hidden partner? Fong Xiaoyan from Huayu Pharmaceuticals, Su Fan replied, setting down his glass and adding casually, "He should be on his way." Huayu Pharmaceuticals? Shin Ao, Director Li, and Director Xiao exchanged surprised glances. Just weeks ago at the exhibition, Su Fan had a public dispute with Huayu Pharmaceuticals, even leading to Shun Ao canceling all orders for the year with them. Now they were to share a table? However, they quickly suppressed their questions. The technology was in Su Fan's hands. Whom he chose to collaborate with was beyond their authority to question, as long as they could benefit from it. Shin Ao raised his hand, signaling an assistant to come to his side and listen attentively before turning to leave clearly to go downstairs to welcome Fong Xiaoyan. Without an invitation, this top-tier private room reserved for Su Fan was off-limits to anyone else. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the door to the private room was pushed open again. Fong Xiaoyan entered, dressed in a meticulously tailored dark gray suit, his tie matching his cufflinks, and he walked straight towards Su Fan. Before taking a seat, he bowed his head slightly, his voice restrained yet respectful. "Chairman." Take a seat," Su Fan replied, nodding slightly, his expression calm. The three Shin Ao, Director Li, and Director Xiao were momentarily stunned. "Chairman?" The current CEO of Huayu Pharmaceuticals actually referred to Su Fan as chairman. They prided themselves on being well informed about the business landscape in Shiguang City, yet they were completely unaware of this relationship. However, the banquet continued, and they couldn't afford to delve deeper into it at the moment. Shin Ao regained his smile and quickly shifted the topic. "Now that everyone is here, Dr. Su, why don't we discuss the collaboration on the mechanical modification of spirit pets?" As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Who said the project I want to collaborate on is the mechanical modification of spirit pets?" Su Fan raised an eyebrow, countering the question. As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere in the private room froze. Xiao, Director of Tianqing Pharmaceuticals, Li, Director of Xinyu Metals, and even Shin Ao himself all changed their expressions, surprise and wariness flashing in their eyes. "What is that?" Shin Ao's brows knitted together as he unconsciously looked at Su Fan. Su Fan set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin before speaking slowly, his voice deep and magnetic. "There's no need to rush, everyone. Recently, I have been deeply focused on research and have developed a new type of medical product for spirit pets." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the three men before speaking each word deliberately. "It's called the Spirit Pet Nano Repair Patch, and this is the project I intend to collaborate with you on." Nano Repair Patch. Director Xiao adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes behind the lenses filled with confusion. "What exactly does it do?" Shin Ao and Director Li both turned their attention to Su Fan, their expressions cautious and hesitant. Su Fan's mechanical prosthetic modifications for spirit pets had already made him famous throughout the base, but now he was presenting a completely new product that had never been released. They couldn't help but weigh the risks involved. These three seasoned business veterans wouldn't make a move without seeing concrete proof. Su Fan turned to look at Fong Xiaoyan, who immediately understood and stood up. "Gentlemen," Fong Xiaoyan announced in a clear, strong voice, "allow me to explain the effects of the nano repair patches and the details of our collaboration." Yesterday, Su Fan had officially signed a contract with Fong Xiaoyan, making Su Fan the new chairman of Huayu Pharmaceuticals. He had also shared every detail about the repair patches with him. Fong Xiaoyan had initially been skeptical, but when he heard about instantly healing physical injuries to spirit pets, that revelation completely shattered his doubts. Now, with unwavering determination in his eyes, he declared confidently, "The Spirit Pet Nano Repair Patches Chairman Su's first production run will include F, E, and D grade levels, with healing effects corresponding to 1-star through 3-star spirit pets. As long as limbs aren't completely severed, no matter how severe the external injuries, One patch can heal them instantly. As his words settled, the private room fell into complete silence. Shin Ao, Director Li, and Director Xiao exchanged glances, their shock evident on their faces. General Manager Fong, are you certain about this? Director Li's voice trembled slightly. On the other side of the long table, Sufan calmly cut a piece of steak and focused on savoring it, as if the conversation had nothing to do with him. Fong Xiaoyan smiled and countered. Director Li, do you doubt Chairman Su's technical capabilities? Of course not. Director Li waved his hands repeatedly. Since Dr. Su can develop mechanical prosthetic modifications for spirit pets, I naturally have faith in him. I'm just curious about the production costs and profit margins of these nano repair patches. He rubbed his hands together, a shrewd glint in his eyes. Shin Ao and Director Xiao exchanged a look and nodded subtly. If the healing effects were truly as described, there would be no shortage of buyers. What concerned them most was the cost and profit potential. Especially Shin Ao, who controlled 70% of the distribution channels in Dawn City, the profit margins would directly determine whether he'd get involved. Facing the three business moguls, the formerly frivolous Fong Xiaoyan now appeared composed and confident. Taking the Type 1 repair patch as an example, the main material required is just one piece of a grade metal, with a market price of about 20,000. Xinyu Metals leads in or refining technology, and if we use raw metal or for refinement, we can reduce costs by more than half. Next comes the manufacturing and assembly of nano repair patches. Chairman Xiao, your Tianqing pharmaceutical company excels particularly in this area. I wonder what the costs would be for precision processing and assembly on the production line. Chairman Li gave his answer almost without hesitation. Basically half the value of the metal. Sufan seemed to have anticipated this figure and raised his hand to signal everyone to remain calm as he continued his analysis. The repair patch manufacturing technology involves 3 steps. First, raw material refining. Second, component manufacturing. Third, nano-level tempering. The first 2 steps will be handled by Chairman Li and Chairman Xiao, with combined costs not exceeding 20,000. As for the final step, nano-pharmaceutical tempering, I will personally oversee this at Huayu Pharmaceuticals. Although the medicinal materials used are precious, one batch of pharmaceutical solution can be used repeatedly for tempering, making the comprehensive cost far lower than metal extraction and processing. Chairman Li and Chairman Xiao exchanged glances, both showing shrewd gleams in their eyes. By this calculation, the total cost of one Type 1 repair patch would be less than 30,000, with each company bearing about 10,000 when divided. Yet the actual effectiveness of the repair patches would clearly far exceed this figure. Following this logic, Sufan swiped the tablet beside him, projecting data onto the center of the conference table. Type 2 repair patches for 2-star beast tamers spirit pets required grade metal blocks, each with a market price of 100,000 and a calculated cost of 50,000. Type 3 repair patches for 3-star beast tamers spirit pets require 1 grade metal block, with a market price of 500,000 but a cost of only 1/3 of the metal's price. When he finished speaking, Chairman Xiao could no longer contain himself and leaned forward. How does Dr. Su plan to price these? Type 1 at 100,000 per patch, Type 2 at 200,000 per patch, Type 3 at 1 million per patch. Sufan gently scooped up some caviar with his spoon, his tone calm, yet unquestionable. I've already considered our target customer base. Ordinary 1-star beast tamers earn 1 to 200,000 annually. 2-star tamers can make 6 to 700,000, and 3-star tamers average 2 million per year. They'd be willing to spend half a year's income to buy a life-saving charm for their spirit pets. This deal isn't a loss, and they might even fight over them. He looked up and scanned the group. For the first production run, we'll manufacture 1,000 units of each grade. Once the prices were announced, Shin Ao and the other 3 shareholders' breathing immediately quickened. 3,000 units might not sound like much, but the profits were staggering due to the high selling prices. Type 1, 1,000 units, 30 million in costs, 70 million in net profit. Type 2, 1,000 units, 50 million in costs, 150 million in net profit. Type 3 was the real gold mine. 1,000 units, 200 million in costs, with net profits reaching 800 million. As the old saying goes, with 50% profit, capitalists will take desperate risks. With 100% profit, they'll trample all laws of humanity. And with 300% profit, they'll risk the gallows itself. Shin Ao, Director Xiao, and Director Li sat in the opulent private room of the Star Glory Beast Taming Hotel, holding their wine glasses as they listened to Sufan's presentation in stunned silence. The holographic projection on the table displayed the profit curve of the nano spirit pet repair patches soaring upward. Even the lowest Type 1 patches boasted a profit margin of 300%, not to mention Types 4 and 5, which would yield unimaginable figures once mass-produced. The room's brilliant lights cast shadows on the 3 men's faces, revealing barely concealed ecstasy mixed with wariness. Tianqing Spirit Pet Pharmaceuticals, Divine Realm Metals, and the First Beast Tamer Association each had market values of merely tens of billions. Yet Sufan could net over 1 billion from just the first batch of 3,000 repair patches. The enormous wealth swept through their minds like a hurricane. A mere 3,000 units, that's not even a fraction of the market, Yunhe whispered, though it couldn't calm his racing heart. He set down his glass, fixing his burning gaze on the young man across from him. Dr. Su, about the profit distribution. Sufan looked up, his expression calm as still water. I take 50%, Yu Pharmaceuticals gets 10%, and you three can divide the remaining 40% among yourselves. The air in the private room seemed to freeze. These three industry titans, accustomed to being the dominant party at negotiation tables, now felt like patients strapped to an operating table, their struggles appearing almost laughable. They had indeed considered seizing everything by force, but Sufan not only controlled the core technology, but was also a specially appointed physician for the war court. Anyone who dared touch him in the Great Xia would be courting death. More critically, his 50% demand hit precisely at their psychological bottom line. Any higher, and they would walk away. Any lower, and Sufan had no reason to compromise. After a brief, deathly silence, Yunhe was the first to raise his glass, his voice low but resolute. Agreed. The First Beast Tamer Association has no objections. Director Li nodded slightly. Divine Realm Metals agrees. Director Xiao smiled bitterly, but also raised his glass. Tianqing Spirit Pet Medical has no objections either. Sufan's lips curved slightly as he clinked glasses with the three men, the amber liquid refracting brilliant light under the lamps. To mutual prosperity and shared wealth. Ultimately, the 40% was redistributed. The First Beast Tamer Association received an additional 20%, while Tianqing and Divine Realm each got 10%, with the agreement signed on the spot. Directors Xiao and Li actually felt relieved. They had originally hoped for 20%, and though they only received 10, the 300% profit margin still made this more lucrative than any previous project. As dessert was served, the banquet drew to a close. Sufan set down his glass and stretched leisurely. Directors Li and Xiao immediately promised. Within 2 weeks, we'll complete all debugging for the first 2 production lines. Excellent. Sufan nodded, clearly satisfied with the timeline. The night breeze was cool, and lights sparkled brilliantly outside the hotel. Sufan walked through the revolving doors, the golden sign gleaming overhead. He turned to Fan Tianzi beside him and instructed, let's go. Take me to see Yu Pharmaceuticals. Before Divine Realm and Tianqing began full production, he needed to start working on the nano-spirit medicine liquid as well. This way, when the time comes, we'll only need to complete the final drug tempering process to finish the entire production workflow in no time. Yes, Chairman Su. Fan Tianzi responded respectfully, opening the car door for Sufan while lifting the small electric scooter into the trunk. As the car started and the street scenery rapidly retreated outside the window, Sufan leaned back in his seat, his thoughts drawn into the system interface. Current mission. Host must establish medical partnerships and sell 1,000 units of nano-spirit pet repair patches externally. Mission progress 0-1,000 incomplete. In another half-month, the production line would be fully operational, and the nano-spirit pet repair patches would officially hit the market. Once the mission was complete, he would obtain what he had long dreamed of: heaven-tier beast mastery arts. Sufan recalled the earth-shaking battle between Elder Zhanting and Tifa not long ago. Even master-level beast tamers had only used earth-tier beast mastery arts and spiritual artifacts. So what kind of power would the legendary heaven-tier beast mastery arts contain? In the tranquil lakeside cottage, branches intertwined overhead, their dense canopy nearly blocking out the sky, with only scattered rays of sunlight filtering through the gaps to cast dappled patterns on the bluestone ground. By the lakeside, Elder Tao sat motionless as a bell, his eyes fixed on the water's surface, his fishing rod perfectly still. The fish basket beside him was empty. He was having another unlucky day. Swoosh. The float suddenly plunged downward. A big fish had taken the bait. A hint of joy finally crossed Elder Tao's previously expressionless face as he prepared to lift the rod. A howling wind descended from above, violently shaking the treetops and creating fine ripples across the lake's surface. In the clear sky above, Qin Yuliang appeared in his white robes billowing in the wind, standing atop a mystic spirit giant eagle as he descended from the heavens like an immortal. The fierce wind swept across the lake, startling the large fish that had just appeared, causing it to flee and disappear instantly. Elder Tao's face darkened like ink, his beard trembling with anger. You again, Qin Yuliang. Can't you use the front gate? Every time you make such a commotion, utterly disrespectful. Qin Yuliang landed and dismissed his giant eagle, seemingly deaf to the reproach. He simply waved his hand, and 2 masses of mercury-like viscous metal materialized in the air, emanating a faint metallic glow. 2 portions of scrayed celestial star meteorite titanium, capable of repairing damaged spirit-binding starlock artifacts. Elder Tao huffed and turned his head away, but still tossed his fishing rod aside and pocketed the materials, his tone softening slightly. Fine, speak your business. Word from the enforcement hall. Qin Yuliang's voice was deep and magnetic. Regarding the old case at Nansa Nursing Home, we have preliminary results on the suspects' identities. However, most suspects have been secretly transferred out of Shugguang City, leaving only 5 individuals who have changed their appearances and remain hidden within the city. Elder Tao snorted coldly. Not just the enforcement hall, the intelligence department needs reorganizing too. No wind of this at all. They're all just dead weight. Investigate. Not one of these 5 can escape. Not just the old case, we need to examine their connections to Tifa as well. Have your supervisory court keep close watch and get to the bottom of this. Qin Yuliang nodded, then pressed further. What about the chaos at Elder Zhan Ting's Halani conclusions? Elder Tao sighed deeply, weariness evident in his brow. Yesterday, I coordinated with elders from other cities in the southeast region. Elder Chun from another city reported that the King of Indulgence from the Beast God cult has infiltrated there. Within Elder Zhan Ting's hall, someone is indeed secretly colluding with the cult first Tifa. Now the King of Indulgence has emerged. This group has grand schemes. His voice dropped lower, carrying a hoarse gravity. The southeast region may not know peace. We're considering temporarily isolating the 4 southeastern cities and cutting communication with the main Elder Hall headquarters. By the shores of Emerald Lake, a gentle breeze swept across the water. The lake's surface resembled silk caressed by wind, with delicate ripples spreading outward from the shoreline rocks. Qin Yuliang held a bamboo fishing rod in one hand, his gaze fixed somewhere between the bobber and the distant mountains, responding to Elder Tao's conversation with nothing but silence. After a moment of quiet, Elder Tao shifted his position, his voice low yet probing. By the way, how's the investigation going into Sufan's giant tiger with the metallic armor? Ever since the branch learned that Sufan, with merely a 2-star cultivation level, had used only a mysterious mechanical spirit, pet records showed the tiger's body was covered in alloy armor, plotting to defeat the 4-star Fan Bo without giving him any chance to fight back. The entire upper echelon had been shaken. Everyone had thought Sufan's greatest trump card was just his spirit pet's mechanical prosthetics, never imagining he was hiding an even more terrifying ace up his sleeve. Moreover, from all current monitoring data, this mecha technology had only appeared in Sufan's hands. We've traced his connections. Qin Yuliang's voice was calm, steady as frozen lake water. He's been dealing with a black market merchant surnamed Hai in the civilian beast taming circles, through whom he's been purchasing low-grade metals at bargain prices in underground markets. Yesterday, Sufan went to Starshine City for business negotiations, with Godly Metals and Skystar Medical, both manufacturing giants, also involved. Rumor has it he's preparing to launch a new product. Whether it's spirit pet mechanical prosthetics, exoskeleton armor, or this new thing, it all revolves around metals and machinery. Elder Tao was slightly stunned, wrinkles creasing his forehead. He slowly stroked his chin, speaking as if to himself, yet with a hint of admiration. This spirit pet physician truly is an unconventional one. Changing his tone, he nodded lightly. It seems Elder Jiang and I chose the right reward. During the last Tifa assassination operation, Sufan distinguished himself once again. Though the overall plan failed, it wasn't his fault, and the reward cannot be withheld. Elder Jiang and I have decided to grant him the mining rights to Mount Myriad Forge. Mount Myriad Forge was rich in mineral veins, producing abundant rare metals year-round, earning it the reputation of a natural treasure mountain. Sufan needed metal or sources for his spirit pet medical business. This reward carried tremendous weight for him. Qin Yuliang raised an eyebrow slightly. The reward's value clearly exceeded Sufan's merit, indicating the 2 elders had other plans. You want his exoskeleton mecha? He asked bluntly. Elder Tao nodded slowly, his gaze sharp. Great chaos approaches. If we could use that secret treasure to arm the war court's military spirit pets, the southeastern war situation might be reversed. Then, he turned his attention to Qin Yuliang with a probing look. I hear you've negotiated with him multiple times, and Sufan is considered one of your supervisory court's people. What do you think of him? Without hesitation, a profit-driven person. Qin Yuliang uttered these words. Elder Tao's brow furrowed, clearly dissatisfied with this assessment. Such a genius, yet with such worldly nature. Are we right to cultivate him this way? If greater interests present themselves in the future and he abandons us, would it still be worthwhile? He murmured quietly, as if asking both Qin Yuliang and himself. Worthwhile. Qin Yuliang's attitude was cold yet resolute. Elder Tao was momentarily stunned, looking up to study him. You trust him that much? Those who seek profit are not necessarily without righteousness. Qin Yuliang gazed toward the lake, his voice light yet clear. If he only cared about profit, he wouldn't have risked everything that day to protect those elderly folks at Nanshan Nursing Home, standing against the enforcement hall. Qin Yuliang's voice was soft, but his tone rang with conviction. Elder Tao sighed, his face showing helplessness while still bearing the dignity befitting an elder. It was precisely people like this who were the most unrestrained, doing everything according to their whims. Qin Yuliang didn't turn around. He picked up the fishing rod lying on the grass and cast the line into the emerald lake, the fishing line cutting through the water's surface and stirring up only a small circle of ripples. Elder Tao, after sitting in the elder's position for so long, you seem to have forgotten the true heart of a beast tamer, Qin Yuliang said calmly. Cultivators value clarity of mind and following their hearts in love and hate. People like Sufan are actually the most trustworthy. If those in power only think about control, others will never truly develop loyalty to the organization, especially geniuses like Sufan. The lake's surface rippled gently as a breeze passed by, carrying the faint, bitter, and fishy scent of the soil. Elder Tao looked down at his robes fluttering in the wind and smiled bitterly. You're lecturing me now. But how could I not know this? After sitting in this position for so long, I can't help but overthink, can't help but think about the tens of millions of people in Shugguang City. He waved his hand as if trying to shake off the burden on his heart, then changed his tone. Let's not talk about this anymore. Since you've negotiated with Su Fan several times, you can handle the exoskeleton mecha matter. Changing the subject again, Elder Tao paused for a moment and asked, I heard the runes in your spirit space can no longer be suppressed. Do you have any solution? Qin Yuliang's expression remained unchanged as he gently shook his head. I've searched through all the ancient texts of the war court and the major families. In the 2,000 years of the Great Xia spirit calendar, every person with dual beast spaces has perished when breaking through to 7-star Grandmaster, without exception. He spoke as if describing someone else's life and death, not his own fate. Dual beast spaceborn with twin starlight seas, vast starlight that shook ancient and modern times, nearly invincible within the same realm. Only 2 people were recorded in Great Xia's history, Ling Zhantian, the northern king of the Wanlong Kingdom, and Kuang Shao, the ruler of the Bahu Kingdom. Both died from physical collapse when attempting to break through to 7 stars, because their bodies couldn't bear the dual spirit force enhancement. Qin Yuliang was the 3rd dual beast space beast tamer in the Great Xia spirit calendar. It was well known that grandmasters could crush lower-tier beast tamers precisely because of their spirit force. Dozens of 3-star tamers could overwhelm a 5-star, but no number of 5 stars could ever kill a 7-star grandmaster. Once spirit force was unleashed, everyone below 7 stars became like ordinary people. However, dual beast space became a death sentence. They were invincible before 7 stars, but when breaking through to 7 stars, they had to endure dual spirit force. No matter how refined the cultivation or how powerful the spirit force, they couldn't withstand it. Hearing this, Elder Tao furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment. If all else fails, we'll use artifacts to suppress it again. Lord Master has been in the Mist Zone for 2 years, searching for a solution for you. The troubles with the Beast God cult and the Elder Hall also await her return. When that time comes, everything will have a turning point. Qin Yuliang didn't respond, only keeping his gaze fixed on the calm lake surface. Suddenly the line tightened, and the small beast king nimbly rushed forward, flicking its arm upward. Splash! A large blue fish weighing over 20 pounds burst from the water, water droplets scattering and sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. Middle East region, Shugguang City. Deep within the prosperity, a luxurious villa stood quietly hidden. In the deepest part of the villa, a carefully decorated room was filled with an ambiguous, romantic atmosphere. On the soft waterbed, light and shadow intertwined, outlining 2 figures locked in a tight embrace. The man appeared to be in his 30s, gaunt and skeletal, as if drained by desire itself. His garish bleached hair stood out starkly under the dim lighting. Baby, aren't you afraid your husband will notice you sneaking out like this every day? The man's lips curved into a wicked smile, radiating an air of cynicism and reckless abandon. Beneath him lay a woman of breathtaking beauty, her skin as white and delicate as fine jade, seemingly ready to drip moisture at the slightest touch. Her nose was perfectly sculpted, her red lips luscious and inviting like blooming roses. Don't worry, master. The woman smiled seductively, her voice sweet as honey. He's always buried in his official duties. He has no time to care about what I do each day. She tilted her head back slightly, her gaze utterly intoxicated. Besides, even if he found out, what could he do? Could he really stop me from seeing you? Huh? The man burst into unrestrained laughter, his tone filled with mockery and triumph. Isn't he the commander of the intelligence bureau? How can't he even keep track of his own wife? What a waste. Ha ha. He pulled the woman tighter against him, as if wanting to merge her into his very bones. Baby, you're becoming more and more to my taste. The woman nestled into his embrace, her fingers tracing circles on his chest. Then master, you must take good care of me. Crack. Suddenly, the door burst open. Another middle-aged man with bleached hair rushed in frantically. Your Highness, we've found information about Xingyao's movements. The Lust King shot up abruptly, cursing. Damn it. Who told you to come in now? The blonde subordinate's body stiffened, stammering. Didn't you order that as soon as we found the killer of our brothers at the Shugguang City stronghold, we should report immediately? The Lust King's narrow eyes suddenly narrowed, cold light flashing within them. his voice sharp as ice. You found them? Who is it? This. The blond man's gaze wandered, glancing toward the graceful woman nearby, hesitating to speak. The Lust King followed his line of sight and commanded without courtesy, You. Get out. Yes. The beautiful woman's eyes sparkled with lingering reluctance. She swayed her hips gracefully as she walked out of the room. Initially, she had been forcibly taken by the Lust King, but as time passed and she experienced his fierce prowess in bed, her entire being, soul included, had completely surrendered. Compared to her bland, tasteless husband at home, that wooden man obsessed with investigations and cases these past 2 months had given her a true taste of rebirth. Speak. Who is it? Is it those reckless fools from Zhanting who dared to touch my beast god cult members? Those cops from the war court have really had enough. The Lust King sat in the center of his soft waterbed, his voice like a cold blade, seething with the urge to flay someone alive. His blonde subordinate knelt on the ground, forehead pressed against the floor tiles, voice trembling. It wasn't this matter. It was Tifa who did it. Tifa. The Lust King shot up in fury, the waterbed shaking violently as he let out a piercing shriek that made the walls buzz and resonate. That crazy bitch again, that whore. What the hell does she want? Killing our people. I haven't even provoked her lately. The room's lighting was dim and yellow, with broken jade cups scattered across the smooth floor and sake splattered everywhere. The last casualties were 3 beast tamers 6-star purple-robed and 2 5-star blue-robed. The Lust King's mind raced through their battle records. They would have been pillars of strength in any branch temple. Such a loss felt like having a chunk of flesh carved from his heart. The blonde subordinate steeled himself to explain. It was those 3 trying to make some extra money by killing a few local wealthy merchants in Dawn City. Crack. The Lust King slammed his palm down, shattering the waterbed's transparent shell. Water instantly flooded the floor, submerging his ankles in the cold splash as the luxurious bedroom became a complete mess. Crazy woman. Just as sick as that psycho Azura King. He roared, veins bulging on his forehead. 6 months ago, I merely took a female college student by force, and she hunted me for 3 days and nights in the same city. My fused spirit beast body was beaten to a pulp by her. It only just finished healing last month. Rage blazing, he gritted his teeth. I absolutely cannot swallow this humiliation. Do you have any leads on her subordinates? I want to issue a bounty. Does she really think our beast god cult is a pushover? The blonde subordinate frantically searched his memory. The voluptuous king's faction has always been scattered, with no fixed base. Before he could finish, his eyes lit up as if grasping a lifeline. Wait. During Tifa's last decapitation operation at the war court, the Southgate nursing home had an extraordinary relationship with her. Those people aren't cult members, but they're very close to her. The key is the eerie all old, weak, sick, and disabled, easy to handle. The Lust King's expression instantly twisted into a cruel smile. Excellent. Issue an Archbishop bounty order. Immediately bring all these people to me. Whoever succeeds will be richly rewarded. However, the blonde subordinate showed hesitation. Your Excellency. The problem is, most of them have been transferred to the outer city, where Tifa personally stands guard. Only 5 people remain in Dawn City, making them convenient targets for us. TCH. The Lust King curled his lip, his scoff full of disdain. Fine, 5 it is. I want that stinking bitch to understand I, the Lust King, am not someone she can manipulate at will. Yes, sir. The blonde subordinate kowtowed and withdrew. Evening rain drizzled in a quiet cemetery. Wong Yu held an umbrella, leading his daughter Ashu by the hand as they walked slowly along the bluestone path. The girl held a bouquet of freshly picked flowers in her arms, raindrops rolling on the petals, making their colors even more vibrant. The 2 stopped before an elegant tombstone. Chinner, I've brought Ashu to see you. These are the flowers you loved most when you were alive. Wong Yu's voice was low and gentle, his fingertips caressing the cold, hard surface of the monument, his gaze tender yet sorrowful. He bent down and patted his daughter's shoulder, calling softly, Ashu. Woof. Ashu obediently responded and carefully placed the fresh flowers in front of the tombstone. Wong Yu then slowly sat down beside the gravestone as raindrops trickled down his graying temples. His gaze fell upon the slightly yellowed photograph on the stone. His wife's youthful face remained clear, her gentle eyes seeming ready to curve into a smile at any moment. Chinner, I have good news to share, he whispered in a hoarse yet deeply affectionate voice. My illness has been completely cured. The director found a skilled young healer who treated me. In those few words, he wove together joy and longing. Pausing to catch his breath, he looked toward the tombstone. The director left Shugwang City with everyone else, but I didn't want to go. Now that I'm well, I can take care of Ashu and myself. I want to stay here with you, to visit you every month and talk with you. Yes. I want to come see Mama every month too. Ashu chimed in from beside him, her small voice filled with anticipation. Hearing his daughter's childish voice, Wong Yu smiled for the first time in ages. Since that incident years ago, When he had fled with Ashu, he hadn't shown such a genuine smile. The drizzle fell slantwise, and under the gray sky, father and daughter huddled close together, bringing warmth to the cold cemetery. Suddenly, tap tap tap, two sets of footsteps gradually approached from behind. The newcomers were two figures draped in blue cloaks, their hems dripping with water. Beneath their hoods emanated a faint yet sinister spiritual beast aura. They were cultists from the beast god sect. Puddles splashed in cold circles under their heavy boots, sending bone-chilling ripples through the air. Wong Yu's expression changed instantly, a sharp glint flashing in the depths of his clouded pupils. His perception had been greatly enhanced through the mechanical beast body that Sufan had created for him, making him like a true spiritual beast, far surpassing ordinary 4-star beast tamers of his level. Ashu, close your eyes. Don't open them until I tell you, he said calmly, but with undeniable authority. Okay. Ashu obediently shut her eyes. Wong Yu raised his hand, and starlight energy formed a translucent barrier that completely enveloped his daughter, shielding her from the wind, rain, and sounds of the outside world. He slowly turned around, fixing his gaze on the two strangers in blue robes, alert yet composed. Whose people are you? Though he only asked, whose people, his intention was crystal clear, wanted to confirm which faction of the beast god cult they belonged to. The 4 red robe leaders were constantly feuding, and if they had sent people after him now, it was likely to eliminate any loose ends. Old fool, worry about staying alive first, one of the blue-robed cultists sneered. Before his words had finished, his back burst open with a wet tearing sound, and 8 sharp purple-black bone segments shot out like spider legs, encircling his body as a powerful 5-star early-stage energy exploded outward. Not to be outdone, the other cultist's muscles instantly swelled, his palms sprouting coarse black fur as they transformed into massive bear spirit beast claws. The same 5-star early-stage aura pressed forward menacingly. Killing intent solidified in the cemetery as the two cultists advanced step by step, their energy waves turning the raindrops into fine mist. Wong Yu's expression grew grave. Both were 5-star early-stage cultivators. He knew he was only at 4-star peak level, and even with his modified cultist beast body, it would be difficult to fight 2 opponents at once. The wisest choice would be to unleash the demonic squid-modified limbs and flee with all his might. That was his only chance of survival. However, when Wong Yu glanced back and saw a shoe trembling behind him, his chest tightened with emotion, and the thought of escape was instantly suppressed. Then let's give it a try. A low roar erupted as his clouded eyes blazed with resolute determination. In an instant, the mechanical spirit beast body that Sufan had reconstructed for him was fully unlocked. His 2 original human arms transformed, as if melting and reforging, becoming 7 or 8 meter-long tentacles modified with demonic squid essence. Cold light danced between the gaps of metal components, and the outer layer of the tentacles was covered with scale-like structures, each reflecting the harsh, rain-colored gleam. A mechanically modified spirit beast body. Interesting. Deacon Yu sprouted 8 spider limbs from his back, his pupils contracting as excitement and greed intertwined. The left hand is yours, the right hand is mine. Kik. Beside him, Deacon Mad Bear, whose body had transformed into bear form, roared as he shattered the ground beneath his feet, sending mud and rainwater splashing simultaneously. His terrifying bear-form spirit beast body approached like an iron mountain, and the smell of blood in the air grew thicker. Bang! Wong Yu swept horizontally, his tentacle slashing toward Deacon Mad Bear. The latter sneered and caught the tentacle firmly with his bare paws. Too weak. Let me chop this old bastard down. Deacon Yu raised his 8 spider limbs high, dark purple light flickering as they struck directly at the tentacle. At the critical moment, Wong Yu's eyes exploded with cold light. Amplify, kill. The 25 spirit beast ability amplification of his level 3 advanced tentacles activated instantly. The tentacle suppressed by the bear paws suddenly burst with starlight, shaking off Deacon Mad Bear and lightning-fast stabbing toward Deacon Yu. Clang, 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 clang. 8 spider limbs crossed to block, the clash of metal ringing deafeningly. Deacon Yu hadn't expected this old fool to burst forth with the starlight power of early 5-star level. Meanwhile, the other tentacle circled behind him, its blade-like scales aimed at vital points. Watch out, Deacon Mad Bear shouted, but it was too late. Swoosh. The tentacle pierced through Deacon Yu's back, green blood sprang forth. Deacon Yu's face contorted as he roared in fury. Old bastard, you deserve to die. Crimson mist burst from within his body, the blood-burning secret technique activated, his cultivation soaring to mid-5-star level. His 8 spider limbs fell into a frenzy, wildly hammering Wong Yu's other tentacle, the metal shell being carved full of pits and holes by the sharp spears, components scattering everywhere. Get lost. Wong Yu gritted his teeth, starlight surging as he flung Deacon Yu away. Deacon Yu used the momentum to plant his spider limbs into the ground, stabilizing his form, his venomous gaze freezing. Damn it. Forcing me to use secret techniques. Stop playing around. Hurry up and kill him. Whoosh. The 8 spider limbs suddenly exerted force, and Deacon Yu shot forward like a dark shadow. Simultaneously, Deacon Mad Bear charged like a small mountain, the ground continuously collapsing. The gap between 4-star and 5-star was like an abyss. Though Wong Yu could still contend with a single opponent using his demonic squid-modified limbs, he could hardly withstand the pincer attack of 2 5-star powerhouses. He looked back once more, seeing Ashu's pale face, his heart filled only with determination. The 3 instantly became entangled in deadly combat, blade light, spear shadows, and tentacles weaving together as waves of starlight energy exploded layer upon layer. Wong Yu's spirit beast body was torn apart, large sections of mechanical components peeling off his tentacles. Finally, bang! Deacon Mad Bear slammed down with one palm, the giant palm print pressing Wong Yu firmly into the muddy water. The sound of shattering bones was piercing as he lay prostrate in the mire, his breath barely remaining. Splash! Not far away, the starlight barrier that had been covering Ashu suddenly dissipated. Run, run! Wong Yu, covered in blood from head to toe, struggled to lift his head. His crimson gaze locked desperately onto his daughter in the distance as he forced out 2 hoarse syllables from his throat. Hearing her father's cry, the semi-conscious Ashu's eyes snapped open. The horrific scene hit her like a wave her father crushed beneath massive hooves in the mud, blood snaking along the stone tiles. Those once pure eyes instantly blazed with fury. Without hesitation, she rushed forward, her small fists pounding against the demon butler's pillar-thick legs. Ugly monster, let go of my dad. Let go of my dad. Her shrill voice trembled, yet she stubbornly held back her tears. Quick, run! Wong Yu's torn voice echoed through the air. His heart felt like it was being sliced apart, yet he couldn't suppress the blood surging in his chest. But Ashu acted as if she hadn't heard him. For a child of only 7 or 8, she only understood that her father was being bullied, and she had to fight back. The demon butler laughed wildly. The girl's tender fist striking his gray-brown skin couldn't even raise dust. He sneered. Haha, turns out she's a fool. Nearby, a sinister gleam flashed in the blue-robed demon's eyes as he smiled darkly. Though her looks aren't bad. This old fool dared to scheme against me, so I'll use his daughter as compensation. You wouldn't dare? Wong Yu's eyes turned blood red, his chest heaving violently. Old fool, still barking like a dog. The blue-robed demon flew into a rage. A spider limb gleaming with cold light slashed down, striking Wong Yu's shoulder. Splurt blood sprayed everywhere as the right demonic octopus-modified tentacle crashed to the ground. Ah! A piercing scream tore through the air. I love hearing that sound. The blue-robed demon grinned savagely. Next, the bear butler roared excitedly, his massive paw grabbing Wong Yu's other tentacle and ripping it off. Another heart-wrenching wail followed. In excruciating pain, Wong Yu's vision blurred as the world turned into a hazy red from blood loss. The last thing he could see clearly was Ashu's small figure. The girl's silhouette gradually overlapped with memories of her lively, innocent smile. The past flashed through his mind like broken film fragments. That day, she was persecuted by her teacher. He stormed into the school in fury, but no one would believe him. The school even protected that scumbag. He staked everything on an appeal to the war tribunal, only to receive a not guilty verdict. Walking out the doors, that beast's maniacal laughter filled his ears. The scene shifted to him crouched outside the school gates for a full day and night, waiting for that person to appear. In the deep night, a withered hand suddenly grabbed him from behind. Young Wong Yu turned around to see his older self. Kill him, and there's no going back. His aged self whispered hoarsely. Young Wong Yu fell silent. The next moment, his daughter's bell-like laughter seemed to ring in his ears, and he violently shook off that hand. The dagger's cold gleam traced an arc in the moonlight as he lunged forward. The night was ink-black, 9:30 p.m. Sufan rode his electric scooter, wind whistling past his ears as he left Huayu and returned to the Spirit Pet Medical Clinic. Today's gains were astonishing. The nano repair patch contract was finalized with launch imminent. More importantly, all of Huayu Pharmaceuticals had fallen into his pocket. With the technology and equipment of Shuguang City's pharmaceutical leader, nano-enhanced drug production lines could be established at any time. Thinking of this, his chest burned with excitement. The system's task of completing 1,000 KPIs was within reach. Only 2 months in this world, and he already possessed billions in wealth and had become a 6-star beast master. In the future, the titles of Daxia's richest man and strongest warrior would both bear the name Sufan. At this thought, his grin stretched so wide it nearly reached his ears. Beep beep. In the night wind, the sharp horn of his electric scooter pierced the silence. Under the neon lights, the familiar sign of Spirit Pet Medical Center gleamed brilliantly. After a busy day, Sufan planned to treat himself. Heard that Xiao Bai and the others had just learned a new massage technique, and he needed to experience it personally. He parked his scooter in the spot marked, reserved for Sufan, removed his helmet, and strode through the door. However, the scene inside made his brow furrow into a tight knot. Several war court battle masters in black and gold uniforms patrolled the corridors. Badges from the supervisory court and enforcement hall gleamed with cold menace under the lights. The air was oppressive, making even breathing feel like carrying lead. Sufan pushed open a patient room door. Deputy Commander Fong, along with a deputy commander from the enforcement hall, wore expressions as dark as the bottom of a pot. On the floor, four stretchers covered with white sheets were arranged in a line, the cloth outlining rigid forms beneath. Sufan glanced at the first body. It was old Su, who loved playing chess with old Zhang. The second and third, that elderly couple who were always together at the ball court. The fourth, Uncle Lu from Nansa nursing home, who tended the vegetables. Familiar faces, not one missing, yet all reduced to cold numbers. When his gaze fell upon the fifth stretcher, time seemed to freeze. That corpse was missing both arms, Wong Yu. At the severed points, one cut was smooth, as if sliced off by a sharp blade in one stroke. The other was torn flesh with protruding bone fragments, clearly ripped off by brute force. The blood had long dried, yet remained shocking to behold. Sufan's expression quickly darkened. The prosthetic beast limbs he had installed for Wong Yu were crafted from grade metal, and combined with Wong Yu's 4-star spirit beast body, they couldn't possibly be damaged to this extent unless facing a mid-stage 5-star powerhouse. Even more bizarre were the two completely different wound patterns indicating at least two perpetrators. He suppressed the rage churning in his chest, forcing himself to remain calm. What's the situation? Fong grasped at him like a lifeline. Sufan, you're finally back. Since this afternoon, we've been receiving reports. All the deceased are personnel related to the old Nansa nursing home case. When we arrived at the scenes, their spirit beast bodies had been destroyed using extremely cruel methods. We brought the remains here hoping you could perform autopsies and see if you can find any clues. Sufan didn't respond. He bent down, lifted the white sheet, then gently lowered it, closing Wong Yu's still staring eyes. At that moment, a cold mechanical notification exploded in his mind. Ding, choice triggered. As the god of machinery, seeing a patient you personally modified suffer such a fate, what will you choose? Choice 1. The dead cannot be revived, and even as an apprentice god of machinery, you are powerless to change this. Focus on improving your skills to prevent future tragedies. Reward, random beast mastery technique. Choice 2. This is an open challenge to the god of machinery. Face divine wrath and kill. Mission coordinates, ink bar. Reward, 10 pieces of scrayed metal, dragon scale tungsten steel. Dr. Su, any discoveries? Ren Shixian from the enforcement hall hurried forward, his voice tight with tension. Last time Commander Luo was publicly reprimanded by Elder Tao, the enforcement hall lost all face. Now we finally identified these people related to the old case, but they're either fleeing or dead. I'm going insane. Sufan merely shook his head without answering. At that moment, another stretcher was carried through the hospital room door. Beneath the white sheet lay a hunched, elderly body in stillness. But what was most horrifying was that his head was nowhere to be found. The neck showed a smooth, mirror-like cut, clearly severed by an extremely sharp blade in a single strike. Sufan's analytical eye activated instantly. Patient, Zhang Xunyan. Death level, 5-star, early stage. Symptoms, spirit beast body forcibly damaged, died from complete blood loss. This was the very Zhang who had played chess with him just days ago. A system prompt appeared. Please make your selection, host. The second body, the third. When the fifth corpse was slowly carried in, the cold weight seemed to suffocate everyone present. Sufan and Fong, exhausted from days of investigation, turned ashen. Their investigation had revealed that the elderly residents of Nansa nursing home had been relocated en masse, taking all leads with them. After much effort, they had confirmed that 7 spirit pets remained in Shugong City. However, before they could locate crucial witnesses or evidence, tragedy struck. 5 lives had been brutally claimed. Inside the enforcement hall, the air hung heavy. Everyone understood the difficulty of explaining this sudden massacre to their superiors. Dr. Su, are you certain you cannot find even the slightest clue from these spirit beast corpses? The deputy commander of the enforcement hall stared intently at Sufan, his voice hoarse. In terms of technique alone, there's nothing particularly distinctive. Sufan shook his head, his tone calm. In truth, he could see everything clearly. The 2 strongest perpetrators were actually 5-star beast god cult demons, while the others ranged between 4 and 3 stars. Sufan chose not to reveal this immediately if the war court intervened. His infiltration of beast god cult strongholds would face numerous constraints. The various official departments weren't unified, and Tifa's escape from Elder Tao's encirclement served as a warning. One must never reveal all their cards. He had already formed a plan to investigate the mission coordinates alone. Now equipped with the mech beast armor, Earth Tiger, even venturing into dangerous territory, he was confident in his ability to survive and counterattack. In that case, we shall take our leave. Fong clasped his fists, surveying the crowd with determination. Though people have died, the case cannot stop. Elder Tao has issued a death order. If there were any injustices in the old case, They must be clarified. The Shuguang branch cannot leave any stains on its record. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Under the night sky, a luxurious villa in Shuguang City blazed with lights. The living room floor was covered with expensive cashmere carpets, and every wall crevice was spotlessly clean. Qin Yuliang reclined on the sofa, his coffee-colored silk pajamas outlining his lean frame, his refined features carrying an air of casual arrogance. Beside him stood two maids in dark green qipao, one gently massaging his shoulders, the other skillfully working on his legs, their technique practiced and pressure perfectly calibrated. Sitting formally across from him was a middle-aged man in an immaculate dark brocade robe, his face stern and authoritative. The cold intensity in his expression immediately revealed his long-held position of power. This man came from the premier beast-taming family of Longguang City in the southwest region, the Qin family. Like the Chun family of Shuguang City, the Qin family was also a formidable force. The family boasts more than one 7-star beast master, with profound heritage and formidable strength that commands respect. The Qin family, entrenched in the southwest, shines even brighter than the Chun family in the same region, their might reverberating in all directions. This evening, in a 3-story villa on the outskirts of Shuguang City, the setting sun streamed through floor-to-ceiling windows. Qin Yuliang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his aura restrained and cold as ice. In the study, the 5th legitimate son of the current Qin family head 6-star beast master Qin Mingzong sat in a sandalwood chair, his gaze scrutinizing. If you have something to say, say it. Otherwise, I won't be keeping you for dinner. Qin Yuliang turned around, his tone indifferent and as cold as the evening breeze outside. Qin Mingzong frowned, displeasure churning within him. He was, after all, a Qin family elder and a 6-star beast master. When had anyone ever shown him such disrespect? He said in a deep voice, Qin Yuliang, I'm still your elder. Even if you won't call me 5th uncle, how can you be so rude? The other man acted as if he hadn't heard, his expression remaining impassive. You? Qin Mingzhong's fists tightened slightly. This young man had been away from home for years, and not only had his temperament not mellowed, but he'd become even more arrogant. However, remembering his purpose here, he suppressed his anger and continued patiently. The family has heard that a medical prodigy has emerged in Shuguang City, someone who can create mechanical prosthetics that enhance spirit pets' racial values, and has developed a special exoskeleton armor. I'm told this person happens to work under you. Before he could finish, Qin Yuliang let out a cold laugh and cut him off. Go back and tell those old fools that if they're getting on in years, they should focus on enjoying their twilight years instead of daydreaming all day. They'd be better off spending their time cultivating, lest they find themselves praying to gods and Buddhas when their lifespans run out, though it won't do them any good. How dare you? Qin Mingzhong could no longer contain himself. He slammed his hand on the table and shot to his feet, sending teacups flying. The previously calm study instantly filled with tension. The old fools he spoke of were the sons of the previous family head and current Qin family elders, holding positions of supreme honor. Who would dare show them such disrespect? Taking a deep breath, he lowered his voice to an almost threatening tone. Qin Yuliang, don't think that just because Lord Master protects you, you can defy the family. Lord Master has been gone for 2 years without returning. Now only the family elders truly care for you. Tao values you simply because you're backed by the Qin family and can help the Shuguang branch gain greater power. As for Sufan, that young man works under you anyway. If you approach him with generous offers, the main family wants both the technology and the person. The elders value these 2 technologies highly and hope to introduce them to strengthen the family. You bear the Qin surname, you'd better consider the bigger picture. Also, you've hit a bottleneck in your cultivation and can barely suppress it, haven't you? Only the Tower of 10,000 Spirits can contain it. You wouldn't want to completely alienate yourself from the family, would you? Are you threatening me? Qin Yuliang slowly raised his head, his dark eyes showing not a ripple of emotion, yet radiating bone-chilling coldness. Qin Mingzhong smiled slightly, not responding directly. He was certain the other man understood the stakes. Qin Yuliang raised his hand, and 2 maids understood, withdrawing and closing the door behind them. In the silence, his voice remained steady. First, the family knows better than anyone why they support a branch family member like me. Second, I traded 2 equivalent Earth-grade artifacts for the Tower of 10,000 Spirits. If you want it back, return those 2 items intact. Third, stop targeting Sufan. There are people watching over him that the Qin family can't afford to provoke, that I won't see you out. With that, he pushed open the door and strode out decisively. Only Qin Mingzhong remained in the study, his face ashen, completely unmovable, utterly stubborn. Arrogant, absolutely arrogant. He swept his sleeves and left in haste. Walking out of the villa's main entrance, he encountered Qin Fong approaching hurriedly through the night, seemingly with urgent news to report. Seeing his elder, Qin Fong quickly bowed respectfully. 5th Master. Humph. Qin Mingzhong snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and headed straight for the convoy. Qin Fong watched his retreating figure, sighing inwardly. Every time family members came, Didn't they all arrive with lofty attitudes? And every time they left, which one departed with a smile? Fong entered the study, his gaze settling on Qin Yuliang as he asked tentatively, Qin Yuliang, did the Qin family send someone here because of your beast taming space? A cold smile curved Qin Yuliang's lips. They're truly so kind-hearted that Sufan can go to the military department for free to treat spirit pets. He stopped beating around the bush and cut straight to the point. Speak. What's the matter? Fong hurriedly stepped forward and bowed slightly. Personnel related to the old case at Nansa Nursing Home have been meeting with Misfortune recently. The enforcement hall has reopened the investigation, with Chi Wei leading the supervision. Qin Yuliang tapped his fingers on the desk in a steady rhythm, a thoughtful gleam flashing in his eyes. Who did it? Fong looked troubled. We asked Su Fan to investigate, but he said there were no clues. Our preliminary assessment suggests it's related to demon cultists within the beast god cult. He can't figure it out? Huh. Qin Yuliang chuckled softly, his voice low but meaningful. He could see through even Tifa's bizarre killing methods, yet he can't determine how these 5 people died. Fong froze, his heart suddenly racing. Su Fan definitely had the ability to uncover the truth, so why was he concealing it? The case involved high-ranking officials in the war corps. They should have reported honestly. Please enlighten me, Qin Yuliang. Fong bowed respectfully, his attitude even more deferential than before. Qin Yuliang's voice was deep and magnetic. If it truly was the beast god cult's doing, he's naturally gone to seek revenge. Feng's brow furrowed tightly. Then he should have told us the truth. How can he ensure his safety going alone? Intelligence shows their stronghold has at least one 5-star demon cultist stationed there, but he's only a 3-star beast tamer. What if he has the strength to kill a 5-star demon cultist? Qin Yuliang asked casually. Fong was shocked and blurted out, How? How is that possible? Qin Yuliang's gaze sharpened. He can control mechanically modified spirit pets and beat Fanbo, a 4-star practitioner, without giving him any chance to fight back. What makes you so certain he doesn't have the means to deal with a 5-star demon cultist? In the last mission, who really killed Bu Pingjun and Fanbo? A brilliant light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as if he understood something. You mean? I don't mean anything. Qin Yuliang raised his hand to interrupt, his tone remaining calm as still water. The deaths of Bu Pingjun and Fanbo are settled facts, and the mission is complete. Regarding this matter, there's no need to say more publicly. I understand. Fong immediately nodded. He had long noticed Qin Yuliang's unusual attitude towards Su Fan, but hadn't expected such protection. Thinking of this, his heart tightened, and he couldn't help but remind. But what if the opponent has more than just 5-star demon cultists? What if there's a 6-star? Before he could finish speaking, Qin Yuliang's figure flickered and vanished from the study, as if he had evaporated. Night fell, and lights began to twinkle. The city was shrouded in hazy neon, where clamor and tranquility intertwined. A bar called 7 Nights had its sign flickering with seductive light in the darkness, while deafening music and raucous sounds faintly emerged from within. Inside the bar, the lighting was dim and bizarre. The air was thick with the pungent mix of smoke and alcohol, while deafening music pounded against eardrums, making hearts race and blood surge. Su Fan followed the coordinates provided by the system, weaving through the dazzling dance floor to reach the most secluded, shadowy corner. Here, darkness had nearly swallowed all light, leaving only a few flickering neon signs that outlined vague silhouettes. He raised his hand and swept it through the air, his fingertips cutting through space and creating subtle ripples. A 3-star mechanical spirit pet materialized its cold metal frame, reflecting sharp glints in the dim light. This spirit pet was Su Fan's custom-made disguise-type mechanical creation. Using his analytical eye, he had dissected the war court's strategic-level spirit pet, shape-shifting chameleon lizard, and integrated mature biomimetic technology, covering the hard shell with synthetic flesh. Now, it looked indistinguishable from a real person. The spirit pet was equipped with a highly sensitive audiovisual system that transmitted all images and sounds in real time, allowing Su Fan to perceive everything remotely. Click, click, click. The mechanical chameleon lizard completed its transformation, taking the form of a middle-aged man around 30 years old. It walked steadily toward the bar's main entrance, only to be stopped by a security guard who extended his hand. Members only. Su Fan quickly adjusted the commands, directing it to infiltrate through a rear window. Inside the bar, waves of heat hit immediately as hormones, alcohol, and perfume blended into an even more intense aroma. The mechanical chameleon lizard took a seat at the edge of the crowd, scanning the surroundings until its camera focused on a corner. There sat a burly, muscular man. Through the visual system, Su Fan instantly recognized him, one of the accomplices of those 5-star demons, a murderer. The table in front of the burly man was covered with glasses, but at the center sat a grotesque head, neither fully human nor fully goat, with 2 curved horns protruding prominently. One horn had been brutally broken off, leaving a jagged, blood-darkened stump. Despite the beast-like transformation that had blurred the features, Sufan could still make out familiar facial contours from the distorted facial Zhang, also known as Zhang Xinyan. The burly man was none other than the Mad Bear executor. He lifted his glass and swirled it gently, the amber liquid glinting under the lights before he downed it in one gulp, his Adam's apple bobbing. His other hand gripped the intact horn of Zhang Xinyan's head, raising it high like a trophy. Yeah, old fool. Weren't you pretty fierce when you went berserk? So what if your main battle spirit pet was tough? You still got taken down by this executor. Mad Bear's taunts echoed off the walls as his gaze swept over the crowd, absorbing their terror and flattery. Executor, sir, your strength is extraordinary. Easily defeating a 5-star demon and claiming his headlord Lust King will surely reward you. A young man with bleached yellow hair stepped forward, his fawning smile practically plastered to his face. Ha! Mad Bear Executor threw back his head and laughed, his voice drowning out even the bass speakers. He could already envision his moment of triumph. This bounty was personally ordered by Lord Lust King himself. The reward of this 6-star spirit beast body is within my grasp. Breaking through to 6-star and advancing to Purple Robe Chief is just around the corner. As his words fell, he raised his glass again, alcohol splashing as the venue's chaos reached its peak. At this thought, he couldn't help but lift the severed head in his hands to eye level, examining it closely. The twisted features before him seemed like a magnificent work of art, making his heart race and blood surge with excitement. Brothers, his voice boomed as he stomped his foot, his heavy boot landing on the wooden tavern table with a groan of protest from the strained surface. Once I become a purple robe, I'll lead us all to make the Indulgence faction the biggest stronghold in Dawn City. Our motto is, he raised the head high like a general reviewing his troops. When we're rich and powerful, we won't forget each other. When we're rich and powerful, we won't forget each other. Bottles were raised high as voices roared like a tide, deafening enough to blow the roof off. Every face was written with fanaticism and worship in their eyes. Executive Mad Bear was not only fierce, but also the most cultured among them. Executive Mad Bear surveyed his surroundings with satisfaction, convinced his leadership skills were sufficient for the position of Chief Purple Robe. At that moment, his brow suddenly furrowed. In the corner sat an unfamiliar face, completely unmoved by the crowd's fervor. All eyes turned toward the stranger. The fawning young man from earlier rushed over in quick strides, shouting angrily. Hey, newcomer, don't you know the rules? Who's your supervisor? Before he could finish speaking, something shocking happened. The stranger's skin suddenly turned crimson, as if a volcano had erupted within his body. His flesh rapidly melted under the intense heat, dripping to the floor with sizzling sounds as the acrid smell of burning filled the air. In the blink of an eye, a cold metallic skeleton was revealed, gleaming with an eerie light in the dim illumination. It was a 3-star mechanical spirit pet, in the form of a giant lizard. Bang! The mechanical demon lizard's thick tail whipped out, sweeping directly at the young man's face. Though he was also a 3-star beast tamer, this mechanical demon lizard, despite having only 300 racial stats, was forged from grade toxic metal, making its tail strikes naturally poisonous. What the hell? What kind of monster? Ah! Caught off guard, the young man was sent stumbling backwards several steps, the scrape on his chest immediately turning purple and festering, filling the air with the stench of rotting flesh. What kind of monster is this? Everyone stood frozen like wooden statues, their eyes wide with terror. Even Executive Mad Bear narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the 3-star mechanical demon lizard as unease grew stronger in his heart. The mechanical demon lizard's crimson electronic eyes flickered as its head slowly turned, scanning the entire room. A cold mechanical voice followed. 1 5-star, 3 4 stars, 53 stars. Excellent. No 6 stars. What the hell is this thing? Damn it, brothers, take it down. The blonde young man struggled to his feet, pointing at the mechanical demon lizard and screaming at the top of his lungs. Before he could finish, another thunderous crash echoed through the room. A massive figure crashed into the bar like a cannonball, sending wood splinters and glass shards exploding in all directions as debris scattered across the floor. It was the demon guarding the entrance. Click, click, click. Immediately after, a deep blue mech emerged slowly from the darkness, its heavy alloy footsteps echoing ominously. The cold gleam reflected off its metallic surface swept across everyone present, and an overwhelming sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire bar. Inside the mech's cockpit, Sufan's gaze was ice cold. He raised his arm with a sweeping motion, and his beast-taming space flashed with light as the black and white winged sky tiger soared forth. The moment the fierce beast landed, the air seemed to be instantly sucked away, creating a suffocating pressure in everyone's chest. The bear butler, clutching Zhang Xinyan's severed head, felt his pupils contract sharply. He could sense that this mechanical spirit beast posed a threat capable of tearing through his defenses, causing his heartbeat to spike involuntarily as cold sweat seeped from his palms. Just who are you people? Do you know whose territory this is? The bear butler suppressed his panic, his voice low and filled with wariness and anger. Through his visor, Sufan clearly saw the bloody trophy in his opponent's hand and responded coldly. The Earth Tiger mech's eyes suddenly blazed bright, two piercing beams of cold light cutting through the shadows. Kill them all. As his words fell, the mechanical demon lizard and sky tiger behind him simultaneously let out low growls, their combined roar of steel and bestial fury reverberating through everyone's eardrums. In the next second, both spirit beasts shot forward like arrows released from their strings, moving so fast they left only afterimages. How dare you? A 4-star demon roared furiously, rapidly chanting an incantation. Accompanied by his spell, a peak 4-star Wanhao beast materialized with thunderous force, unleashing tremendous power. Blazing red flames erupted around the demon as he merged with his spirit beast's combat techniques, transforming his entire body into a searing fireball with terrifying momentum as he charged straight at the mechanical demon lizard. As the flames approached, the mechanical demon lizard's form trembled and suddenly vanished. When it reappeared, it was already behind the demon. Its mechanical tail spun like a drill, carrying the terrifying kinetic energy of 450 Mach as it crashed down heavily. Crackbones shattered as the mechanical tail pierced straight through his chest. Blood gushed forth, staining the mechanical demon lizard's metallic tail crimson. This can't be possible. The arrogance and ferocity on the 4-star demon's face froze completely. He trembled as he lowered his head, peering through the jagged, toxin-corroded hole in his chest to see the still smoking ground in the distance, the very wound torn open by the mechanical demon lizard. He couldn't comprehend how his 4-star spirit beast had failed to delay his opponent even for an instant, or why his prized 4-star peak fire demon scorpion body had proven as fragile as paper before cold steel. Bang! The 3-star mechanical demon lizard swung its metallic tail hammer, casually hurling the corpse into the air before it crashed down among the shattered wood of the bar counter. The mechanical armor plates shifted slightly, and streams of ethereal blue energy patterns flowed from neck to tail, humming to life. In the next second, the entire Seven Knights bar trembled with deep resonance. Bang! Bang! Bang bang bang! The bar counter, wine cabinets, and thousands of bottles on tables exploded simultaneously, scattering glass shards as colorful liquor sprayed toward the ceiling. The liquid merged with suddenly gathering water elements, instantly transforming into a roaring torrent with waves as tall as a person, rolling forward to engulf the entire hall. Crack! Brilliant lightning tore through the darkness, striking into the churning water curtain. Every face was rendered ghastly pale by the electric light, with terror and despair laid bare. The deep blue humanoid mech stood motionless atop the waves as Sufan's will merged through the cockpit, with the cold programming a single frigid thought was enough. Electric arcs exploded with crackling sounds as the acrid smell of burning quickly filled the bar. Lightning blazed in Sufan's palm as his thunder combat technique activated, sending bolts crawling along the water flow created by the mechanical demon lizard, instantly covering the entire building. The sizzling sound was like thousands of silver serpents burrowing into walls, floors, and flesh. Oh no! My legs. Monsters, you're monsters from another planet. The hedonistic sect followers were trapped by the flood, their legs feeling like lead as they became more stuck the more they struggled. Then destructive lightning pierced their chests, screams rose sharply before cutting off abruptly. 53-star demons plus 2 4-star demons, none survived the raging thunder. In less than 5 seconds, all life in the stronghold was extinguished, leaving only charred remains floating on the water's surface. Under lightning, all beings are equal. Only Deacon Raging Bear still drew breath. As the sole 5-star demon present, he had barely survived the 5-star mechanical thunder, his limbs convulsing with only 10% of his combat power remaining. Fury and fear intertwined as he growled. Blood-burning secret art. Explode. Boom. Blood mist erupted from his pores as his muscles swelled madly, veins bulging grotesquely, body hair rapidly extending until he transformed into a 3-meter turtle black bear demon form in the blink of an eye. His roar shook the heavens as he swung his claws to smash the floor beneath his feet, attempting to regain control of the battle. High above, silver light flickered within Sufan's cockpit. The deep blue mech's forehead horn and its intricate patterns blazed simultaneously. Brilliant lightning arcs sparked across the metal surface. Sufan manipulated the humanoid mech, spreading its arms wide as lightning stretched like chains between them, rapidly condensing into 2 thunder spears over 6 feet long in his palms. Whoosh! Whoosh! The piercing sound of air being torn apart rang out as the thunder spears shot forth with devastating force, instantly piercing through the massive demonic body of the mad bear steward and pinning him firmly to the wall by his shoulder blades. Splurt blazing white arcs of electricity surged wildly through the wounds, sending wisps of smoke rising from the charred flesh. Roar, let me go! The mad bear steward howled, his previously overwhelming ferocity plummeting to nothing. Now he was like a dying dog nailed to the wall, left with nothing but instinctive twitching and struggling. Contained. Sufan's voice was cold, echoing through the war-torn bar. Runes blazed across the mechanical demon lizard's surface as energy pulses spread outward, instantly decomposing the overflowing river elemental energy into water vapor. Heat waves carried the mist as it silently dissipated in the air. Sufan stepped forward, stopping before the mad bear steward. The man's muscles spasmed under the electric current, sweat and blood mixing as they dripped down. Please, please spare me. Let me go. In his hoarse pleas, all traces of his former arrogance had vanished. Sufan didn't respond, simply turning in silence to look at the severed head on a nearby table. Zhang Xunyan. Traces of demonification twisted his features, his unseeing eyes filled with pain and malice even in death. Old Zhang, you've told me about everyone else's stories, but what about yourself? Me? I killed someone's entire family. That ruthless. That year I was gravely ill and needed a fortune in spirit crystals to save my life. My son insisted on borrowing money from a company to hire the best spirit beast healers. Later, to pay off the debt, he and his wife both went to work for that company. But the boss had his eye on my daughter-in-law. The old man's low voice intertwined with memory. In the office, his son was bound while the boss violated his 4 months pregnant daughter-in-law before his eyes. That same day, his son was beaten to death, and his daughter-in-law couldn't hold on either two lives lost. Much later, after his body had healed and he'd broken through to become a 4-star beast tamer, Zhang Xunyan came for revenge. The boss's family of 5, the elderly, the couple, an 80-year-old boy, none were spared. Snap. The sound of a chess piece falling marked the cold end to the story. Sufan reached out to close Zhang Xunyan's eyes, then slowly turned back, his gaze falling once more on the mad bear steward pinned to the wall. There's another 5-star demon. Where is he? Lightning continued to torment that mangled body. The will to survive made the mad bear steward shudder. I know. Spare me. I'll tell you everything. Sufan raised his hand to stop him. I'm a healer. Tell me the location, and I'll not only spare you, but heal you as well. This glimmer of hope made the mad bear steward hesitate no longer. Ink Hotel, 2 kilometers away, room 1288. Before his words had finished, the sky tiger, which had remained motionless, opened its massive jaws capable of tearing through steel. Sorry, Sufan added coldly. I'm only a spirit beast healer. I don't treat animals. So go die. Crack. The crisp sound of breaking bones rang out. The mad bear steward's head was crushed instantly, blood spraying out and staining the wall behind him red. Room 1288, Remo Hotel. The spider steward reclined on the plush sofa, a cigarette pinched between his fingertips. Smoke swirled around him as he squinted, savoring the nicotine rush. On the bed lay Ashu's naked corpse, cold, rigid, and covered in knife-like wounds. The body had long since gone still. The spider steward glanced at the corpse with mockery in his voice. If you want to blame someone, blame your stubborn old man. If he had just died quietly, you wouldn't have had to suffer like this. As he spoke, the wounds on his back from Wong Yu's mechanical limbs still throbbed with dull pain. Crack. The overhead light suddenly flickered, plunging the entire room into darkness. Even 5-star hotel lights malfunction? The spider steward frowned, but before his suspicions could fully form, a pair of silver eyes blazed in the darkness, electric arcs crackling with chilling radiance. Who's there? His answer came in the form of explosive lightning. The mechanical spirit beast Dihu's entire body surged with electrical energy, instantly illuminating the room like daylight. Dihu raised its claw and delivered a devastating blow carrying 1,300 Mach of mechanical impact force directly to the spider steward's chest. Bones shattered as he flew like a broken kite into the wall before crashing to the floor. The speed was so overwhelming that he had no time to react. The power gap was utterly hopeless. As the crisis of death spread frantically through him, he desperately activated his secret technique. Burst. The muscles on his back swelled and writhed, tearing his clothes to shreds as 8 spider-like bone spears erupted from his body, the result of fusing with spider-type spirit beast flesh and blood. His aura instantly surged as he forcibly broke into the mid-5-star level. However, Dihu gave him no respite. The cold mechanical claw struck down again, brutally pinning his spine to the floor. Splurt. Blood gushed from his mouth. Whoosh. Silver light sliced through the darkness. Click. The sound of metal plates locking together echoed as the overhead bulb flickered twice and the room's lighting returned. Sufan, encased in the Thunder Dihu battle armor, stood in the center of the room. He walked over to the spider steward and looked down at him. Who are you? Came the thread-thin voice. Sufan didn't bother to answer. He reached out and grabbed one of the spider spears. His fingers closed. Crack. The bone spike snapped clean off. The spider spears were connected to flesh, and blood-breaking one was equivalent to tearing off an arm. A second crack. A third, a fourth. Amid the agonizing screams, Sufan pulled off the 8 spider spears one by one. Under the absolute power suppression of the 5-star mechanical puppet, The spider steward could only lie there like a fish waiting to be slaughtered, his consciousness fading from the excruciating pain. Finally, Sufan gripped one of the spider's spears and thrust it into the man's throat. The spider steward's eyes bulged wide, blood mixed with the strong smell of smoke pouring from his mouth and nose. His breathing grew weaker until it stopped completely. Go to hell. Sufan couldn't help but glance down at the corpse beneath his feet once more, and the sharp spider spear in his hand struck down repeatedly. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The piercing sound of metal tearing through flesh echoed between the walls until the demon spider steward's face became a bloody pulp, and only then did he stop. Ding. Choice completed. Reward. Scrayed dragon scale tungsten steel x 10 pieces, distributed. The crisp system notification exploded in his mind, but Sufan remained unmoved, simply raising his hand with a wave. In the next second, the mechanical demon lizard, sky tiger, and earth tiger mechas all transformed into streams of light, disappearing from the room as he recalled them into his beast-taming space. Light cascaded from the pristine white ceiling, falling upon the body of the girl Ashu on the bed, as if draping her in a gentle glow. Sufan walked over, redressing her in the clothes that had been torn to shreds, then solemnly stored the corpse in his spatial ring. Sigh. A final low sigh echoed. Doctors save lives, killers take them, but what was he today? Revenge? Not entirely. That sigh reverberated through the empty room, seeming to melt into the light and become the girl's past smiles. Sufan turned to leave, but froze in the next second. At the doorway, Qin Yuliang stood straight in white robes. His handsome face bore one open eye and one slightly closed, quietly observing his subordinate. Sufan was momentarily speechless, feeling as though he'd been seen through completely, yet unable to find words of explanation. Qin Yuliang interrupted with a calm voice. Come with me. There's business. With that, he turned directly, as if he'd seen nothing at all. Night fell. In the center of Shuguang City, an independent villa blazed with lights. A massive shadow cut through the night sky as a giant eagle landed steadily in the garden. Qin Yuliang's upright figure stepped down first. Sufan jumped down after. Click, click, click. Two maids in qipao dresses approached with light, quick steps, carrying trays laden with appetizing fruits and crystalline beverages. Sit. Qin Yuliang lazily reclined into a lounge chair, his slender fingers plucking a plump grape and tossing it into his mouth. Sufan surveyed his surroundings. Marble floors gleamed with soft light. Precious redwood furniture emanated a faint fragrance, luxury evident everywhere. He found a chair and sat down, sighing inwardly. The god of wealth was indeed the god of wealth. This level of refinement rivaled even the Chun family, the first family. Qin Yuliang waved his hand casually, and an approval document glowing with ethereal light appeared from thin air, floating down to land on the table. This is the reward Elder Tao promised you last time. Just sign it. Sufan picked up the approval document, his gaze sweeping over the title as his heart suddenly contracted. Approval regarding the grant of full access rights to Wanlian Mountain. Wanlian Mountain? The war court was actually giving him direct ownership of the richest treasure vault among Shuguang City's metal mines. The Wanlian Mountain Range, one of the premier metal resource concentrations in the central south region, belonged to Shuguang City. It lay like a sleeping dragon stretching across the southeast, its main peak towering majestically with over 10 subsidiary peaks clustered around it, extending for thousands of miles. The main peak remained undeveloped, rumored to harbor 7-star king-level spirit beasts of terrifying power. The other peaks had long been mined by the war court, generating hundreds of billions in annual output. The mountain contained diverse mineral varieties, red copper, purple gold, mithril, and countless rare associated or scattered like stars. Sufan gripped the approval document, his palm growing warm. If he could privately own this mountain, would he ever need to worry about metal raw materials again? Sufan was no fool. There was no such thing as a free lunch, and the war court was certainly no charity organization. There was absolutely no reason for them to grant him rewards far exceeding the value of his contributions. Facing the contract on the table, he didn't rush to sign. Instead, he turned his gaze to Qin Yuliang and lowered his voice to ask, Boss, does Elder Tao have any other instructions? Qin Yuliang raised an eyebrow slightly, as if he had already seen through Sufan's thoughts, and replied calmly, Yes. Elder Tao hopes you'll create a special unit for the war court. Every spirit beast in this unit will be fully equipped with mecha armor. Mechanical exoskeleton mecha? Sufan's eyes lit up as he immediately grasped their intention. During his last battle against Fan Bo, his Black Blade Tiger had unleashed incredible combat power with the exoskeleton mecha scene that had clearly left a lasting impression on the higher-ups. However, he still frowned and deliberately put on a troubled expression. Boss, my spirit beast mechanical exoskeleton mecha is quite expensive to produce. Creating a single set is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and the resources cost a fortune. Qin Yuliang's lips curved slightly upward, as if he had anticipated this response. Don't worry, Wanlian Mountain is just an additional reward. The mecha cost will be paid separately. The war court will never shortchange you. Why didn't you say so earlier? Sufan immediately broke into a smile, grabbed the pen, and signed his name with flourishing strokes across the document. Then, with a playful grin, he asked, "How many sets does Elder Town need?" "At least 300 sets, with combat power reaching late 3-star level." Qin Yuliang's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Qin Yuliang proposed this number because he understood very clearly that Su Fan's mechanical technology was intimately connected to his beast tamer level. Throughout all of Great Xia, there was no second person who could make spirit beasts' combat power surge so dramatically within the same star rank. While the human race could still contend with the spirit beast race in terms of high-end combat power, their mid and low-tier combat force numbers fell far short. Beast tides were terrifying precisely because of their sheer numbers. Once human powerhouses were tied down, base cities would be swallowed by waves of fierce beasts. The War Court's leadership had already conducted rigorous data testing on Su Fan's mechanically modified limbs. Comparing the same star levels, spirit beasts equipped with exoskeleton mecha could completely overwhelm any fierce beast. If 300 beast tamers could simultaneously be equipped with such mecha, it would be equivalent to 300 invincible blades, enough to shatter the numerical advantage of beast tides. Several days later, Dawn City awakened under the morning sun, the entire steel behemoth draped in a golden glow. Traffic flowed like a river through the streets as Su Fan rode his pink electric scooter decorated with a robot cat pattern, leisurely weaving through the flow. Although he had agreed to help the War Court establish the Spirit Beast Mecha unit, that was a matter for later. Right now, the Spirit Beast Nano Repair Patch project was the top priority. Before long, the little scooter came to a steady stop in front of a 100-story skyscraper. The building pierced the clouds, its exterior featuring seamless glass curtain walls that gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, showcasing the perfect fusion of modern technology and architectural artistry. The 6 gilded characters, Wong Pharmaceutical Group, soared majestically on the rooftop. At the entrance, 2 security guards had long since become accustomed to the sight of this pink scooter and immediately approached as soon as they saw him arrive. "Charge it up," Su Fan casually tossed the keys to one of them, his tone familiar. "Sure thing, Chairman." The 2 men bowed and nodded respectfully, their faces beaming with smiles. Su Fan strode into the corporate tower and headed straight for the elevator, ascending silently until he reached the spacious conference room on the upper floor. The interior was minimally decorated yet exuded luxury. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the entire city, while the central conference table gleamed like a mirror, surrounded by neatly arranged comfortable chairs. Present today were Shenlong CEO Fong Xiaoyan, Tianxing Medical's Chairman Xiao, Xinyu Metal's Chairman Li, and Shen Ao, President of the First Beast Taming Association. All had arrived early and were waiting for Su Fan's appearance. "Chairman Su has arrived." Chairman Xiao was the first to stand, while the others also rose with welcoming smiles. Fong Xiaoyan appeared particularly respectful as he hurried forward to report. "The final nano-enhancement process on the production line has been successfully completed. 1,000 units each of Type 1, Type 2, and Type 3 Spirit Pet repair patches have all been manufactured." He then produced 3 samples and arranged them neatly on the table. "These represent the 3 different grades for your inspection." These 3 industry titans, already at the pinnacle of their respective fields, had combined their expertise with Su Fan's systematic technical guidance to create the revolutionary Spirit Pet Nano Repair Patches. Su Fan leaned forward for a closer look. The 3 patches were roughly 5 to 6 centimeters square, their surfaces featuring intricate patterns that reflected a metallic luster, radiating an unmistakable sense of advanced technology. He commented softly, "Excellent. The quality is superb." Simultaneously activating his analytical vision for a quick scan, he nodded approvingly after confirming the data was accurate. With that single word of approval, joy immediately appeared on everyone's faces. Su Fan's endorsement meant the product could officially enter the market, with tremendous profits within reach. Su Fan then turned to Shen Ao, President Chun. "The First Association controls the Beast Tamer sales channels in Dawn City. For this initial market launch, what are your thoughts?" Shen Ao smiled confidently. The popular male celebrity Wang Zitao is currently at the height of his fame and is also a celebrity beast tamer. Having him as our spokesperson would allow us to quickly capture market share. Excellent. Chairman Li and Chairman Xiao immediately applauded. Fong Xiaoyan seemed slightly hesitant. This Wang Zitao has quite an independent personality, might be difficult to negotiate with. Shen Ao laughed heartily. "You worry too much, Mr. Fong. With several of our companies approaching together, which entertainment company would dare refuse?" Meanwhile, at Huatao Entertainment Company, the office of star agent Sister Wong was filled with the aroma of freshly ground coffee. Her phone suddenly rang, and she answered. "Hello? Tianxing Medical Group? You want Wang Zitao to endorse Spirit Pet medical products?" Immediately, a second call came in. "What? You're Chairman Li from Xinyu Metal? You also want him to endorse Spirit Pet repair patches?" A third call followed, and she nearly lost her voice. The first association? President Shin also wants Wang Zitao as spokesperson. After taking these 3 consecutive calls, Sister Wang's voice grew increasingly shaky, leaving her completely bewildered. Clang. Sister Wang's phone slipped from her hands and crashed onto the office desk. Sister Wang, are you all right? The young assistant, who was organizing documents, jumped in fright and nearly scattered the files everywhere. Sister Wang couldn't be bothered to pick up her phone. Her voice trembling, she recited several names in succession: Tianqing Medical, Xinyu Metals, and the First Beast Taming Association. She felt like she was hearing something from Arabian Nights. They all came knocking at the same time. The assistant's eyes widened like saucers. And they specifically asked for Wang Zitao to endorse the same product? Something called Spirit Pet Nano Patches. This is insane. Has the world gone mad? Sister Wang slammed the desk and shot to her feet, leaning down to grab her phone and frantically dialing. Quick, notify Wang Zitao and tell him to come here immediately. About half an hour later, the office door clicked open and was slowly pushed ajar. A tall, imposing man stepped through the doorway. Shiguang City's hottest male star, Wang Zitao. Today he wore an elegant white robe that accentuated his upright posture as he walked with unhurried grace. His handsome face showed no particular expression, but those hawk-like sharp eyes swept the room with a casual glance, and the office temperature seemed to plummet instantly. Beyond his celebrity status, he was also one of the entertainment industry's rare 3-star beast tamers. Born into an ordinary family, he lost his parents in a car accident when young and gritted his teeth to raise his younger brother alone, reaching his current position through relentless effort. Zitao, come here, sit down. The usually domineering Sister Wang now wore a beaming smile, her tone gentle and soft. In the entertainment industry, an artist's status correlates with their fame. Rookie stars must rely on company resources, but once they become top tier, the company must tread carefully instead. Currently, Wang Zitao was Huadao Entertainment's most dazzling cash cow, and everyone from top to bottom had to greet him with smiles. Wang Zitao settled onto the sofa, his voice cool as spring water striking stone. Sister Wang, I have another engagement this afternoon. You called me back so urgently, what's the matter? Sister Wang gestured excitedly with both hands. Zitao, this is incredible news. Xinyu, Tianqing, and the First Association, all 3 giants came knocking simultaneously, specifically requesting you to endorse a new product. They want you to appear on a show and demonstrate the miraculous effects of these Spirit Pet Nano Patches in a citywide live broadcast. With 3 major conglomerates arriving together, each one was an entity that Huadao Entertainment could only look up to. A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Zitao's cool expression, and he pondered for a moment. When is this live broadcast scheduled? Tomorrow. And it's 3 consecutive days of live broadcasting. Sister Wang's tone carried barely contained urgency, terrified of missing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So soon? Wang Zitao's brow furrowed slightly, his cool gaze settling on Sister Wang. Sister Wang, you promised me before that after this afternoon's engagement ends, I could take a vacation. This time, I have to go back and spend time with my little brother. Agent Wang sat across the office desk and immediately shook her head. Zitao, I know you're worried about your brother's spirit pet, but this project is too big to pass up. The fee they're offering is equivalent to your entire year's worth of film contracts. How can Huadao possibly turn this down? Seeing that Wang Zitao's expression remained unchanged, she quickly added, how about this, you take the project first, and as for your brother, that can wait. Next time I promise to approve a longer vacation for you so you can spend quality time with him, okay? Wang Zitao sat silently in his chair, his eyes gradually dimming. No matter how beautifully the promise was painted, he wasn't some rookie actor fresh out of school who could easily hear the emptiness behind those words. His thoughts drifted back to last year's college entrance examination arena. During that combat assessment, his brother Wang Luoting's maple leaf fire fox had its hind legs torn apart by the opponent's black blade mantis, blood staining the examination ground. Though the fire fox survived, it permanently lost both hind legs. Forget about advancing, even standing became an impossible dream. Since then, Wang Luoting had spent every day watching over his beloved pet, sinking deeper into depression. To help his brother overcome this shadow, Wang Zitao desperately took on every job he could get, sending the Maple Leaf Fire Fox to the Premium Spirit Pet Medical Center in downtown Shiguang City for the best possible care. However, traditional medical treatments had their limits, and getting a spirit pet to walk again was nearly impossible. Until recently, when he accidentally heard news leaked from within the war court, mechanical limb reconstruction for spirit pets. Supposedly, the latest prosthetic limbs could not only restore mobility to disabled spirit pets, but might even make them stronger than normal ones. In that moment, he seemed to see real hope, and his first instinct was to get his brother's Maple Leaf Fire Fox into surgery as soon as possible. But reality hit him like a bucket of cold water. After exhausting every connection he had, all he got was one response. The waiting list was already booked until next year. The queue was filled with war court members, beast-taming aristocratic families, and connections from top-tier elite circles. A film star earning tens of millions annually had no qualification to cut in line in front of those truly powerful figures. She could only wait his turn until next year. But time wouldn't wait. His brother was 19 this old. If his spirit pet could recover before the end of this year, he could still retake the exams next year and have a shot at Huaxing Beast Taming Academy. But once he crossed the 20-year-old threshold, the academy would refuse him outright, and his path as a beast tamer would be permanently severed. Zitao, I know you're anxious. Agent Wong sensed his heavy mood and kept making promises. I'll definitely get you a surgery slot this year, even if I have to cash in every favor I have, okay? Just as she finished speaking, the phone on the desk suddenly rang, breaking the oppressive atmosphere in the room. Agent Wong was busy thinking of persuasive arguments and had no mood for phone calls, irritably hitting the speakerphone button. Who is it? Hello? This is the War Court's Direct Spirit Pet Medical Department Extraordinary Spirit Pet Medical Center. Came a gentle male voice through the receiver. The caller was none other than Dr. Han Bingshui. We'd like to invite Mr. Wang Zitao from your company to endorse a new spiritual pet medical product. Would it be convenient to discuss this? The moment these words came through the phone, Sister Wang's fingers froze as she was organizing schedules. The medical department directly under Zhanting's jurisdiction was personally requesting Zitao for an endorsement. On the sofa, Wang Zitao was completely stunned. He stared blankly ahead as Sister Wang's persuasive voice and the constant flow of traffic outside were suddenly cut off, as if the world had been muted. Then, a burning sensation rushed to his eyes, his nose tingled, and he nearly broke into tears. That door that had been tightly shut at the end of despair had actually opened by itself. Convenient. Of course it's convenient. After calming down, Sister Wang immediately canceled Wang Zitao's last scheduled appearance. She then had detailed discussions with the spiritual pet medical clinic, and they surprisingly agreed on the spot. Wang Zitao's brother's spiritual pet could be given priority treatment, with the mechanical limb reconstruction surgery scheduled for today. This news was like heavenly music to Wang Zitao's ears. Only then did he realize that this medical product, developed through collaboration between 3 major corporations, actually came from Extraordinary Spiritual Pet Medical Clinic. With such an opportunity, how could he bear to refuse? He wished he could immediately accept the endorsement deal to support both the Spiritual Pet Medical Clinic and that genius beast healer. In the VIP ward of the Spiritual Pet Hospital in downtown Shiguang City, Wang Ziting sat quietly beside the hospital bed, next to a small fox with fiery red fur lying low, its 2 hind legs missing, leaving empty space where the wounds had scarred over but remained shocking to behold. Brother, why are you here? Aren't you busy today? The boy looked up, forcing a smile. His name was Wang Ziting, Wang Zitao's younger brother. Today is an incredibly wonderful day. Wang Zitao rushed to the bedside in a few steps, lowering his voice but barely containing his excitement. A wonderful day? Wang Ziting looked puzzled as he gently stroked the little fox's head. For him, who had lost all fighting spirit and a disabled spiritual pet, the phrase wonderful day no longer existed in their world. Knock, knock, knock. Sudden knocking interrupted the brothers' conversation. The door opened, and the hospital director appeared with a beaming smile, respectfully escorting a young girl. The girl walked with light steps, the pair of fluffy beast ears on her head twitching slightly, particularly eye-catching. What made Wang Ziting's pupils contract sharply were the 2 nurses following behind her. They also had beast ears, but their limbs had been replaced with gleaming mechanical prosthetics. They quietly followed, pushing a piece of precision mechanical surgical assistance equipment. Miss Bai, this is the room, the chief physician said obsequiously. Mechanical prosthetics? Wang Ziting's breathing suddenly stopped as a wild thought instantly flashed through his mind. Xiao Bai had now risen to fame, becoming Sufan's capable assistant. All level 1 and 2 mechanical reconstruction surgeries at the Spiritual Pet Medical Clinic were performed by her personally. Through persistent study, she had not only completely mastered the essence of level 1 mechanical reconstruction surgery, but had also achieved a breakthrough, advancing to become a 2-star humanoid spiritual beast. To save time, she had brought along 2 sister nurses to personally come to the hospital to perform surgery on Wang Ziting's spiritual pet. Brother, what's this about? Prince Tung gazed at the 2 female nurses bearing spirit companion traits and mechanically modified limbs, his eyes filled with incredulous joy as he truly glimpsed a ray of hope. He witnessed it with his own eyes. Mechanically modified limbs. Ever since learning of the existence of spirit companion mechanical modification technology, this had become his most persistent obsession in the night, and the only chance for his maple leaf firefox to be reborn. In the hospital room, Xiaobai wore a crisp white uniform and smiled gently, her voice clear and melodious. Mr. Wang Ziting, please rest assured and entrust your spirit companion to us. The mechanical modification surgery will be completed quickly. Now, we need you to sign this surgical agreement for confirmation. Yes, thank you so much. Wang Ziting nodded excitedly, and he and his brother Wang Zitao almost simultaneously reached for the agreement. The two brothers were overjoyed, their gratitude evident. At this moment, Wang Zitao showed no trace of celebrity arrogance when facing the staff of Extraordinary Spirit Companion Medical Center. Wang Ziding signed his name on the surgical agreement without hesitation. Xiaobai nodded gently, and then the two nurses wheeled the Maple Leaf Firefox's bed toward the operating room under the hospital director's guidance. 5 hours quietly passed. With Xiaobai's current exceptional skills, installing a single first-level mechanically modified limb would take only about 2 hours, but this spirit companion needed both legs, hence the longer duration. In the corridor, Wang Zitao waited quietly. Though he had complete faith in Extraordinary Spirit Companion Medical Center's technical capabilities, he couldn't help but repeatedly glance toward the operating room door, a faint worry stirring in his heart. Click. The door opened gently, and Xiaobai emerged first, following closely behind. The Maple Leaf Firefox appeared with burgundy metallic legs. The mechanical joints emitted subtle whirring sounds as they moved, like a symphony of technology and life. The cold metallic luster gleamed under the corridor lights, with sleek lines full of futuristic appeal. Even more astounding was that these mechanical legs were level 1 advanced mechanical limbs. The racial value enhancement reached 10, a full 20-point boost. While this might be insignificant for 3-star or higher spirit beasts, for Wang Ziding, still a high school senior, it was a divine gift if he chose to repeat his final year and take the beast taming examination again with his Maple Leaf Firefox. He could easily dominate most candidates and become the king of the examination hall. The young man's face couldn't hide his excitement, and the Maple Leaf Firefox also raised its tail, as if it had regained life's rhythm. Wang Zitao's smile was equally genuine and brilliant. His brother's spirit companion had finally stood up again. At exactly 8 o'clock that evening, during rush hour, Shuguang City's central square blazed with lights. A girl sipping bubble tea looked up to see the massive advertising screen light up. Holy crap! Look, isn't that Wang Zitao? She excitedly grabbed her companion. What Wang Zitao? Let me see. Her friend looked up following her gesture. On the screen, Wang Zitao's handsome face filled the entire frame, holding the Maple Leaf Firefox in his arms. My idol actually took on a new endorsement, the girl nearly screamed. Something's not right. Look at that headline. Her friend suddenly grabbed her arm, voice somewhat strained. At the bottom of the screen, a line of large text slowly scrolled. Extraordinary Spirit Companion Medical Center proudly launches new medical products, with Wang Zitao's passionate endorsement. Sufan, the genius spirit pet healer from the war court, creates another miracle as a revolutionary medical product launches tomorrow with shocking impact. In the afternoon, the massive screen facing the commercial plaza suddenly lit up, and the enormous advertisement immediately caught the attention of passing pedestrians. Extraordinary Spirit Pet Medical Clinic? Sufan. That's Sufan, someone in the crowd blurted out instinctively. The owner of the most incredible spirit pet medical clinic in the city center. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the onlookers erupted into chaos. Must be a publicity stunt, right? Just a veterinarian making such a big show. A passerby sneered with crossed arms, mockery evident at the corner of their mouth. Before the words had fully settled, the screen suddenly switched, and metallic lettering crashed down like a heavy hammer. Revolutionary medical product spirit pet nano repair patches, jointly created by the First Association, Tianxing Medical, Divine Realm Metals, and Huayu Pharmaceuticals. The massive amount of information instantly left people breathless. The entire plaza fell silent in an instant. Even the sound of the fountain became crystal clear. People stood frozen in place, as if someone had hit the pause button, their minds completely blank. The next second, holy shit, erupted in rough, unified chorus from all directions, the sound waves shooting up to the clouds. Simultaneously, the online world exploded like a detonated bomb, instantly entering a state of frenzy. Social media platforms and news websites were swept by the same advertisement, with every corner of the trending list displaying the same name Sufan. The top 50 trending topics on the Kuaishou platform were completely dominated by the two characters, Sufan. The comment sections broke server records for refresh speed, with tens of thousands of comments popping up every second. Sufan. Holy crap. Is that the Sufan who invented mechanical prosthetic limbs for spirit pets? Damn, Sufan has new work again. This is definitely an epic-making divine product. Expectations maxed out. The spokesperson is actually the heartthrob Wang Zitao? A collaboration of powerhouses, what a dream team. Wait, the 4 major giants joining forces? Supporting Sufan's clinic? What kind of incredible connections does he have? Am I crazy, or has the world gone mad? Screams, doubts, worship, celebration. Emotions collided on screens like rolling waves sweeping over every internet user. I don't care. What kind of miraculous thing are these repair patches? Where can I buy them tomorrow? I want to order 100. Early the next morning after the advertisement aired, the entrance to Shuguang City's largest spirit pet mall was already packed with crowds. They're here. They're here. It's on sale. At the very front, a boy wearing black-framed glasses stood on his tiptoes, staring intently at the massive electronic screen overhead. The red countdown on the screen hit 0, and the next second, the dazzling poster for Spirit Pet Nano Repair Patches switched to reveal dense text. Read it out. What's the price? His companion anxiously pushed him. The glasses-wearing boy adjusted his frames, his Adam's apple bobbing as his mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. Type 1. Instant healing for 1-star injuries. Price. His voice suddenly shot up. 100,000. What? The plaza erupted like a bomb had been dropped. Highway robbery. 100,000 credits. That's what a yellow-grade beast taming manual costs. I thought this would be affordable. Sufan has gone money crazy. Look at the Type 3. A girl pointed at the screen, her voice breaking. 1 million. I couldn't afford it even if I sold myself. Let's go. Poor people don't deserve this. It's made for the rich. Complaints and curses rose one after another, with many people angrily preparing to leave. Just then, a burly man with a scar on his face snorted coldly, pointing at the group of students. You bunch of rookies who've never been to the wilderness don't know shit. Instant healing, do you know what those 4 words mean? 100,000 to buy your spirit pet's life, plus a chance to counterattack. He looked around, his voice hoarse but thunderous. And you're telling me it's expensive? The plaza fell dead silent. The students who had been cursing moments before turned red and white, opening their mouths but unable to make a sound. After the silence came an even more terrifying explosion. Holy shit. He's right. This is a second life. Worth it. So fucking worth it. The boy who had been turning to leave pulled out his phone with hands shaking like he had Parkinson's. Honey, quick. Transfer our house down payment to me. Staff. Type 3. Give me 2. Credit card. Don't push me. Damn. Who stepped on my foot? The angry protests instantly transformed into desperate scrambling, and a citywide shopping frenzy completely erupted in Shugwang City. In just 2 days, all 3,000 nano repair patches were sold out. If not for the crowded offline queuing system, they could have sold out in half a day. At Tianqing Medical Group, the innermost office on the executive floor was luxurious beyond fault, with soft lighting warming every corner and a faint sandalwood fragrance floating in the air. Chairman Xiao lounged lazily in his wide sofa chair, casually playing with a golden-laid pen. Beside him, a female secretary in a fitted business suit nestled against him sweetly, her fingertips tracing circles on his chest as she spoke in a voice sweet as honey. Chairman Xiao, you're so naughty. The intimate atmosphere was heating up with their whispered exchanges. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knocking shattered the romantic mood. The female secretary immediately sat up straight, hastily smoothing her slightly disheveled skirt and hair, embarrassment flashing across her face. Chairman Xiao cleared his throat several times, adjusting his expression. Ahem. What is it? A finance officer pushed through the door and stood respectfully before the desk, reporting. Chairman, the revenue from the Nano Repair Patch project has arrived from the First Association. The total amount is 130 million credit points. The crisp report echoed through the spacious office. Chairman Xiao, who had been lounging lazily in his leather chair, suddenly brightened. He shot upright, his voice trembling with barely contained excitement. So fast? Sold out in less than 2 days. 3,000 nano repair patches, each priced considerably high. Had originally estimated it would take at least a week to sell them all, yet they were completely sold out in just 2 days. Clearly, he had underestimated both the market appeal of this product and Sufan's miraculous technical prowess. A net profit of 130 million. Chairman Xiao murmured as he calculated. Even after deducting all costs for time, labor, and materials, Tianqing Group would still pocket at least 100 million. In just 2 days, this money-making speed was more outrageous than a printing press. His heart pounded wildly, blood rushing to his head. If this pace continued, Tianqing Group's total assets could double within 2 to 3 years. Ha 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 ha. Wild laughter exploded through the office, echoing wave after wave. The sexy female secretary organizing files nearby was startled by the sudden outburst, her delicate frame trembling as she nearly dropped the documents in her hands. Inside Shinyu Group's office, Chairman Lee's gaze fixed on the computer screen, where the bright red figure of 130 million in received funds made him unconsciously curve his lips. This windfall was undoubtedly a shot in the arm. But his smile quickly faded, replaced by helplessness and bitterness. Sigh? The money just arrived, and it's about to fly away again. Shareholder dividends were mandatory, and the remaining bulk still had to be handed over to that person at home. Even as a chairman, his days were surprisingly tight. Fortunately, with Dr. Su's nano repair patch project, as long as this terrifying money-making speed continued, someday Lee, would finally hold his head high. Thinking of the future, Chairman Lee's eyes blazed with fervent light. Beep, beep, beep. The phone's ringtone interrupted his fantasies. He looked down to see his one and only precious son on the screen, and his brow immediately furrowed into deep lines. Hello, Dad. I've had my eye on a new car lately. Transfer me 20 million, I want to buy it, came his son's familiar and grating voice from the other end. Chairman Lee's face instantly darkened as he suppressed his anger and growled. Another car? How many have you bought this year already? Dad, this one's different, the voice argued confidently. It's the latest limited edition sports car from the Western continent, only 15 in the world, and Greater Xia only got 5. Imagine how impressive your son would look driving it. And it would bring you honor too, right? Chairman Lee's knuckles turned white as he gripped the phone, his chest heaving violently, finally managing to squeeze out. Humph, frivolous pursuits that corrupt the mind. Don't you have any idea how much money your beast taming company has lost? All you do is eat, drink, and have fun instead of focusing on business. How can I ever trust you with the family empire in the future? On the other end of the phone, Chairman Lee roared with suppressed fury, veins bulging on the back of his hand as he slammed the glass coffee table in his office, making it vibrate loudly. Hey, I've been giving it my all. The young man on the other end scratched his head nervously, then quietly added, well, giving my all at relying on my parents. Get lost. Chairman Lee nearly hurled his phone into the coffee table. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down and casually opened the transfer page. 20 million instantly transferred to the other account, leaving only 3 million in his own balance. Inside the First Association's cultivation chamber, fist-sized spirit crystals were embedded in all 4 walls, their pale blue light interweaving as spiritual energy grew, so dense it nearly formed mist. Shin Ao sat cross-legged with eyes closed, his spine straight as a spear. As time passed, currents of air howled around him, his robes fluttering. After a long while, he suddenly opened his eyes and expelled a stream of turbid breath like an arrow. Whoosh, the star power within his body surged, his mid-6-star cultivation now more profound and solid than before. President. Urgent footsteps approached from outside as a high-ranking official burst in, his voice trembling with excitement. The dividends from the Nano Repair Patch project have arrived. Our association's 20% share totals 260 million. He expected this figure to bring great joy to the president, his face full of flattering smiles. 260 million? Shin Ao looked up, his dark eyes like a frozen pond. That's it. His cold voice carried a hint of mockery, causing the official smile to freeze on his face as cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. This was 260 million. Shin Ao stood up, stretching his shoulders and neck as his joints cracked like rolling thunder. Check my personal account. He turned his back to everyone, his tone calm. Including this money, how much more do I need for that advancement pill? The advancement pill, as its name suggested, was a medicinal pill that helped beast tamers advance to 7-star master level. The refining method was exclusively controlled by the War Court officials and could only be completed by Elder Tao Xian of the War Court's Elder Hall using pill fire and spirit manipulation. Each advancement pill was classified as strategic level material, increasing the probability of breaking through to 7-star to 80%, with a price tag of 30 billion credit points. However, having money was far from enough. To qualify for purchase, one had to complete a designated mission for the War Court after breaking through, such as venturing deep into a red-level ultra-high-risk wilderness zone for exploration. If you refused the mission, even if you broke through to master level, the War Court's Elder Hall would personally intervene to reclaim everything you had. Sufan made a firm decision in his heart. His fingertips trembled slightly as his consciousness connected to the virtual interface. The system panel silently unfolded in the air, cold white data flickering, while his eyes revealed barely contained anticipation. Mission. Host must establish medical partnerships and sell 1,000 spirit pet nano repair patches externally. Mission progress. 10001000. Completion reward. Mechanical clan exclusive beast mastery technique magnetic domain fusion has been distributed, awaiting collection. Claim it. Sufan whispered in his mind. Whoosh, accompanied by a sound as delicate as tearing silk, a deep blue beam suddenly pierced into his forehead. In an instant, a torrential flood of information surged in. The complete secrets of the mechanical clan's beast mastery technique magnetic domain fusion. The next moment, a mysterious rune appeared in his palm, its edges adorned with intricate gear patterns that rotated continuously, while faint magnetic waves pulsed like breathing. Sufan instantly understood this wasn't mere knowledge, but a supreme authority capable of commanding all mechanical life. Beast mastery technique. Magnetic domain fusion description. 1. Contains 5 different intensities of magnetic fusion commands. 2. Daily random access to one type of command. 3. Number of command uses also randomized daily. 4. Only effective on allied mechanical spirit pets. Sufan sharply inhaled, his face filled with disbelief. Holy crap, this is basically gambling gotcha. Random commands. Random usage counts completely luck-based. Yet these 5 commands were all ultimate controls worthy of being called mechanical divine authority. 1. Energy convergence. Instantly drain mechanical energy from surrounding allied mechanical spirit pets, and channel it to a designated target, granting a 2-minute combat power boost equal to the absorbed Mach values. 2. Magnetic fusion. Trigger powerful magnetic fields between similar mechanical clan spirit pets for direct restructuring and combination. 3. Limb modules. Allow designated mechanical spirit pets' individual limbs to instantly detach and combine with other mechanical spirit pets, even enabling a mechanical war eagle to suddenly grow a terrifyingly powerful Chun arm. 4. Forced overclocking. Make dying mechanical spirit pets burn all remaining energy for 200 maximum combat power, with the cost of self-destruction after 5 minutes in exchange for brief invincibility. 5. Circular field. Construct magnetic energy barriers between 2 or more mechanical spirit pets to resist external attacks. As the information emerged, a vision of a battlefield painted in blood and fire flashed through his mind. 2 menacing sky tiger mechas stood side by side. At his command, violent magnetic fields exploded, steel structures collapsed, twisted, and reformed, instantly coalescing into a larger, more terrifying combined beast. On the other side, a mechanical war eagle clicked and whirred under the limb module command, its wings merging with metallic arms as a destructive, Chun arm thunderously extended. This is how mechanical spirit pets should really be used. His heart pounded like thunder in his chest. Sufan's pupils contracted sharply, and fervor nearly burst from his fingertips. He immediately recognized the limitation. Only one random command type per day, with random usage counts bad luck, would significantly reduce the power. After calming down for a few seconds, he quickly organized his future plans. 1. Apply to the War Court for scrayed metal procurement to equip Sky Tiger with more formidable mechanical exoskeleton armor. 2. Continue treating and modifying more high-tier disabled spirit pets to harvest mechanical points and analyze stronger spirit pet templates. 3. Expand mechanical clan spirit pet varieties to accommodate the diverse combinations of magnetic domain fusion. 4. Organize personnel to personally visit Wanlian Mountain for site selection and mining area development, establishing a production chain for spirit pet nano repair patches. Of course, once he develops the resources of Wanlian Mountain to a certain extent, he won't even need to apply to the War Court for scrayed metal resources in the later stage. She'll be able to mine and smelt them himself. 5th, after cultivating to the peak of 3-star level, he would undergo a second resonance with his mechanical spirit pet. Once he steps into 4-star level, he'll have the strength to create level 6 mechanical limb modifications. Sufan methodically organized his plans, quickly arranging his upcoming goals in perfect order. Then he grabbed his phone and dialed God of Wealth's number. Boss, I want to apply to purchase scrayed metals. Night. Rain poured down in torrents, icy streams washing every street and alley of Shugwang City. In the suburbs, a secluded villa surrounded by darkness and rain glowed with warm lights, as if isolated from the world. In the bedroom, the King of Lust reclined against the headboard, draped in an expensive silk robe, a slender cigar burning between his fingers as wisps of smoke intertwined with the warm yellow lamplight. The woman beside him was nearly 40, fine lines around her eyes adding to her mature allure as she lay quietly with steady breathing. The King of Lust licked his lips, his expression excited. Lately his interest in young wives had waned, replaced by an obsession with these more mature flower buds. Their skilled techniques and rich repertoire were simply irresistible. My lord, love me, continue cherishing me, the woman pleaded softly. Outside the large floor-to-ceiling windows, their passionate silhouettes flickered in and out of view through the rain, ambiguous and wild. Boom! Thunder suddenly roared across the sky. In the next instant, a tremendous force poured down from the heavens like an overturned celestial river, its might terrifying. Raindrops froze midair as the world was painted in a layer of crimson blood, shocking to behold. Then, an eerie blood moon hung high in the ink-black sky, its sinister red radiance seeping into every raindrop. Ah! On the bed, the woman screamed, terror and despair written across her face as if she had seen a demon from hell. Above the heavens, a pair of enormous crimson eyes suddenly opened, cold and merciless, like a gaze from the underworld. The surrounding heaven and earth were instantly shrouded in a bloody domain. Lust, get out here. Tifa's voice was cold yet echoed across the wilderness. Before her words faded, those evil eyes shot forth a beam of blood-colored light, like an arrow tearing through the sky, carrying destructive energy straight toward the villa. As the beam passed, the air twisted with sharp buzzing that pierced the eardrums. The villa shook violently under the impact, walls cracking with continuous crack sounds as if it might collapse at any moment. Roar! The King of Lust bellowed in rage, the blood light reflecting in his pupils. His silk robe instantly exploded as his gaunt body swelled several times over, bones erupting with ear-splitting pops. Dark blue-black chitin covered his skin while knotted muscles bulged in layers, veins writhing like earthworms. In moments, his head had transformed into a fearsome bull's head with horns piercing the sky. Moo! The earth-shaking roar shattered all the glass in the room. Then his spine arched as 8 thick tentacles covered in slimy suckers tore through flesh and burst from his back, thrashing wildly under the crimson moonlight. The king of lust howled at the sky, spewing pitch-black sound waves from his mouth. Boom! The sound waves clashed heat-in with the blood-colored beam in midair, both annihilating each other. The massive recoil made his enormous body tremble slightly. His bull-headed beast eyes stared fixedly at the figure in the sky that gazed down upon all living beings. His hoarse and furious voice tore through the blood-red night sky. Tifa, you crazy bitch. Do you dare spare me this once? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.